Kaya. Artpe made fun of the old lady as he eyed the two men. Don't be so absent-minded right now. You have to think about what you'll have to do from now on. You no longer have to reside in this temple. Come out, and let's go enjoy the stew. Artpe, you. It is as if you've become another person. Proms had spoken those words. A guilty conscience needs no accuser. Artpe felt guilty, but he schooled his expression. Proms continued to speak as Artpe moved in front of him. In the past, you couldn't be bothered to do anything. Now you are actively leading from the front. Moreover, you are using unconventional methods that can't be imagined up by anyone else. Did you change because you became a hero? It isn't like that. Even now he didn't want to be bothered. He was lazy. However, he had to go through all these troublesome tasks right now, so he could enjoy a lazy life as a dairy farmer in the future. He was acutely aware of this fact. He just had to take care of the Demon King and the Demon Realm. He won't have to lead anymore after that. He'll live a simple life with the simp-hearted cows. Who? Anyways. Let's head out. Artpe is right. The temple no longer has the evil heart. The heroes have arrived, and they solved the problem like heroes. It isn't as if this is the only task we can do it at. A problem will occur. There is no way the evil heart can be disposed so easily. It is an evil item that hadn't weakened after several hundred years. It'll continue to exist for couple hundred years. That girl messed it all up. I'm sure she messed it all up with the hero. Fred, please knock out this Ajumma. Okay. The two middle-aged men carried the old lady as they left the temple. Artpe smirked as he led the rest of his party out of the temple. Maetel still looked miffed, but she linked arms with him. She followed after him. Vadanet had stepped away in the middle of cooking the stew, yet the stew turned out to be more delicious than the stew from yesterday night. For the past dozens of years, those that resided within the temple had to eat dry food and ingredients from the demonic beasts of the desert. The stew was sweet as heaven to the guardians of the temple. In truth, we moved the temple because we smelled this food. I knew it. Dad, are you able to move the temple to anywhere you want? No, the temple is an item that uses the demonic energy of the evil heart as a power source. Since there is no evil heart, the temple is useless. Yes, we'll have to destroy it when we leave. As if he had come to his senses after eating the warm stew, Proms finally acknowledged the reality of his current situation. Fred was by his side. He let out a bitter laughter as he agreed with Prom's words. Let's destroy it. Then we can leave this infernal demon realm. Ah, my bad. You guys are going to stay behind in the demon realm, so I shouldn't be saying such words. No. Each person has to go where we are suited for. Even if we leave the demon realm, we won't forget our duty. Did you say that a continental alliance had formed? I'll add my power to that cause. It has been a while since we've fought. That's true. On that note, please give me another bowl of stew. On that note? What do you mean by that? I want one more bowl too. While the two Ajusi devoured their stew, Vadanet brought back Roa. Roa looked extremely unsatisfied. She had been forced to wear clothes, and she was pulling at it. Nya. I never expected you to put the cloth of a priestess on her, but... The attire of a priestess was known to be the most conservative and virtuous clothing one could wear. Roa had appeared wearing it. However, there was a problem. Maybe, it was because she had eaten too well during her development. Even the baggy clothes of the priestess couldn't hide Roa's glamorous figure. This is restricting, nya. If you plan on staying in your humanoid form, you have to get familiar with the customs and etiquettes of humans. A woman should not show that much skin to a man that isn't one's intended husband. It was very surprising. Her words were very old-fashioned. Vadanet had been so open in front of Artpe, because she considered him to be her intended husband. Master is my master, nya? In this world, there are many men aside from Artpe. Also, you have to be way more careful when dealing with someone that is your master. Nya. Roa looked as if she hadn't understood what had been said. However, Vadiant didn't allow for any objections. Roa's eyes narrowed as she replied. I don't like you. Nya. Where are you going? Roa's two cheeks were puffed out as she escaped from the grasp of Vadanet. She curled up on top of Artpe's knees. The eyes of Vadanet and Maetel flashed, but Artpe found it to be ridiculous. Those two did the same thing with impunity. I want to go back to my original form, nya. They are so annoying. Nya. However, you aren't confident that you'll be able to control your mana in your original form. Right? Nah. I just need a little bit more time, and I think it'll be fine. Not yet. Nya. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he stroked Roa's head. Nah. She let out a pleased meow as she leaned in against him. In the end, she was a cat. He preferred Roa to Maetel and Vadanet. They stuck to him with impious hearts unlike Roa. Master. MMM? At that moment, Cheryl had approached him from the back, and she had spoken to him. Did she want him to pet her too? He became nervous, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. It looks as if the storm around the desert is receding. What? When he turned around to look, Artpe's vision expanded in an instant. He activated his red all creation to its highest setting, and he stretched out several dozen strands of mana strings. He was able to use this method to extend his sight, and he was able to see the barrier that was separating Nyarlathotep from the normal demon realm. It really is dissipating? Why did such bizarre events occur whenever they started eating the stew? At this point, he wondered if the stew had some magical power. The barrier between Nyarlathotep and the demon realm is dissipating. Does this mean there is no ifs, ands, or buts? The evil heart was tied to the magic formation. Artpe pushed Roa off of him, then he looked towards the ground. No, he was looking deeper underground. As expected, there was a magic circle placed underneath this region. The magic circle had a very close relationship with the temple, which the guardians had been riding around in this desert. Of course, Artpe had known what type of spell had been placed over the temple. However, he hadn't known that the temple had a connection to the underground magic circle. He wouldn't have known it unless he was looking deep underground with his read all creation ability. There was one obvious fact that was revealed to him. The evil heart had acted as a power source for the temple, and at the same time, it had been a power source for the magic circle that had created a barrier around Nyarlathotep. Basically, the enormous barrier magic surrounding the entirety of Nyarlathotep had lost its power source. The barrier was slowly degrading. Roa, you ate an item of this caliber. Are you sure you are okay? I'm not okay, nya. I was so bloated that I changed to this form, nya. You could have melted it in your mouth. Roa had decided to swallow it instead of melting it in her mouth. At this point, the loss of the magic circle was inevitable. Why was Artpe able to leisurely eat stew with a large army like this? It was all thanks to the storms surrounding Nyarlathotep. Hurry up, everyone. Let's move before the magic completely loses its effectiveness. But the temple. If we destroy the temple, the spell will immediately dispel. At that moment, those within the demon realm will sense our presence. That will be disastrous. Moreover, the guardians of the temple didn't know about this, but the temple held words that implied that there was another evil heart out there. Artpe was adept at the ancient language, so he was the only one that had recognized it. It probably was talking about the underground world of the dwarves, which was located under Diaz. The previous hero probably wanted his descendants to know about it too. Basically, if we abandon the temple, those that will find this temple in the future will find out about the underground world. They'll probably search out the location mentioned in the temple. It sounded preposterous, but Artpe wanted that to happen. He had left behind a present in the underground world for such a scenario. Hurry up and move. Don't even think about taking the stew pots. Just poison the stew. Get in line. We'll immediately head towards the ocean. Juicy, what are you going to do? You have to make your choice before the barrier falls. SSSSP. We have to move so suddenly. I wanted to spend couple more days cementing our family ties. However, events are moving too fast thanks to you, Artpe. It is as if we are being cooked by a lightning spell. Proms put the old lady on his back, and he firmly gripped Fred's hand. Then he took out a pair of earrings from his pocket. It was a teleportation artifact. It was to be expected. If the descendants of the hero didn't possess such artifacts, they wouldn't have been able to travel between the demon realm and Diaz. It doesn't sit well with me that I have to leave you all behind, but I have no choice. We'll go back to Diaz. We'll fight the demon race from there. All right. The demons will probably try to infiltrate into Diaz, so I'll leave it to you when that happens. Artpe, I still have a lot I want to say to you. Please come back safe. After he gave a firm nod towards Artpe, he looked towards Maetel. My daughter, thank you for growing into a fine woman. You also chose an excellent son-in-law. You just have to make a baby now. If your task in the demon realm doesn't easily resolve itself, you can come back and take a 1-year break. Yes. I'll make one soon. You took the time to bring up that topic again. What the hell? If we take a 1-year break, the human realm would be razed to the ground. I really am going now. The earring in his hand broke. The 3 humans melted away. At least, Proms didn't educate Maetel on how to make a baby. Should he consider himself fortunate in that aspect? Artpe let out a sigh as he gave orders to his party. We'll exit this place at full speed. Understood. Nia. Their first priority was to exit this desert. Then they had to successfully re-enter the ocean. That was their goal. Artpe hoped the barrier would last that long. He started running with his party. After 4 days, the party was successful in entering into the ocean of the demon realm. They were able to do it before the barrier went down. It was around time when couple demonic beasts started to enter into Reincarnated. They were wandering in from the outside regions through sheer ignorance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162 Hero's Descendant, 5. Chapter 162 Hero's Descendant, 5. The demon realm wasn't small compared to the human realm. The demon realm was mainly composed of vast desert terrains and high plains. On the other hand, there were also rich lands where crops could be grown. There were plenty cattle too. The cattle started out from level 100, but they were rich in fat. Their meat was tender. At times, a heat wave swept over the demon realm, so it was a hot place to live. Despite the temperature, everyone adapted and they got used to the heat. They lived pretty well. Moreover, there were regions that were colder than the northernmost continent of human realm. The demon realm was balanced. If one assessed the situation in a logical manner, the demon realm didn't need to invade the human realm. A war was usually started when one side was lacking in something. One took away what one needed from others through war. However, the demon realm had everything, so why did they need to go and quarrel with the human realm? What did they want? So why does the demon king want to invade the human realm? That is where the fight is. To be precise, the human realm held those that hadn't been conquered yet. Many strong beings were born amongst the demon race. Moreover, these strong beings wanted to prove their strength. The way they proved their power was to subjugate others by force. It had always been like that. This principle held same for the human world. Of course, the current demon king is the type of person that won't be satisfied until he has everything. That is why he is trying to conquer the human realm. If the heroes hadn't been born, the demon king might not have gone out of his way to attack the human realm. Of course, this was merely speculation. It wasn't something he could prove. That is why they continue to come at the human realm like idiots. I believe that's how it is. Kiha, hi. The ocean of the demon realm was being dominated by the Genesis mermaids. If the demons wanted to cross the ocean into the human realm, it was inevitable that a clash would occur between a large number of demons and merfolk. Of course, the merfolk were strong at a fundamental level now. They were all over level 200. Moreover, the merfolk had traveled to Nyrotacid with Artpe's party for the past week. The average level of the merfolk exceeded 250 now. Artpe's party didn't need to support the merfolk anymore. They would be able to face the demons without much difficulty. Master, we've successfully concluded the cleanup. I would like to deploy around 100,000 troops here. I think 100,000 will do a credible job in stopping them. He couldn't drag around 200,000 merfolk indefinitely. After exiting Nyrotacid, Cheryl followed Artpe's order. She dispatched Genesis mermaids to important locations within the ocean. While she was alive, distance didn't matter. She was able to circumvent distance to communicate with her subjects. In a case of emergency, all the Genesis mermaids would pull together to create an encircling net. It would be a blockade to stop the demons. However, if your people are faced with a great number of demons that they can't handle, I want you to order a retreat. The human realm has forces too. I don't want your people to weaken in the process of stopping the demons. It is unnecessary and idiotic to do so. I will bear that in mind. This was how the 200,000 merfolk decreased to 100,000, then 50,000. In the end, he decreased the number of merfolk accompanying his party to 10,000. It was around 1 month since they had exited Nyrotacid. The party was getting closer to the heart of the demon realm, so their expression was filled with anxiety. They had been fighting amongst each other like idiots over who should have an offspring with Artpe not too long ago. It was hard to believe that they had reached this point. This is the end of the line for you guys. Ah. The merfolk had accompanied Artpe's party, and it was assumed that they would stay together for the duration. However, it all came to an end when Artpe spoke those words. It was inevitable. The merfolk couldn't accompany them unless the path from the ocean to the Demon King's castle was a straight line. It wasn't. Therefore, the separation was inevitable. After this point, the probability of those within the Demon King's castle noticing us is high. We need freedom of movement to be able to keep the demons in check. This is the best method for us. Understood. If that is what you want, please allow me to accompany Master. Cheryl was currently around level 260. The party's level was approaching 380. Cheryl was a bit behind compared to Artpe's party. However, Artpe seemed to have a plan. He didn't hesitate as he nodded his head. All right. Please help me, Cheryl. At this point, this was how the party's level broke down. Maetel and Artpe had the same level. They had reached level 383. The next highest was Sienna at level 381. Regina was level 390 and Vadinette was level 377. Elric brought up the rear at level 375. On top of that, Roa was level 382. She was merely a pet, yet she was closing in on Artpe and Maetel. There was only one level difference. She was monstrous. We'll be exiting the waters now, so we'll be able to see the Demon King's castle with our eyes. Obviously, this means those within the Demon King's castle will be able to see us too. We somehow managed to reach this place without being found. It is all thanks to the merfolk. Cheryl was silent. She felt embarrassed by the compliment. Artpe smirked as he continued speaking. Listen up. What I'm about to say right now is important. Unfortunately, we can't storm the Demon King's castle right now. In her past life, Maetel had come to the Demon King's castle at level 374. However, that occurred in the past life. Several unknown variables had been introduced into this life, so he didn't dare to storm the Demon King's castle right now. There is a dungeon near the Demon King's castle. We are here, yet you want to go into a dungeon. He wanted to go into a dungeon, because they were able to arrive at this location. He had brought his party here, because the dungeons in the human realm could no longer raise their levels. They were able to unexpectedly raise their levels through the Ocean's Tomb and Neurotacid. However, it was unknown as to whether they'll be able to easily clear the dungeon they were about to head into. There is someone that used to be called the greatest archmage of the demon realm. He was the first one to find out about dimensional pockets, and he performed experiments that dealt with increasing the density of mana in a limited amount of space. Too difficult. You reacted the same way in the past. Huh? Maetel could only tilt her head in confusion. Artpe smirked as he gave an additional explanation. I've told you his name before. There was a demon called Nanaribhadra. That name makes me feel icky. There is a theory that it is an alias. However, that isn't important right now. The important fact right now is that there is a dungeon near the Demon King's castle. It was made by Nanaribhadra. Had Artpe been ignorant of this fact in his past life? He knew about it, but he didn't have the opportunity to tell the Demon King about it. The Archmage hadn't wanted anyone to intrude into the dungeon, so it had been hidden. A wide area distortion spell was placed over it. Aside from Artpe, no one could discern the location of the dungeon. The Demon King never thought it would be possible for him to miss something near the Demon King's castle. He had never considered the possibility. This was why Artpe was able to get away with not reporting this information to the Demon King. If we enter this place, the Demon King's army won't be able to find us. That is why I plan on using my boots ability to teleport us there. The dungeon is the last place that'll allow us to grow. Then we'll fight the Demon King. There was the Continental Alliance and the 200,000 Genesis mermaids. They were facing off against the main force of the Demon King's army. It gave Artpe's party the opportunity to take a shot at the leadership of the demon realm. It really wasn't something a hero's party was supposed to do. Artpe hadn't planned this out from the beginning, but somehow, he was able to complete this truly exquisite plan. So why can't we move against the Demon King immediately? Maetel, what did I just say? Didn't you say you love me? I love you too. Let's marry. Stop trying to fabricate stuff. Artpe definitely said the Demon King's army wouldn't be able to find them if they entered that place. Regina suddenly raised her head before he could stress that point again. Even if we are found, they won't be able to find us if we enter that place, but... That is it, Regina. Artpe is vicious. Regina's ability to comprehend the situation was on a different level compared to the idiot hero. Regina was immediately able to discern what Artpe was trying to do from his single sentence. Who will take the leading part in this? It is probably me. You are ready. Get ready, Regina. Artpe, if you don't explain it to me, I'm going to cry. Artpe activated his staff, and he resonated his mana with Regina. Regina had already started to chant her spell. Since the spell was relatively new and it had such a large damage, it took her 10 minutes to chant this great magic. It is as Regina had said. Even if our presence was detected by the Demon King, we just have to enter the dungeon before we are caught. They won't be able to find us. This is a dungeon that I only know about. You found it through your innate ability? Yes, it was through the innate ability. Still, wouldn't it be a waste to immediately go into the dungeon? It would be fine if they were detected. Artpe had made his calculations, and he decided it would be okay to strike a heavy blow before they went into the dungeon. When you say a heavy blow, it is Regina's downfall spell. Since we are going to do something big, let us add all our mana to the attack. It would be difficult for Regina to tune up a spell of that caliber by herself. This was why he was going to receive help from his staff. It would allow Regina to better control her mana, and he planned on acting as support for Regina's spell. This was all possible because he had the materialization cell. Of course, we cannot kill the 4 heavenly kings or the Demon King with this. The spell affects too wide a region. It might be okay during the initial stages, but once it is activated, it would be hard to hide the spell. It would be very difficult to land this spell without them dodging it. However, the Demon King's castle will be blown to dust. That's right. That is why I want you all to give up all your mana. Maetel, you know what to do? Ooh. In the end, we are doing this again? Maetel obediently activated her record master. The rest of his party resignedly gave their mana to Maetel. The only thing that was different from the past was the fact that Roa was fundamentally closer to being human through her polymorph skill. This was why she was able to give her mana to Maetel. Since Roa was able to resonate with Maetel, her growth had accelerated in recent days. The benefit of her new form outweighed the small downside. Too much mana. I'll help. Mana was pouring into Regina through Maetel. Artpe took control of the mana as he let it flow into his staff. Artpe supported Regina as she formed the downfall magic circle. He amplified her power as he made a second magic circle. He was able to break down the structure of the spell using his read all creation magic, and he was able to create the second magic circle thanks to his materialization magic. Regina looked a little bit more relaxed. It'll be possible now. Of course, it is possible. The dense mana from the ocean of the demon realm crystallized as it was being sucked into the magic circle. The power of the magic circle grew. At some point, the magic circle was completed. It was made by combining and charging the mana of Artpe and Regina into the magic circle. She just needed to finish her chant, and she'll be able to use the spell at any moment of her choosing. Regina started to rise as she reached the completion of her spell. Artpe followed her, and his eyes shone with light. They broke through the surface of the water, and they floated in the air. A truly large magic circle followed out behind them. It was very conspicuous. They should be noticing it about now. The Demon King's castle was far away. It was a speck in the distance. Sure enough, when Regina and Artpe appeared out of the water, a bright ray of light shot out from the Demon King's castle. It was a familiar energy signature. It was sent by the first-ranked 4 heavenly king from his past life. However, I made preparations. Artpe didn't hesitate as he threw several of the consumable artifacts he had received from the dwarves. He had filled it with mana, so he could use the artifacts at any moment. When the consumable artifacts left Artpe's hand, they activated immediately. It formed truly large barriers. Afterwards, the beam of light impacted on the barriers. Artpe assessed the power of the beam of light as he nodded his head. In a flash, 3 barriers melted away, but 3 remained intact. Fortunately, his power levels is around the same as what he possessed in his past life. If we fought him now, we can win against him. It would be great if the 4 heavenly king had charged towards them, but that didn't happen. Instead, Artpe felt a magical energy form from the Demon King's castle. It was a bit larger than the one prior to this. Artpe also knew this energy signature. Artpe, your mana is wobbling. Cook. It is the Demon King. When Artpe felt the magical energy, he felt his heart constrict. Was it because he had been unable to erase the record of being dominated by the Demon King in his past life? How funny. I'm the most ridiculous one here. How can I claim that I am free from him? I shrank away just from sensing his mana. However, he couldn't stay frozen like an idiot. He firmly bit his lips. He was a human now, and he was the hero. He couldn't stay psychologically fettered by the Demon King. He couldn't let that happen. Artpe. It happened at that moment. Maetel had exited the waters with the rest of the party. She firmly held onto his hand. Artpe was so surprised that he almost forgot to maintain control over his magic. You'll be okay. I'll protect you, so you'll be fine. Was there a deep meaning behind her words? Artpe was too afraid to ask. He couldn't ask that question. However, Artpe's mana stabilized right after he held Maetel's hand. The staff did its job magnificently as it amplified the spell. Lastly, the magic circle was strengthened. Regina was sure that this was the moment she had to manifest the spell. Her voice sounded a bit gleeful as she yelled out. Downfall. The great magic was activated. The calamitous spell, which had never been used in history, hit the Demon King's castle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Nanarai Bhadra, 1. Chapter 163, Nanarai Bhadra, 1. Thick beams of light fell from the sky. It was like a hailstorm. This was beyond any spell Artpe had witnessed in his past life. The overwhelming baptism of destruction might be more powerful than the Rain of Ruin spell. He could sense each resident of Demon King's castle try to block the attack, but it was all useless. The spell was filled to the brim with pure destructive power. It pushed aside all mana, and it hit the Demon King's castle and the nearby region. For a moment, there was no sound. Everything was destroyed, and the Demon King's castle ceased to exist. Regina was the culprit that had manifested this magic, yet even she was shaken at the sight of the transcendent power. Countless records were being extinguished and reborn. It filled Regina's mind. The spell level had risen, so if she used it again, she would be able to create a more horrifying spectacle. Ooh-ah-ha! The Demon King's castle, which had been protected by countless spells. Let's bounce! Artpe didn't hesitate as he activated the ability of his boots. He grabbed a hold of his party. Afterwards, a strange distortion formed around the party, and they were transported to the highlands. Ah! I can see the Demon King's castle down there, Appa. It is where the Demon King's castle used to be. He hadn't transported them far, but the party realized the quality of ambient mana in the air was different from before. The sharp demonic energy, which could only be felt near the Demon King's castle, no longer pricked their skin. They could longer feel it. It really is tranquil here. It really is. At Elric's words, Vadanet nodded her head in agreement. Vadanet continued to speak as she looked at where the Demon King's castle used to exist. Unlike here, that place is a complete bedlam. At the very least, the Demon King's castle had existed for several hundred years. It had been passed down from the previous Demon King. It no longer existed now. Regina had targeted the whole region with her great magic called Downfall. It completely destroyed everything near the Demon King's castle. As if that wasn't enough, the spell had scooped out the ground. It had created an enormous crater. Most of the demons, who had resided within the Demon King's castle, had died in an instant. Several high-ranked demons had also died when they were unable to dodge the spell. Of course, none of the 4 heavenly kings had died. In the case of the Demon King, he had tried to block the spell. It seemed he had taken additional damage in the process. Demons are amazing. They found where we were a moment ago. They were so quick. They probably perceived our location before the attack. Oh. A 4 heavenly king was dispatched. They were called the 4 heavenly kings, but there were only 2 left that were part of the original 4 heavenly kings from Artpe's past life. There was the man, who had ranked first amongst them. The second ranked was Etna. It seemed Etna hadn't been within the Demon King's castle. It basically meant that the one that had suffered under the spell was the first-ranked 4 heavenly king from Artpe's past life. He had come running towards the shore near the Demon Realm's ocean. He is a man with a very cold visage. You are accurate in your assessment. That guy uses powerful ice-based abilities. Ice-based? Yes. He hadn't searched out the Winter Queen's ruin with Regina for the sole reason of acquiring power needed to defeat Etna. Regina's newly acquired power would decrease the effectiveness of the power possessed by this man, who was considered to be the first amongst the 4 heavenly kings. Does that mean Regina's cold energy will have no effect on that man? Etna just has to attack him with heat. So you are dead set on acquiring that woman as an ally? Ha! Maetel's eyes narrowed, and she mercilessly poked Artpe's waist with her finger. Artpe elegantly ignored her as he observed the man, who was standing where they had been not too long ago. Artpe watched the mana being emitted by that particular demon. Would he be able to read the trace of the dimensional pocket? Would he be able to chase after them? It looked possible for a brief moment, but it seemed the task was too much for him. The 4 heavenly king clicked his tongue, then he left the shoreline. Artpe finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw this. Even if they leave, they have no place to return to. Wah! The demons, who used to live in the Demon King's castle, are refugees now, but they were quite fortunate that it ended with them becoming refugees. The number of demons that were killed exceeds the number of demons we are seeing right now. The demon underlings, who had followed Artpe in his past life, would be amongst the casualties. He would be lying if he said he didn't feel any regret in killing them. However, he had no relationship with them in this current life, so he couldn't look out for them. It wasn't as if he could send a note asking them to evacuate the Demon King's castle before the attack. I'm sorry. If you guys feel aggrieved, please be born again like me. Artpe observed a short moment of silence, then he turned around. Since he was sure that no one from the Demon King's castle could locate Artpe's party, it was time for them to enter into Nanaraibadra's ruin. He no longer needed to worry about being attacked from the rear. You guys have to bear this in mind before we enter the ruin. Let's be honest. We've never gotten lost during a dungeon exploration, right? It is all thanks to Artpe. Maetel yelled out in an energetic manner. In the next moment, Artpe spoke with a cold and salty voice. However, I really don't know a lot about this ruin. The fact that I was able to find its location was a miracle in itself. In truth, this place might be very dangerous. We've already reached this point, so what could scare us more than what we've experienced up until now? Maetel still sounded energetic as she replied to Artpe's words. Artpe stopped speaking. She was right. They were able to reach the Demon King's castle. Why wouldn't they be able to pull this off? His other party member didn't act any differently than before. Hew. We've started the final match by destroying the Demon King's castle. I really like your style. As expected, Artpe Nim is the best. Uni, you are drooling. SSSSP. Vadanet was a pushover when it came to talking about the hero. She believed everything would work out if she was by the hero's side. Sienna also looked pretty relaxed and easygoing. If one wanted to fluster Sienna, Artpe probably had to be removed from her presence. The downside was the fact that her dependence on Artpe was high. However, she became a fearless warrior when she was next to Artpe. The Demon King. We attacked the Demon King's castle before we entered this ruin. The tension that had been built up until that point was thrown away, and it really wasn't something a hero should have done. However, all will be fine if we are able to get stronger in here. Elric was inside his armor, and he clenched both his fists. His image had changed considerably in this current life. Elric used to be taciturn in his past life. He had been a man of few words, yet he had protected the hero from beginning to end. His sense of justice and bravery was still present in this current life. It had never lessened. Lastly, there was Cheryl and Roa. I only follow my master. It doesn't matter how long it takes or where we are going. Nah. I smell something really tasty, nya. All right. You've all been forewarned. Nope. Artpe is an idiot. We need a break. At this rate, we'll die. Everyone looked ready to charge into the ruin. They had taken an aggressive stance. The only exception was Regina. She remained seated in a lazy fashion. The fact that she hadn't passed out after using a great magic was a big feat in itself. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he comforted her. I don't plan on going in right now. I just wanted to check out everyone's resolve. Since everyone used their magical energy, we are all tired. It'll be foolhardy to go in immediately. Let's move after we fully recover. Thank you for your belated concern, but I planned on doing this from the start. I'll be the generous one. I'll act as if I fell for your lie. You dot. He already knew how to enter into Nanarai Badra's ruin. The flow of magic used by Nanarai Badra could be felt in this region. Artpe just had to slightly tweak the flow of mana in the air to reveal the hidden ruin. Artpe's party rested as they recovered their stamina and magical energy. He finished his work during that time. A portion of the highland sunk as a hole appeared. The irregular shape of the hole made it look naturally formed. However, the energy that was coming out of that hole wasn't natural or weak. Appa, the energy I feel inside feels very chaotic. Will we be okay? You don't have to be too worried. It is a better option than charging the Demon King's castle. Artpe replied as he thought about the level of the 4 Heavenly King he had just witnessed. The 4 Heavenly King had reached level 390. He had expected this. The first-ranked 4 Heavenly King had reached similar levels in the past life too. The timeline differed by couple years, but the 4 Heavenly Kings' growth had been stagnant during that period. It wasn't as if the current 4 Heavenly Kings were more exceptional this time around. The Demon King hadn't revealed himself, so I couldn't check his level. However, it should the same as before. The Demon King's level was probably somewhere close to level 400. According to the energy Artpe sensed earlier, Artpe was able to get a rough idea of the Demon King's level. Even if the level of the heroes were discounted, both of them possessed cheat-like abilities. If one took into account of the members in Artpe's party, they would be able to contend with the 4 Heavenly Kings. It probably would be possible for them contend with the Demon King too. But no, there is a reason why the Demon King's castle was built near here. You guys can feel it. Aside from this ruin, this region is full of highly dense demonic energy. Of course, demons are able to maximize their power here, and humans are at their weakest in this region. Moreover, the Demon King's castle amplified this effect. In other words, the Demon King's castle possessed a cheat-like field magic. It allowed anyone possessing demonic energy to win in its sphere of influence. So that is why Appa decided to destroy the Demon King's castle before we headed into the ruin? Of course. By the time we come out of this ruin, they'll probably come up with an artifact that mimics the ability of the Demon King's castle. However, the efficacy of that item would be much worse compared to the Demon King's castle. At that moment, Sienna raised her head as she asked him a question. Appa, wouldn't the Demon King choose to abandon this place? What happens if he decides to prioritize conquering the human realm? No, that will never happen. The Demon King tried his best to protect his castle, but when he realized he couldn't stop the downfall spell, he had immediately enacted his escape plan. The Demon King didn't know if more downfall spells would be used. There was a high probability that he wouldn't return to this place for a while, but in the end, he'll come back here. He is a psycho that cares about the stage he is on. If he wanted to completely own the human realm, he would have moved as soon as the heroes were born in the human realm. However, he didn't do that. He wants the heroes to come to him. He won't leave this place until he fights it out with heroes on this stage. So he'll wait for us like an idiot? We'll be able to acquire the power of the ruin and ambush him? You got it. The hero from his past life had been truly brave. She had been level 374, and her comrades had been nowhere near her level. Despite all of this, she had charged the Demon King's castle. Of course, the hero's party from his previous life hadn't received support from the human realm. They couldn't take the time to level up, since the human realm was about to fall apart at the seams. That is why the hero's party had to take the bitter pill. They had to charge the Demon King's castle. In the end, the hero had failed. The hero's party had been barely able to defeat Etna. It was hard to fathom that they would have been able to kill the first-ranked 4 Heavenly King. Even if they were able to kill him, they were at the heart of the demon realm. The demonic energy was the densest at that location, and the Demon King was being supported by the Demon King's castle. His power had been amplified, so there was no way the hero's party would be able to exceed the power possessed by the Demon King. However, it'll be different this time around. The Demon King's castle no longer exists. At this point, the current hero's party well exceeds the power of the past life's hero's party. Just those facts made this fight doable. Artpe had full knowledge of his past life, and at this point, he had done everything he could do using that information. A certain amount of power could be gained in this ruin. The only unknown variable was the power that had been waiting beyond the Demon King. However, that was something beyond Artpe's control. Geez. I reincarnated for nothing. As if by habit, Artpe grumbled as he sat down on the ground. Maetel leaned against his shoulder. It was something he had expected Maetel to do. On the other hand, something unexpected happened next. Regina wordlessly lowered her head on his knee. Her movement was as natural as the breeze in the air. Regina? I need to rest in peace. Ho oh. No. Don't unsheath your sword. Don't chant your holy spell. Let's just all rest in a friendly manner. The situation had been about to turn ugly. Sienna grabbed Vadinette, Cheryl, and Roa. Sienna dived towards Artpe with everyone in tow. Elric was barely able to dodge Sienna. Before Artpe could dodge, he was flattened by his whole party. As expected of the hero. F you. Elric's gaze was filled with envy and sympathy. Artpe let out a sigh. With the destroyed Demon King's castle and the screaming demons as background, the party took their last break before they headed into the ruin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164 Nanaribhadra 2. Chapter 164 Nanaribhadra 2. Artpe's party took a peaceful break. It lasted for 3 hours. The Demon King's army was still moving aimlessly outside. Artpe's party ridiculed the Demon King's army as they entered into the ruin. Everyone had regained their peak condition. The only one that had been in a state of discomfort was Artpe, but he didn't make the mistake of complaining out loud. "Appa, are you okay, Dot? You are the one that dived onto me with everyone in tow. Do you think I'll forget about that, you rascal?" He. Artpe vigorously stroked Sienna's head. She let out an embarrassed laughter. He stretched out his mana strings in all directions. They had bravely entered into the ruin, but the thick demonic energy made it hard for them to see. This meant that the effectiveness of the read all creation was reduced. However, he could imbue the mana strings with his read all creation ability. It was a method that was better than seeing with his eyes. It was a cheat. Nanaribhadra was a full-fledged demon, so why did he gather such dense demonic energy here? Why did he keep it a secret from the demon king of his era? He was a demon, yet he didn't really act like a demon. There is something Artpe doesn't know. Amazing. We aren't out on a picnic, so stop smiling, you dork. Nervousness was entirely missing from Maetel. He flicked Maetel on her forehead as he extended his mana strings deeper into the ruin. The mana strings came into contact with something, and his mana strings were severed. "It's coming!" Artpe yelled out as he created a barrier in front of his party. He controlled the mana strings that weren't severed to create a holy barrier. As soon as he created it, something rammed into the barrier. When that and that create a holy flame to illuminate their surrounding, the identity of the enemy was revealed. Golem? Geegg. Let's destroy it first. Think later. Unexpectedly, the golem wasn't that large. It was a bit larger than the armored Elric. However, the power contained within it wasn't small. There was one thing that was interesting. It isn't demonic energy. Holy energy isn't doing any extra damage. It's alright. Physical damage still works on it. Sienna let out an energetic shout as she charged forward. The sledgehammer in her hands expanded to twice its original size. In the next moment, she took a powerful swing. The golem had just broken through the barrier. She applied a clean hit on the golem that was about to charge forward. Geee. It didn't matter if the golems were strong or weak against holy power. Their outer shell was made out of composite metals. It was very hard, and Artpe couldn't discern the identity of the metal at first glance. Despite it being incredibly hard, the outer shell couldn't stand up to Sienna's strength. Half its body cratered from her strike. G. I'm going too. When Sienna swung her heavy hammer, it was inevitable that an opening was formed in her defense. Sienna had to avoid taking damage, and at the same time, it was her role within the party to stop the charge of an enemy's attack. However, this was in the past. After Elric had joined the party, her load had decreased considerably. Geee. The entire body of the golem was covered with a black metal. It swung its arm to hit Sienna, but Elric had charged forward as soon as Sienna had started retracting her hammer. It was well timed. Elric had swung his axe, and a loud thundering noise was produced when he hit the golem. Cook! This guy is really sturdy. Why isn't it actively attacking us? Oh, winter spirit! Please stick to the joints of my enemies. The golem wasn't fast in the first place. When Regina finished her chant, the golems was moving much slower than before. Maetel wouldn't miss out on such a golden opportunity. Hoop. AET. She used acceleration to charge forward, and the violent swing of her bastard sword caved in the head of a golem. She immediately made her mana explode to nullify the defense of the golem. Sienna and Elric followed up with additional strikes. The hammer and the axe dug into the golem's body. If someone that didn't know all the circumstances saw the fight, it would have looked very brutal. Winter Queen's nail. Afterwards, it was Regina's turn. Her ice spear pierced through the golem. The entire heroes' party ganged up on the golem. They had gone all out. The golem hadn't been able to put up a decent fight before it stopped functioning. As soon as the ice spear hit the golem, the party backed off. They wiped off their sweat. It was a form of a celebration ritual. This is easier than I thought it would be? Hey! Why didn't it put up more of a fight against us? The battle had ended too easily compared to the quality of opponent they had faced. It seemed they were aware of this fact. The party members tilted their head in puzzlement as they each expressed their opinions. Artpe checked to make sure no more golems were coming towards them. Then he approached the fallen golem. It is possible that this golem wasn't made for battle in the first place. This ruin is overtly letting out so much demonic energy. The golem also possesses powerful magical energy, yet it wasn't made for battle? Yes. I think it is a possibility. Not all ruins and dungeons were made with fighting taken into consideration. Magicians also created these types of structures for magical research. The process in creating a magic tome imbued the magic tome with knowledge and defensive mechanisms were placed within the structure. This was why it was common to consider these research facilities as dungeons. Most dungeons and ruins were defined by those that explored them. Artpe's party had decided this place was a ruin, and they had come and prepared for a battle. This golem is within a space filled with demonic energy, yet it doesn't use the demonic energy. It uses mana. I guess so? That means this golem might have been built with the purpose of . Artpe used his read all creation ability to search the body of the golem. In the end, he was able to find a small metal magic circle inscribed within the body. The magic circle had taken significant damage from Maetel and Regina's attack. However, it wasn't damaged enough where he couldn't recognize it. As expected, this magic circle converts demonic energy to plain mana. That is why the golem doesn't emit any demonic energy. It sucked in the demonic energy within the ruin, and it converted the demonic energy into mana. The golem moved by using the converted mana as its power source. Ha! Appa, are you sure a demon made this? What a waste. Nya. His party members still didn't have a proper grasp of what he was talking about. They looked confused. Why was a demon conducting a research where he changed demonic energy into mana? Maybe that person wasn't a demon? That's not possible. I've compiled all the historical accounts about Reincarnated, and there is no way he was a human. His life wasn't a path that could be tread by a human. If that is true, it would have made sense if a demon was researching for a way to convert mana into demonic energy. Why was this demon researching for a way to convert demonic energy into mana? Demonic energy was more aggressive compared to pure mana, but in terms of efficiency, demonic energy was on par with pure mana. However, the demon race couldn't use pure mana, so it was best if all mana was converted into demonic energy. I had thought Reincarnated was merely a genius that was prolific in his research. Artpe suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He had considered this place to be the last opportunity to level up with the Demon King's castle ahead of them. However, it turned out not to be that simple. There was something more here. Let's try to advance without killing any golem, . So you think there was an ulterior motive as to why the golems are converting demonic energy into mana? Maetel was correct. In the first place, the ruin was located near the Demon King's castle. If they were rash in destroying the ruin, the demonic energy in the nearby region might increase. If that happened, it would become unbearable for them. Even if this place was made by a demon, it had been locked. It was locked so tightly that Artpe, who was the possessor of the read all creation ability, was the only one able to enter it. That meant there was a reason why Reincarnated wanted to maintain this ruin in this location. Was Reincarnated not on the side of the demon race? Was he on the side of the humans? Let's head in deeper. Artpe unfurled one hand. Several dozen mana strings extended out in a winding manner, and it extended out into the entirety of the ruin. He had no reason to hesitate now. It'll be hard to go forward without killing any of them. I just have to stop before I kill them. Artpe just laughed when Maetel replied in a spirited manner. If she said she could do it, she could do it. He decided to ignore the rest of his party members, who had turned deathly pale. The party headed deeper into the ruin. Since the place was lined with traps, they couldn't move too quickly. However, Artpe's power allowed him to know about the traps in advance, so they were able to disarm all of the traps. They didn't suffer any harm from the traps. Of course, traps weren't the only artifacts installed in the ruin. There were artifacts that converted demonic energy into mana. There were artifacts that synced the golems, and it increased the efficiency of the golems' abilities. If the golems used demonic energy as their power source, it would be quite inefficient. Then there were the artifacts that were placed to solely control the temperature of the ruin. Every artifact was working to reduce the demonic energy. There's one here too. It seems it isn't just the golems. The entire ruin is purifying the demonic energy. Maybe that is how the ruin was able to hide itself? I also think there is a barrier that negates the demonic energy that leave this place. Negation. If one negates the demonic energy, it is quite noticeable. Demonic energy's properties doesn't allow for that to happen. This ruin is currently. There is a spell over the ruin that is fooling the entire demon realm. Regina was right. This ruin was amazing, but it couldn't win against the entire demon realm. That is why Reincarnated had gone great length to hide this ruin. Aside from the function of changing demonic energy into pure mana, isn't there a wealth of mana within the ruin? The ruin probably uses that mana as a power source to hide itself. If we had destroyed more golems, the mana, which was being used to hide the ruin, would run out. The ruin's location would have been revealed to the demon realm. The party felt a chill run up their body when they realized this fact. They had come here to ambush the Demon King, yet they had almost made a mistake. How many golems did we subdue? 522. That means how bad was the demon realm when this ruin hadn't existed? Artpe considered himself to be fortunate in his past life. The Demon King hadn't asked him about the location of this ruin. The sole purpose of the golems were to change the demonic energy into mana. Their defense was high, but they didn't possess much offensive capabilities. If the Demon King had found out about this ruin, he would have destroyed it. It would have immediately increased the power of the demon realm. Artpe, I can see the end. Artpe, I feel an ominous energy. Please get ready for battle. Nya. Maetel, Vadinet, and Roa spoke in order. After finding out about the identity of the dungeon, Roa had been unable to settle down. She was so persistent that she badgered Artpe by scratching at his back. I want to eat. I want to eat. Nah. I'll flick your forehead every time a drop of blood appears on my skin. Nah. They were probably getting close to the heart of the ruin. He could feel something being protected by the guardians. It was probably an item where the demonic energy was concentrated. Artpe also sensed something familiar beside the item. No way. Artpe? Artpe's face stiffened. However, Maetel didn't have the chance to ask her question. 33 golems had appeared all at once from across the large space. It was the start of the boss battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, Reincarnated, 3. Chapter 165, Reincarnated, 3. GGGGG. GEGE. The golems were getting closer as they let out a bizarre sound. They sounded like steel armor that hadn't been oiled in couple hundred years. Artpe gave a firm order as he watched them. We have to subdue them without destroying them. Even if one is destroyed, the demonic energy within this place will detonate. The party entered into the depth of the ruin knowing the function of the ruin. Basically, they were going against Nana-Rai-Badra's will. Still, it seemed Nana-Rai-Badra had taken into consideration of people like Artpe's party. When those on humanity's side set out to explore the ruin, Nana-Rai-Badra made it so that only those that took down the golems without destroying them had the qualification to enter into the heart of the ruin. It had been built that way. Artpe, I'll go first. Sienna and Elric will protect us. Roa, you'll have to put in some work this time. Nya. After acquiring a humanoid body, Roa had developed a talent for hand-to-hand combat. She followed behind Maetel. She had already taken off her uncomfortable priestess clothes. She only covered the parts that had to be covered. It was a very light attire. Nia. Hoop. Hit them hard. They had gained experience on how to deal with the golems as they explored this ruin. These golems were like all the other groups of golems before them. They possessed enormous amount of mana, and they insisted on a close combat battle. Maetel and Roa dodged their heavy and clumsy attacks. The golems were pierced with Maetel's sword and Roa's claws. At the center of their body, the golems possessed a core that supplied magical energy. Circuits stretched out from their core. Maetel and Roa just had to sever their arms and legs to make them immobile. G-E-E. G-Geek, G-G-G-Geek. In terms of speed, no one could catch up to Maetel. Roa had the ability to dissolve her body, so she moved freely in all directions. This was why the golems weren't able to land any blows. They looked like idiots as they turned around in circles. Cheryl was keeping a little bit of distance from the fight as she manipulated her water trident. She acted as support to Maetel and Roa. The fight looked like a well-choreographed dance. Oh, Winter Spirit. Divine Hammer. Who dot? On the other hand, the party members capable of long-ranged attacks attacked the golems that were trying to encircle the party from all sides. They neutralized the golems. Since these golems were guarding the heart of the ruin, their average level was 390. While Artpe's party hadn't been able to raise their levels in the ruin, they had gotten used to fighting the golems. They fought against golems without much difficulties. That means I should dot. Artpe searched the magic circle that was placed over the entirety of the ruin. He tried to gain control over it. It felt like the distant past, but it was only 4 years ago. He had done something similar when he first went into the hero development dungeon with Maetel. At the time, he was only at a level where he could only interfere with the magic placed over the dungeon. He could affect it only in a limited fashion. That was no longer the case. The current Artpe had leapfrogged the previous life's version of himself in every detail. Moreover, he was familiar with the magic placed over the ruin. He was so familiar with it that he was sick of it. What the hell happened here? Artpe grinded his teeth as he swallowed the words he had been about to say. He couldn't distract his comrades, who were fighting right now. While his party faced off against the golems, he retracted all the mana strings he had sent out towards all quarters of the ruin. He connected the mana strings to the ruin's magic circle, and he activated his materialization magic. It was a rare cheat spell that allowed him to make his ideas into reality. If he combined the spell with the read all creation ability, he could theoretically bring all spells to its knees. G-E-E. G-G-G-Geek. The golems reacted in a sensitive manner when Artpe tried to take control of the ruin. However, their actions had the adverse effect of creating a big opportunity for Artpe's party. Maetel and Roa had read the movement of the golems. Maetel's sword and Roa's claws slashed through the air, and the golems fell in ones and twos. You can't destroy them. I already know, nya. It isn't difficult. I'm used to subduing enemies without killing them. Maetel also realized what was happening. SSE was quick on the uptake only during times like this. Artpe smirked as he went into another gear as he tried to finish his task. A change occurred 15 minutes later. Ha! The golems are moving slower. Winter Queen's Frost. Successful. The golem's output is starting to fall. Did you perhaps? Artpe Nim? She had the correct answer. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Artpe continued to work on the magic circle of the ruin as he pulled the mana from the golems. It was the mana that was allowing the golems to move. The golems had to focus more on converting demonic energy into mana. It was inevitable that their movements started to slow down. On top of that, their mana was being stolen by someone else. They didn't have the power to move. Just a little bit more. I have no idea how you are doing this. Artpe is a vindictive spirit from an ancient time. Divine ground. As the number of golems decreased, it reached a point where the golems couldn't keep a perimeter around the magicians. It allowed Sienna and Elric to participate in the close-quarters combat. Sienna ruthlessly struck the ground to make the golems fall to the floor, and Elric was merciless as he crushed the arms and legs of the golems with his axe. Maetel and Roa were fighting an elegant and clean battle. On the other hand, Elric and Sienna were fighting a destructive battle. It was terrifying, but one couldn't deny that their style of fighting was effective. After crushing the legs of two golems, an additional golem was thrown to the ground. The golems struggled on the floor. Ah! My skill grew. It's done. Every move backwards. Artpe had timed it, so he would finish his spell when her skill had leveled up. The mana strings, which had exited from his entire body, wrapped around his staff and his body once more. The mana strings was spread once again, and they connected to various locations all around the ruin. Artbees will flow down the mana strings. Materialization. Geeeeeee. Purple-colored mana filled the entirety of the ruin. In the next moment, all the golems, who had been attacking, came to a stop. Then they started to slowly return to where they had appeared from. It was as if time was rewinding itself. His party members wanted an explanation, so Artpe gave a simple explanation. They have recognized us as their masters. Amazing, Artpe. That's right. I'm amazing. He decided humility wasn't his thing. He affirmed their praise. Each step taken by Artpe made the entire ruin react to him. The focus of the ruin was trying to center around him. Currently, Artpe was the ruin. This implied only one thing. It means Artpe Nim has reached a level higher than Nanaribhadra. As expected of Master. Stop buttering me up. His party had to buy him some time, but he had taken over the magic circle created by Nanaribhadra. So their words weren't technically wrong. Artpe felt an odd emotion. Let's head in. All right. Ah. Before we do that. Artpe gave mana to the golems that had not recovered yet. When they were able to move, the golems started to move into the inner room. They moved slowly in an orderly fashion. Artpe's party followed behind them. When they walked through a dark and narrow tunnel, they were greeted with a kingdom made out of light. Artpe's party members had a hard time working in harmony, yet at that moment, they all let out an exclamation. It didn't matter if they could see the true nature of what they were seeing or not. They all became surprised by what they saw. How pretty! It is truly horrific and terrifying. Would one be able to find a place like this in the human realm and the demonic realm? It was a location where a massive amount of demonic energy and mana existed in one place. The demonic energy created an enormous current, and the 33 golems sucked in the demonic energy to create mana. The black current of demonic energy and the white current of mana met at the middle. It was as if an explosion was imminent. A very unstable equilibrium was being maintained. Artpe was right. If we detonated even one golem, we would have been blown away alongside this ruin. Of course, the golems weren't the only ones purifying the demonic energy. There was an altar at the middle of the square. It was filled with magical runes, and it was the backbone of the purification process. Artpe, this looks more like a seal. That's right. There is a massive amount of demonic energy being produced here. We can't simply say a lot of demonic energy is here, because we are at the heart of the demonic realm. You can feel it, right? Yes. There was an item within the altar that was emitting a horrifying amount of demonic energy. The altar was doing its best to purify it, but it couldn't purify all the demonic energy. The remaining demonic energy was being purified by the golems and the artifacts installed around the ruin. It is a very familiar energy, Appa. Also, that altar is very familiar too. Sienna's face stiffened. It was the same for the others. Evil heart, Nya. Correct. Sunbeam. That is also correct. Artpe didn't know what expression he should make. He had a peculiar expression on his face as he nodded his head. He approached the altar, and he read the words written on the altar. Each letter contained the power of magic. It was definitely a message to those that searched out this altar. I am Nanarai Badra. After the demon race was found, I became their greatest magician. Those words are very familiar and pompous. It is to be expected. At one time, I used to be the best magician in the human realm, and I was also the hero. My skills were all retained, as I changed into a demon. At that part, Artpe shut his eyes tight. When he sensed the familiar shape of the altar, he had expected this. However, it was an entirely different manner when his suspicions were confirmed. The identity of Nanarai Badra was his Sunbeam. He had transitioned into becoming a demon. He had fallen. He didn't need to read the rest, but the wide eyes of his party members were all trained on him. He had to continue reading it for his comrades. Everything is the result of human folly. Once the evil heart was made, it wouldn't stop unless all the mana of the world was converted to demonic energy. This was the same for the race that was created by humans. Created? What is he saying? Maetel asked the question, and Artpe answered her. It means the demon race was a race created by humans. Huh? Maetel still had a hard time comprehending Artpe's words. No, it was more apt to say that she was having a hard time accepting it. From a young age, she had grown up hearing stories about the hero and the demon king. She was being presented with an enormous story that contradicted the origin of the antagonistic relationship between the human race and the demon race. Of course, she was having a hard time accepting it. A race made by the humans. Instead of answering that question, he continued to read the words written on the altar. In the beginning, there was no demon race. There had been no demonic energy. The humans had gone through copious amount of research in an attempt to make the power of mana into something more destructive. At the end of our research, we were able to create the evil heart. In the process of researching the evil heart, humans were able to change into demons. They gained the power they had been yearning for. However, the demonic race was made from demonic energy, so they had a strong basic instinct towards destruction. They also developed a fundamental animosity towards mana. In the end, they turned against the humans. My God. This was how the demonic race and the demon realm was born. If they thought about it, there had been plenty hints. When they found the demonification research, they should have thought about this possibility. Since they didn't think it was a possibility, they had unconsciously denied what had been in front of them. Those that are able to read these words have respected my wishes. By reaching this place, you've shown the desire to correct this twisted reality. I want you to heed my advice. Don't touch this horrible item. Turn back. There is nothing that can be done. The Winter Queen and the dragon that taught me the way of magic couldn't do anything. The elves, who are blessed by mana, and the dwarves, who are master craftsmen, couldn't come up with a solution. The passage was reaching an end. Their faces had turned pale, but Arte continued to read the rest of the passage. When I realized this truth, the only thing I could do was to break and seal the fragments of the evil heart. It merely stopped the expansion of the demon realm. I chose to change myself into a demon, and I dedicated my extended lifespan in order to research a solution. I researched for a way to turn the demons back into humans. If I succeeded, this place won't exist. If I didn't get the result I desired, this place will still exist. If you are able to find this place, you should leave quietly. Do not get greedy. If this location is revealed to the demon race, the human realm will face a huge calamity. After he read the whole passage written on the altar, Artpe started thinking. This really sounded like an ominous flag. You are late. At that moment, Artpe realized that someone had teleported into the ruin. I am here. It was expected. He knew this would happen. Artpe let out a sigh as he turned around. His eyes took in the sight of a demon. Before he entered the ruin, Artpe knew that there was a demon that was higher in level than the first-ranked 4 heavenly king from his past life. He was the demon that Artpe hadn't met in his past life. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Nanarai Bhadra, 4. Chapter 166, Nanarai Bhadra, 4. The party had learned the shocking truth. While they were thrown for a loop, a man had appeared within the ruin. This was obvious, but the man was a demon. He possessed a massive amount of demonic energy. Hero, I'll say this beforehand. Every plan you carried out was perfect. However, we are superior to you. We predicted what you will do. That is all I'll say. Oh. What an arrogant statement. I am an arrogant asshole, but you are right there with me. Everything about the man was black. His face was completely covered by a mask, and his neck was covered by a scarf. His entire body was covered with leather clothes. It seemed he was trying to hide his identity, but his attire made him more conspicuous. When Artpe checked with his Read All Creation ability, he found out that the demon was at level 393. He was the strongest opponent they had faced up to this point. It was clear that the enemy was openly hostile towards them. Despite this fact, Artpe had an odd smile on his face as he asked the demon a question. You must have searched all the nearby region near the Demon King's castle, right? That right. You guys were able to completely hide yourselves in a short amount time. That is why we thought you couldn't have run away too far. We searched with that premise in mind. Even if the ruin was well hidden, it was inevitable that we would find this place. Moreover. The demon wore a mask, but Artpe could tell that the demon was laughing. This holds especially true for us. We've been desperately trying to find what had been left behind by Nanarai Bhadra. You weren't able to find this place for several hundred years. You were barely able to find it, because of us. You have a talent for coming up with a bullshit story. Artpe had used one of the requisite skills of a 4 heavenly king. It was called, using a casual sarcastic remark to make the other's body flinch. In an instant, it made the demon shut his mouth. Artpe's words were true. If his party hadn't entered the ruin, it would have taken the demons several hundred more years to find this place. It was clear that the demon race found something that would be very beneficial to them. It was all thanks to the action of the heroes party. The hero should be agonizing over his mistake, yet the hero continued to flap his mouth. Where was his arrogance coming from? Moreover, why did the demon suffer psychological damage from the hero's words? Why was he being tormented by the hero's words? The demon grinded his teeth as he opened his mouth again. That is originally the property of the demon race. It isn't something that a human should be coveting. I'll be taking it. An unprecedented amount of demonic energy poured out from the male demon. He was level 393, and he was at the peak of his power. His power started to be emitted as battle magic. This was the first time the hero's party would be fighting an opponent this strong. They nervously raised their weapons. Even if they were to meet this demon in the human realm, they would have a hard time facing him. However, they were having this fight at a ruin where the demonic energy was at the highest. The difficulty of the fight would be much higher. Roa. However, there was one person that was free from all worries. Of course, it was Artpe. Nia. Are you able to eat it? Artpe. Everyone within this space thought he had misspoken. Roa was the only one who understood his words. Her three tails swayed back and forth in a busy manner as she nodded her head. I can eat it, Nya. However, it'll take me a very long time to digest it. Nya. Moreover, Master has to help me. Nia. All right. I'll help you as much as you want. Go eat it. Naya awaea. Artpe ha. What was she going to eat? The demon had no idea, so he tilted his head in confusion. He opened his eyes wide as he swiveled his head back and forth. He continued to scan his surrounding. On the other hand, Roa was a brave cat that didn't allow anyone to get in the way of her eating food. She let out a joyous meow. She immediately ran towards the altar as she opened her mouth. What the hell? The demon finally realized what Roa was trying to do, so he desperately shot out his demonic energy. By instinct, Sienna got in his way. There was over 10 level difference between the two, but Sienna possessed the power of an evil reflector. It allowed her to withstand the power of the demon. Sienna raised her hammer, and it rapidly grew in size. She quickly smashed the feelers created by demonic energy. The tip of the tentacles weren't able to withstand the holy power of Sienna. They shriveled up. When the demon saw this, his eyes narrowed. Your power, what the hell is it? Cook, kuhuk. However, she couldn't hold out for too long. It was too much of a strain. Until now, the hero's party had been able to shrug off the level difference, but they couldn't do that with this opponent. His power was the real deal. An oppressive amount of demonic energy poured out from him. It was enough to negate Sienna's power. It was enough to push her backwards. Vadanet Uni. Oh my lord. Please bless your bright daughter. Help us resist against this twisted and evil being. Vadanet immediately chanted her blessing. The mana within Sienna's body was activated to the extreme. It was the mana of an evil reflector, which opposed all evil. Her hammer was strengthened, and she completely blocked the demon's demonic energy. As if that wasn't enough, she was purifying the demonic energy into pure mana. It was as if the demon's existence was being rejected. The demon yelled out in rage at what he was witnessing. Twisted? We were made to be twisted by humans. Did he eavesdrop as Artpe read the words written on the altar? No, that wasn't the case. The demon had said that he had been looking for Nanarai Badra's tracks for the past couple 100 years. Basically, he was part of the faction that was separate from the current Demon King. He was probably related to the previous generation's Demon King. Basically, he knew about Nanarai Badra's identity, and he knew about the demon race's origin story. Despite knowing the full story, you want to deny our existence and destroy us. You guys are truly foolish and arrogant. It happened several hundred years ago. Why should I care, you son of a bitch? Nya-ha. As Artpe browbeat the demon, Roa finally reached the altar. She started to swallow the evil heart. It was much bigger than the ones from before. The demon knew his time was about runabout, so he stopped emitting his demonic energy. He moved forward using teleportation, yet the hero's party wouldn't let the demon do as he pleased. Not a chance. Cook, hero. Maetel shared records with Artpe, so she was able to use the spell called Hero's Flash. A brilliant wing made out of light sprouted from her back. It noticeably reduced the demonic energy. On top of that, Vatanet power was being used to restrict the demon. It was a double whammy. Even if you guys are able to do that. You guys are mere brats that lived several years in a sheltered environment. Despite all that was happening against him, the demon didn't retreat. The demonic energy boiled up from within his body. His black demonic energy seeped into the surrounding. He created a domain for himself. You guys don't even have a sense of what is right. You guys are playing at being heroes. Do you really? You can obstruct me. Cook. I can hold out. A massive amount of demonic energy exited the demon's body. It was in the shape of a front paw of a monster, and it struck out against Sienna and Maetel. However, Elric used the full might of his armor to stop the charge of the monster. The claws of the demonic energy created small cracks in Elric's axe. However, he didn't retreat. It is the warrior's job to protect the rear. Foolish brat. Get out of my way. I just want to recover the item that is rightfully ours. The demon's fist embedded itself within the blade of Elric's axe. However, it didn't end there. Refined blades of magical energy sprouted from the demon's body. They attacked Elric. Ku-hook. Eat. At that moment, Maetel's foot impacted on the demon's body. She didn't care about the blades that were sprouting from his body. It couldn't pierce her body. Her quick kick sent the demon flying. The demon became embedded in the wall of the ruin. Ha! This was the moment he had been waiting for. As soon as he escaped the encircling net of the hero's party, the demon used Blink. In an instant, he teleported in front of the altar. Nia! Stop. Wait a moment. You bitch. When he finally reached the altar, the evil heart was in Roa's mouth. She really planned on eating it? The demon was taken aback as he tried to grab Roa by the scruff. Nya gulp. Oh no. He never expected her to swallow it without hesitation. The demon froze in place from despair as the evil heart disappeared in front of him. Of course, he could split open Roa's stomach. He could extract it, but the quality of the evil heart would have degraded significantly by then. What the hell did you guys do? What did we do? Artpe burst out laughing at the demon's words. The situation had unfolded this far, yet the demon had no idea what was going on. He could only laugh at the demon's foolishness. The evil heart had been extracted, yet the altar continued to let out a light. The dungeon was also trying very hard to purify the demonic energy, which had filled up the ruin. The only difference was that it wasn't purifying the demonic energy of the evil heart. It was purifying the demonic energy of the demon, who had invaded the ruin. This is what we did. When Artpe wagged his finger, all 33 golems turned in place as they glared at the demon. Even Artpe's party needed a good amount of time before they were able to defeat all the golems. Even if the demon was high in level, the golems were formidable foes. However, the important part wasn't the martial prowess of the golems. Magic circuits were engraved within their body, so they started sucking in the demonic energy of the demon. Just this feature of the golem restricted the power of the demon. You bastard my demonic energy. How are you using the ruin's power? The demon had known that this was Nanaraibadra's ruin, and that the evil heart was placed within this place. He hadn't paid attention to anything else. Even if the evil heart was gone, the ruin still possessed massive amount of power. The demon finally realized the dangers of the ruin. However, it was way too late for him. Once the demon rashly followed the party into the ruin, the game had ended for him. No. You should have thought this out. You guys were too big of a blockhead to find this ruin for several hundred years, right? Can't you see what that implies? Did you really charge in here without any plan? You can't be that foolish, right? Cook. Artpe is so full of himself. That is his best quality. While the demon was struggling to break free from the fetters placed on him, the golems had surrounded him. Vadinat used this time to heal the injured party members. Their vitality was restored. I hoped someone would crawl in here. I never expected someone to actually come here. As expected, it is more fun for me when there is one or two demons that are stupid enough to run straight into a trap. Artpe was speaking from a perspective of a human. He grinned as he took out and opened his magic tome. His staff rose into the air, and it let out mana, which shone with purple light. This is my domain. You did as you please by intruding into this place. It is time for you to die. Geeeeeeeee. All the golems attacked at the same time when Artpe gave the signal. When the golems had been fighting against the party, they had been slow. However, it was as if they were sharing Maetel's acceleration ability. They swiftly attacked the demon. Master, please help me, Nya. This is too big. I'm already in the process of helping you. You should just throw up the part that you can't digest right now. Nya. The item was bigger than anything she had eaten up until now. It seemed she was in pain. There were tears forming in Roa's eyes. Of course, Artpe had expected this. This was why he had opened his magic tome. That magic tome. Did you take it from Tiana? As expected, you are in the same faction as Tiana. Cook. As expected, you guys killed Tiana. The demon detonated his demonic energy to face off against the group of golems, who were trying to rush him. He yelled out with a voice full of rage. 3 golems couldn't purify the demonic energy, so they blew up. However, Artpe didn't care about that. I won't ask if you want this or not. Well, let's start my last experiment. The magic tome vibrated as it floated up halfway into the air. It started to sync with the entire ruin. The demon finally realized that the magic tome had been rewritten. It happened when his eyes opened wide. Everything returned to what it used to be. When the secret to the demonic energy in the demon race was revealed to him, Artpe had finished the reclaim spell. The spell flowed out of Artpe's mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167 Nanaribhadra 5. Chapter 167 Nanaribhadra 5. It was a miracle. The sight in front of them couldn't be described in any other way. Kuk-ku-ha. Nah-ha. The black light turned into purple light. Then it turned into a bright and colorless light. The quality of mana being emitted by magic tome changed several times in a short amount of time. The ruin moved in sync with the magic tome. Since the magic tome was created for the same purpose as the ruin, it was easy to sync the two artifacts. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the magic tome and the ruin were one right now. Artpe was able to tie them together with his chant. He was able to finish the spell without much difficulty. According to his will, the demonic energy in the atmosphere and the demonic energy within Roa and the demon started to change. It happened simultaneously. Roa relaxed when she felt the demonic energy, which she hadn't been able to digest, turn into mana. The demon felt his existence being twisted. He yelled out in shock. Anyways, I was able to complete this spell thanks to Sunbeam. I was wondering why I seemed to be traveling towards the same direction as him. In the end, we had our eyes set on the same destination. If I can point out a difference, Sunbeam only wanted to purify the demonic energy into pure mana. I only sought to change those that possessed demonic energy into. These two methodology was combined into one, and the magic was finally perfected. Artpe's original methodology of using the magic tome had the downside of damaging a large portion of his subject's record. Since he couldn't do anything about existing demonic energy, he had decided to drain all the demonic energy from his subject. He had tried to create a weak point that he could exploit through this method. However, he realized now that he had been wrong. Artpe wasn't supposed to change a demon into a human. He had to restore a demon into being human again. The secret hidden within the ruin was so foul that it made him sick. The previous hero, who was Maetel's ancestor, knew the truth. He had tried to find a way to revert everything back to their original state. He had turned himself into a demon for this cause. Artpe had taken a different approach to reach this point. He had pursued turning demons into humans for a different reason than Nanarai Bhadra. However, his research was able to get him to this point. The process differed from each other, but their intent was the same. The fact that he shared the same emotions with his Sunbae was a bit nauseating, but his Sunbae had been right. In terms of result, Artpe had also walked on the right path. Maybe, Artpe had developed his innate ability over the years to reach this point. Maybe, he became a hero for this purpose. He was probably overstating it. Artpe still wanted to live the quiet and peaceful life of a dairy farmer. He wanted to live in peace. If possible, he wanted to live that life with those that wanted the same thing as him. He had to perfect this spell for that purpose. He'll combine his accumulated record with Sunbeam's accumulated record to create a new law of this world. The long-cherished ambition of the demon race is close to fruition. Do you think I'll submit to this magic? The demon was trying to protect his record and existence. The demon's body rolled up into a ball. He no longer paid attention to the attack from the golems. He created a thick barrier made out of demonic energy. He put it around his body. So that's how you are going to protect yourself? No, it seems you are trying to run away like this. Artpe was correct. The demon knew that it was a lost cause to fight the heroes' party within the ruin. He couldn't win against them. This was why he gave up on recovering the evil heart. He chose to retreat for now, so he could live to fight another day. You dirty human filth. You know the truth, yet you plan on pursuing only your selfish interests. I will kill all of you no matter what. The enormous demonic energy surrounding his body split into several dozen fragments. They were all moving in different directions, and each orb was surrounded by a powerful energy. These fragments were hard to stop. One of the orbs contained the real body of the demon. It was trying to use this method to escape the heroes' party. However, the demon had chosen the most foolish escape method. Even if there were several dozen orbs, it was impossible to deceive Artpe's read all creation ability. Where are you going? You are free to enter here, but you won't be able to exit this place as you wish. Cook. Artpe imbued his mana strings with the power of Hero Flash. A strand of mana string shot out towards one of the orb. When the mana string impacted the orb, the demon within was revealed. All the other orbs disappeared. I chose the right one. You are trying to play tricks on me? Koo-ah-ah. Artpe almost laughed. It was such a satisfying sight. The demon had revealed himself after being hit, and he glared towards Artpe. At some point, the demon's mask had been ripped away. The demon's face was dyed black. His hideous face was revealed. Of course, Artpe had never seen him before. He was glad that there was no unexpected backstory sprung on him once again. He was getting tired of it. How did you know? Fuck him up, Maetel. Yes. Maetel realized that the hero flash was effective against the demon. As expected, a brilliant light surrounded her bastard sword. She charged towards the demon. The demon gritted his teeth as he moved to face her. You are the descendant of that dirty traitor. In all fairness, you deserve to pay for his sins too. I don't care what my ancestor did. Even if the demon was suffering under Artpe's magic, it wasn't as if his martial ability had deserted him. Demonic energy layered on top of his fist to form the demonic claw. He punched towards Maetel. When the demonic claw clashed with the hero flash, it was as if the resulting aftershock would swallow the ruin in its entirety. Maetel bit her lips. She yelled out as her voice cut through the sound of the explosion. Everyone help! We just have to hold out until Artpe finishes his spell. Hoop! While Maetel occupied the demon, Sienna and Elric joined the fight. While the demon was engaged with Maetel, he was hit with the full might of Sienna's hammer and Elric's axe. Extreme rage appeared on his face. Cheap humans. Good. Stay where you are. The synchronization between the magic tome and the ruin was intensifying. The demonic energy in the demon was being purified. At the same time, the record of the magic tome and the ruin was combining into one. Of course, it was taking on the form of the magic tome. The ruin no longer had the evil heart, which it had been tasked to protect. According to its new owner's will, the ruin compressed its power into the magic tome. Cook. The hero's party was fighting against a demon. The ruin and the magic tome was combining their power. It really was an epic sight that deserved to be in the hero's tale. With this spectacle as backdrop, Roa had been rolling around on the floor. She was gripping her stomach as if she had an indigestion. Suddenly, a cute burp came out of Roa's mouth. Some members of Artpe's party glared at Roa. Roa jumped to her feet, and she yelled out in an energetic manner. I digested it, nya. It is regrettable that I couldn't digest it all. However, I ate as much as I could, nya. Digested. That makes no sense. The evil heart is an indestructible artifact. It is the source of all demonic energy. It isn't something a single being could consume. I won't have to eat a meal for a while. Roa had an extremely satisfied expression on her face as she rubbed her sleek stomach. However, in the next moment, Roa's luminescent eyes glared towards the demon. However, dessert is another story. Roa, you are stronger now. Charge him. Nia. He wasn't joking. Roa had become ridiculously strong. He had thought the evil heart was a signal artifact that had been broken into 3 pieces. However, he realized that wasn't the case when all 3 pieces were gathered in one place. Roa's gluttony had purified the 3 pieces in her stomach, and the evil hearts were combined into one. This new artifact could no longer be called the evil heart. It had safely merged, and it had perfectly integrated into Roa's body. It let out a continuous stream of mana. It was a massive flow of mana, and it was strengthening her. In terms of how much mana she possessed, Roa possessed overwhelmingly more mana than Artpe. The amount of mana she possessed dwarfed the amount of mana possessed by the Demon King from his past life. It put into perspective as to the enormity of what had happened to Roa. You bitch. Did you perhaps eat all the evil hearts? Are you responsible for killing all my comrades, who headed underground? I hadn't expected it to work, but did they trip my trap? When Artpe cackled, the demon became more angry. In a normal hero story, the hero usually showed a bit of sympathy or even sadness towards his enemy in such a situation. The hero's resolve sometimes weakened. However, Artpe already mastered the manual for the four heavenly king. There was no way he would react in such a way. You guys have lived for couple hundred years in the demon realm, yet you guys fell for that trap. Are you guys idiots? Coo-hoo. A destructive spell was supposed to activate when the underground altar was destroyed. However, Artpe had intervened with his magic. He had delayed it, so the altar would be destroyed when an intruder came in. He had inwardly looked forward to it. This was why he had made it so that the temple of Nirotacid wasn't destroyed. He had left a clue within the temple that pointed towards the underground world. It seemed a group of demons had visited the temple as soon as the barrier around Nirotacid was dispelled. Moreover, it seemed they had taken his bait. How? The demon race had been searching for the evil hearts in the human realm and the demon realm for a very long time. When the demon realized that all the evil hearts had been found by the hero's party, he was at a loss. In truth, the current hero's party had been able to find the items thanks to the help of the Winter Queen and the previous generation's hero. However, the demon only saw the result. This was why he felt very aggrieved. We made preparations for the past couple hundred years, yet you were able to gain control of everything. Ah. You are annoying. Why do I have to keep explaining this to you? You guys were lacking. I'll kill you. Nya-ha. The demon's demonic claw was powerful enough to push back the hero's party. Roa charged towards the demonic claw. Roa would have been helpless before she had eaten the evil heart. Currently, she was able to destroy the demonic claw in an instant, and she was able to wound the demon's face. Roa licked the demonic energy, which had coated her arm. Roa smacked her lips. It is delicious, but I can't eat a lot right now. Nya. It's fine. He is merely a test subject. Roa had absorbed the demon's demonic energy just from being in contact with him. Her attack weakened the demon, and at the same time, it restored Roa's magical energy. It resulted in her becoming stronger. At this moment, Roa's existence was poisonous to the demon race. She was more poisonous than Sienna. Coo-hoo. It didn't end there. The ruin kept shrinking, and at the same time, the light emitted by the magic tome became stronger. Of course, this process was slowly weakening the demon's power. The demon's body worked against his will. His body started to change incrementally to the body of a human. It was a painful process. It was a great magic that returned the demon and the demonic energy into its original form. It was being helped along by the heroes, Holy Priestess, Evil Reflector, and the Greed Beast. The demon had to admit it. This hero's party deserved to be called the hero's party. They possessed all the power that'll allow them to exterminate the demon race. He had made a very big mistake entering this ruin by himself. He had trusted his power and level too much. All right. I'll admit it. Instead of extreme anger, a calmness came over his face. It was his patented move. It was called that I suddenly become relaxed when losing skill. You guys are powerful foes. You are more powerful than any other heroes in the past. Moreover, you are a threat to the demon race. You even acquired a way to turn demons into humans. That is why, die. Usually, something really annoying happened when someone said such lines. Maetel had come to realize this fact in the several years of her adventuring. The demon's neck was exposed as he spoke his lines. Maetel stuck her bastard sword through his throat. Most of the demon's demonic energy had been purified. Most of the leftover demonic energy was being concentrated near his heart. This was why the demon was vulnerable near his neck region. This was why Maetel decided to attack his neck. Guk, go huck. Hoop. The demon was about to say something, but Maetel had swung her sword. His head was separated from his body, and it was sent flying. The demon couldn't finish his speech. There was a mixture of shock and rage on his decapitated head. Afterwards, Sienna swung her hammer, and his head was turned into scraps of meat as it dispersed into the air. However, it didn't end there. Nia. His heart is about to explode, Nya. It's okay. The demon had put everything he had to his heart to cause a massive explosion. It was a stale move that even the past 4 heavenly kings hadn't used. Of course, Artpe was still prepared for it. Since the demon's will was gone, his body could no longer control his regenerating power. The demon's body continued to swell, but in the next moment, Artpe swept his magic over the demon's heart. In a flash, the demonic energy changed into pure mana. It was unknown as to what chemical process had occurred, but a level 393 magic stone was left behind. It contained all the previous record and class of the demon. Alrighty then. Artpe gripped the magic stone as he spoke. Let's run away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, A Man's Contract, 1. Chapter 168, A Man's Contract, 1. After he confirmed the death of the demon, Artpe immediately used his teleportation skill. He used the ability of his blink boots to teleport his party to a faraway plains in the demon realm. He had done it without asking for his party's opinion on the matter. Where are we? What the hell? Did our battle end? Aside from Artpe and Maetel, the other party members were having a hard time figuring out what had happened. They finally met a formidable enemy for the first time, and they had been prepared to go all out. Artpe looked like he was doing something, and in an instant, the demon went on the defensive. The demon looked as if he was about to use his hidden card, and Maetel had acted as if she had been waiting for that moment. She had cut off his head. Then Artpe picked up the magic stone, and the party was standing in an open field in the demon realm. MMM? Something doesn't feel right about this. It feels as if we've skipped several crucial steps. Something is really wrong with all of this, but we were able to achieve our goal without a hitch. Therefore, I can't really complain. Everyone should stop talking about such trivial matters. I want you all to gather around me. This place isn't safe. The barrier around Nanariabhadra's ruin was broken when the demon infiltrated it. The other demons, who are nearby, would have immediately sensed it. However, the ruin. Artpe moved his gaze towards the place they had just left. As expected, the ruin was unable to maintain itself. It had transferred all of its power and record to the magic tome. As soon as Artpe's party left the ruin, it started to fall apart. He could see the demons gathering in the nearby region. The demons were moving quickly, and they could sense that the ruin had held something with incredible amounts of demonic energy. They were shocked and angered as they watched the ruin collapse. They'll start searching the nearby regions. They'll go through the same process as the demon, who had visited us before. That is why we have to move quickly. Golems, I want you guys to stay here. It's the golems. Surprisingly, Artpe hadn't just extracted his own party. He had brought along the surviving 17 golems. The golems moved by sucking in demonic energy, so they were able to move in the demon realm or anywhere near a demon. Each golem were over level 370, so it would have been too much of a waste to leave them behind in the ruin. You guys will protect us. Demons will arrive here. I want you guys to fight until the moment you are destroyed. G. Maetel spoke as she watched Artpe give mana and orders to the golem. Artpe, what are we going to do now? The ruin was supposed to be the last place where we were going to increase our levels. The plan was to charge the Demon King's castle afterwards. Originally, he had wanted his party to gain EXP. He had learned the secret of this world instead. He hadn't wanted to learn about this secret, but it was thrust upon him. The demons were originally humans. The demon world was created when an energy created by the humans had run amok. This energy was called the demonic energy. Everything had become distorted thanks to human greed. The heroes' party represented humanity, and they were supposed to kill the Demon King. Of course, the secret inevitably took the wind out of their sails. What are we supposed to do? Maetel, this changes nothing. We do what we have to do. At first glance, Artpe's words sounded cold, but he was just stating the truth. Do you really think we can get along with the demons, because they used to be humans? No. Even if they were humans, it wouldn't matter either. We aren't fighting, because we are the heroes and they are the demons. We fight them, because they are our enemies. Even now the demon realm was invading the human realm. The Demon King had the mentality of a great chef, but he was doing it so that he could develop the heroes close to their limits. Then he would step forward to crush the heroes. He wasn't doing it, so he could play house with the heroes. We just found out that we have enemies, who had been moving with the intent of reclaiming the evil hearts. Why do you think they had their eyes on that item? I killed the demon before he could tell us. One didn't really need to hear the demon's words to know what was going on. One just had to think about the former hero. Why did King-Re27-END seal the evil hearts? Their goal is to turn the human realm into another demon realm. All humans would be made into demons, and the mana would be turned into demonic energy. If they had the power of the evil heart, it would have been possible. Well, I'll pose a question to you. Who is the biggest impediment to their plan? Artpe and Roa? You are correct. He hadn't intended it to be like this from the start. However, Artpe in his magic tone represented the antithesis to the demon race. Their continued existence meant that the plan of the demon race always had the chance of failing. Even if our ancestors made the demon race several hundred years ago, we shouldn't make our decisions based on our heart. We aren't directly responsible for their plight, so we don't have to feel sorry towards them. We are just beating up people that are trying to kill us. It's simple, right? I think you are making things a bit too simple, but... okay. Artpe hadn't faltered from his objectives since the beginning. The process in reaching his goal had taken on different complexions, but nothing had changed. Master, will we be able to defeat the Demon King with our current power? It will be close. It is possible, but there is a high probability that someone will die in that fight. If one of us dies, everything was for naught. Of course, the hero's party from his previous life couldn't even measure up to the current party. The hero's party from his previous life charged the Demon King's castle despite working under very bad conditions. As a result, they had been bloodied. However, that wouldn't happen with Artpe's party. Since our plan A was a bust, we have no choice but to move on to plan B. You have a plan B? I just made one right now. The demons had already detected Artpe's party located in the open plains. Artpe couldn't detect the Demon King, but he could sense the man, who used to be the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings in his past life. If Artpe fought only against that demon, they would be able to win without much difficulty. If I fight him, the Demon King will react in some way. Normally, he wouldn't move until all the 4 heavenly kings are defeated. The Demon King's castle was ruined. The Demon King's absolute position of advantage was being cut away. At this point, it was unknown as to how the Demon King would respond. Nothing would surprise him. When the faction tied to the previous Demon King had shown up, Artpe stopped seeing the current situation through the prism of his past life. There are many unexplored regions in the demon realm. It is unlikely that we'll find any evil hearts there. If we are looking for places to level up, we have to head towards those regions. That is our only option. Basically, these were regions that one visited after clearing the final boss. It was supposed to happen during the postscript, yet they would be going there ahead of time. If enemies that weren't supposed to exist appeared, it would be no problem now. Maybe, the forces of the past Demon King was residing within one of these unexplored regions. They are coming. Let's pick up the pace. Yes. Artpe left behind the golems as he used blink again. Once. Twice. He continued using it until they were completely clear from the territory of the Demon King's castle. Artpe, one guy is following us. Tisk. He didn't need her words of warning. He knew who was following them. Artpe had done his best to erase the traces of his mana as he repeatedly used blink. However, he couldn't gain any separation from his enemy. Moreover, the demon had already reached a location near them. Stop. Wow. His voice is still pompous. Artpe clicked his tongue as he used blink again. He wasn't the type of person to stop, because someone said stop. Your features and clothes. I'm sure of it now. You are the hero named Artpe. You are the one that tricked Etna. It wasn't too surprising to hear that the demon knew his identity. The demon, who had entered the ruin, had immediately recognized his party too. But he remembered that this man liked Etna. Etna had always bombarded Artpe with love, and this man had always looked at him with anger in his eyes. Artpe had always wanted to avoid all of them. When he looked back at his old self and his past memories, he didn't miss it at all. Artpe once again buried the useless memories of his past, then he used blink again. How long will you be able to run away like this? You dared to race Petronym. Artpe was using blink with his party in tow. They could no longer see the ruined Demon King's castle, but the man was stubborn as he remained on their trail. At that point, Artpe realized that something was awry. There should be only one heavenly king left in the demon realm that is following the Demon King's orders. Why would the Demon King let his only subordinate with real power leave his side? Wouldn't the Demon King want the heavenly king by his side? Artpe suddenly stopped. This place was part of the demon realm, but demonic energy was scarce here. It was a wasteland that the high-ranked demons rarely frequented. It was unknown as to how many consecutive blinks he had used, but his party looked a bit nauseous. Artpe, did you come up with a plan? No. I just think that our current situation is a bit odd. Did the Demon King completely abandon the Demon King's castle after we blew it up? Where did he go? Maybe, the Demon King became afraid after he witnessed the unbelievable power of the hero's party? Or maybe, he regretted his slothfulness. He might have gone into training for several months to emerge as a Demon King at the prime of his power. It was also possible that the current Demon King had been assassinated by the force that had followed the previous generation's Demon King. The Demon King isn't nearby. If that is true. If it was just this single demon, they didn't have to run away like this. Artpe gripped his staff as he turned around. He immediately saw the man with burning blue eyes, who was coming towards him at high speeds. It wouldn't be a bad option to defeat him here before we leave. Submit to my anger. Freeze. I will punish you in the name of Petra Dialito-Tekatooth. Petra was the first-ranked heavenly king in Artpe's past life. Artpe was tired from using a great magic in the ruin, but he wasn't alone. Roa had gotten stronger after eating the evil heart. She might be able to defeat this demon by herself. Still, he might have gotten stronger while we were exploring the ruin. Let's see. Purple light was emitted from Artpe's eyes. He stopped the enormous cold fog emitted by the demon as he activated his red all creation ability. His eyes took in all information regarding Petra. Petra Dialito-Tekatooth. Level 390. Demon Race. As expected, this guy's level was lower than the demon they had just fought in the ruin. Moreover, he hadn't developed any innate ability. He hadn't evolved into a different race. If his party fought against Petra, they would be able to win. Wait a moment. Artpe's thoughts came to a halt. The male demon was close enough for Artpe to see him with his eyes. He could even see the fuzz on the demon's blue skin. So why doesn't he have his collar on? Artpe was so surprised that he remained frozen. The demon was rushing straight towards him, yet he stood there. He checked the bastard's information using his read all creation ability. He even did a thorough search using his magical energy. This bastard wasn't being controlled by the Demon King's innate ability. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, A Man's Contract, 2. Chapter 169, A Man's Contract, 2. That is a suitable look for you. I want you to freeze looking like that. Petra was sure that Artpe had become frightened by his magical energy and power over the cold. He extended his hand forward as he emitted more cold energy. His power was truly frightening. It was as if he was trying to freeze the entire plane and the sky above him. In a flash, the cold current swept over Artpe's party. If one breathed in this cold air, one's lungs would be frozen. However, Regina raised her hand before her party members suffered any damage. A cold energy of different quality was emitted by Regina, and she confronted the demon. You hold the power of a demon. Pure demonic energy was used to twist nature. It is mere trickery. Your power isn't the true power of winter. What? Petra was taken aback, so he came to a halt. Artpe watched the exchange, and he wondered if Petra had been the one to tell Etna about the existence of the Winter Queen's ruin. You dare to fight me with the power of frost? You really think you can win against me? For some strange reason, I have taken an active role in many recent fights. Will I die at this rate? Nope. You won't die. It just means you are indispensable to this party. The initial reasoning for heading towards the Winter Queen's ruin was to acquire enough power to deal with Etna and Petra. Artpe raised his staff, and he supported Regina with his mana. He smirked. On the other hand, Petra caught a glimpse of Artpe's massive magical energy. He also discerned the identity of Artpe's staff. You actually have enough ability to blow away the Demon King's castle. Petra should speak the whole truth. There was no one within the Demon King's army that could decimate the Demon King's castle. Only someone like the Demon King would be able to accomplish what Artpe's party had accomplished. Artpe knew that Petra was using one of the essential skills of the Four Heavenly King. He was using the bluff skill. Artpe felt a sudden sense of nostalgia. All right. You guys can all attack me. I'll just freeze all of you. Regina, can you do anything about this cold air? His power is twisted, but that is also the reason why he is strong. It is impossible for me to neutralize more of his power. It was simple as to the reason why Petra was powerful. His mere presence froze his surrounding, and a basic debuff was applied to his enemies by the environment created by him. Artpe's party had Regina, so she was able to stop most of the adverse effect of Petra's cold energy. Despite her doing this, Artpe's party could feel frost starting to form on their skin. It proved that Petra hadn't acquired the Four Heavenly King title through mere chance. Maetel, will you be able to fight him? Yes. It won't be a problem. I can withstand the cold. All right. You should use this. This is Dot. As always, Maetel was about to unsheath her bastard sword. However, Artpe pulled out a long sword from his belongings. It was the sword gifted to Artpe by Etna. She had put the power of her fire into the sword, and she had asked him not to give this sword to Maetel. It was only for his use. Artpe had used 3 consecutive reinforcement on the sword. Then he had used the magic stones he had gathered over time to complete the 4th reinforcement. He was able to upgrade his sword to Hellfire status. The fire from the past was like a candle flame compared to the current flame. In the end, you knew this would come to pass. Right, Etna? If he was wrong about this, it couldn't be helped. He would have to suffer the consequences in some other way. I have to use the sword gifted to Artpe by that woman. In a flash, a very odd expression appeared on Maetel's face. However, she knew she couldn't make decisions based on her feelings. She grabbed the sword. The heat, which emanated from the sword, pushed back the cold energy. That fire! Petra recognized the source of the fire being emitted by the sword. The color of Petra's face changed couple times, but Maetel didn't pay attention to it. She immediately used acceleration to charge the demon. I'm sorry, but I want to end this quickly. I acknowledge that you have some spunk. A large ice spike shot out from the ground before Maetel could finish her ambush. She easily dodged the attack, but Petra had been aiming for this from the beginning. Cold air shot out from his hand as a whirlwind appeared in front of him. It pounced towards Maetel, who had jumped into the air. Ha! Cook! The fact that she was in the air didn't mean that Maetel couldn't move freely. She used the power of the hero flash, and a golden wing appeared behind her back. She used the power of the wing to shoot forward like an arrow, and she dodged the whirlwind, which contained swirling ice crystals. She swung her flame sword when she reached Petra. Whoop! Petra was surprised by her ridiculous reaction speed, but he was able to block her attack with an ice barrier. However, it couldn't withstand her attack for too long. His ice barrier melted. Petra knew his barrier hadn't failed, because the fire sword was excellent. His control hadn't dipped either. It was happening, because a similar yet different cold energy was competing with his own power. His domain was being taken away by the presence of another magician. What a shallow tactic. You told us to attack you at the same time. Elric and Sienna. You too, Cheryl. I'm ready. You should just focus on interfering with his progress. Understood? Yes, Appa. Petra created cold energy by decreasing the temperature of the demonic energy to the extreme. He was born with a constitution that was resistant against the cold. This resistance held up against both the demonic energy inside and outside his body. His bones, muscles and skin was being protected against the extreme cold. If one wanted to damage him, one had to penetrate the armor of cold energy around his body. The only one capable of doing that was Maetel, who was using the flame sword. Divine ground. Earthquake. This was why Sienna and Elric didn't immediately attack Petra. While he was engaged against Maetel, Petra couldn't attack Sienna and Elric in an aggressive manner. The two of them used this opportunity to destroy the ground beneath Petra. Little pests. As the ground shook, Petra lost balance. He clicked his tongue as he used his magical energy to elevate his body into the air. When he flicked his hand, ice spikes shot out from the frozen ground. Sienna and Elric deflected the ice spikes that were coming at them from all sides. Since Sienna and Elric couldn't resist against the cold, they quickly retreated. It was enough of a diversion for Maetel. Maetel was able to read Petra's magical energy and movement in real time. She quickly ran simulations in her mind to come up with a plan to dispatch Petra. She immediately put the plan into action. It seems you faltered under the attack from the little pests. It seems you aren't that great. What a pathetic attempt at a taunt. The cold energy around Petra's entire body turned into the shape of a demon's claw. It swiped at Maetel, but the flame sword's power was being infused with Maetel's mana. She easily melted the claw. Let's see how much ice that fake flame can melt. Let's experiment. Petra finally realized that he couldn't block her attacks using simple cold energy. He quickly spoke a spell as he called forth 6 enormous ice swords. This move was also a miscalculation. I don't like experiments. The cantrip for his spell was short, but the time was like an eternity to Maetel. In a flash, she activated acceleration. She stabbed the long sword into his stomach. Petra couldn't dodge or block this attack. The sword wasn't able to penetrate fully, but it did wound him. Blue blood flowed out from his wound. Kuhak! He didn't remember the last time he had bled like this. It wasn't to say that he had never been wounded before. However, his blood was very cold. After the blood trickled out from his wound, it usually froze around the wound. This was why he had never seen his blood flow like this before. That wasn't the case right now. First, it was Regina's fault. She had significantly reduced the power of his cold energy. Secondly, Maetel was holding a flame sword. When the sword impacted on his body, it pushed a powerful heat energy into his body, and it had melted his blood. You bitch! When the attack landed, Petra immediately used an escape artifact. He left behind his 6 enormous swords behind as he distanced himself from Maetel. He shouted abuse towards Maetel. This really is the power of Etna. You bastards probably coerced her. I won't forgive you, you bitch. Maetel had lost her target, and she had been flung into the air. All the ice swords shot towards her. However, the ice swords couldn't complete their mission. Enormous waterspouts appeared in the air, and it deflected all the ice swords. My master doesn't threaten those that are innocent. Cheryl's sonorous voice rang out when she arrived near them. As soon as she received her orders from Artpe, she had changed herself into bubbles. She traveled through the air as she hid herself. What the hell, a mermaid? She couldn't damage the demon with her power, but she had enough power to act as support for Maetel. The deflected swords arced towards Maetel like boomerangs. As response, Cheryl changed the direction of the waterspouts to deflect the ice swords once again. Let's see you freeze this water. Do you really think I can't do it? In a flash, he bit hard on Cheryl's taunt. He took control of her waterspouts by freezing them. The counterattack didn't take long. However, it looked as if he was begging Maetel to stick him with her sword again. AET. So she did as he wanted. She shot into the air. She used her momentum to stab the flame sword through the underside of his chin. Guak! The flame sword entered from beneath the chin. It pierced into his mouth, then it lodged itself in the back of his head. Blue blood shot out. His blood froze in the air. The frozen blood looked like dots forming a small galaxy. Hoo-wop! Sienna had retreated to the back earlier, but she jumped into the air as if she had been waiting for this moment. The sledgehammer looked too heavy for her, yet she kept twirling it in one hand. She kept spinning it to increase the centrifugal force, and she swung it towards the demon, who was falling to the ground. It was a clean hit. She hit the hilt of the sword, which was embedded in the demon. Hi! Momentum was transferred into the sword. The sword embedded itself deeper into his mouth, and it started to burn. Surprisingly, the mana of an evil reflector was added to the sword when Sienna hit the sword. For a brief moment, she was successful in creating a holy flame. I did it! It is a combination skill called fire baptism. It feels as if everyone in our party is getting used to using each other's mana. It was good news, but it sounded like something from the old tales where the protagonists shouted, "One for all," as they combined their powers. He didn't like it. Still, he had started this, so he couldn't object to it. Artpe let out a sigh of resignation as he raised one hand. While Maetel was fighting the demon, he had extended hundreds of thousands of mana strings into the surrounding. At once, the mana strings wrapped tightly around Petra. Petra was like a bug caught by a spider. He couldn't even let out a scream as he thrashed his body. Good job, everyone. Are you going to change this guy into human too? She had used a massive amount of mana. She was taking deep breaths as she tilted her head in puzzlement. This demon didn't look like a kind person. Artpe let out a bitter laughter when he saw the expression on her face. I just have to confirm something with him. Boop boop boop. Petra was the so-called first-ranked 4 heavenly king, according to Artpe's memories, yet he had been caught so easily. He resisted against his bonds. He tried to convey to his captors that they wouldn't able to break his mind. He really looked like a worm at that moment. Hey, worm. The following questions by Artpe made Petra throw away his lofty pride. Where's your shackles? How were you able to free your soul from the Demon King? Did you also join the previous Demon King's forces? It was a super rare unique skill that could be used by the possessor of the Read All Creation ability, who was going through his second turn in life. It was called how the hell do you know about that? Skill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, A Man's Contract, 3. Chapter 170, A Man's Contract, 3. If you answer my questions, you will no longer be in pain. Petra wriggled his body in a vertical movement. He vigorously expressed his opinion through this method. He looked like a wisp trying to express its emotion. It was quite funny, so Artpe laughed as he slightly loosened the cocoon. Fuck off, Cook. When he regained some control over his mana, he tried to freeze Artpe with his cold energy. However, the cocoon ignited. It started to burn, and it caused tremendous pain to Petra. Our party's greatest strength is that we share our mana and attributes. Isn't it awesome? Goo-ah-ah. It wasn't a simple flame. It was the flame of the phoenix that was infused within the longsword. Moreover, Sienna's magical energy had been added too, and it had transformed into something that could be called a holy flame. This flame had manifested all along the cocoon. It was so painful that tears of blue blood started to pour out of Petra's eyes. Dot. The flame over the entire cocoon extinguished itself in short order, but a flame continued to burn at the tail end of the cocoon. Moreover, Artpe still had a full reservoir of mana. If he received help from his staff, he could easily create another flame. It would be much bigger than the one from before. Hooray for the materialization magic. You probably know this, but there won't be a second chance. Artpe wasn't being stingy. It meant that Petra would die if he was hit with an attack similar to the one from before. I'm a 4 heavenly king. Do you really think I'll cooperate with a hero? Foolish hero, you will lose against the power of the demon realm. I see. You do not serve the demon king. Right? You said the demon realm instead of the demon king. Arte spoke as he touched his neck. If he had a shackle, it would have been located exactly at that region. Of course, Petra knew what Artpe was referring to. You bastard. How much? Cook. How much do you know? I told you what I know earlier. I know the Demon King keeps the demon race in check using his innate ability. This is how he normally controls the demons. However, I also know that the previous Demon King's forces aren't fettered by the Demon King's shackles. This group is secretly working behind the scene. That is all I know. You should be fettered by the Demon King's shackle, yet you are free from it right now. You are merely a hero, so how? How I found out about it isn't important. Well, let's continue our conversation. You probably didn't like your current situation, right? You finally reached a position that was directly beneath the Demon King, yet someone suddenly showed up to steal your spot. Moreover, the absolute control of the Demon King became untenable by this new group. Artpe was making an educated guess to a certain extent. He had no proof that the previous Demon King's faction had interfered with the current Demon King. However, Artpe had killed a demon in the ruin just now, and the demon possessed more magical energy than Petra. This was why Artpe knew that Petra's original position had been threatened. He was able to deduce all this. Moreover, if I had to make a guess right now, did something happen to the current Demon King? When Artpe saw Petra's eyes widen, he came to the conclusion that something disastrous had happened to the current Demon King. There was no way that monster would be pushed around by a level 400 demon. What the hell happened? Artpe sighed in lament when he realized the whole situation had gone awry. Why did the previous Demon King's faction do nothing in his past life? Why only in this current life? Wait moment. At this point, he remembered the words of the previous hero Nanarai Bhadra. His Sunbei had always been obsessed with boasting about himself. He loved listing his accomplishments. In all his boastings, did he explicitly write down the words, "I killed the Demon King"? He never did. Whoa. Wait a moment. Shit. Why was he having such thoughts now? Artpe couldn't understand it himself, yet the idea had blossomed. It filled the space within his head. He glanced at his comrades. They were looking at him with worried eyes. He glared at Petra, who was dancing the twist within the cocoon. He asked Petra a question. Is the previous Demon King still alive? Artpe was greeted by a long silence. Petra studied them, and in the end, he came up with an answer that would cause the most strife to Artpe's party. He put on a sincere sneer as he replied to Artpe's question. What will you do if I said he's still alive? My God. Petra hadn't even thought about hiding his emotion. Artpe's head spun. He had first come up with the idea as a joke. Since there were two heroes, it wouldn't have been strange if there were two Demon Kings. However, the vague idea had suddenly turned into something concrete. In the end, it had become reality. He didn't know what happened to the current Demon King. At the very least, it was clear that the previous Demon King was at large on this world. Moreover, the previous Demon King was clearly stronger than the current Demon King. In the end, the arrogant Sunbeam had been unable to kill the Demon King of his era. He had wondered why that Sunbei bastard had prepared so many things for the future heroes. He had also talked about researching for a way to turn the demons into humans, but in the end, the previous hero had been unable to properly finish the job. On top of it all, why was the previous Demon King attacking after all this time had passed? Wait a moment. The dream I had in the past. It was probably Maetel's memory from her past life. What did Regina say? There was something more horrible than the Demon King, and didn't she say that it had been released? He understood now that the previous Demon King had been freed in his past life. However, why did that event extend into his current life? It felt as if the answer was at the tip of his tongue, but he could no longer think deeper on the subject. The current situation was already making his head hurt as is. I won't tell you anything beyond this. I acknowledge that you guys are stronger than me. However, it is as I've said before. You won't be able to overcome the demon realm. In the end, everything will happen according to his will. The human realm will turn into the demon realm soon. The designation of humans and demons will become meaningless. Now that you know this, you can kill me. The only thing I regret is the fact that I cannot deliver the inevitable despair you will feel with my own hands. Then Etna. Artpe couldn't hold back his frustration, so he spat out his words. Petra, who had been readying for his own death, froze. His body stiffened. What happened to Etna? Where is she right now? Is she safe? You? Artpe would never admit his feelings, but in that moment, Petra saw the emotion within Artpe's eyes. It was similar to the emotion he felt towards Etna. Aside from the sword planted in his neck, it was clear that there was a connection between Etna and Artpe. When Petra confirmed Artpe's feeling towards Etna, he forgot about his current situation. He let out words of derision. "Are you crazy?" He was in pain, yet he cackled. He laughed at Artpe with all his heart. It is true that Etna isn't like other demons in that she cares about the other races. She is a foolish woman, but she isn't foolish enough to ignore her true nature. She is undeniably a demon. When the time comes, she won't hesitate to burn you alive. This won't be the fault of the absolute control of the Demon King. It is the fate between the demon race and the human race. You are the so-called hero, yet you stop spouting such nonsense. I asked you about her whereabout. Artpe had completely ignored his words. This made Petra grind his teeth, and he laughed more heartily. There is only one thing you'll be able to do when you meet Etna. You will do what you are doing to me. You will kill Etna. Since you have that magician by your side, it'll be easy for you to kill her. That is why I won't tell you her location. I love her. Even if she doesn't want me, I want her to live on. I want her to be part of the new demon realm. It seemed Petra planned on saying nothing. In truth, Artpe had used the experience of his past life and his read all creation ability to fluster Petra. It had barely been enough to make Petra him talk. Now Petra clearly had an idea as to what Artpe wanted to know through Artpe's own words. The possibility of getting an answer to his question was close to nil. He now knew that the previous Demon King was still alive. He also learned that the current Demon King's position had been threatened. He might even be dead. Artpe would have to be satisfied with what he had learned. He would have to back off now. Artpe, you said it'll be too dangerous to linger here. Those were your words. Yes, I did say that. Let's go. Artpe lifted a finger. If he raised his finger a little bit more, his materialization magic would activate once again. It would tighten the mana strings, and Petra would be burned to death by the holy flame. Before he did that. You call that love? You are merely a stalker. He couldn't hold back the words he had always wanted to say to Petra. It was something he had pushed down in his past life. He had transitioned from being a heavenly king into being a hero, and he was finally able to speak his mind. You never asked about what Etna wanted. Isn't that right? You probably have no idea what her thoughts are. She will act a certain way, because she is a demon? It doesn't matter if one is born as a human or a demon. We all want the same thing in life, dumbass. Etna hates fighting as much as she hates the endless fire that burns within her. Did you know that, you fucking idiot? For your information, she really hates you. You should take a hint at some point. I guess it is understandable, since you don't care what Etna thinks. You just pushed your unwanted feelings onto her. You probably don't know how much she hates you. Each point brought up by Artpe couldn't be denied. Petra couldn't speak a single word at the bombardment of truth. Of course, this was the same for the members of Artpe's party. From their perspective, the hero sounded as if he knew the heavenly king on a personal level. Amongst them, Maetel's eyes shone unusually bright. I see. Artpe knows Etna really well. Uni. The battle has ended, so why are you raising your sword? Uni. Fortunately, Maetel's anger didn't have the chance to be directed at Artpe. Petra had opened his mouth before that could happen. Do you really think you will be able to understand Etna? What will change for her even if you understood her? Will your position against her change? Will her position against you change? It can be changed. You have no idea. In a flash, Petra became filled with anger when he saw the certainty in Artpe's eyes. They loved the same woman. As a male competing for the same woman, he wanted to break Artpe in half. Petra realized that his love couldn't be realized, so he wanted to see this man despair in front of Etna. That was the only way he'll feel better. Hero. His death was imminent. In that moment, his pride as a man leapfrogged any ideology as a demon. Give me a soul contract. I will bring you in front of her at all cost. Let's see if you can speak those exact words to her. For the first time in his life, Petra Dialito Tekatooth deviate from the plan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, A Man's Contract, 4. Chapter 171, A Man's Contract, 4. Artpe didn't know who and when he'll make a contract with. Therefore, he always carried around soul contracts. The soul contract required mutual consent, but it could be used by anyone with a soul. It could be human to human, demon to demon, human to spirits, etc. There was nothing more reliable than a soul contract. However, there is a downside to the soul contract. If the one signing the contract possesses too much magical energy, the power of the soul contract will have a hard time enforcing its terms. In such instances, the contractor's mana is used to punish the other side. If one is short on mana, a thorny situation occurs. All your mana gets sucked into the other side. I see. Maetel signed at the bottom of the long contract. She nodded her head. That is why everyone in our party is signing the contract. We are co-signing the contract, so our mana will act as auxiliary in case of emergency? Our Maetel has become a lot smarter. Compliments. Give me more compliments. As a gifted demon, Petra had wanted to fuck over Artpe using this feature of the soul contract. However, Petra could only watch in silence as Artpe's whole party signed the soul contract. They cooperated to complete an excellent soul contract. He didn't know about the others, but Petra knew that he couldn't win against the massive amount of magical energy possessed by Artpe and Regina. Moreover, there was the girl with the cat ears. She seemed to be from an anthropomorphic race, and he was having a hard time sensing her magical energy. Good. Let's go over the contract once again. Until Petra completes this contract, he cannot directly and indirectly harm those that are designated to be allies of Artpe. Moreover, he cannot lie to them. Artpe will make the judgment if the terms are broken. This in an unfair contract. Why are you complaining when you've already signed it? Kuok. He could no longer run away. Petra had put a noose around his neck when he acted out on an impulse. Petra let out a groan. Artpe had a cheerful expression on his face as he read the rest of the contract. Petra will guide Artpe and his party to Etna. He will protect her from any external factors that might influence her decision. If she refuses Artpe's offer of accompanying him, Petra will be released from the contract. However, he will not be able to attack Artpe's party in this eventuality. If Etna makes it known that she will follow Artpe's will, Petra will carry out the will of this contract. He will follow Artpe's orders. It is a great slave contract. Artpe likes freedom. Is it okay for you to coerce someone like this? Is it okay to make him submit to you? I believe that those who are capable of thinking and acting for themselves should be free. However, this guy doesn't deserve to think and act for himself. He is trash. As expected of you, Artpe. Petra had been the one to suggest the contract, yet why did he feel aggrieved? Petra gritted his teeth as he had this thought. Anyways, you'll be able to see Etna for yourself, and you will be able to hear her will as a result. I'll have the chance to be freed from this contract. There is nothing for me to lose here. I was released from the absolute control, but I am not sure if she was freed from it too. You realize this fact, right? Of course. However, it won't be a problem. That won't get in the way of us being able to confirm her wishes. Moreover, he had completed his research for the purpose of freeing her. It was a collaboration between Artpe and Sunbeam. He was able to create a type of reclamation magic. Petra had no idea as to why Artpe was so confident in his answer. However, he had come to a conclusion that they were talking past each other, so Petra decided to drop the conversation. I guess I'll have to guide you to Etna. She hasn't returned after leaving for Glacia. We'll start our search there. We already know about Glacia. As expected, you won't be of much help. That's not all. I can trace her tracks using my magic. You are a stalker. Cook. Artpe thought about the time he had met Etna in Glacia. She had been searching for the sculpture made out of the world's first ice. However, she had to wait outside the ruin, so she had left the rest up to Artpe. It happened when the party cleared the ruin. They were about to head out when a powerful demon had attacked the ruin. At the time, Artpe's party decided to retreat, and they had headed towards the underground world. At the time, Artpe assumed that Etna would team up with the newly arrived demon. Both were of the demon race, and Etna still had her shackles on. From what Artpe was hearing from Petra, it seemed he had assumed wrong. After Etna carried out the Demon King's orders, she was given a vacation, and she was supposed to be left alone. It happened during that time. It is as you've said. The previous Demon King's forces made contact with her. I believe they had made some plan that would make sure that she headed towards Glacia. At the very least, they baited her there. She would be weakened in the northern continent, so they would be able to subdue her easily. Damn it. The previous Demon King's forces had secretly baited a heavenly king out of the demon realm. They planned on subduing her. The purpose of this plan was to weaken the Demon King's power. Basically, the past Demon King's forces was locking horns with the current Demon King's forces. It meant Artpe should have gone out to help her fight the other demon. He had blindly assumed that the demon would be on the same side as her. He had been an idiot. Of course, his assumptions had made sense at the time. No. At the time, I hadn't perfected my reclamation magic. I took the preferable path. We were able to take care of the evil heart thanks to the Winter Queen, and I was able to complete the reclamation magic. It isn't too late if Etna remains unharmed. Artpe decided to stop beating himself up, and he focused on Petra's words. However, she won't fall so easily. It was easy to discern why Petra thought that way. Artpe's party had arrived on the northern continent with impeccable timing. The demon, who had come to subdue Etna, had become confused by his party's presence. He had to destroy the Winter Queen's ruin on top of subduing Etna. He failed by attempting to accomplish both tasks at the same time. When Etna saw the demon, she probably realized what was going on. He finally had a full picture on what was going on. He just had to work under the assumption that the demon realm was split into two. It couldn't be more clearer than this. The spy was amongst the heavenly king. The one that recently rose to the highest rank amongst the heavenly king was the traitor. Petra gave a short description of the new heavenly king. There was only one new information Artpe was able to learn from Petra. He had met the new heavenly king before. When? It was when Artpe's party had entered Nanaribhadra's ruin. All right. I've eliminated one complication. Artpe silently clenched his fist as he listened to Petra's explanation. However, it was too late by the time we realized this fact. Yugai killed Jariat, who was working behind the scene in Palladia. Etna went on the run after being attacked, and she hasn't returned yet. Artpe thought Petra was crying. However, when he looked closer, he realized that Petra's blue skin had a red tint to it. It seemed Petra was embarrassed by what had happened. Any meaningful force within the Demon King's castle was the Demon King and me. When the civil war was about to heat up, you guys destroyed the Demon King's castle with your spell. The previous Demon King's forces used this opportunity to mount an all-out attack. You can guess what happened afterwards. He never expected everything to be so connected. While Artpe became dumbfounded, Petra continued to speak. The governing power exchanged hands. I don't know what happened to the Demon King. I just know that my absolute control was dismissed. I lost all connection with the Demon King. Afterwards, the previous Demon King's faction assigned me to the region around the Demon King's castle. They split up as they headed towards various regions of the Demon Realm. Since they've captured the heart of the Demon Realm, they said they'll search for an item out in the open now. I'm not sure what they were searching for. Petra didn't know about it, but Artpe knew what they were searching for. If he summarized the situation, Artpe's party had destroyed the Demon King's castle, and it had helped the previous Demon King's faction expand their power base within the Demon Realm. On the other hand, Artpe's party had acquired all the evil hearts, so he had completely messed up their plan. As expected, life was fun. I decided to cooperate with them for the sake of the Demon Realm. Moreover, I believe Etna will make the same choice as me. We'll know when we ask her. Let's go. He turned around in an energetic manner, but none of his party members looked happy. Maetel spoke on behalf of everyone. She sounded sullen. In the end, we are fighting for that woman? It feels as if we are the bridesmaids. If Etna joins our side, it'll be more beneficial than us leveling up couple levels. I want everyone to follow me without giving me lip. We are returning to where we came from after eating the evil hearts in the Demon Realm. That isn't all we did. We destroyed the Demon King's castle. Our actions also precipitated an update to the forces of the Demon Realm. Nah. I liked it. Master is the best. Nya. It had always been like this after Artpe's party had started their adventure. Something always seemed a bit off. Artpe's party left as they had such thoughts. There was no sign of the Demon King, for Heavenly Kings in the Demon King's castle. The only thing left was a scene of desolation and ruin. On the other hand, the war between the human realm and demon realm was intensifying as the days passed. The human alliance had been formed with the Zard Empire taking on a key role. Silpenin, who was the new king of Diaz, and the dwarves also took an active role. They were able to complete the alliance. Even if the human realm was able to effectively gather their strength, the Demon King's army attacked with the intent of bulldozing everyone. While they were crossing the ocean, they had been unexpectedly attacked by the merfolk, so their number had been reduced drastically. However, they were still the demon race. All the demons were at least level 200, and a single demon was able to wipe out a human battalion. The human realm didn't possess many powerful beings on par with the demons. In the end, the demons had to be killed one by one, and the casualties of the human soldiers were high. It was a war of attrition. It didn't matter which side won. The pain would be felt on both sides. As the war dragged on longer, the human realm became impoverished. People started losing their will to live. Move a bit faster. Can't you see them crawling towards us? The demon reinforcement troop is coming from 11 o'clock. We need reinforcement too. The holy priestess is sending up a prayer. All the injured should be moved close to her. The battlefield was extremely loud. It didn't matter if one was at the top or the bottom of the hierarchy. It was hard to distinguish if one was a demon or a human on the battlefield. Everyone was drenched in blood. It was hard to tell if an attack was coming from an ally or an enemy. Everyone just pushed forward. Silpenin was an extremely bright beacon of light amongst the chaos. Silpenon had faithfully followed the recipe created by Artpe. In the end, he had become the strongest at stealthy attacks, and he also didn't lose to anyone in a head-to-head contest. Once he showed up on the battlefield, he wiped out all his enemies. His allies were mesmerized by his bright red hair. Even if they hadn't received any special buffs, strength returned to their arms when they saw Silpenin. They were able to swing their swords again. I'll break through the right side, so I want you guys to bunch there. Understood, Your Majesty. That person is the new king of Diaz. Several dozen heads of demons flew into the air each time his twin daggers split the air. The humans cheered each time they saw this. However, Silpenin felt himself lacking, so he continued to move faster. This place isn't the only front line. I have to finish the fight here, and I have to go help the elves. Artpe, you bastard. Are you really accomplishing something in the demon realm? Was he perhaps only taking care of the 4 heavenly king? Silpenin grinded his teeth as he turned around. At that moment, a large scythe mowed down the humans. A powerful demon had made his entrance. It looked as if Demon was on a different level compared to the other demons. In the end, that bastard Artpe wasn't able to stop the 4 heavenly kings either. I can't win against him by myself. He made a quick judgment. He wasn't planning on running away. He had planned for such an eventuality. He had a contingency plan where he would be able to gather all his party members, who were spread out all over the battlefield. Arya Cook. Silpenin had been about to contact the Holy Priestess. However, an enormous sides appeared in front of him. Silpenin was able to dodge the attack, but he couldn't stop his communication artifact from being destroyed. I finally found you, young king of Diaz. The demon was truly fast as he arrived in front of Silpenin. He had a creepy voice. His voice sounded like a slithering snake. He spoke as he withdrew his hood. Of course, it was Silpenin's first time seeing this face. It should be the first time, yet. Or should I call you the thief of the hero's party, who had his place stolen? Would that be easier? The combination of words spoken by the demon had nothing to do with him, yet he felt a buzzing in his head when he heard the demon's words. He came to a halt. The demon just grinned as he watched Silpenin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, A Man's Contract, 5. Chapter 172, A Man's Contract, 5. Did you do this? The voice came from a very far place. The hero snorted as she shook her head. Why would I do this? I thought you did it. We thought you became scared, so you called for your mommy. Do you really think I want to bring this story to an end? Are you arbitrarily trying to become the main character of this story? You cannot even defeat me, yet you want to tackle that? No, this story is incomplete. It is a failure. Just watching this story had been absolutely boring, yet you want me to dance to your beat? I refuse. No, I'll achieve it at all cost. The hero spoke those words as she activated her innate ability. The dumbfounded thief just watched as a bright gold light was emitted from the hero's body. He realized that she was using her innate ability, which had been awakened within her by Regina. He couldn't just lie here like this. He had to get up, and he had to help her. It didn't matter what she planned on doing. He would always be by her side. He had delivered despair to her. Somehow, he'll create a bigger hope that'll overshadow that despair. However, he couldn't stand up. He couldn't get close to the light created by her. She hadn't looked back towards him even once. Even the Demon King didn't pay attention to him. He wasn't the main character. He was a minor character. No, it was worse. He was basically part of the background of this story. This was the thief's lot in life. Why was it like this? He always thought he would be able to become the hero's mate if he tried his best. He wanted to become the main character that stood by her side. He wanted to bring this story to an end with her. That was what he had thought. So why was it like this? Why were his actions so futile? It seems you are very self-aware of your own plight. At that moment, an unidentifiable voice tickled the ears of the thief. You are nothing. You are nothing to the hero. You are nothing to the Demon King. You are merely here by chance. You are nothing more than a prop in the background. You are always tiptoeing around on your feet. Doesn't it hurt? You bastard. After he spoke those words, he coughed out blood instead of air. He couldn't even turn his head to search for the being that was talking to him. However, he knew that this being was able to avoid detection from the hero and the Demon King. Shall I tell you something that is surprising and fun? Your future will become more miserable. Miserable? I'm already dying here in a miserable fashion, so how can it become more miserable? The world will be rewritten soon. Surprisingly, it will be rewritten by the man you just killed. When he died, he had awakened his power. This power was so powerful that the Demon King couldn't do anything against it. The man I serve couldn't do anything against it. We are being swept away by that power. How is that possible? It is the power of the innate ability. The hero has one, and the current Demon King has one. My master, who is the one and only Demon King, has one. However, you don't have one. If it wasn't for me, you would have been swept up in that power, and you would have been none the wiser. When he heard those words, the thief's heart cooled. Until now, he had accepted his lot in life as a given. Now the difference in his abilities compared to the others started to feel absurd. He also knew why it was like this. He knew it very well. Even if you give it your all, you cannot leapfrog the hero. It doesn't matter how hard you try. She won't look at you. It'll be the same next time. The world will start once again, yet your turn will never come. Everything will be the same or your lot in life will be worse. If you are lucky, you might be able to stand on the main stage. It is truly humorous. Yes, that man loves the hero. Maybe he will chase you out, and he might occupy the spot next to the hero. Funny it really is, hilarious. A cold rage bloomed within his heart. Where could he direct that anger? Should he direct it towards the four heavenly King Petra, who had put him down like this? Should it be directed towards the Demon King, who didn't even consider him to be an enemy? Or should it be directed towards the hero? He had given it all trying to win her heart, yet in the end, she hadn't even turned around to look at him. Maybe it should be directed towards the man that stole the hero's heart. He was an enemy, yet he hadn't relinquished her heart. What are you? You were born without a meaningful purpose, and your life had led up to nothing. What are you supposed to call that? Can you really call that a life worth living? Are you satisfied with it? You probably won't appear in the hero's story again, and your death is inevitable. Is your death any different from a common soldier that had his throat pierced by a demon of the Demon King's army? The thief had been born to an exceptional station in life, and he had lived an exceptional life. When he met the hero, he believed his life would become more special. In truth, he had worked very hard to make his life special. In the end, he had failed. Now he had to go back? The status he had achieved will be taken away from him too. Do you want to repeat such a life again? In the end, you'll probably live a more ugly life. Is that acceptable to you? Will you take that lying down? What do you want to say to me? What if I said that there is a different way to live your life? Shouldn't you pursue that different path? Live, a different way? It felt as if his world was falling apart. The thief's world was crumbling apart. He didn't know if the world was falling apart, but he knew it was the end for him. The end of the world was being rolled back like a scroll being curled back on itself. The Demon King realized what was going on, and he was astonished by the development. The hero was the only one that seemed to have predicted this. She kept increasing the size of her golden light. As expected, she was the main character that shone brilliantly in any situation. She wasn't swept up by this new development. Instead, she was using this new development to her advantage. She was different from him. In the end, he wasn't able to stand next to the hero's side. She wouldn't stand by his side. Steal her. You just have to take what you want. You kill those that get in your way. Ah. You actually tried that already. We will give you a more suitable position. We have the power to do that. We'll make it so that you'll be able to possess the hero. The hero? You don't have much time. We did our best to make the minimum preparation. You have to choose quickly. Do you want to accompany us? We just want to dye the human realm in a more effective manner. If you stand at the vanguard of our efforts, we can give many things beyond your imagination. The thief couldn't remember which choice he had made. The only thing he could remember was the last voice he had heard. If that is your choice, I'll hold your memory in trust for the day when we meet again. My spot was stolen away? Silpenin answered as if nothing was wrong, but he was letting out cold sweat. He had become very sensitive to mana, so he was able to size up his enemy through the demonic energy leaking out from the demon. At the very least, the demon was 10 levels higher than him. However, that wasn't the only reason why he was letting out cold sweat. Something about this demon was ominous. Silpenin had always thought he was standing on solid ground, but after meeting this demon, it felt as if he was standing in a swamp. His legs were unsteady, and it worried him. You don't have to be so nervous. I just want to have a conversation with you. If you wanted to have a conversation with me, I would have preferred it if you had sent an envoy to my palace. As he spoke those words, Silpenin started to retreat little by little. He wanted to lure the demon towards a location where there were no soldiers. Of course, his opponent knew what he was trying to do. The demon didn't care if the small fishes died or not. He went along with Silpenin's play. You are much stronger than your past self. You've become very powerful. Past? This is the first time I'm meeting you, but I see. You are still stuck in a minor role. Silpenin hesitated when he heard the demon's words. It was as if he didn't have total control over his body. He gritted his teeth as he activated his mana with all his strength. The demon snorted when he saw this. You should think hard on it. We've already had this conversation before. Do you not remember the choice you have made? I'm sorry for being the bearer of bad news, but I think I'm suffering from dementia. If I wronged those that are normally around me, maybe I should go around apologizing in advance? Silpenin had learned the skill to provoke his enemies from Artpe, and he had worked on it. The problem was the fact that he always learned such useless skills. He grumbled to himself as he relaxed his body. The enemy surprisingly smiled when he observed Silpenin's action. You are mimicking him. Are you doing it so that you'll be able to get closer to the hero? He hesitated once again. At this point, Silpenin was sure that the demon knew about his feelings. It was quite unpleasant. He had seen this bastard for the first time, yet this demon acted as if he knew Silpenin's inner thoughts and feelings. It pissed him off. I really hate adventures. He had no choice. He mumbled to himself as he adjusted his stance. He hit his daggers against each other to create a spark. He had found this artifact from a ruin pointed out by Artpe. It was a twin dagger called the Thunder God's Rage. I see. You really don't know anything. As expected, you are merely a prop in the background. Nothing has changed. If so, I'll have to make you remember your contract. You dare. When he sensed the demon approach him, Silpenin moved very fast as he crossed his daggers. He created a clone, and his clone blocked the scythe. In a flash, an enormous thunderbolt appeared, and it hit the demon. Oh! How thrilling! However, you'll feel something more exhilarating. Right? Hook. If it was a normal battle, this was the best play Silpenin could have made. He had used the highest-ranked unique skill of a thief. It allowed him to attack and defend at the same time using clones. Moreover, the artifact was imbued with the property of thunder. Silpenin's dodge was perfect. Hook. However, his enemy didn't care what he did. It didn't matter if it was Silpenin, his mana, or his clone. Everything was fine if the demon was able to make contact with his record. What the hell is this? Maetel. Cook. Why was I at the Demon King's castle? My memories, shit. What the hell did you do? It had been enough for the demon to activate his innate ability called record keeping. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, A Man's Contract, 6. Chapter 173, A Man's Contract, 6. Do you remember everything now? Remember? What the hell did you do? The inside of his head was a confused mess, so he couldn't speak properly. The numerous memories became mixed with his current memories. It made him doubt if he was really here at all. You were the thief of the hero's party, and you went through countless adventures with Maetel. In the end, you guys lost at the Demon King's castle. You fell. You are talking nonsense. He refuted the demon's words on instinct, but he could clearly see the scene inside his head. The Maetel in his memory was a bit more mature than the Maetel he currently knew. He had stood next to her, and he could see his other comrades too. However, Artpe was missing from that scene. There is no such thing as a second hero. You were the hero's partner. At the very least, you thought of yourself as her partner. However, that wasn't true. The hero Maetel hadn't treated Silpenin any different from her other comrades. He had merely been her friend. In the end, she hadn't even tried to bring him along into the battlefield. From beginning to end, Silpenin had merely been the bridesmaid. She only loved the man who had appeared in front of her as an enemy. It seemed the man had felt the same way towards Maetel. Silpenin had become jealous, and he had stabbed that man to death. He justified it to himself by saying that he had done it for the hero. However, his awakening paved the way for us. It is truly ironic. He earned the chance at reversing the world, but it also meant that everyone became swept up in his power. Artpe. He had gained these memories thanks to that damned demon. In his memories, Artpe wasn't the hero. He was the heavenly king. He still looked disgustingly handsome, but his position in life differed greatly. In the end, he had died facing the hero's party. In this current reality, Artpe was. You know this isn't a lie. You've already realized that this is the truth. Doesn't that man have way too much knowledge about everything? Haven't you experienced numerous events that couldn't be explained away by him being wise? Silpenin's weapon had been moving towards the enemy, but at some point, he had come to a stop. It would be easy for him to dismiss this as nonsense, but a different will was inside his head. This other will stopped him from dismissing the demon's assertion. It made him continue the conversation with the demon. Artpe, he tricked me? To be precise, he is duping the entire world. He used to be the heavenly king in the Demon King's army. He changed the world to his taste, and he is putting on an act of being the hero. How laughable is that? You deserve to be next to the hero's side, yet he separated you from her. He took possession of the hero. How can I not laugh? Cook. His head hurt once again. The past. No, the memories and the consciousness from before the reversal of this world was slowly encroaching on his current self. My innate ability is called record keeping. That is why I wasn't completely swept up by his power. I preserved His Majesty's record, and I also took possession of your record. You probably know why I did that. The envoy laughed. I want you to think about the answer you gave. Didn't you say you are with us? He had despaired at his hopeless and shabby situation. He was disappointed at the hero, who hadn't even glanced towards him. He hated Artpe, who had been reborn through his death. That's right. The thief Silpenin had accepted the envoy's proposal. Everything has been prepared. There's only one change in the variable. I was going to give you your past life's record, and I was going to strengthen you. However, you were tricked into following that man. You've already gained power. However, the power you've acquired will be used to stab that man once again. How funny is that? Why me? You possess the true bloodline of Diaz. You have enough power to become a central figure for the humans. If you join the side of the demon race, it won't be necessary to kill numerous humans. What? When Silpenin replied in a dumbfounded manner, the demon spoke with a truly satisfied smile on his face. That's right. In the end, they will all become vassals under His Majesty, so why would we exterminate all of them? What the hell are you talking about? It is quite simple. Everyone will become a demon. If everyone becomes the same, there will be no reason for the humans and demons to fight. The human realm will turn into the demon realm. The two realms will no longer be divided. What are you? In an instant, Silpenin felt a silence descend around him. The envoy's words echoed in his ears. Whether it was possible was secondary. Silpenin could feel that the demon truly believed in his words. He couldn't help but be shocked by it. That kind of tyranny, do you really think we'll let you do as you like? Silpenin grinded his teeth as he yelled out. His mind, which had become fuzzy, regained some of its clarity. He couldn't be swayed by such nebulous story like his past life. He was a king responsible for the lives of countless humans, and he was a warrior. It seemed the envoy was truly enjoying his reaction. The demons live longer than humans, and we are more powerful. Why would humans refuse to become demons? You are going to use such reasoning to turn all humans into demons? Are you nuts? Change? We are just finishing what humans wanted in the first place. They wanted it? Silpenin's instincts sounded an alarm. It was telling him that this was as far as he should listen to the demon's words. He tried attacking the demon, but unfortunately, he couldn't overcome the skill gap between the demon and him. He once again created a thunderbolt with his daggers, but the demon easily blocked it. The demon snickered. The past humans wanted to become strong, and they wanted longevity. No, the current humans want the same thing too. I don't believe you. They put their heart and soul into solving this problem. After countless years, the humans found a method that worked. It was to twist the mana to cause a change in one's body. Basically, it was an evolution. It was a stronger and more destructive form of mana, but it created a superior body. It gave them longevity. Not all could achieve this evolution. However, the ones that were born anew had gained what they had wished for. I told you that I don't believe you. You already know this to be true. They became the demon race. The demon race and the demon realm were created by the hands of humans. No. It couldn't be. The demons were like the elves and dwarves. They were races separate from the human race. This demon was just lying to him. The memories, which was forcefully inserted into him, were a lie. That's right. It was all a lie. You don't need to swing your blades against me. Haven't you already decided to work with me? I know. You want to make humans into demons? I cannot participate in such work. Even if it wasn't a lie, it didn't matter. He was well aware of the nature of the demon race. He knew it very well. The demon had injected memories into Silpenin, and Silpenin was able to bring up relevant memories to this topic. It was a society where the strong preyed upon the weak. It was a world where instinct was valued over logic. Power was the only thing that could keep such a world in order. Maybe, a part of humanity wanted to become demons. It was possible. However, it wasn't something humanity as a whole had wanted. It wasn't a decision that should be made by a small number of supreme beings. The envoy didn't care if Silpenin's ill feeling towards him was deepening. In the end, Silpenin had no choice but to listen to the demon. We'll give them all to your care. We just want to unite the world. We aren't interested in ruling the weak. Do you really think I'll believe that? I don't really have a reason to lie. Are you not satisfied with being given the people of this realm? If so, all right. I'll give her to you too. Her? Silpenin's movement came to a stop as if by magic. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He had a crush on Maetel as soon as he had met her. The memories from his past life had been transferred to Silpenin through the envoy's ability, and it dominated his mind. An extremely pleased smile appeared on the envoy's lips. Originally, the hero Maetel was fated to die. However, we'll spare her if you cooperate with us. You just have to present us with the humans. We'll spare her, and we'll give her to you. She is . There is the one that took possession of the hero's heart. He coveted the place that isn't his, and he turned back the world. I'll help you kill the second hero Artpe. You will be able to kill him with your own hands, and everything you wanted will be yours. As a price, the human realm will be turned into the demon realm. You have to help out a little bit on that. Artpe? That's right. You've regained your memories, so you know this. You know how vile and deceitful that bastard is. You also know how much you hate him as a man. The demon was right. He hadn't said a single lie. Silpenin from his previous life had wanted to kill Artpe. His heart had been filled with that desire. Moreover, Silpenin from his previous life had learned about his own miserable situation when his life was coming to an end. He had believed Artpe was dead, yet Artpe was able to change the world after awakening to his innate ability. The feeling of unfairness had reached a boiling point. However, did these feelings dominate the current Silpenin's heart? In truth, it wasn't like that at all. You can leave the Demon King's castle to me. You should protect your land and your people. Before he had risen to the throne of Diaz, Artpe had talked to him using the communication artifact. Silpenin hadn't forgotten Artpe's words. Also, you should be nice to Arya and Lesity. From my experience, there is nothing more scary than a woman's enmity. Artpe had spoken as if he was showing off his relationship with Maetel. He teased Silpenin, but at the same time, Artpe had given him advice. That wasn't all. If one looked over Artpe's actions, all his actions had been for the people around him. Artpe knew everything, yet he was best at seeing into the heart of people. He looked like he was always doing everything for himself, but his actions resulted in being beneficial to other people. One could tell that he was considerate towards others. Can I really call him a fraud? Even if Artpe had been the four-heavenly king, do I have reason to condemn the current Artpe? Artpe was a leader of people. Everyone that followed him seemed to laugh. Maetel's sole reason for living was for Artpe. All the people that joined Artpe's party had deep feelings for Artpe. They weren't following Artpe because they were coerced. If Artpe used his incredible power to cause change to this world, and let's say he had placed himself at the heart of the world, what if he rose to a position where he was adored by everyone? Would it be right for Silpenon to kill him again? He loved Maetel, but should he forcefully steal Maetel for himself? Should he cooperate with the demons? Was that what he really wanted? In the first place, did Artpe want to be affiliated with the Demon King's army? He was born as a demon, yet did he want to fight against humanity? Silpenon had the memories from his past life, so he could find the answer. All demons had been shackled by the absolute control. What did Maetel from his previous life say to Artpe? What did she say when she met the tired and sad Artpe? What did Artpe say to her? Should I really carry all the feelings I had in my previous life into this current life? If I merge those feelings into my current feeling, will I be able to accept everything about myself? Am I confident that I won't regret it? I know what it is like to love, yet do I have the right to steal away someone else's love? Above all else, is the choice made by Silpenon from his previous life the best choice for the current Silpenon? My answer. I guess you are ready to give me your answer. I refuse. Silpenon lowered his head, then he raised it. The two daggers in his hands let out a blinding blue light. Even if he was a high-level demon, he became blinded for a brief moment by the light. Refuse. Foolish human. You felt so much despair and anger, yet you refuse. Cook. After his vision returned, the demon gritted his teeth as he glared at Silpenon. However, Silpenon was no longer alone. Ooh-ah-ha. He's an incredibly strong demon. I shouldn't have come here. Shit. What a crappy life I live. Hoo. An additional bonus. If I'm able to kill that bastard, I can catch Artpe by the scruff. Mr. Silpenon, we weren't too late. There was the guardian knight, who had accompanied him through his whole life. There was the black magician that shared an ill-fated relationship with him. However, he grown to have affection for the black magician. Then there was the merchant Ajumma. He had known her for quite a while, yet her appearance and mind hadn't changed. Lastly, there was the girl, who mistrusted him, yet she continued to follow him. She was the holy priestess, who used to be a servant. When Silpenon was added to these four members, another hero's party was born. It didn't matter what others said. This was Silpenon's party. I've found someone that is more precious to me than Maetel. You bastard. The thunderbolt hadn't been meant to harm the demon. It was a signal that called in his comrades. When the demon belatedly realized this fact, he raged as he bared his teeth. Silpenon let out a gleeful laughter as he took his combat stance. The holy priestess quickly used her blessing to increase his abilities. The thief from the previous life had become the young king of a nation in his current life. After finding out the whole truth, he had chosen his current life. When he did so, his daggers let out a much more brilliant light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Phoenix's Daughter, 1. Chapter 174, Phoenix's Daughter, 1. Foolish bastard. Since you possessed great qualities for becoming a demon, I was going to give you special treatment. In the end, you made the wrong choice. What a load of rubbish. Silpenon had made up his mind. Silpenon brushed aside the demon's words. The only good demon is a dead demon. Ha! Silpenon's daggers clashed in the air with the demon's scythe. Silpenon was still at a disadvantage, but the difference between the two wasn't stark at all. How could someone change so much in a short amount of time? The holy priestess buff was strengthening Silpenon, but that shouldn't have made this much of a difference. It was difficult for the demon to explain the change. You bastard. The demon had a realization. Silpenen's movement was changing at a fundamental level. It was especially noticeable to the demon's eyes that several of Silpenen's skill was being strengthened in an instant. Is it the record I returned to you? If you are bitter about it, you can try to take it back. It was impossible. The demon hadn't put any constraints when he returned Silpenen's record. When taking someone's record, it was only possible if there was mutual consent. It seems Silpenen also knew this. In the past, you wholeheartedly accepted our offer. Why are you opposing me? My past self was also opposed to the demon race. Then what is your answer in regards to the hero Maetel and Artpe? Those two are my friends. The answer was so straightforward that he looked like an idiot for worrying about it. He nimbly swung his daggers as he used a skill. He charged towards the demon. There is no way I'll kill my friends, you bitch, that. You know everything, yet you foolishly choose to stand on the side of humanity. We don't need you to swallow up the human world. As a result of this, I'll make sure that you'll die in the most humiliating and miserable fashion. Oh no, you don't. It wasn't Silpenen's voice. It was Aria's voice. She had no idea what the two were talking about, but she was sure the demon had just insulted Silpenen. She could insult him, but others couldn't insult Silpenen. She was firm in this belief as she attacked the demon with her holy spell. Of course, the level difference was large, so the attack wasn't that effective. However, it made the demon flinch for a brief moment. In the next moment, Lesity charged the demon from the front. Deus and Mycenae attacked from long range. This is your choice. In the end, you are deceiving yourself. You are acting as if you are satisfied with what you already have. An ominous light was emitted from the side, and the demon pushed aside the party's attack in one sweep. Silpenen ran within the shadows as he tried to stick his daggers into the demon's leg. However, his attack was neutralized when the demon detonated his demonic energy. All right. This will also be a source of entertainment. By killing you guys here, it'll create despair within the hearts of humans. It'll help us break down morale amongst the humans. Mr. Silpenen. Eek, uni. Fu. When the demon swung his scythe, several dozen mana blades glinting with darkness appeared from within. It attacked Silpenen, who had been rolling on the ground. The only one within the party with a shield was Lesity. She was able to block the attack. The demon hadn't put much effort into creating this attack, yet Lesity had to use all her strength to block each blow. The demon's blows were too heavy. He's a monster. Endure it, Lesity. If we let this bastard do as he likes, he'll clear this battlefield by himself. Silpenen quickly got up, and he took his stance. A blue aura started burning up his daggers. Of course, this aura extended up to his arms. Until now, his ability had been lacking to use this skill. Hup. You have spunk, but an attack of that caliber can't. Hoop. Great. This counts as 10 golds to my account. Mycenae's arrow flew true as it took off the demon's hood. When the demon instinctively flinched backwards, Silpenen's attack hit squarely on his face. A fierce spark appeared, and the demon couldn't hold back a groan. Coo whoop. All right. The attack was effective. Aria. Oh God, your servant sends her fervent wish. Please give blessing to this being, who is twisted in an evil manner. It was the most holy blessing that Aria could use, and it came down on the demon. As a holy priestess, this was also the strongest attack she could use against a demon. The holy power considered the demon race to be twisted and wrong. This was why the power of the blessing tried to revert the demons to their original form. As a result, the amount of demonic energy possessed by the demon decreased, and his ability to heal from a wound was delayed. If I think about it, it is obvious as to why demons become tormented by the presence of holy energy. If humans were changed into demons, it is obvious that they aren't in their true form. The divine will didn't have hold over the demon race. Selpenin still had deep hatred from his previous life dyeing his heart. However, Arya was looking straight at him with worry in her eyes. He was able to slough off those nasty emotions. You brats! You little maggots dare do this to me. Good. You are starting to drop archetypal lines. It was as Artpe always said. When someone that looked capable started to spit out common lines of a villain, one had to no longer worry about that enemy. At this moment, it was funny that he had thought about Artpe's words. However, if one thought about the relationship he developed with Artpe in this life, it was quite natural. You better be prepared for me later, Artpe. He wanted to get the whole story from Artpe. Moreover, Selpenin was going to put his emotions from his past life into making a confession to Maetel. He'll confess, and he'll be turned down. He'll be able to make a clean break. He knew who was most important to him right now. Despite this fact, he still had the emotions that he had amassed over a very long time. He won't be able to go forward without settling that issue. All right. Selpenin's eyes shone brightly. He was determined to kill this demon at all cost. I'll kill you, thief. Cook. The demon swung his scythe in a wide arc as he bled. He was able to repel Lesity. Then he swatted aside the attacks sent by Deus and Mycenae. He charged towards Selpenin. He did so, because he knew who was the nucleus of this party. Hulu. Selpenin took a deep breath, then he faced the demon with daggers in his hands. If he clashed straight on with the demon, his weapons or his arms would break. It was an either-or proposition. He was well aware of this fact. Despite knowing this, he didn't retreat. I was lower in level in my previous life. However, Selpenin from his past life had been on many adventures with the hero for a very long period of time, and he had worked on perfecting his skills. Of course, the current Selpenin had followed Artpe's recipe, so he had learned various thief skills. He had trained hard at perfecting those skills, but he had too little time to train for those skills compared to his past life. The difference was stark. Currently, he decided to accept his past life at face value, and he decided to kill his enemy by making the best use of the experience he had gained. His current self had overwhelmingly higher level compared to his past self, yet his past self was much more proficient in his skills. If he could combine the best of both life, he could create a new possibility. I'll harvest your worthless lives. Whoop! The twin daggers clashed in the air, and a brilliant white light appeared. It wasn't just light. The materialized mana turned into thunder as it exploded. It was sent towards the envoy. The envoy had somewhat predicted this attack, so he had prepared a barrier spell beforehand. He pushed the barrier spell forward. When Selpenin was stalled by the barrier, the envoy planned on cutting off Selpenin's head. After locating Selpenin, he was about to swing his scythe, but he realized that his hands were empty. Die. Cook. Selpenin's dagger impacted on the defenseless chest of the demon, and a powerful thunderbolt flowed into the demon. On his other hand, Selpenin wasn't holding his other dagger. He was holding the demon's scythe. Loot. Buy it from me, Mycenae. Accepted. The deal occurred at lightning speed. In a flash, Mycenae took possession of the scythe, and she put it away in her dimensional pocket. The demon was so taken aback that he wasn't able to say anything. At that moment, an additional attack impacted on the demon. It sounded as if a drum was being hit. How dare you take that from my hands? You said it yourself. I am the thief of the hero's party. Moreover, a thief's specialty is to steal. My status in life doesn't prove my skill. I always made sure my skill proves my station in life. He hadn't done it solely for Maetel's attention. It was the same in his past life and current life. He always had responsibilities on his shoulders, and he had worked really hard to acquire what he wanted. Silpenin from past life had combined with the current Silpenin. It awoke the abilities that he needed right now. Even if I don't have a weapon, I can kill you with magic. I'll just steal that too. Silpenin once again charged forward. He no longer was using his twin daggers. The twin daggers had been a smokescreen. It was used to hide his true ability. As a true thief, he needed one hand free. You dare interfere with 4 Heavenly King Dios power? Yup. The demon revealed his name as being Dios. He let out a short cantrip to create a spear made out of demonic energy. He laughed boldly as he faced Silpenin. The demon was most definitely powerful. His innate ability was unique, and it was powerful enough to twist common sense. Still, your power isn't geared towards battle, right? It depends on how I use it. It can be used in battle. You bastard. At that moment, Dios finally realized something. His eyes widened. However, it was already too late. Silpenin had received support from the Holy Priestess, so his ability had risen to its zenith. The thunder dagger was in one hand, and he extended his free hand. He took on Dios' attack. Go hawk! In the next moment, Dios lost the spear made out of pure demonic energy. That wasn't all. The demonic energy from the spear had been connected to him. It was ripped out of him, and it had caused massive damage to him. It defied common sense, so Dios couldn't have anticipated this attack. At the very least, Dios realized that it was skill that wouldn't make sense even if it was explained to him. Hooah! Afterwards, the demonic energy that was ripped away from the demon was transformed into thunder. Silpenin's dagger was embedded deep into Dios' chest. He detonated the massive energy within his chest. If I use your power, I can make it into an offensive power. The counter had contained Dios' power. In the end, the demon fell to his knees. Silpenin's party didn't miss this opportunity. Lesity, Mycenae, Deus, and Aria focused their attack, and they cut away at a demon's life force. The fact that they were overwhelming a demon that was over 10 levels higher was a miracle in itself. Or maybe. Are you perhaps? Silpenin twisted the dagger embedded in his chest. He asked the demon a question. In your organization, are you called the weakest amongst the 4 heavenly kings? How did you know that? In the previous demon king's army, Dios had been known as the weakest amongst the 4 heavenly kings. He was in charge of keeping records. Dios grinded his teeth. Silpenin had just asked it for curiosity's sake. He smacked his lips as he stuck the dagger into the demon's head. The style of your death made it seem so. After confirming his enemy's death, Silpenin raised his head. He had fundamentally changed from before. He looked at his surrounding with new eyes. It was as if the world was his oyster. He used to be the thief of the heroes' party in his past life. Currently, he was the young king of Diaz, and he was the leader of another heroes' party. In that moment, Silpenin awakened to his innate ability called plunder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Phoenix's Daughter, 2. Chapter 175, Phoenix's Daughter, 2. Artpe's party exited the demon realm without a hitch. Of course, they temporarily joined up with the Genesis mermaids. Artpe assessed the overall power of the Genesis mermaids, and he created a new defensive line that would be more effective in barricading the demon realm. I'll stay behind, Master. I see. You've made your choice. Yes. It is very unfortunate that I cannot stay by Master's side, but... Cheryl returned to her role as ruler of the Genesis mermaids. If she followed her desire, she would have accompanied Artpe. However, there was a chance that she would lose all her vassals if she didn't return. She had to rule over her people. I'll block the demons here. The fact that I was able to be with Master for a short amount of time made me happy. The war won't drag out too long. I'll see you at the end of it. I'll do my best to end it quickly. Even by herself, she had power that was on par with a heavenly king. Her words gave him much confidence. After Artpe saw her rejoin the merfolk, he turned around. He was greeted with Maetel's sullen eyes. When the war ends, you don't have to see that woman again. Let her live her life in the ocean. Sometimes you say the most surprising and scary words, but I just worry that Artpe will be duped by other women. Artpe is kind. This is why I worry that you'll fall for the machination of women with black hearts. Look. Aren't you suffering even now, because of one particular black-hearted woman? No matter how much Artpe thought about it, the one with the blackest heart was Maetel. It seemed she wasn't self-aware of this fact, so it was pointless to point this out. She is correct. Artpe is too kind, so a bad woman can easily deceive you. That is why I have to protect Artpe from such women. Vadanet, sometimes you say the most interesting thing. He had already given up trying to stop Maetel and Vadanet from fighting. That was why he had decided to avoid them altogether. When he looked away, he caught sight of Petra. He was looking into a tracking artifact. You are able to find her with that? It is a very sensitive artifact, but I've used this artifact for the past couple dozen years. That is why I am able to get a general distance and location of my target. As expected, you have the skill of a pro stalker. Amazing. Shut up. The pro stalker Petra kept looking into the artifact for a long time, and he tilted his head in confusion. This can't be. What's wrong? For your sake, you better not say that Etna is dead? That isn't the case. However, her location hasn't changed from the last time I checked? In Artpe's head, he imagined Etna sensing Petra's tracking magic. She would probably burn all traces related to her location. He liked that image, but if she did that right now, it would make his task of find her more difficult. Where was she when you last checked the artifact? Is it Glacia? I thought she would have exited Glacia by now. Shit. We have to hurry. Petra hadn't worried about Etna even though she was being chased by the previous Demon King's army. He had joined forces with the previous Demon King's army, so he had assumed she would be subdued by the previous Demon King's army. In the end, she would have to cooperate with them. Petra hadn't balked at the idea, because he would be on the same side as Etna. However, she had been trapped in Glacia for the past year. That was a different story altogether. The mere presence of the ice continent weakened Etna's power. If Etna had been chased around in such an environment, it was highly probable that her mind and body wasn't sound right now. Petra wasn't interested in embracing a thorny cactus. Let's go. In the end, we have to go to Glacia again. I hate the cold. Artpe ruminated as he increased the speed of the steel horse. Was he thinking about Etna and Petra? No, he was thinking about the previous generation's hero and demon king. I am getting some idea as to why my current life unfolding differently from my previous life. It does bother me that this theory is based on the periodic dreams I've had. However, veracity of those dreams have been confirmed. I had already suspected this early on. In his past life, the previous demon king and his forces had been sealed. It was probably the work of the previous hero. He wanted to pick a bone with the previous hero. If he had the power to seal the previous demon king, why hadn't he killed the previous demon king? His heart was full of desire to berate the previous hero. The previous hero probably didn't have enough power to kill the previous demon king. That was the most probable answer. Despite this fact, the previous hero hadn't mentioned that he hadn't killed the previous Demon King. It was conspicuously absent in the messages left behind to the future heroes. He just wrote down words that boasted about himself. It made Artpe want to bring the dead back to life, so he could beat up the previous hero. Anyways, they were sealed. Since Nanaraibadra's ruin was placed near the Demon King's castle, I wonder if the seal was placed near the Demon King's castle too. Moreover, that seal broke when Maetel's party invaded the Demon King's castle. They were freed on the day I died. This was all speculation. When the seal was broken, Artpe had awakened to the second stage of his innate ability. In that moment, he had caused change to the world using his rewrite ability. The world was rewound, and the nearby seal was affected by his ability. Or maybe, the previous Demon King had affected his innate ability and the seal. Everyone else was probably swept up in the rewrite, and they had no choice. On the other hand, it might have created an opportunity for the previous Demon King, who was sealed. Didn't the Winter Queen talk about it? Those with massive records weren't swept up in the change. If the previous Demon King possessed enough power, he might not have been swept up in the rewrite. The current situation could be explained. As soon as Artpe returned to his past, the reality was already distorted. From that point on, the previous Demon King's faction started to methodically regain their power, and they had confronted the current Demon King's forces. In the end, they had gained control of Demon Realm. In the end, it's my fault. You are right. If you were a little bit less handsome, I wouldn't be this troubled. If Artpe was a bit more strict, you would have walked a different path from this sort of a hero. You guys are still fighting over that topic? As if to ask Artpe to choose who was more right, Maetel and Vadanet had approached him. He flicked both their foreheads, and he let out a sigh. They had entered into the heart of the Demon Realm, and they had fought big battles there. They had returned after learning a big secret of the Demon Realm. His party members didn't look strained by the recent events. He wondered if he was being too strung up. As he thought about it, he found his needless worry to be pathetic. He decided not to overthink it. Everything was based on a supposition. It wasn't certain that the previous Demon King's seal was broken by Artpe's awakening. Moreover, it was true that the Demon Realm became reinforced by this development, but the hero side had gained much more than the other side. He was one of the 4 heavenly kings in his past life, and he had been revived in his current life as a hero. The hero's party had gained Vadanet and Sienna thanks to Artpe. Silpenin was much stronger than his past self. Artpe. Speak of the devil. As soon as Artpe thought about Silpenin, he contacted Artpe. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he took out his communication artifact. He answered it. Are you doing okay? We are going to Glacia to acquire a new party member. Didn't you say that last time? Anyways, we killed one of the 4 heavenly kings. 4 heavenly king? From what I know, there shouldn't be any 4 heavenly kings left. He wasn't under the current Demon King. He was the weakest amongst the 4 heavenly kings working under the previous Demon King. He had an innate ability called record keeping. He had never expected to hear such words from Silpenin's mouth. It was what Artpe had been most worried about. It seemed the previous Demon King's faction was starting to operate out in the open. Wait a moment. Silpenin had encountered the 4 heavenly king from the previous generation. Is anyone hurt? What's the damage? Everyone is safe. His innate ability couldn't be used directly in battle. It didn't matter if the weakest 4 heavenly king was working under the current Demon King or the past Demon King. The result was befitting his title. The manner of his death, and the fact that he had an ambiguous innate ability was similar to the previous Artpe. Artpe hoped that Bastard couldn't rewind the world. Since Artpe was still here, it meant that the weakest 4 heavenly king wasn't capable of rewinding the world. He should be happy, yet somehow, he felt tears well up in his eyes. It was unknown as to whether Silpenin knew what emotions Artpe was feeling, but he continued to speak in a calm manner. In the process of killing him, we all grew a good amount. You'll probably see me in new light when we meet again. I'm already seeing you in a different light. Anyways, it is fortunate that you guys were able to kill him. I'm glad you are safe and sound. So he mentioned the previous Demon King? Did he volunteer this information? What is record keeping? All right. I'll explain it to you. However, there is something I must confirm with you before I do so. His voice was lower than usual, and Artpe understood that Silpenin was being serious. Speak. So, you? Do you? Artpe had set the stage for him, yet Silpenin was tentative to speak. Artpe became restless, so he decided to strike first. For your information, I like women. Is Maetel amongst the women you like? What? Is this the information he must confirm with Artpe? In a flash, he turned around, and he realized that Maetel was staring at him. He let out an eek as he shrank into himself. There was no way she could hear the transmission. He wondered if she thought he was talking to a woman. Maybe she was jealous. Hurry up and answer me. Artpe put up a soundproof barrier. It made Maetel narrow her eyes further. He snorted as he waved her away. Yes, I like her. Are you satisfied? Then you should promise me. You will never allow her to get hurt. She might get hurt in a fight, so I can't give you a definite answer. Hey. At the very least, I won't let her die while I'm still alive. Since his opponent was being serious, Artpe had to answer in a serious manner. After hearing those words, Silpenin didn't say anything for a brief moment. He finally let out a sigh as he answered Artpe. All right. I believe you. Let's move on to the main topic. What? I want to talk to you about your past life. I want to hear how you became a hero after you escaped being a heavenly king. This time his thoughts truly came to a stop. The demon I met had an ability called record keeping. I received record from my past life from him. He wanted to bring me over to their side. He wanted me to help them make the human realm into the demon realm. I was able to become stronger thanks to him, and we were able to kill him. Record keeping that makes sense. At the same time, he was able to accept why the previous Demon King's faction was able to recover their power so quickly. Before they returned to the past, the heavenly king had stored their records. He was able to restore their past records in their current lives. It was fortunate that Silpenin's party was able to kill him. It was best to kill such a variable as soon as possible. However, the last change caused by the past heavenly king was giving Artpe a headache. I won't betray you, and you don't have to worry about me revealing this information to others. I just want to hear your story. Silpenin, you've really matured. It is all thanks to you, Artpe. So, Silpenin was probably letting out a bitter laughter on the other end of the communication artifact. Artpe's mortal enemy from his previous life spoke to him. Will you tell me your story? It'll take a very long time. We aren't dating, so it would be awkward to talk to you on the communication artifact for so long. You can tell me in your spare moments. I want to become as strong as you. Even if it is a little bit, I just want to see the makeup of your heart. Artpe thought about it for a brief moment. They would be on the move for a while, and he had nothing to do during that time. Moreover, he had someone he could talk to. He could reveal everything about himself. In truth, he was thankful for the opportunity. All right. Let's do that. At the end, you'll have so much respect for me that you won't know what to do with yourself. In the end, Artpe nodded his head. At that moment, Maetel had become peeved. She had put a massive amount of mana in her fists, and she was getting ready to break his soundproof barrier. He didn't forget to add this qualifier. First, I have to make up an excuse with Maetel, but they were on the road to Glacia. This was how Artpe gained a free diversion to pass the time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Phoenix's Daughter, 3. Chapter 176, Phoenix's Daughter, 3. We are getting closer. I'm sure she is alive. I can detect her moving a little bit. Hoo-oo. As expected, she's still alive. As they got closer to Glacia, the words spoke by the party members decreased. Ironically, the level of tension was higher than the time they attacked the Demon King's castle. Are you guys getting nervous at the thought of fighting the former Demon King's forces? You don't have to worry too much about them. We won't be pushed unless the previous Demon King makes his appearance. I don't think the former Demon King is directly involved in this. If he is personally here, there's no way Etna would be able to run away like she is doing right now. Ooh. The thought of that woman joining our party makes me very nervous. Is that really the problem you guys are worried about? Maetel's words sounded like a joke, but at the same time, it didn't sound like a joke. At her words, everyone just nodded their heads. It seemed they weren't worried about the upcoming fight at all. Artpe wondered if there had been a flaw in their training program. He seriously mulled over that question, but of course, there was no answer forthcoming. As expected, I should have killed her as soon as I met her. You should consider yourself fortunate that she didn't kill you, you dork. He wondered what Etna was thinking right now as she resided in Glacia. Artpe thought about it. Did the loyalty she had towards the current Demon King make her decline the former Demon King's offer? He didn't think that was the case. She probably didn't want to fight, so she was on the run. Still, it wasn't entirely positive news for Artpe. She doesn't want to fight for the Demon King's army. However, does she want to fight on the side of humanity? That is an entirely different question. She didn't like a fight where blood was shed. Despite knowing this about her, could he really ask her to fight the demon race? She was born into the demon race, so maybe the idea of fighting other demons might sound worse to her. What if she becomes hostile towards him because he asked her to fight? What if she joined the previous Demon King's faction as a result? If something so idiotic happened. There is no way she would have ill feelings towards Artpe, so you are being worried for nothing. The probability of that woman becoming hostile towards you is lower than Artpe being the Demon King. How the hell do you guys know what I'm thinking? Artpe glanced at Petra, who was still looking into his artifact. Artpe had no idea what Petra was feeling, but he continued to maintain a calm visage through all of this. That is my party's opinion. Etna is a demon. She will fulfill her duty and obligation. Then why is she on the run? If she wants to fulfill her duty and obligation to the demon race, she would have joined up with the former Demon King's faction. That it is because she is loyal to the current Demon King. It was the most original bullshit Artpe had heard up until now. It seemed Petra also didn't believe in what he was saying. He pivoted to another argument. We'll find out once we ask for her opinion. That is the reason why I made a contract with you. The answer is already available to you. Artpe had no idea what Petra expected from Etna, but in the end, Petra will never have what he desired. Artpe let out a bitter laughter. Petra snorted. Soon, the steel horse containing the party arrived at the ice continent of Glacia. It still looked like an endless snow-covered field, but when Artpe looked at it through his red all-creation ability, he realized Glacia wasn't the same at all. Artpe instinctually realized what was happening to the ice continent, so he mumbled to himself. It's ruined. Is that woman dead? No. In my opinion, this continent is dying. Regina spoke instead of Artpe. The north is normally cold. The reason being the Winter Queen slept in the north. Her presence made the north colder. However, she handed her record over to you. The continent is reverting to its original state. This might be the reason why Etna remains alive. If the coldness from the Winter Queen had been maintained, Etna would have a hard time surviving within Glacia. However, the Winter Queen's record was given to Regina. Fortunately, Etna was able to hold out thanks to the loss of the Winter Queen's presence. Everything would turn out fine unless the entire continent melted away. Artpe nodded his head as he activated his red all-creation ability to its fullest extent. It wasn't just about Etna's location. The force of the previous Demon King was also here. He planned on killing them after searching them out. Artpe, are you done communicating with Silpenon? Yes, I'm about done with that. I don't like it. Maetel always seemed to have anger burning in her heart towards Silpenon. Artpe stared at her as he suddenly asked her a question. Do you have something you want to ask me? You said you will tell me about it when the time is right. I'll wait for that time. Is that so? Yes. In truth, aren't you like Silpenon? Do you already know about everything? He wanted to throw those questions towards her, but he didn't have the courage to follow through. It might be childish, but he wanted to continue enjoying her endless kindness. What about me, Artpe? This doesn't involve you. You are too much. In his past life, Artpe had no history with Fatinette. This was why he felt untroubled when he looked at her. This was the same reason why he felt comfortable around Sienna. It was also why he sometimes played favorites with Sienna, and Maetel might have a vague idea he was doing this. We don't have the time to be idling like this. The artifact is starting to react more fiercely. Fatinette was miffed, so she was starting to hop around in place. Artpe had been soothing her when Petra clicked his tongue. He spoke towards Artpe. As a response, Artpe increased the speed of the steel horse, and he replied towards Petra. Didn't we already anticipate most of this? We possess massive amount of magical energy, and we are all moving in the same group. Of course, the other side will detect us. That is why we should hurry up. At the very least, we have to hear her answer before she dies. It was as if Petra was fixated on something. By observing his actions, he wondered if Petra was acting this way based solely on a sense of responsibility towards the demon race. Or was it comradeship? Was it based on his love towards Etna? Maybe, it was an insight he discerned long time ago. However, Petra's face remained impassive. Artpe couldn't read anything from his face, so he shrugged his shoulder. It isn't enough to get an answer from her. We have to save her. Her life force is so faint. She is as weak as she could be. She is a demon, so I wonder what method you will use to save her. I look forward to seeing it. Petra mocked Artpe. It sounded as if Petra wanted Etna to die. That was the vibe he was giving off. It seemed all demons were psychopaths. Artpe had been one of those demons in his past life, yet he had such thoughts. The artifact was gradually reacting more fiercely. It was as Petra had said. Etna wasn't in her normal condition. Despite this fact, she was continuing to move, and it was clear that she was alive. Ah! Artpe let out an exclamation. A bright light was emitted from his eyes as he searched his surrounding. It seems they found Etna's general location thanks to us. They are starting to move in earnest towards the direction we are traveling. Are you able to check their overall power? There is one at level 385. There are two hovering around level 370. 5 of them are at the cusp of level 350. If Artpe was in his past life, these demons were at a level that was comparable to him. He had been a 4 heavenly king. They couldn't be the entirety of the previous Demon King's forces. Still, it was excessive amount of force when one considered that they were here to capture a single demon. He turned slightly pale at this fact. All right. I'll head towards them. When Maetel heard Artpe's words, she didn't hesitate. She made the declaration as she unsheathed her sword. Artpe was struck dumb. Maetel tilted her head in puzzlement as if to ask him what was wrong. Of course, Artpe and Roa received the most EXP last time. However, I also reached level 385 after killing that demon not too long ago. Will you really be okay? Yes. I'm used to always fighting opponents higher in level than me. This time there are a little bit more of them, but I won't lose to such lousy opponents. Even if I wanted to lose, I wouldn't be able to lose to them. She didn't intend to do it, but she always dropped memorable lines. He was really scared of this Maetel. No, that's not all. That woman will be incredibly happy to see Artpe, and Artpe can't just leave her be. If I see that sight, I would want to kill that woman. That is why I'll make myself scarce. That is why Artpe has to finish any skinship with her by the time I return. You really never change. HNNNG. After Maetel spoke, Regina stepped forward with her staff. Maybe their goal isn't solely to capture Etna. Their attention might shift from Etna to us. What are you saying? It means I'm going to go with Maetel. I have the answer they want. Regina's eyes twinkled. He couldn't find the common link between Etna and Regina. He tilted his head in confusion. Then he suddenly had a thought. Now that I think about it, the previous Demon King's faction gave Etna the information about the Winter Queen's ruin. Maybe they didn't go through all of this because they wanted to capture Etna. Maybe they wanted Etna to clash against the Winter Queen, so the Winter Queen would be weakened. It would have allowed them to kill the Winter Queen? Etna possessed the power of fire, so she would have weakened the entire ice continent. This was obvious, but the Winter Queen was synced with the ice continent. It would have also weakened the Winter Queen. Even if one possessed great power and high level, one couldn't replicate what Etna could do. Of course, Etna also became weakened as a price. The ice continent of Glacia is also part of this world. If they want to make this world into the demon realm, they need to kill the ruler of Glacia. That is an excellent deduction, Regina. So what does that have to do with you? I have a feeling. She stuck to the back of Maetel, who was about to jump off the steel horse. She moved her lips slightly. I might be Glacia's next ruler. The two girls quickly left the steel horse, and they started chasing down the previous Demon King's forces. Petra was shaken by the words left behind by Regina. As always, Artpe ignored Petra. We'll arrive soon. Artpe no longer needed to rely on Petra's artifact. Etna was meticulous in hiding herself, but Artpe could see where she was. Her location was something that could be discerned by an artifact. Of course, Artpe's Read All creation could discern her location too. I can't see her. I believe she is using a stealth spell that uses heat. As expected of Etna. I can see her. What? Artpe's eyes honed in on Etna. When she caught sight of the unidentifiable steel horse, she had firmly bitten her lips. Two enormous fireballs appeared in her hands. If someone else looked towards her, they would have seen the snowy field suddenly melt away. One wouldn't be able to see it, but one would feel a pillar of fire emerge into existence. I won't go back. When the flame was about to wash over the steel horse, it clashed with Petra's cold energy. The flames disappeared without much fight. Petra clicked his tongue when he saw this. As expected, she is dying. Yes, I can see that. Artpe gave a short reply as he jumped off the steel horse. Petra was taken aback by Artpe's unpredictable action. He followed after Artpe. Artpe? It was as if she was having a hard time believing in her own eyes. She mumbled to herself. As expected, her body wasn't in its normal state. Until Artpe had revealed himself, she was unable to detect him. That was proof that she wasn't okay right now. Artpe. When he landed on the ground, Etna was able to confirm that it was him. Etna raised her voice as she called out to him. There were tears welling up in her eyes. It was as if she was about to cry. Artpe finally realized something. Maybe Etna had been under the false assumption that Artpe had died in the ruin. Etna. Petra spoke to Etna in the language of the demon race. Her eyes had been fixed on Artpe. She finally realized Petra was there too. When she saw him, her eyebrows furrowed. Yes. I sensed you first. The cold energy that I hate. Artpe, why did you come here with him? Did you decided to work with the demon race? Nope. Artpe used blink as he immediately arrived in front of Etna. She immediately tried to hug Artpe. However, she became guarded when she saw Petra arrive behind Artpe. Etna, I want to confirm something with you. As soon as Petra confirmed it was Etna, he abruptly spoke towards her. He spoke over her. Will you return to the demon realm or are you going to be with this man? What? Etna's eyes turned round. Petra kept staring at her as if he was trying to see through her. Artpe let out a sigh as if he felt sorry for Petra. Ah. This was why this bastard was unpopular with the ladies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Phoenix's Daughter, 4. Chapter 177, Phoenix's Daughter, 4. We'll speak to her after we let Etna recover a little bit. We have to ask her the question first. Artpe frowned as he tried to get in the way of Petra. However, he let out cold energy from his entire body as he stopped Artpe's advance. Petra took a small step towards her. As he did so, he had made an explosive declaration. Etna, this man is the hero. Despite this fact, do you wish to be with him? This bastard took the initiative like this. Artpe wanted to calm down Etna a little bit more. He was going to be careful in how he confessed to her. This bastard poured vinegar all over his plan. Before Artpe could say anything, Etna carefully grabbed onto Artpe's sleeve as she spoke. What if I said I want to be with him? Will you return to the demon world without making a fuss? Cook. What? Artpe was the one that was more surprised by her answer. Etna replied in a nonchalant manner. From the beginning, I knew you were either the hero or a member of the hero's party. Moreover, I already told you how I feel about you. I can understand Petra not being aware of it. I don't like the fact that Artpe became so surprised by my words. Do you treat a woman's heart so lightly? No, I didn't mean it like that. I see. I understand what you want now. Petra replied in a calm manner. You are rejecting me, and you are choosing the hero over me. Yes, that's right. I don't know why you are with Artpe, but I no longer want the demon race and the demon king's army force me into doing things I do not like. Above all else, I don't want you to pressure me into staying by your side. It is sickening. I see. At that moment, Artpe felt the soul contract activate. It meant Petra had went against the contract. It was a somewhat predictable turn of event. However, you are a demon. You were born into the demon race, yet you choose to reject your demonhood? In all my life, I have never wanted to be a demon, Petra. Petra created cold air around him. As a response, Etna emitted flame from her entire body. However, she had been severely weakened thanks to residing in the ice continent for the past year. Her fire had lost much power. If she used a bit more power, she might really die. Artpe gritted his teeth as he created a barrier. He put the barrier over Etna, then he glared at Petra. Petra, do you no longer love Etna? Are you planning on killing her? I do not need a woman that doesn't love me. She was born a demon, yet she rejects the demon race. I do not need such a woman. Above all else, the woman decided to attach herself to the hero. I have nothing more to say. A fierce cold wind arose, and it hit Artpe and Etna. The barrier was infused with Etna's fire. The barrier was able to stop Petra's attack, but Etna couldn't entirely avoid being weakened by the attack. His cold energy had been strengthened by the ice continent. Why did you bring that bastard here, Artpe? He said he could guide me to you. Even if I am amazing, I can't find you without a single hint. If I tried to do that, how long do you think it would have taken me to find you? Hero Artpe, you should have realized in the beginning that I have no lingering attachment to my life. As a price for breaking the soul contract, I will die. You are an idiot for giving me a soul contract knowing this. Petra had planned on doing this from the beginning. He already knew the form of relationship had been established between Artpe and Etna. This was why he pretended to guide Artpe to Etna. He just wanted to kill Etna with his own hands. Artpe finally realized what Petra's intention was. This guy's was plain stupid. The cost of the soul contract isn't merely your life. You really failed in your life as a demon. It seemed Petra was under the assumption that Artpe was solely banking on the soul contract to keep him in line. If he believed that, the true idiot was Petra. What cook? It is as the name implies. The cost of a soul contract is your soul. If one broke the content of the soul contract, one's soul would be stolen by the other party. Basically, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that this wasn't a simple death. Still, one wouldn't be entirely wrong to say that death was the end result of breaking a soul contract. However, one would be mistaken to think like that. As the word implied, a soul was the essence of a being. It contained all of one's records. If one just wanted death of the other party, one wouldn't go through the annoying process of drafting a contract. It would be quicker to bash the other side with a mace. I don't care what it entails. Petra finally realized that the soul contract he had drafted with Artpe wasn't a simple item. He bit his lips as he pulled up every iota of his mana. I just have to kill you before it activates. When he lost to Artpe's party, he had been in a sorry state. However, in the process of coming to the ice continent, he had recovered his power. When he stepped onto this icy land, his power had exceeded the power he possessed during his prime. Petra's calculations weren't too far off. It took time for the penalty of the soul contract to be enforced. Moreover, he might have a degree of resistance thanks to his level and experience. He was trying to kill Etna and Artpe before he died. It was a plausible tactic. Well, of course, Artpe had prepared an item for such an eventuality. Cook. Etna, I'm sorry. I know I should treasure this item, but Artpe had taken out the flame sword, which had been gifted to him by Etna. After using the magic stones, he had finished his fourth reinforcement on the flame sword. It had been a lot of help in their previous battle against Petra. Was he holding up the sword because he wanted to slash Petra with it? No way. Artpe was currently reinforcing the sword again. He had come up with this idea when he saw Etna send out a maelstrom of fire to block Petra's cold energy. The barrier from freight. That's right. There were many ways to use the reinforcement skill. Artpe had mainly used it to permanently strengthen the functions of an artifact. However, there was a way to temporarily strengthen the function of an artifact. Of course, there was a price that came along with doing this. His current action was closer to the latter option. You think that'll be enough? I'm not worried. it wasn't a simple flame. Mana strings under the control of Artpe emerged from the flame sword. Each mana string was infused with the power of fire. The mana strings started to weave together in the air to create a strong and rigid barrier. The fire sword, which was at the heart of the barrier, was starting to crack as time passed. It was the price for adding more heat to the barrier. Appa! No, don't attack him. The steel horse had arrived late. Artpe's party was about to rush forward when they saw what was transpiring. However, Artpe blocked them from approaching any further. It was easier to block Petra's attack when it was focused on him. Do you think a mere artifact can block a spell that was created with my life on the line? You lost the moment you thought this was a mere artifact. There was a grin on Artpe's lips. Afterwards, he increased the output of his reinforcement skill. What happened was... my sword. It's fine. Her flame sword was completely destroyed. The intrinsic nature of the artifact remained the same, yet the output was steadily increasing. In the end, the sword couldn't withstand steady climb of its power, so it broke. Despite this fact, the heat created by the sword remained in place. In fact, the power was still increasing. It was thanks to the flame within the sword escaping the restricting confines of the sword. This is the greatest ability possessed by an artifact. When an artifact sacrifices itself, an extreme result occurs. It is able to create a great magic in one go. This is a spell created by combining the reinforcement and the materialization spell. I call it the waste money spell. You should have given it a bit cooler name. Etna had been pretty impressed by the spell, but she appalled by his horrible naming sense. The enormous fire shield easily blocked the cold energy. Petra bit his lips. This can't be happening. You betrayed the demon race. You betrayed the demon king. You betrayed me. Hoop. Artpe used his materialization spell to slowly change the shape of the barrier. In a flash, the wall of fire increased in size, and the sound of the flame covered up the howl of Petra. The flame wall engulfed Petra. When it came to using fire, Etna could basically be called the mother of the flames. Even she gulped when she saw Artpe's attack. Kua! The horrible scream of Petra could be heard from beyond the fire. The scream of pain wasn't simply caused by the fire. His power was being internalized through the fire. The penalty of the soul contract was finally starting. Kua! Hiru! You bastard, Artpe ha! Don't act so familiar with me. How dare you? You bastard did. At the moment of his death, did he miraculously remember his past life? Artpe's eyes turned sharp, but Petra spoke no more. The soul contract, which was in his possession, crumbled away after spending all its power. Afterwards, the flame was suddenly all gone. It wasn't a simple waste of money. I borrowed the power of the artifact, but I manifested it using my materialization spell. The record from the materialization spell still remains. It won't be as powerful, but I'll be able to recreate this spell again. Artpe's heart was beating faster. He finally found a way to grow his materialization spell. He didn't have many enemies left, but he had ominous feeling that he'll meet those enemies in the near future. Artpe, are you alright? What happened to Petra? Etna. He had come here to save Etna, yet he had forgotten about her. He had been drunk on his magic. When Artpe's worried eyes landed on her, Etna let out a bitter laugh as she replied. I'm fine. It seems Petra is dead, but he left his soul behind. Soul? The flame had been extinguished, and a very small blue marble was left behind. Artpe let out a smile of satisfaction as he picked it up. In the old stories, there are stories about the demon race trying to revive the demonic god. Normally, the vector for the demonic god in those stories were characterized as marbles. It talked about the fragments containing the soul of the demonic god. Most of these fragments took on the shape of marbles. However, this marble contains the soul of a powerful demon. The story about summoning the demonic god seemed to come up every couple dozen years. However, the world hadn't ended yet. It was just an old story. If Artpe just threw away this soul marble, some brainless idiot might try to summoning the demonic god. The idiot might be enticed by the demonic energy within the marble. However, it is impossible to revive someone using the marble even if it contains the demon's soul. Of course, it contains all of the demon's record, but that is it. In truth, it is just a very good ingredient for making an artifact. It can also be used in magic. Regina might like this. In truth, he had thought about strengthening Regina's magic. He had this idea when he met Petra once again. As soon as he made the soul contract with Petra, he had expected things to turn out like this. If he spoke this out loud, he would look too unscrupulous and villainous, so he kept this fact to himself. Anyways, I'm glad you are unharmed, Etna. Artpe took the marble as he turned towards Etna. The very first thing he checked was her slim neck. There was no collar. It seemed something really did happen to the Demon King. Unharmed? That's what I should be saying to you. I really thought you were dead. After the hectic situation came to an end, tears welled up in Etna's eyes. In their last meeting, Artpe's party had escaped to the underground world as they brought down the Winter Queen's ruin around them. Of course, Etna would have thought they were dead. I should have stopped him, but I wasn't able to. Etna. At that time, Etna had been fettered. The demon had been stronger than her, and they were of the same race. How could she interfere with such a foe? Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he shook his head from side to side. Anyways, I want to ask you something. This might cause her pain once again, but despite this fact, he believed that she was waiting for this question. Will you be with me? Artpe tossed the slightly embarrassing question towards Etna. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Phoenix's Daughter, 5. Chapter 178, Phoenix's Daughter, 5. Be with you. Etna's cheeks became bright red. Her body had been feeling the adverse effect of the ice continent, so she looked pale. Finally, some color and vitality returned to her. Does that mean you left that young lady to come to me? Nope. Even if I leave her, she'll probably chase me down until the end of my life. You are the worst. You are openly talking about seeing both of us. It was the truth, so he had no rebuttal. Her cheeks were puffed up to the max. He couldn't say, I didn't ask you to marry me. I just wanted you to enter into the party. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Of course, this wasn't entirely true. He didn't want her to become a good party member. He had thought he had no personal feeling towards her in his past life. When Artpe escaped being the four heavenly king to become the hero, he slowly started to become more honest with his own feelings. It is a really disrespectful proposal. I should tell you to fuck off, but I can't. I can't turn you down. You are so cheeky that it is killing me. Since I've already offended you, do you mind if I ask you to do one more thing for me? What can I do? I've never met a man like you. Artpe used his read all creation ability to scan Etna. He got a perfect assessment on her current status. She had been talking to him in a nonchalant manner, but her vitality had degraded significantly. Normally, she was able to find a right balance between her demonic energy and fire energy. However, she had stayed almost a year within the ice continent, and her innate fire energy had weakened. The demonic energy used this opportunity to rampage within her body. As a result, parts of her body were wasting away. She was a demon, but she was closer to the fire energy than the demonic energy. When the tenuous balance between the two was broken, the only thing that remained was her eventual death. In truth, it was a miracle that she was able to stand here like this. It seemed Petra was correct. She was acting as if she was fine, because she was worried about the previous Demon King's forces chasing after her. Even if you really like me, you shouldn't stare at me like that. It is a bit embarrassing. You really are similar to Maetel. Anyways, I don't mind you saying I resemble someone, but why did you have to compare me to that little girl? Etna, I would like you to become a human. Artpe was direct with his words. Until now, Etna had been embarrassed and flustered. She hadn't known what to do with herself. However, a fierce light appeared in Etna's eyes when she heard his words. I don't like such jokes. If it wasn't Artpe, I would have burned the person that spoke such words to me. What if I'm not joking? Then that makes it much worse. I researched for a spell that would free you from the shackles placed on you by the Demon King. It might be hard to believe, but I was successful. In your current state, I'm sure it will work. Somehow, Artpe knew about the shackles that had bound her to the Demon King. She set aside the question as to how he found out about it. Artpe had researched a spell for her. It would be a lie if she said that her heart hadn't fluttered when she heard his words. However, she immediately shook her head from side to side. I am no longer shackled by the Demon King. If I was still shackled, I wouldn't have been able to stay behind here. I know that. Then why are you bringing up such a proposal? Is it because you want me to be the same race as you? If that is your intention, I'm not particularly moved by it. It isn't amusing either. It seemed she was still flustered by all of this. Artpe wanted to peel back the confusion she was feeling. He made a firm declaration. If you remain as you are, you won't last long. You probably know this already, right? If you want to survive, you have to choose to either remove the fire energy or the demonic energy. Since the removal of the fire energy is impossible, we have to remove the demonic energy. But how come you always know everything? Etna looked like she was about to cry. Artpe continued to smile brightly as if he was teasing her. It isn't just that. I know that the previous Demon King's forces are chasing after you. This was revealed to me by Petra. Anyways, it seems you are being vigilant against them. You don't have to be. You can be at ease, since Maetel and Regina went to dispose of them. Just the two of them. No. Are you nuts? They'll be killed. The current Etna was where his party was about half a year ago. She was at the cusp of entering level 400, and it seemed she had remained at that level for past half year. It was to be expected, she had been busy hiding from her enemies, so she probably didn't even know how much time had passed. Basically, she had been in mental duress for the past year. Artpe Appa. The rest of his party approached Artpe and Etna with impeccable timing. Petra had been prepared to die as he created a great magic. Artpe had blocked Petra's last-ditch effort as if it was nothing. His party was taken aback by it, so they were rooted in place. However, a good atmosphere was starting to form around Artpe and Etna. Vadinette could no longer tolerate it. She took control of the steel horse, and she had charged toward the two of them. Artpe, are you okay? Of course, I'm okay. In fact, I think you are about to manufacture a problem for me. Calm down. Don't chant your holy spell. I saw you guys last time, Holy Priestess. You recognize what she is now. Wait a moment. Etna already knew Artpe was strong. She realized that he had grown his repertoire of abilities. She realized this when she saw him easily put down Petra. However, she never expected Vadinette, Sienna, and Elric to be around level 380. She never expected them to be so strong. When she saw Artpe's party, she recognized their strength. She was dumbfounded by it. How? I traveled with Sienna. At the time, she grew fast, but not at this rate. Etna Uni is amazing, but Artpe Appa is more amazing. Sienna let out a bright smile as she answered her. She immediately went towards Etna. Sienna was also sensitive to demonic energy. Her sensitivity was second to none, so she immediately realized the serious nature of Etna's situation. Uni, they won't chase after you anymore. You can take your time as you listen to Appa's words. Okay? The demon race and the demon realm shouldn't have been born in the first place. Moreover, Appa is trying to correct that. Appa has the ability to bring about this change. In the process of perfecting this process, he had killed a significant number of demons. However, she omitted that part. Even Sienna knows about it. Of course, I already knew that Artpe possessed a magic with a very unique property. Yes, I had somewhat guessed that you were a hero. However, I never expected you to work on changing the demons into humans. It is ridiculous. It isn't ridiculous, because I'm really awesome. Artpe spoke in a sullen manner as he extended a hand towards her. Just trust in me, and let me take care of it. At the very least, it is better than dying. Ah. Really? I have no idea what is going on. She had been attacked by the previous Demon King's forces, and at some point, the shackles placed on her by the Demon King disappeared. She went on the run, then Artpe and Petra appeared together in front of her. Petra did something idiotic, and he was killed. Only his soul marble was left behind. It led to Artpe's confession that made her heart throb. Now he suddenly wanted her to become a human. Ooh-hoo. What the hell is this? Why is everything coming out of the blue like this? It would have been great if events didn't occur so fast and in bunches. She wildly gripped her hair as she yelled out loud. In the end, she sat down on the ground, and her head was lowered. You are right. At this rate, I'll die. That is why Artpe can do whatever you want. I don't care if you make me into a human or a phoenix. Do whatever you like. However, you should do it after you save your girlfriend's life. Those demons are really strong. You have to hurry up and go help her. Why are you acting like an idiot by trying to take care of me when your girlfriend is in danger? Are you really a hero? You really are too kind? Are you sure you are a four-heavenly king? In the old hero tales, there always is a pretty and kind four-heavenly king that falls for the hero. Wow. Etna Uni, you are so full of yourself. Artpe lightly flicked Sienna's forehead. He couldn't hold back his laughter. In truth, I didn't really have a way to persuade her to do this. Maybe, I should be thankful that Enta is in a weakened state. Etna had tried to change the subject, but in the end, she gave her consent. Her pride was strong, and she was firm in her beliefs. He had thought it would be hard to persuade her, but thankfully, it wasn't. All right. Let's join up with Maetel first. You don't have to do that. Artpe had been letting out a sigh of assent, but a sharp and powerful voice was heard from afar. When he turned to look, he saw two girls running towards him. This was obvious, but it was Maetel and Regina. We already took care of them. What? In a flash, Maetel ran forward, and she blocked Etna's path. Her eyes were slightly red. Her eyes were mixed with worry and anger. That is why skinship is forbidden now. Maetel, is this what you meant earlier? You didn't mean to say you would give me some time to have some skinship with Etna. You meant you were going to kill the demons so fast that I won't have time for skinship? Maetel is scary. She is more like the Demon King than the real Demon King. Regina looked terrified, and he could guess at what she had witnessed. In a short amount of time, both their levels had risen significantly. Artpe decided not to talk about it. You really killed them all? You guys? On the other hand, Etna became surprised when she sensed the magical energy emanating from Maetel and Regina. The two girls were basically fighting for the spot of being strongest in Artpe's party. Above all else, Etna was dumbfounded by the fact that these two girls had killed all the demons that had been tormenting her for the past year. Everything is moving at a frenetic pace. For your information, a 4 heavenly king and the previous demon king's forces died here. It isn't a safe place to be. We have to quickly finish the work that still remains to be done. Then we have to leave this place. Work that still remains. Etna gulped. Maetel sharply raised her eyes, but she didn't say anything. No instructions were given, yet Sienna activated her mana. She was preparing for the scenario where Etna's demonic energy went on a rampage. Elric didn't know what was going on, but he just knew the number of women in the party would be increased by 1. He silently had this thought as he raised his hammer. He stood guard. Your party is so strong. You have no reason to pick me up. What do you mean? Even if we make many preparations, it is never enough. Our enemies are powerful. In such a scenario, you should have said you aren't picking me up for your party. You should have said you picked me up for love. It seemed this maiden's brain was filled with knowledge from romance novels. His party members had experienced much with Artpe, and they knew what they should and should not expect from Artpe. His party members looked at her with pity in their eyes. Meanwhile, Artpe had slowly opened his magic tome, and he floated his staff into the air. Several hundred clear mana strings exited his body through the staff. The magic tome started letting out brilliant purple light. It was the same color as his eyes. Etna's eyes became fixed on the magic tome. That magic tome. Enta, this will hurt a little bit. Artpe gave a low warning, then he activated the reclamation magic. The cause and effect relationship started to find its rightful place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Phoenix's Daughter, 6. Chapter 179, Phoenix's Daughter, 6. Hoop. The shock made her gut wrench, and it made Etna gasp. However, the spell had been initiated already. Even if the spell was stopped, the demonic energy would rampage more within her body. This was why Artpe poured more mana into his staff in order to speed up the spell. Oh. It is making me nauseous. I think I'm going to throw up. It won't take long. Vadinette, you should get ready to heal her. Sienna, you should capture the rampaging demonic energy. Yes. Leave it to me. Nia. You should just be on standby. I hate you, Master. Nia. There had been a lot of experiments up until that point. He even did a clinical test on a demon stronger than Etna. Etna had fire energy within her that was an unpredictable variable. The fire energy won't help in the process of converting the demonic energy, but it also won't actively interfere with his work. Etna stores all her mana as heat energy. To be precise, her fire is mixed with demonic energy. It is neither pure fire energy or pure demonic energy. She is unstable at a fundamental level. This was why Artpe had always been puzzled by her. She was born as a demon, yet she was having a hard time finding an equilibrium for her body temperature. If she was a demon born with the ability to control fire, she should be able to control the fire within her. She would be like Petra. Petra was able to decrease the temperature by changing the property of his demonic energy. Shouldn't she be able to do that? However, it wasn't like that at all. In Petra's case, it felt as if he was changing an A to an A dash. In Etna's case, it felt as if she was changing an A to a B. However, she wasn't able to fully convert an A to a B. As a result, the energy she emitted felt closer to an A plus B. The fact that she was capable of using her explosive flame was amazing. However, Artpe had always assumed that fire wasn't her true nature. However, he had been successful in acquiring an answer not too long ago. Demonic energy was a twisted form of mana. Demons were modified humans. Basically, he had to think of her as a human born with the power of pure fire. However, she had inherited the blood of the demon race, so she was out of sync. This might be why she was the most different in nature compared to the other demons. The demons were fallen beings that always possessed power that befits them. She might be the only demon that was born with a power that went against the fundamental nature of a demon. In the process of turning demons back into human beings, their power will be reduced. In Etna's case, she might become stronger if she is able to shed her demonic energy. No, it finally means she will be able to regain her true form. Etna, do you feel it too? Ahoo! It hurts so much that I have no idea what's going on. He decided to give up on getting an answer from her. Artpe relied solely on his magic tome as he surrounded his magic around her. He did it to cause a change within her. He focused on the reclamation magic. Originally, she was supposed to be made out of pure fire energy. He was getting rid of the erroneous record, and he was restoring her twisted body. In the process of doing this, he was displacing the demonic energy, which had been surrounding her body, with fire energy. Oh, ooh, ah, ha, ha. A fierce wave of fire exited her body. Artpe was trying to return her body into her original form. His reclamation magic was reducing the demonic energy as it let her fire energy flourish. The demonic energy exited her body with the flame. The flame was burning the demonic energy. On the other hand, the remaining demonic energy started to resist against being expelled. The demonic energy started to inflate its size within her body. The demonic energy started to claim her bones, muscles and organs for itself. In an attempt to preserve its identity, the demonic energy was lashing out. I'll purify it. You should purify only the demonic energy that's emitted from her body. Appa, I feel demonic energy moving within Uni's body. I want you to suppress it. We can't damage Etna's body. Artpe was directing the reclamation of her void. Vadanet and Sienna busily worked under the supervision of Artpe. The demonic energy let out a dark light, and Artpe's mana gave off a purple light. Sienna and Vadanet let out a brilliant white light. All of their powers mixed to create a powerful wave of mana. Ooh, okay. This is... Artpe was sure his spell would be successful. However, he was unsure as to whether Etna's weakened body would be able to endure the shock created by the reclamation magic. Still, all he had to do was make sure that she was still breathing at the end. After her humanification was complete, Vadanet could heal her. He had pushed ahead under this assumption. As it turns out, his assumption had been entirely wrong. Hoo-ah-ha. Kayak. Appa, what is that? The flame exploded. The glorious flame was clashing against the demonic energy. However, the demonic energy and the flame energy wasn't weakening each other. The flame was continuously increasing in size. The blameless field of ice was being melted away. Hoo-ha-ha. The fire was Etna. As the fire energy became larger than the demonic energy, it quickly moved through Etna's body. The fire energy started fixing her wounded and weakened body. No, it might not be precise to say her body was being fixed. As the fire energy raced through her body was turning into pure flame. However, Artpe couldn't investigate it. He wanted to use his read all creation ability to check on Etna's status, but the demonic energy was making its last-ditch effort. As if it didn't want to lose, the fire raged to match the demonic energy. The magic tome was in a precarious situation, so he had to fully concentrate to take care of the magic tome. The flame dot. It's incredible. It is as if her body is made out of fire. So we just need to help the flames prevail? Artpe decided that the flame wouldn't harm Enta, who was its owner. Artpe sharpened his mana as he attacked the demonic energy, which was opposing the flame energy. After receiving Artpe's permission, Roa also helped out. The reclamation magic was purifying the demonic energy, but it was impossible to change all the demonic energy into fire energy. Artpe let go of the demonic energy that he couldn't change. He focused on changing her body at a fundamental level. If the vessel remained intact, he believed it could be refilled. Hope, ha ha ha. He made the right call. The magic tome let out a last round of blinding light, then the fire energy accepted Artpe's magic. In one go, the demonic energy was purified. Nia. It is no use crying over spilt milk, you dork. Of course, this was possible, because Artpe had used his reclamation magic. However, it was also true that the high purity of Etna's flame power had helped. Artpe, should I heal that woman? I don't think so. Instead. Barrier. The magic tome had finished its job, so it had been descending from the air. Artpe quickly put away the magic tome as he gripped his staff. He created his strongest barrier. Afterwards, an enormous explosion of flame washed over the barrier. Jaya. Cook. Is she attacking us? Should I kill her? You should be retrained as a hero. Each party member had been startled, so they spoke their mind. It was as if the red flame would engulf the whole world, but it disappeared in a flash. No, it was more precise to say that the fire was reduced to a single point in space. Who dot? A fire spirit stood there. My god dot. Ooh. This is why I felt uneasy. I should have killed her when she was a demon. How beautiful dot dot. Are you sure you changed her back to being human, Artpe? The members of Artpe's party were taken aback, and they each said something. Maetel was the only one to make a sharp observation. Artpe laughed as he answered her. I told you that I'll revert her back to her natural form. I never said that she would be human. Of course, Artpe didn't know things would turn out like this. Hoo-ha dot. She is letting out flame with each breath. Ooh. Just the sight of that makes my body hurt. She was floating in the air as a subdued heat was being emitted from her body. She couldn't be called a human. Her long and voluminous red hair looked as if it was finely spun by fire. Her large clear eyes flickered like fire. Etna Carly Fate Meyer card. Fire Spirit Mixed Blood. Level 388. Innate ability, Spirit Transformation. Others couldn't tell, but Artpe could see it with his eyes. She really wasn't human. If he had to guess, one of her ancestors had been a spirit, and the power of the spirit had manifested in her. However, the twisted blood of the demon had suppressed the blood of the spirit. She had finally regained her true form now. I see. In the end, it seems my dream was correct. She had lost control when she found out about my death. At the time, she burned her own body to bring out the spirits. Moreover, he had probably only glimpsed a portion of the power possessed by her spirit in the dream. She had finally regained her power. It had been crucial for Artpe to learn the reclamation magic. Who dot dot. She looked unaffected as she floated in the air. After looking down at Artpe's party from above, she slowly descended. Strangely enough, the frozen ground around her didn't melt away when she landed. You can perfectly control it now. Yes, it is as you see right now. All the flames that had been burning nearby was retracted. Etna let out an alluring laughter. Maetel openly expressed her displeasure by glaring at Etna. Etna completely ignored Maetel as she walked towards Artpe. You really upset me. You are cheeky and confounding. Ha! You keep looking at me with those innocent eyes. I was completely deceived by you. He could feel a disquieting feeling behind her words. Artpe retreated backwards, and he was about to ask for help from Maetel. At that moment, Etna suddenly detonated in the air, and she disappeared. She immediately appeared behind him. Artpe ho! Heek! The mood around her changed. She had acted like an innocent older sister from the countryside that was coming up in the world. Now it felt as she was a sensual young lady from the city. Artpe wondered if Etna's personality had changed through the reclamation magic. However, that wasn't the case. The answer was much simpler. Will you accept me now? You are going to accept me, right? I approached you first. You definitely said you'll accept me. Yes. That's right. Etna? It seems you are mistaken. Maybe we should start this conversation again from the beginning. How can you be like this? You played hard to get, and at the end, you made a declaration saying you don't like older women. Do you realize how gutted I was when I heard that? What the hell? Cold sweat ran down his back. He realized something big would happen if he let Etna proceed with this topic of conversation. Etna, do you perhaps? That reaction. As expected, you have your memories. It seems you got it much earlier than me. Maybe, you had it from the start. Or, are you the mastermind behind this? It doesn't matter. We get to live again, and we were able to meet each other. Hoo-hoo, Artpe. When he heard her words, he perfectly understood what was going on. He didn't know what had happened, but it seemed the current Etna possessed her memories from her past life. He had been surprised when Silpenon had spoken about his past life, but now she was talking about it too. At this rate, was he going to find out that everyone knew about their past lives? Are they going to make fun of Artpe? Was this some kind of a massive surprise party? Get away from Artpe. Artpe doesn't like it. He doesn't like older women. Oh my, hero. What are you saying? Artpe went through all that trouble to come to me. Can you not see that? This is basically a form of a public confession of his love for me. It is said that deluded people are happy. Hoo-hoo. It seems I have to put you down for good here. Do you want to fight again? All right. Let's put our honor as women on the line. Let's fight one-on-one. In a flash, the atmosphere became heated. Maetel and Etna was displaying an overwhelming amount of power and spirit. Artpe's party members retreated backwards in fright. Artpe realized that Etna had regained her memories from her past life. He was so appalled that he didn't know what to do. Stop. Regina brought down the tip of her staff against the ground. Etna and Maetel whipped their heads around as they glared at Regina. It was as if they were telling her to but out of this. In a flash, cold energy was emitted through Regina's staff. She quickly froze the ambient mana in their surrounding. Etna and Maetel turned pale when they saw this. I understand that both of you have affection for Artpe. However, our party's power will go down if the two of you fights each other. If both of you want to be killed by the Demon King, I won't stop you guy. I'll run away with Artpe and Sienna in tow. Regina had succeeded the Winter Queen as the new owner of Glacia. The two women became quiet when Regina displayed her power. In that moment, the outcome of the fight was decided. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180 Renewal Plan 1. Chapter 180 Renewal Plan 1. Chapter 179 Renewal Plan 1. It feels as if I've been born again. It really is a very refreshing feeling. Shall I keep up that pattern by killing you again? Maetel, you are acting more like a demon king than a hero. Cook. The party exited Glacia. Even if Etna had become whole, she wasn't saved from the adverse effects of the cold in Glacia. If they stayed in place, they would be in a tight spot, since the previous Demon King's forces could arrive at any moment. Artpe, are you really going to let that woman into the party? Of course. If Etna says she'll help us, we'll let her join. I'm pretty sure she'll stab you in the back at some point in the future. I'll stab him in the back? I've never laid a finger on Artpe in my life. I might want to put my hands on him for a different reason, but I've never harmed Artpe. On the other hand, the hero. Etna. Oh my. I'm so scared. I'm just telling the truth. I might hate you if you glare at me like that. After Regina dramatically intervened between the two, Etna and Maetel were able to break out of their fighting mood. However, the relationship between the two remained stormy. Maetel was irritated by the fact that Artpe seemed to pay attention to Etna more than necessary. On the other hand, Etna had regained her memories from her past life. She believed Maetel had been the one to kill Artpe in their past lives. There was no way she would look kindly on Maetel. Under the assumption that Etna had regained all her memories from her past life, it had been a near miracle that she had done nothing. Artpe let out a big sigh as he shook his head from side to side. He didn't know how he would be able to solve this problem with his abilities. Maybe, if he threatened to fall on his own sword, the two might calm down. Artpe decided that would be his last recourse. I don't like you. Oh my. I'm in agreement. I really don't like you either. Artpe ignored the two squabbling women as he spoke to the rest of his party. Well, we were successful in joining up with Etna. There is only one thing left to do. You are talking about hunting down the Demon King. That was the original plan. There was fear, duty and a bit of anticipation in Vadinette's voice as she answered him. Artpe answered back with an ambiguous answer. Regina spoke instead of him. That is impossible now. The Demon King's castle has fallen, and the Demon King is missing. The previous Demon King's forces has made their presence known. The demon realm is large, and we cannot search the entire place. Regina is right. Our goal has become a bit ambiguous. If we aren't vigilant, we might get idle. We might get distracted into doing other things. It come up occasionally in the hero's story. The hero talks to a merchant or the hero starts feuding with a noble. The main quest ends too quickly, so the hero goes on a subquest instead of finding the next main quest. In turn, something worse develops from an entirely different direction. If I'm to simplify it, there are people that stray onto a different path instead of sticking to the main path. It results in them paying a price at a later date. That sounds oddly familiar. Artpe ignored Elric, who had tried to undercut his words. However, you witnessed it, right? We've been living under a delusion. We were wrong on a fundamental level. The demon realm had been part of the human realm. The demon race was the product of humanity's twisted greed. It is no longer as simple as killing the Demon King. Events have ballooned too much. If people find out about this, it'll cause chaos. Each nation has at least one political activist that'll cause trouble, and the priests from the temples will jump up and down in anger. There will be those that will ignore reality. There will also be people that would want the demon realm to be turned back into a human realm once again. In truth, Artpe really didn't want to get involved with such work. However, Artpe was the only one capable of purifying the demonic energy right now. This was why he couldn't back out. Let's quickly end this before it become more of a nuisance. Quickly? Artpe, are you perhaps going back to the demon realm? Artpe turned his head slightly to avoid Maetel's gaze. She was right. They had to go back to the demon realm. Maetel grabbed his shoulders, and she shook him. Why? Artpe always stressed the importance of moving in an efficient manner. They had entered the heart of the demon realm, and they had destroyed the Demon King's castle. They had learned the truth within Nanaraibadra's ruin, and as a bonus, they were able to kill one of the past 4 heavenly kings. Everything was great up to that point. Why did Artpe have to get into a fight with Petra over their ego? It had resulted in them returning to Glacia. When everything had resolved itself in Glacia, they had to return to the demon realm once again. Why? Why did they have to make such vain efforts? Was this really the best they could do? Oh my. It seems the hero is very dense. Artpe went to the demon realm to meet me. Since I wasn't there, he used Petra to find me. All is as it should be. You are merely the side dish. You aren't able to accept reality, young hero. How cute. As if she saw the perfect opportunity, Etna moved Maetel's hands away from Artpe. Then she gently draped her arms around his neck. There was a gentle heat that was emanating from her skin. She warmed his cold body. You traveled the long distance for me, Artpe. You spoke about increasing the power of your party, but that was just a thin excuse. Hoo-hoo. I always liked that about you. Yes. I like you even more now. Don't rub your cheeks against him. Don't act as if you are close to him. However, we really are close? Artpe was truly in a bind. When Silpenon regained his memories, he had been afraid that Silpenon would become his enemy. Now that Etna had recovered her memories from her past life, he worried her simple love would evolve. He became afraid that her love would become a deep-seated love that he could barely manage. No, Maetel, there is something we can do now in the demon realm. It is only possible because a reliable ally like Etna had joined our party. It isn't what you think. This wasn't a waste of time. I guess I could suggest joining up with the Continental Alliance, since we are in the human realm. However, you know that's not a good idea, right? Ooh-ahoo. I still can't accept it. Of course, the current iteration of Artpe's party was powerful. They no longer had to move around in a small elite group to assassinate the leaders of the Demon King's army. They could just join up with the human army, and they could eradicate all the demons in the human realm. Moreover, the Demon King's castle was gone now. The current Demon King was missing, and he had no idea where the leaders of the past Demon King's forces were located at. Even if he moved his small elite party, he had lost his targets. So why are we going to the demon realm? Please give me the specifics. When Artpe explained the situation, Maetel accepted his reasoning. However, she became more puzzled, because she had accepted his explanation. Artpe put on a bright smile as he answered her. I want to work on turning the demon realm into a human realm. Maetel had a faraway look when she heard his words. The rest of his party had a similar reaction. However, Artpe wasn't done speaking. It isn't just the demon race. I'll return the entire region to normal. It'll consume a lot of mana, but that is a secondary problem. This will aggro the demons. It is the most ideal method to draw on the previous Demon King's forces. The other side was trying to turn the human realm into the demon realm. Artpe would do something that completely opposed their plan. He would do it within the demon realm. Of course, his foes would be aggroed to him. Do you think it'll be possible? You want to flip the hero's story at a fundamental level. It is an idea that is befitting Artpe, but. It's possible. If he had the time and resources, it would be possible. Time couldn't be helped, but the resources could be provided by the human realm. Nah. Hey, Roa. There are many things to eat in the world other than demonic energy. Nah. I can eat other corrupted things. Nah. I now know why the demonic energy was such a tasty meal. Nah. Artpe smirked at Roa's words. It was to be expected. The demonic energy arose from humanity's twisted greed. Roa feasted mainly on corrupted energy. Of course, she would love the demonic energy. Maybe she had this realization when the truth of the demonic energy became known. Can you really drive out all the demonic energy from the human realm? It is such an enormous task that I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it. I can do it. His party members had questions about it, but Artpe answered them with a confident voice. Let's go. Ooh. When Artpe displays so much confidence, he always does something incredibly absurd. Goodbye, Glacia. I'll come back much stronger. Everyone got on the steel horse. Everyone was nervous except Regina. She calmly waved goodbye to the continent. It was as if the continent was answering her. A snowstorm kicked up. Regina's ability also became stronger. Everything worked out if you look at the final result. Ah. You just said final result. This is the final result. Naya Aya. The steel horse moved at high speeds. It was moving towards the holy nation of Palladia. It was the first step in gathering their resources. Artpe? It was deep within the night. It was when everyone was asleep. Artpe naturally opened his eyes when he heard the language of the demons near his ears. He saw Etna sitting next to him. Her hair was letting out a subdued red light. You are awake. What's the matter? The steel horse was on autodrive, so it was moving under the night sky. Everyone looked a bit ragged as they slept. In truth, sleep wasn't necessary when one was at their level. However, they had been traveling with Petra for the past couple days. The journey had started when they had left Nanarai Badra's ruin. Lot of things had happened in between, so they hadn't been able to relax. They were using this time to unwind. Moreover, Artpe wanted to recover too. Don't glare at me like that. I get hurt even by your small actions. Didn't I just sound like a girl in love? You should be resting, Etna. You need it the most. Hoo. You already know about it. I'm whole, and I'm in a peaceful state. You are no longer referring to me as Etnanim. I'm happy. You want to talk about old times? He wondered if she wanted to talk about their past lives with him. It would be analogous to an old mercenary telling a story to a drunk crowd. However, Etna shook her head from side to side. No, I just want to stick close to Artpe. You shouldn't be so straightforward with your words. Why do all the women I meet start to take after Maetel? Maybe, the little miss might be taking after me? Etna laid down next to Artpe, and she leaned into his shoulder. Maetel was sleeping on the other side. Etna moved in a way that didn't wake Maetel. Artpe thought it was quite the feat Etna spoke the language of the demon race to him. Only the two of them could understand it, and it was almost as if she was singing her words. I don't know how we were able to return to the past like this. I'm not even sure if this is reality. Artpe used to be a demon, but you are human now. Moreover, you are the hero. I don't know why everything is flowing differently from before. There are so many things I am curious about. I can tell you everything. It's all right. Etna turned her head slightly, and she gave a short kiss on the nape of his neck. This was different from Maetel throwing a tantrum for a kiss. Every gesture was so mature that he needlessly felt his heart speed up. However, he had a feeling of disillusionment when he found himself comparing Etna and Maetel. He stopped thinking about it. Artpe came to find me. That is why I'm okay with whatever that happens in the future. I'll say this once. It wasn't as if I didn't like you in the past, but I wasn't in love with you either. I understand Petra was always the problem. This was true in this life and the past life. Ah, geez. We said we won't talk about the past. If we want to talk about the present, it is inevitable that we'll have to talk about the past. There is no need to avoid it. Then Artpe likes the little Ms. Hero? What I mean to say is, have you always liked her even in the past? It was an ambush. Maybe she had been waiting for Artpe to say those words. It had allowed her to ask this question. Artpe was taken aback, but in the end, he willingly answered her. Yes. A lot. Miss Hero said the same thing to me. I thought she had killed you, so I became really angry. Maybe, the one that had the most valid reason to act out in anger was that young lady. Thank you for holding back. When she regained her memories from her past life, Etna could have gone crazy against Maetel and Regina. It would have been a reasonable reaction. However, she had suppressed her feeling as if it was nothing. The fact that you are alive makes me feel as if I can forgive just about everything. Moreover, all of our circumstances has changed. That's true. I think I can get along with her. The little Ms. Hero won't oppose me if I'm on Artpe's side. She really had a really good grasp on the situation. Maetel listened to Artpe's proclamation. She prioritized the safety of all her party members above all else. Even if she might grind her teeth, she would never point her sword towards an ally. I'm in the same boat. I can do whatever you want if it is for you, Artpe. I am a man with a lot of sins. I know. Artpe acted like a cheeky jerk, but Etna just laughed. Then she leaned into Artpe once again. We meet again. I guess so. Her body temperature rose slightly. Artpe turned, so Maetel won't wake up. He was careful. Etna extended one hand, and she lightly grabbed his sleeve. I'll protect you, Artpe. In the past, I wasn't able to protect you. I'll work harder knowing this. At all costs. No matter what. You are obsessing over weird things, Etna? She stopped speaking. When he took a closer look, Etna was asleep. She had stated that she hadn't been tired, yet she had immediately fallen asleep next to him. Artpe smirked when he realized this fact. He lightly grabbed the hand holding onto his sleeve, then he went back to sleep. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181 Renewal Plan 2. Chapter 181 Renewal Plan 2. When the next morning came, Maetel found Etna holding onto Artpe's shoulder as she slept. She became incredibly angry, but she didn't wake up Etna. Did she remember Regina's words? As soon as Artpe opened his eyes, he saw Maetel glaring at him. His heart was beating faster, but not in a good way. When everything ends, I'll settle this matter once and for all. You shouldn't kill her. It is also questionable as to whether you'll be able to kill Etna. She won't die easily. Artpe and Etna got up. And finally, the rest of the hero's party woke up. The steel horse had stopped in mid-air. The roof of the temple could be seen far down below. We've already arrived at Palladia. Artpe, are you really going to do it? I have to. Palladia. Etna had been a demon. It seemed she was having a moment of retrospection. I can't believe the heroes will get help from the holy nation of Palladia. It is a crucial milestone in a hero's story. The hero's story. Hoot. Don't laugh, you dork. In their past lives, the hero's party hadn't been able to do this. The chef's recipe had mapped out everything. The hero couldn't receive help from the temples. In fact, all nations had refused to help the hero. The recipe had been amazing, so pace of the hero's growth had been exceptional. However, everything else had become a mess. Yes, this is a method that befits Artpe. I like it. You know me well. Since this will minimize the death of demons, you should give me your full cooperation. I have no objections, my hero. I'll do as you like. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Ok. I'm also the hero. You should also follow my words. Oh my. I guess the tiny miss is also a hero. Tiny. You are a bit larger than before, but... Put. Did you just laugh at me? You just laughed at me. After regaining her memories, each words that had exited Etna's mouth had been unnecessarily toxic. It put Artpe in a bind. The most troubling fact was that Etna meant every word she said. Instead of focusing on Artpe's words, Maetel growled towards Etna. He let Etna deal with Maetel. He immediately took control of the steel horse. It seemed the most troublesome one in his party was occupied by the one he considered to be the most difficult one to deal with. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Maybe, it wasn't such a bad thing that Etna had recovered her memories from her past life. That is very rude. Did I speak that out loud? I'm sure of it now after I saw your reaction. Regina was slowly becoming very good at dealing with people. If she could somehow be managed, it would be great for him. Artpe didn't show any sign of contrition as he had rude thoughts about Regina. Palladia. On the other hand, they were approaching the capital of Palladia. Elric's expression didn't look too bright when he saw the city of Lihazita. Since he hadn't fought recently, he had taken off his armor. His armor was infused with a guardian spirit, so it followed behind Elric. If someone saw the armor walking behind him, Elric would probably be mistaken for a necromancer. This place made me realize that the world isn't as pure as I thought it would be. You said they shut the door in your face when you asked them to dispel your curse. That's right. They didn't even bother talking to me. If it wasn't for Artpe, I would still be trapped within my armor. Lehazita. No, the entire nation of Palladia had become stagnant. Vadanet threw in a helping word. It had been a while since she had visited her homeland. This was why she wore a clean outfit. She dressed up for the occasion. She had put on accessories she had worn during her life within the holy nation of Palladia. It had been a while, but she looked like a holy figure. We were too obsessed with the past teachings that had been passed down to us. We didn't accept anything new. We didn't send anyone outside, and we didn't let anyone inside. We started to rot from the inside. It was like that until Artpe broke us. The words coming out of her mouth sounded very acerbic. At a fundamental level, I don't think they've changed. At the very least, they'll listen to Artpe's words. If Artpe hadn't existed, our future descendants would have laughed at Palladia. We owe a lot to Artpe. You do as you are told according to Artpe's will, but you haven't changed at a fundamental level. You are quite similar to them in that aspect. Shut up, Maetel. Of course, I don't expect Maetel to understand my love towards heroine. Before another war started between the holy priestess and the hero, the steel horse landed on the ground. Of course, they hadn't hidden their presence. This was why the priests and holy knights residing with the heart of Lihazita came running out. Most of the priests had been enlisted in the Continental Alliance, so they were out fighting the demons in the battlefield. This was why there weren't that many priests and holy knights present within Lihazita. Maybe, this was a blessing in disguise. Hero him. The two heroine men. Holy Priestess Vadanet is here too. After Arya made her official appearance, the number of holy priestesses had increased to 2. Therefore, the priests had to make a distinction between Vadanet and Arya. It felt a bit odd hearing that title, but she didn't say anything. What's going on? We were told that the heroes' party had entered the demon realm. We'll be going back soon. However, I need you guys to do something for us before we do that. Oh ha! Finally! The heroine has a task for us. The holy nation of Palladia considered their ultimate duty was to help the hero defeat the demon king. When the priests heard the request coming from Artpe, they became extremely happy. We'll help you in any way we can. Just tell us what you need. Thank you. Let's ... Artpe smacked his lips as he rubbed his hands together. Let's go raid your vault first. What? Artpe had activated Iron Face. It was an essential skill for merchants and swindlers. Afterwards, he searched every corner of Lihazita. He collected every holy artifact that contained an ounce of mana. He extracted every magic stone he could find. No one could stop Artpe, who was moving at full steam. He was so straightforward in his plunder that the priests were having a hard time expressing their grievances. The priests watched with their mouth agape. They watched as the important infrastructure of their nation became dismantled by him. Heroine. That is. If the demon race is able to reach this place, the human realm is already doomed. A barrier is unnecessary here. Just give it to me. Oh, Vadanet. I want you to disassemble that. Yes, Artpe. You can't, heroine. That symbolizes Palladia's honor and dignity. Holy Priestess, you can't dismantle that one. Honor and dignity can't save your lives. This will buy you your lives. Look. No arguments worked in front of Artpe. In the name of saving the future of humanity, Artpe stole every artifact within Lihazita. He was able to bully the dazed priests into helping him. In the end, he was able to finish his task in 3 hours. This isn't too bad of a haul. In terms of capacity, Artpe possessed the greatest dimensional pouch in this world. He put the dimensional pouch away as he turned around. Artpe had a satisfied expression on his face. He looked like a housewife that had finished washing the dirty laundry. You don't have to feel so aggrieved. I'm going to visit every single nation. Why, you are going to do this to the other nations? Of course. This is woefully inadequate for my needs. He was speaking to the highest-ranked priest within Lihazita. He patted the shoulder of Bishop Bekidi, who was the proxy to the Pope. The priest was struck dumb. He asked Artpe a question. Heroine, what are you planning on doing within the demon realm? Success isn't guaranteed, so I can't give you any assurances. But if things turned out as he planned, the meaning of existence for Palladia will change a little bit. What? He left behind the confused priests. He got on the steel horse once again. It was crucial to retreat quickly. At his abrupt change in pace, the priests were struck dumb. His party members followed behind him as they got into the steel horse. Etna was the last one to get on. She turned around, and she gave them a wink. You guys should live hard. Don't do anything that you might regret. This is your bonus life. Bonus? Geez. Kayak, Artpe. Afterwards, Etna was dragged away by Artpe. She burst out laughing. Even as the steel horse moved towards their next destination, the priests continued to mull over the words left behind by Etna. They wondered what she had meant by bonus. At the same time, they thought about how pretty that maiden was. We'll loot all the nations that are on our path. Let's start making an estimate right now, but what kind of estimate? It is an estimate as to how much artifacts and magic stones is needed by each nation to defend against the Demon King's army. He would steal the rest. When she heard his words, her eyes opened wide, and the whites of Maetel's eyes were visible. Artpe, I think you are worse than the Demon King. It isn't like that, Maetel. The demon realm was created thanks to the greed of humans. This is inarguable. Wouldn't it be appropriate if the entire human race shared in the burden of changing back the world as it should be? We really worked like a dog after being chosen as heroes. Shouldn't others pay a price that is equivalent to what we go through? His arguments sounded ridiculous, yet she strangely couldn't find fault with his argument. Maetel became speechless. While they were speaking, the steel horse had gotten close to the Empire of Zard. You shouldn't be surprised by this. There are more places we have to plunder. There are others we have to steal from? You already said you'll plunder all the nations. What else is left? Wait a moment. If you are going to plunder after plundering the nations, you are. Unfortunately, Elric had picked up on his plan. Are you perhaps? If you don't know the answer, you can just admit it. Are you planning on stealing from the merchant companies? When Vadinet heard Elric's guess, she clapped her hands. It was as if Vadinet wanted to say, Kaya. There was that possibility. On the other hand, Maetel just nodded her head. It was as if someone had explained to her that a mountain was a mountain, and water was water. Sienna snickered. The only one that took it seriously, aside from Elric, was Regina. It was unexpected. They are scary when it comes to anything related to money. They are a bundle of desire and voraciousness. Even the Magic Kingdom couldn't take them down easily even if they tried. I know Artpe isn't foolish enough not to know that. Of course, I know that. The Anywhere Company and the other merchant companies have hidden forces all over the continent. I have a rough idea as to how strong they are. This was obvious, but in a war against the Demon King's army, the merchant companies sold supplies at a cheaper price. However, they couldn't sell their products at a loss, so they extracted their price in other ways. Despite this fact, they were part of the Continental Alliance, and they were fighting hard against the Demon King's army. However, not all within the merchant companies were fighting the war. The defense of the human realm was important, but the survival of the merchant companies was more important. This was why their elite forces were protecting their most important treasures. If it looked like the human realm would fall, the merchant companies were thinking about throwing their lot in with the demon race. They don't value humans or demons. They value money the most. Mycenae values love the most, but she is a really rare exception. Don't talk about that in front of Mycenae. Anyways, it seems you know about the power of the merchant companies. So let me ask again. Who are you going to steal from? Merchant companies. Cold energy emanated from Regina's body. I don't like jokes. You should think about it, Regina. Artpe smiled as he gave an explanation. The Magic Kingdom couldn't easily deal with the merchant companies, but it also means the Magic Kingdom was capable of doing it if they wanted to. It would have been possible if the Magic Kingdom was prepared for its collapse in doing so. In the end, they are comparable in power to the Magic Kingdom? Regina finally had a realization. The person in front of her was the culprit that had ended the Magic Kingdom. That wasn't all. Regina's level couldn't be compared to the level she was at couple years ago. She could easily steal from the large companies by herself. That is why we'll be okay. We can rob them real well. As expected, Artpe is the baddest of them all. However, I really love that about you. The heroes' party drove the steel horse towards the imperial city of the Zard Empire. The heroes' party, who was more vicious than the Demon King, started to earnestly gather ingredients for the great spell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182 Renewal Plan 3. Chapter 182 Renewal Plan 3. Angelo Zard was the emperor of the Empire of Zard. The young heroes were full of energy as they descended upon the palace. The emperor sounded stunned as he double-checked with the hero. So you want us to give you all our artifacts? Right now? If you don't want to give it to us, you don't have to. Artpe let out a bright smile as he spoke. You'll probably take it from us anyways. Then you should just give it all to me. The emperor slowly nodded his head as he spoke. Artpe had been about to carry out his task, but Artpe became surprised at the emperor's reply. He almost tripped over his own feet. You are just going to give it to me? I'm going to take an extremely high amount of your artifacts, yet you plan on giving it all to me? It is said that it's not over until it's over. However, that is true up to a certain point. You can easily overcome my empire by yourself. What is the point of putting up a fight right now? Moreover, the heroes are needed in defeating the Demon King. I don't have any grounds for refusing your request. As expected, they spoke the same language. When Artpe grinned, the emperor got up from his throne as he sighed. Of course, these are only words. It'll be hard not to incur the resentment of the nobles. I'll try to help in carrying out the task, but in the process, you will shoulder most of the blame. I have to blunt their anger and hate in some way. If you feel your ears burning in the future, you only have yourself to blame. Do that. I'm fine with it. Undoubtedly, there will be some that won't listen to me. At that point, I'll have to use my power. In truth, Artpe did something he should have done at an earlier date. The Empire had inherited all the magic technology developed by the Magic Kingdom. The Heroes Party used the groundbreaking visual communication system developed by the Empire. They sent out a transmission asking for artifacts and magic stones, since they needed it. This message will be repeated once again. If you give up your artifacts and magic stones without making a fuss, there will be no bloodshed. Hey! I told you that you should speak a bit more softly. Artpe watched the image floating atop the capital. Maetel had a kind smile on her face, yet she spoke as if she was an overlord. When he saw this, Artpe yelled out in fright. Angelo Zard had a benevolent smile on his face. At the very least, there is no way I will be blamed for this now. Good for you. Artpe grumbled in a low voice as he rolled back his sleeves. It was time to carry out his plan. Mr. Emperor. I need help with one more thing. I hope you aren't asking me to accompany you to the Demon King's castle. Angelo Zard was powerful, but he was powerful according to the human realm's standard. He could probably fight a one-on-one battle with one of the officers under the Four Heavenly King. Moreover, he was an emperor that had founded an empire. He was too valuable to use as a mere soldier. Also, I already destroyed the Demon King's castle. You don't have to worry about it. How can I not worry? You just said you destroyed the Demon King's castle. Doesn't that mean you were able to destroy the Demon King's castle, yet you weren't able to defeat the Demon King? Where the hell is that bastard now? As expected, the Emperor had an interesting reaction to his news. Artpe cackled as he moved on to the main topic. I'll feel guilty if I only loot the nations. That is why I'm going to loot the merchant companies. Merchant companies? I don't think you are talking about the small to medium-sized companies. Anywhere, Might and Syros. All the dungeon merchants were affiliated with these three companies. These were mega merchant companies that had bases in each nation. When the Emperor heard Artpe's words, he cackled. Oh. The hero finally lost his mind. You want to steal from the merchant companies? These are the companies that won't break even if there was an all-out war between the human realm and the demon realm. That's right. Artpe was speaking in his spirited manner when he came up with a good idea. He clapped his hands. Let's just falsely accuse them of having improper communications with the demon realm. You said it with your lips. It is a false accusation. It is all wrong from the start. I'll just frame it like this. If they don't have any improper relations with the demon race, they should give up the assets of the company as proof. If a company hides their assets, we can label them as being in league with the demon race. We can wipe them out. What do you think? It's perfect, right? It was an idea that came from an absolutely mad lad. However, the emperor put on a broad smile when he heard Artpe's words. I kinda like that idea. All right. I'll take that as you agreeing to cooperate with me. There was an old saying that some people revel in others' misfortunes. An agreement was made between the emperor and Artpe based upon this concept. His empire's treasury would be emptied, and it would cause financial difficulties within his empire. However, it wouldn't be a problem if Artpe looted everyone else's treasury also. Artpe just had to make everyone equally poor. He had a truly devilish mindset. Soon, the Emperor of Zard gathered the heads of the mega merchant companies. They were gathered in one place. Since the Emperor had requested the meeting, it was impossible to send a subordinate. Everyone sat under the same tent as the Emperor. Let's start. I would like to ask you a question before we start. I heard that the hero has gone to each nation, and he has stolen all the artifacts and magic stones. The head of the Might Company struck first. The head of the Anywhere Company and the Ceros Company frowned slightly. It seemed they had also heard about the calamity that had occurred within each nation. Maybe, the Emperor gathered them here to vent his anger. His anger might be directed towards them. He might ask them for something. All three representatives were having the same thought. I'm sorry for your loss, but the merchant companies have already suffered enough losses in this venture. We cannot be more accommodating to your empire. At this moment, the storage houses of our companies are being emptied in order to fight against the demon race. Everyone should calm down. Emperor Zard just wanted a meeting. There is no way he would made such a rude overture. The emperor didn't even have the chance to say anything. The heads of the merchant companies spoke back and forth with each other. They started constructing a line of defense with their words. However, state of affairs always came faster and stronger than one expects. That is why I'm here. Hero. Artpe had used Blink, and he had appeared atop the table. The heads of the merchant companies were taken aback. They pushed their chairs backwards. However, there was no way they would be able to run away from Artpe. Tada. Cook. Barrier. It is a high-rank barrier of incredible quality. As soon as Artpe appeared, he flicked his finger to place a barrier over the entire tent. He had used the materialization spell alongside the mana strings. Neither mana nor any physical substance could exit the barrier. You were in league with the hero from the start. How can this be? You were jobbed by the hero, yet you are cooperating with him? You sold us out. The emperor saw the blood vessels pop out on the necks of the representatives. He spoke in sly manner. I'm still an emperor of an empire, yet you guys are being pretty rude with your words. Above all else, I am on the side of the hero, because I want him to kill the demon king. I'm not trying to persecute or frighten you. I just want all of us to sacrifice a little bit, so peace can come to this continent. Liar. If what you say is true, why are you grinning? The emperor was having a hard time keeping his expression under control, so Artpe stepped forward. After trying to break through the barrier couple times, the heads of the merchant companies realized that they were trapped. Artpe sat on the table as he looked at each representative. Every one of them couldn't face Artpe's domineering attitude. They looked away. I think you guys already know the full story of what is going on. Artpe let out an unusually bright smile as he explained. That is why I'll skip the details. I'll cut to the chase. In order to defeat the Demon King, I need to create a large-scale magic. I need your help in doing this. Basically, I need a lot of artifacts and magic stones. You emptied an empire, yet you need more? If you think you can bully us by mentioning the Demon King, you are mistaken. We aren't naive idiots. Of course, you are the hero, and you are the opposer of the Demon King. However, that doesn't mean we'll stand by and do nothing when you point your sword towards us. The representatives planned on resisting against Artpe as a group. However, Artpe's attitude remained unchanged. He had a carefree attitude. I'm sorry, but I'm not really asking for your help. I just want to explain the current situation I find myself in. What? Moreover, I'll just carry out what I have to do. In that moment, Artpe's smile became twisted. His overwhelmingly dense mana swept over the entire conference tent. It pressed down on their shoulders. Ku-Huk! Cook! Everyone present were pretty confident in their skills, yet they couldn't even raise their against Artpe. Artpe was the master of all mana within the barrier. The only ones that were tranquil were Artpe and the Emperor of Zard, who had promised his cooperation from the start. When did I give you the impression that you guys had a choice in this? This line should crack the top 5 lines that a hero should never say. It was a vicious statement. I don't care what you guys think. I just wanted to tell you guys that there is a legitimate reason for doing this. I'm going to take all your artifacts and magic stones. Do you understand me? This is ridiculous. Even if you are a hero, do you think you can get away with committing a crime? This bastard isn't a hero. He is more vicious than the Demon King. Cook! The waves of mana overlapped each other. The representatives had tried to raise their heads, but their heads were shoved back towards the table. They looked very polite in such a pose. If you turn down my offer, I'll assume that you are working with the Demon King's army. In such a scenario, the applicable companies will be broken up and destroyed. That is why you should make a wise decision right now. He was more vicious than the Demon King. The representatives of each company realized that Artpe wasn't speaking in hyperbole. Their eyes widened in dismay. Artpe looked satisfied. He raised one hand as he nodded his head. Since I have a good history with Mycenae, I'll start with the Anywhere Company. Everything's better when you get it over with early on, even if it is a beating. What? When Artpe waved his hand, mana strings extended from his hand. It bound the head of the Anywhere Company. Since they were meeting with the Emperor of an empire, the heads of the companies didn't bring any bodyguards. Of course, it wouldn't have made a difference even if they were present. The head of the Anywhere Company couldn't even put up a fight as he was dragged towards Artpe. Artpe locked eyes with him. I'll be concise with my words. You have a storehouse, right? They hold the truly valuable items that you haven't released to the Continental Alliance. Cook. In truth, the representative of the Anywhere Company had somewhat let his guard down. It was as Artpe had said. The dungeon merchant Mycenae was affiliated with the Anywhere Company, and she had worked with the Heroes Party from the beginning. She had a close relationship with them. In fact, Mycenae had facilitated a pretty big deal during the incident in Palladia. Moreover, the Anywhere Company was planning on using the heroes for profit after they defeated the Demon King. So how did things turn out like this? The representative felt mixed emotions. I have it. I always carry it with me. I like the fact that you are handing it over without causing me any trouble. He unfastened the locket that was hanging around his neck. When he opened it, he took out a very small pouch. It wasn't big enough to fit a single ear of grain. When Artpe saw it, he knew he had hit the jackpot. Good. Very good. Hero, you really are acting like a real gangster. Shut up. It was a miniature dimensional pouch. Despite its size, the compression of the space within the pouch was pushed to the extreme. It boasted a robust interior space where around 500 people could fit within it. Artpe checked the content of the mini-dimensional pouch, and he nodded his head in satisfaction. There were 16 artifacts. They were infused with incredible amount of mana. He also saw magic stones harvested from monsters around level 250 and 300. It even had top-grade potions. He didn't need the potions for his spell, but he took it anyways. What else? That's it. That is all I have. Do you realize how much we've expended in the war? We already supplied the rest of the artifacts and magic stones to the Continental Alliance. It is all being used in the war efforts. Okay. When the representative saw Artpe back down, he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Obviously, he had handed over extremely valuable items, but he had carried it around for his own emergency uses. The Anywhere Company's true safe house was located at the headquarters. He had been worried about the next steps he should take, but the hero had backed off without making a fuss. It seemed fate was smiling down on him. These were reasonable assumptions to have in his current situation. You are next. What do you want to do? Cook. On the other hand, the other representatives had been spectators, and they had been feeling optimistic. Maybe the hero might stop after taking what the Anywhere Company had to offer. Yes, there was no way he would loot all the companies. However, there was something they didn't know yet. While Artpe threatened and blackmailed the representatives, his other party members were executing his plan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183 Renewal Plan 4. Chapter 183 Renewal Plan 4. This place is the headquarters of the Anywhere Company. You really are a great merchant. Maetel was letting out a bright laughter as she raised her thumb towards Mycenae. She was sure that Maetel had learned that gesture from Artpe. Mycenae had an odd expression on her face. She wondered if she really should be doing this. She mumbled to herself as she looked at her surrounding. Hoo-oo. I really wonder if we are doing this for humanity, not. We are doing it for Artpe. Isn't that enough? Customer, you really haven't changed from the first time I met you. My chest became larger than a Jumma's chest during that time? Shut up. They were in a medium-sized territory within Diaz. There was in a shabby building located on the Serrata Boulevard. The headquarters of the Anywhere Company was located beneath this building. Wow. I sense people hiding beneath this place. What are they all doing here? Shouldn't they be fighting the Demon King's army? The fight against the Demon King's army is another business opportunity to the companies. This why the companies never go all in on a venture. Silpenin snorted at Mycenae's slick explanation. The young king of Diaz had been invited as a special guest to the heroes' party. The Anywhere Company had shamelessly built a secret base within his country. Instead of feeling anger, he felt a bit dejected. These bastards were all traitors. It wouldn't be enough to annihilate their entire family and relatives. I want to loot them, and I really want to put it all back into my kingdom's coffers. However, Artpe said to bring it all to him. She was short and clear with her words as she unsheathed her sword. There was a violent air around Maetel. Diaz's coffers had been looted by Artpe, so he thought taking a little bit of the loot would be okay. However, he quietly gave up on that idea when he saw Maetel's savage smile. She didn't look like the girl hero. She looked like a notorious killer. I'm pretty sure Maetel remembers her past life. She continued to grind her teeth for no reason when she looked at Silpenin. Moreover, she was unusually obsessed with Artpe. It was quite scary. Of course, he had mostly given up on his affections towards her after awakening to his past memories. He didn't plan on pursuing Maetel for her affections. However, they had shared camaraderie and friendship in their past lives. They had shared joys and sorrows for many years. He still wanted to be friendly with her. He still wanted to be her comrade and friend. Maetel. Why are you asking for me, Red? No. It is nothing. It seemed she was tired of calling him Redhead, so she had shortened it to Red. Silpenon became resigned as he stepped forward. You taking action is a good plan. However, my innate ability is quite helpful in these types of situation. Artpe probably sent you guys along with me thinking this task can't be done with just my ability. Just wait here. I'll steal everything within this headquarters. You are overflowing with confidence. It suits you. Anywhere is cooked now. Mycenae had some knowledge about the ability that had awakened within Silpenon. This was why she had a complicated expression on her face as she mumbled to herself. It didn't take long. It goes without saying that Silpenon backed up his big talk by stealing everything from the Anywhere Company. Silpenon's group finished their work without running into much difficulty. The Anywhere Company placed all their high-priced items in the storehouse within the headquarters. They didn't need to visit multiple locations. They just had to loot one place. Above all else, Silpenon's innate ability allowed them to smoothly finish their work from beginning to end. The problem was looting Might and Ceros. Unlike the Anywhere Company, the location of their headquarters was common knowledge. That is why their wealth was stored in multiple locations. These companies possess a spell that can transport their wealth. As Regina spoke those words, the party went through the building, which was considered to be at the heart of the Might Merchant Company. It wasn't as if they were alone. They weren't being bothered, because everyone in the building had been knocked out by Sienna and Elric's shield charge. There is a reason why it is risky to use spatial magic. It leaves behind a record. It allows others to track you down. That sounds very complicated, but I think I get the gist of it. You are saying that records have been left behind if the items pass through the headquarters? Right. The items that are considered to be extremely valuable are brought to the headquarters first. They measure the value of the items. Afterwards, the items are transferred to various branches depending on their worth, volume, and type of items. Regina's knowledge was very thorough. The Might Company previously had their headquarters located in a city within the former magic kingdom of Edea. Regina was the secret weapon developed by Edea, so she had investigated about the Might Company over the long years. That means we can use these records to go to the other branches. Nope. Sienna had used her head to come up with an answer, but Regina firmly shook her head in disagreement. Sienna tilted her head in confusion. Regina raised her staff as she emitted magical energy. If other magicians heard her words, they would have let out a shout of disbelief. I'm not going to them. I'll activate the record to call them back. Call back the artifacts and magic stones? Yes. I'm not just using spatial magic. I'm reading the mana pattern of the artifacts. I can read their current location, and I'll rewind their record. Okay. I have no idea what you are saying. Sienna replied with a bright smile. Regina lightly tapped Sienna's head with her staff. Instead of elaborating further, Regina activated her magic. She had acquired the record of the Winter Queen. She used a magic that only she could ice. She was able to see the records related to mana with her strengthened eyes. She used a summoning spell. A frightening wave of mana immediately arose from her. It broke apart the building's roof. As the light of the stars illuminated her, Regina started to summon the items by ones and twos. Wow! It is still coming out. Sienna, what are you doing? You should gather the items. However, I sense living beings. Ah. I see. It isn't just artifacts and magic stones. I think people are being summoned too? A merchant had appeared alongside an artifact. The merchant had a death grip on the artifact. Sienna lightly bashed the merchant with her shield. The merchant was sent flying over the roof. Regina calmly spoke about what was going on. If one wants to interfere with a summon magic, one needs to be in direct contact with the subject being summoned. Mana can be injected into the subject to stop the summoning. If one fails, one gets summoned alongside the subject. Ah! Over there! Sienna let out an innocent laughter as she ruthlessly swung her shield. The merchants fainted when they were hit with the shield. It wasn't just the custodians of each branches being summoned. Dungeon merchants that possessed artifacts and magic stones started to appear by ones and twos. This place is. This makes no sense. I couldn't even put up a fight with my mana before being summoned. Ka-hook. The merchants tried to put up a decent fight, but Regina's summon magic was too powerful. One had to be at least level 300 to be able to interfere with the mana pattern she wove. Aside from Artpe's party and Silpenen's party, there were no other humans that had exceeded level 300. It is endless. TSK. These dirty bastards are trying to make money while humans are currently dying on the front line. They squirreled away all these items. It is understandable. They just think differently from us. Sienna quietly spoke her words as she swung her shield. The dungeon merchants, who had just been summoned, were starting to unsheath their weapons. However, they all fainted when their heads were bashed in by the corner of Sienna's shield. However, Appa's will was just stronger than theirs. It becomes complicated when you start talking about might makes right. However, Artpe is absolute in your eyes, so I won't waste time arguing with you. In this venture, Elric also thought Artpe was in the right. The human realm was in danger of falling, yet the companies were squirreling away so much resources. This meant they were preparing for the human realm's loss. They were preparing for the day when the Demon King conquers the whole world. The humans were already at a clear disadvantage. It might have been understandable if the companies had pulled back their resources later on, so they could fund a resistance. However, they were keeping these resources back while the battle between the two sides were close. It was obvious as to what they were trying to pull. Ray, how much more do you have to summon? The Might Company has a lot of stuff. I'm also going to summon all their dungeon merchants, so I think it'll take 5 more hours. 5 hours, yes, let's finish this quickly, so we can return. Agreed. While Regina was maintaining her summon magic, she extended her mana towards a different direction. There was a communication system used by the Might Company, and it extended across the territory of Edia. She made it so that the merchants couldn't communicate with each other. She had activated a wide-scale communication interference magic. I don't have enough energy to be surprised anymore. I wonder what's happening on Etna Uni's side. Do you think everything is going smoothly? I have no idea why she insisted on going with the Holy Priestess, but she should be doing well. Sienna and Elric looked at each other, and they titled their head in puzzlement. Of course, Sienna didn't realize that such a small gesture made Elric's heart beat faster. Her thoughts were solely on Etna. From what I heard from Appa, Uni insisted on going to Syros. It was as if she knew the location of the headquarters. She picked out Roa and Vadanet Uni for her party. Does that mean, She knew it was mere speculation, but Sienna was worried. She hoped that Etna wouldn't suffer a wounded heart. At that moment, Etna was on the move with Roa and Vadanet. They were walking in the streets of Palladia's capital. They were in Lihazita. Nia. I don't like places without corrupted energy. Nah. I want to see Master. Nya. Are you implying that Artpe is corrupted, kitty? Nah. I like Master, because he is cozy. Nya. I also like that he is adequately rotten, nya. Ho-oh. In my opinion, I think your eyes are rotten. Nya. The holy priestess was able to eliminate demonic energy, and the demonic beast was able to eat the demonic energy. The fight of the century was about to start between the two, but Etna had extended her fire. She separated the two. She had burned away all the mana the two had been using. Her skill was frightening. We are almost there. That Ms. Etna? I can confirm that the headquarters of the Syros Company is within Palladia. However, it is as I've said earlier. It isn't in Lihazita. It is located in one of the outer cities. That place is empty now. Since Lihazita was the capital of Palladia, it was covered with countless spells. A good number of those spells had been destroyed in the last commotion, but new replacement spells had been placed. Since temples were located all over Lihazita, there was a great amount of ambient holy energy. Even Artpe, who possessed the read all creation ability, would have a hard time finding what he wanted in this place. It happened when Jariat was slowly subverting Palladia as he masqueraded as the fake pope. You were at the heart of that situation, so you probably are well informed about it, right? Yes. Of course. Artpe appeared like a shooting star, and his actions. In truth, Master didn't do much. Nya. Shut your mouth. Etna ignored the two girls, who were growling at each other. At the time, Artpe had come up with the best course of action. He checked all the priests, and he filtered out the corrupted ones. He killed them before they could give excuses. He was bold. Afterwards, he made sure the priests wouldn't be led astray. At that moment, Etna came to a stop, and she poked the ground. At one point, a magic circle containing an enormous amount of mana had been placed there. There was a faint trace of another magic circle being made there. After receiving Etna's mana, the magic circle started to power up. Vadinet's eyes widened. This is the vestige of a teleportation magic. Artpe always commits fully to his actions. That is why he missed one possibility. Vadinet could somewhat guess at what this possibility was. As the magic circle expanded, it surrounded the whole party. In the next moment, they were in an underground corridor within a large building. Nia. Roa sniffed the air. She tilted her head as she spoke. I sense demonic energy, Nya. No way. Is it the four heavenly King Jariat? You are correct. He admitted it with a truly depressed voice. The former four heavenly king took a step forward. He was the first one to defect to the previous demon king's faction. He infiltrated the human realm to support them. The first thing he did was to acquire the Syros Company for them. Demons that were easily over level 300 started to appear in the corridor by ones and twos. It seemed they had hastily come to the corridor after they sensed the teleportation magic. Roa bared her teeth at them. Vadinet was taken aback by what she saw. It was Jariat. He was supposed to the weakest amongst the four heavenly king, and he had been the first to die. Arpt hadn't known that Jariat had acquired the Syros Company. He had gone on without knowing about Jariat's machination. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184 Renewal Plan 5. Chapter 184 Renewal Plan 5. At some point, the demons that were carrying out the demonification research in the human realm had disappeared. The reason behind this was simple. When Artpe killed Jariat, the Syros Company had atrophied. Most of Jariat's project had been intertwined with the business of the Syros Company, so all their plans had come to a halt. At the time, the four heavenly king and the powerful demons, who had been following the orders of the previous demon king, were having a hard time exiting the demon realm. Amongst the demons that were already present in the human realm, none were as strong as Jariat. This was why the Syros Merchant Company had lost their clout. As a result, a stalemate occurred. This was why the demons were hiding in the secret headquarters of the Syros Company. At first, we didn't know what was happening. We were barely able to see their plan when the previous Demon King's forces came to the fore. This isn't the current Demon King's style. What style of action does the current Demon King prefer? Instead of working behind the scenes, he likes to grow his power out in the open. He likes to cause fear through an overt display of power. If one went only by her words, it was as if she was describing a chimpanzee instead of a demon king. Their current situation didn't allow them to joke around, so Vadanet decided to keep her mouth shut. The one that was the most excited was Roa. Nya, na na. Nya 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 nya. It was never in doubt that she was a cat. Her steps were light, soft, and quick. She sucked in all the demonic energy that permeated these grounds. The current Roa was nothing like the past Roa. She was quick and precise in picking out only the demonic energy. The demons didn't even have the chance to use their magic. They fell to the floor before they could even move. Roa, don't let even one of them leave this place. I already know, nya. Etna didn't personally subdue the demons. She just used her vast magical energy to cover the entire headquarters with a massive heat barrier. Nothing could come in or out. Any mana or matter burned when it came in contact with the barrier. The headquarters had been isolated. You processed heat to the extreme to create this barrier. I never expected such a thing to be possible. Vadanet had already seen Artpe's nearly flawless barrier. Etna's way of creating a barrier looked simple and brutish. However, she couldn't see any weak points in the barrier. Moreover, it had the ability to differentiate between enemies and allies. It implied that she had used spirits in creating the barrier. It wasn't a simple fire. Help Roa. Roa is capable of doing this alone. Ah, yes. I understand. Etna had already shed the body of a demon. However, she didn't feel comfortable killing other demons. This was why she wanted to be alone, and Vadanet realized this fact. She nodded her head as she joined up with Roa. In the short term, you'll suffer pain that is worse than death. However, I will not kill you all. Artpe will revert everything back to their true state, and at that time, he'll give you guys a choice. If there is no changes to your behavior. At that time, she'll burn all of them with her fire. Etna let out a big sigh as she took a step forward. Small fire spirits appeared around her. They laughed as they followed her movements. It seemed they weren't aware of her feelings. The party easily took care of the Syros Company's headquarters. They recovered all the artifacts and magic stones. Since these items were made for demons, the items were emitting negative energy. However, Roa ruthlessly sucked out all the corrupted energy. Nah. My stomach is full. Nya. Then you shouldn't reveal so much skin. Nah. Nya. Vadanet and Roa bickered with each other as they gathered all the items. Roa's base nature dominated over the demonic energy. This was why Vadanet instinctually had favorable feelings towards Roa. She was a rotten holy priestess, but in the end, she was a holy priestess. As expected, they came here. MMM? While Vadanet and Roa were focused on confiscating the artifacts and magic stones, Etna was slowly walking down the corridor. She was extending her mana to search her surrounding. Vadanet tilted her head in puzzlement when she noticed Etna's atypical behavior. Etna let out a bitter laughter as she answered the unasked question. After the previous Demon King's faction started to work in earnest, I wondered if their leaders had visited this place at least once. I thought they might have come here to take some of the valuables. It seems I was right. The Syros Company was one of the 3 largest merchant companies on this continent, yet they had significantly less treasures compared to their stature. This was why Etna wondered if most of the previous Demon King's forces had been supplied by the Syros Company, and she had been right in her assumption. There is more food someplace else, nya? Are you able to track them down? The words spoken by Vadanet and Roa differed from each other, but they both wanted the same thing. Etna nodded her head as she replied. Yes. However, I don't know how many demons there will be at that location. It might be dangerous if we go by ourselves. You brought along Roa and me. I thought it was your plan to just charge into their camp. Etna smirked. I did so, because I thought there might be a chance that we might find one of their leaders here. Be careful, everyone. She cut short her words. She quickly raised her mana as she yelled out. The power of the barrier was gathered at a single point. Incredible heat was condensed into a single attack. A man appeared as he took on the brunt of this attack. Cook. The barrier is capable of counterattacking by itself. The man had planned on exterminating the intruders as soon as he appeared. However, he hadn't expected to consume all his prepared mana in blocking the barrier's counterattack. He rolled across the ground. His entrance was poor, but the mana hidden inside his body was immense. Vadanet chanted her holy spell on instinct. Roa immediately attacked him. Food delivery service, nyada. Food delivery? Oot. If one possessed any corrupted energy within one's body, it became absorbed by Roa. One just had to be near her. The demon was being weakened. Roa's ability was stronger than ever before. Even if the demon was over level 390, he wasn't exempt from Roa's power. Nyan 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 nya. Shut up. Nya. As expected, he wasn't a normal demon. In a flash, he detonated his demonic energy outside of his body. He baited Roa to absorb it, then he unsheathed his sword. He stabbed the sharp sword towards Roa. Roa had been drunk on the demonic energy. She desperately moved her body in the air to avoid the attack. You don't bother someone's meal. I wouldn't even bother a dog when it is eating its meal. Nya-ha. Focus, Roa. Obviously, Vadanet was better at long-ranged attacks. In the case of Etna, she dealt with the power of fire, but she was better at long-ranged attacks rather than fighting in close proximity. The only one that could fight the demon in close quarters was Roa. Oh God! This being covets evil, and he opposes order. Give your blessing to all those that opposes him. There is even a holy priestess here. Nya nya nya, dot. Vadanet's blessing was immediately infused into Roa. It strengthened her. She was supposed to be a demonic beast, yet she was taking in holy power. It almost made one want to complain about the unfairness of it all. This means the hero has gotten a wind of what we are doing, and he made a move against us. However, there are no heroes here. He only sent the holy priestess. Even if he sends 2 holy priestess, it wouldn't be enough. This was a foolish thing to do. Do you really think that? Roa swung both her paws as she attacked him. As he dodged, he tried to raise his sword. Suddenly, a red flame appeared around his armor-type artifact. The flame burned both mana and matter. Coo-hoo! You bitch! He had been distracted by Roa, who was constantly stealing demonic energy from him. This was why Etna's attack had completely taken him unawares. He glared at her as he resisted against the inferno. He was finally able to see the woman that had as much presence as himself. Fire Witch Etna. How come you don't have the energy of a demon? I wonder why. Etna didn't know this demon. However, it seemed he knew about her. He must have gotten his information from spies that had infiltrated the Demon King's castle in the past. It meant she couldn't let him leave this place alive. Artpe had refined his spell. He had the ability to turn a heavenly king into human. It was a key piece of information that had to be kept secret until Artpe wanted to reveal his spell. You betrayed the demon race. You attached yourself to the heroes now. It seems you have the time to chat away with me, demon. Nya-ha. When she saw an opportune moment, Roa sliced through the air. She was ferocious in her attack. There was demonic energy coated around the demon's sword. Etna's fire burned away the sword aura. The demon looked devastated as he tried to bring back the aura, but Roa's long claws raked across his face before he could do that. Kuha-ha-hak. Roa was the greed beast. The mere existence of her mana had the power of eating away at everything. Her claws stripped away flesh and bone when they raked the demon. The blood of the demon dissipated after being eaten by her. It was a truly frightening sight. Even her allies felt their hair stand on end. On the other hand, the demon did something much more impressive. Despite feeling horrible pain, he focused his demonic energy into his sword. He stabbed the sword into Roa's stomach. Nya-ha. A power that eats away at demonic energy. She is more dangerous than the witch. Nya-nya. Nya-ha. Red blood flowed out of Roa. She let out a cry of anger. Vadinat quickly worked on healing Roa. Etna extended her mana to attack the demon. However, the demonic energy from the demon stretched out from his body, and it made contact with Roa's blood, which was flowing down his sword. In the next moment, the flames assaulting his body just disappeared. It works. Innate ability. That's right. My innate ability is called reverse. I can assess and control my enemy's ability when I gain access to their blood. I can temporarily use my enemy's ability. I can reverse this too. She roughly knew that this demon possessed high level, but it seemed he was one of the past 4 heavenly king. The fact that he was describing his ability proved her assumption. It was something only a 4 heavenly king would do. Cook. His ability was legit. It didn't matter if his enemy had an innate ability, magic or close combat ability. He had a cheat ability that allowed him to copy the special abilities of those that he considered to be his enemy. His demonic energy completely ate the flames, which had been infused with Etna's mana. As a result, he amplified the destructive ability of the fire, and it was sent back towards Etna. Roa still hadn't completely recovered from her wound. However, she let out a meow as she put herself in front of Etna. It is demonic energy. Nya. No, Roa. He had used his ability to change mana into demonic energy. Moreover, he knew Roa would welcome this move. When he confirmed Roa moved as he predicted, she put on a smile. Etna became sure when she saw this. The demon had been trying to bait Roa from the start. I'll do this. Whoop. Roa was about to open her mouth. The demon timed it perfectly as he switched places with Roa. His innate ability has 2 functions. I can always switch location with my enemy. Tisk. If he acquired Etna's blood, he would gain affinity to fire. This fight would become much more difficult. Fortunately, Etna was aware of his aim. In a flash, she surrounded herself with flames. She blocked his attack with the incredible heat. From the moment the sword pierced through the fire, it started to melt away. By the time the sword reached Etna, the sword had lost its edge. In the next moment, the mana infused within the fire was turned into demonic energy. However, she couldn't stop it from choking her. It wrapped around her neck. According to the report, you shouldn't be this strong. Did you perhaps get stronger by abandoning the power of a demon? Interesting. Yeah. I'm not interested in you anymore. After losing its edge, he could only produce the aura at the tip of the sword. He stabbed it towards Etna. Roa felt like a complete idiot after the demonic energy was yanked out of her reach. She quickly moved towards the demon. However, he didn't even turn around. He created an enormous spear made out of demonic energy, and she threw it towards her. With this, your power will be mine. What? Nia. He stabbed his sword towards Etna. In a flash, Roa appeared near him, and she bit his neck. He was sure he had seen the demonic energy spear engage with Roa. As he was having that thought, Etna's fire engulfed him. Cook! Get off me! Naya awaya! Roa hung onto him as she sucked away at his demonic energy. This was why the demon couldn't resist against Etna's flame. Moreover, Etna's flame had a peculiar property. It couldn't harm an ally. The demon gritted his teeth as he tried to pry away Roa by using the aura blade once again. However, Roa's body swayed as she dodged all his attack. The rate in which he was losing his demonic energy remained the same. What? Nah. Idiot. Who? Roa grinned. Etna moved farther away from the demon as she created a large fireball. This damned monster are. The demon's body started to become dyed black. An earth-shaking amount of demonic energy arose within him. It was an impressive sight. However, Vadanet calmly chanted her spell. Oh God! Please bring order to this arrogant and foreign being. Nia! Burn! After revealing its true form, the demon was hit by the holy mace of God. At the same time, Roa and Etna's attacked him. The demon felt as if he had stepped into a quicksand. Shit! I should have given a report to His Majesty first. The demon's vision started to get blurry. As a last-ditch attempt to get rid of Roa, he tried to turn the mana within her body into demonic energy. However, there was an unidentifiable energy source near her heart, and it immediately ate the demonic energy. Ha, I see. It was this. The demon realized that this energy source was what his king and his collaborators had been searching for. It was what they had yearned for. He used his last remaining power to activate a spell. Several minutes passed. Etna's party exited the Syros Company's headquarters as the entire structure collapsed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185 Renewal Plan 6. Chapter 185 Renewal Plan 6. You guys can go back now. What? You guys can go home now. After acquiring everything he wanted from the owners of the merchant companies, he had continued to detain them. Artpe continued to lecture the heads of the merchant companies. His lecture was titled, How to Effectively Empty the Wallets of the Heroes and Knights, because they care more about the name of the technique rather than the price of the item. As if hit by lightning, Artpe suddenly stopped talking. He ordered the meeting to break up. His actions were quite suspicious. What did you do? What do you mean? Stop talking nonsense. From beginning to end, my goal was to receive support from you. Support. Yes. Support. The heads of the merchant companies felt aggrieved and angered by Artpe's choice of word. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Artpe's level was so high that they couldn't contend in terms of power. They just grinded their teeth as they exited the tent. What? Headquarters what? What happened there? They had been inside the barrier up until now. They hadn't been able to communicate with the outside world. As soon as they stepped outside of the barrier, their communication devices started lighting up. However, they couldn't turn back now and argue with Artpe. Why? They had already given their word to cooperate with him. They had agreed to give up all their magic stones and artifacts. If they asked why he emptied out their headquarters, Artpe would just mention the fact that they had agreed to give up all their items. It would be like talking to a brick wall. His answer would just piss them off. Dot. What's wrong? Why are you grinding your teeth? Are your gums hurting? No, I'm alright. Ah. Wait a moment. The three men swayed on their feet as they left the tent. However, Artpe suddenly grabbed one of them. The head of the Syros Merchant Company. Gieta? My name is George. Yes. I was referring to you. In truth, your name isn't that important. The identity of the being that controls you from behind is important. Isn't that right? At Artpe's words, George froze in place. He was trying very hard to look nonchalant, but his body shook involuntarily. He had been a merchant for several dozen of years, so he was armed with a poker face. However, the skill had its limit. It didn't work against Artpe. From behind? The other two heads of the merchant companies didn't care what was being said. They were afraid of being ripped off even further, so they rushed out of the tent. The only ones inside the tent was the Emperor, Artpe, and George. The Emperor was puzzled by Artpe's words, but he observed George's complexion. It had turned pale. It made one think that Artpe's words weren't a lie. Could there really be another owner to one of the three great merchant houses? I just found out about it. You can relax. Artpe had received reports from his party, and he had pulled down his barrier. They had safely finished their tasks. However, at the end of Etna's report, she had added a new piece of information. Artpe had come up with a story to threaten the merchant houses. However, in the case of one merchant house, his made-up story had actually come to pass. The location of our headquarters was found out. The fact that you emptied out that place means... Aha! Yes. The secret of your company has been revealed. I'm glad you are quick on the uptake, George. Artpe put up a barrier once again. He grabbed George by the shoulders as he let out a low growl. You better tell me everything about your dealings with Chariot and the other demons. You shouldn't leave anything out. I'll kill the Demon King, and if your story doesn't match up, I'll come back for you. It'll end up badly for you and the others. Heek. This was the intimidation technique that he was able to use, because he had been a former heavenly king. George's face turned blue. On the other hand, the Emperor now knew that there really was a connection between the demons and a merchant company of the humans' realm. He stood up from his seat in shock. I never expected your far-fetched story could be true, Dot. What did you just say? Let's hurry up and start the interrogation. I want to know how much of our information was handed over to the Demon King's army. If it was just the Demon King's army, I wouldn't consider it to be such a serious matter. At Artpe's words, the Emperor tilted his head in puzzlement. George's body started to shake. Artpe just let out a bitter laughter. After some time passed, Artpe rejoined with his party members. Artpe was satisfied when his party brought back full-dimensional pouches. Will this be enough, Artpe-nim? It is far from enough. In the process of changing the demon realm back into the human realm, demonic energy will be converted into mana. I think that'll somehow make up for the rest of the mana I need, but... How big of a spell is it? He was turning back the human realm into a human realm. He was also turning the demons back into humans. It would be an amazing spell. However, it was such a massive spell that his party members were having a hard time wrapping their heads around it. Vadinette could only shrug her shoulders. Roa, you are a mess. Nia. The resistance this time was fierce. Nya. Roa looked aggrieved as she replied. She licked her arm. She was completely healed by Vadinet's holy power, but her defensive gears had been destroyed. Moreover, she couldn't completely hide the minor scars. Pet me, nya. Alright. She loved to eat the most, but she also loved acting cute like a cat. She stuck close to Artpe as she meowed. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he extended mana strings from his hand. He used his materialization magic to erase any blemishes. He let out a sigh. It came unbidden. Hoo-oo. Nothing has been settled yet. The thing that hasn't been settled is Artpe's state of mind. You shouldn't touch any woman like that except for me. You are the one that I shouldn't touch like that. Roa is a cat. She is safe. That is why she is the most dangerous one. Artpe went along with the conversations as he joked. He looked over each of them. Fortunately, the only one that had been hurt was Roa. Etna, you couldn't gauge the exact level of our enemy? I could tell that he possessed high level. I believe he might have been one of the 4 heavenly king. That's enough. He was slowly developing a feeling that he was killing most of the past Demon King's faction. Was he making a false assumption? What's worse, the damn Sunbei hadn't been able to kill the previous Demon King and the previous 4 heavenly king. They had been sealed instead. As he thought more about it, the previous hero was looking more and more incompetent. Alright. Let's head back to the demon realm. In the end, we are going back to the demon realm again. We've accomplished a lot, but I'm getting a weird feeling. I really don't know why. The party looked to be somewhere between satisfied and dispirited. Artpe had a complicated expression on his face as he grabbed George by the scruff of his neck. He spoke towards the Emperor of Zard. Soon, the tide of the battle will change. You should be prepared to chase the demons to the demon realm. You think the demons will retreat on their own? No. You'll be able to chase them out. At Artpe's words, the Emperor's 2 eyes were full of question. From the start, the Emperor had no idea what Artpe was talking about. However, Artpe didn't bother explaining himself. Let's go. When I see you next, the war will be at an end. The war it will end. That is music to my ears. That is why you shouldn't wash out before I wash out, Emperor Rajusi. Ha! The Emperor let out a bitter laughter as he replied. For a brief moment, you sounded like a true hero. It would be impossible for me to believe that you were the one to empty out all the nations and the 3 great merchant companies. I collected everything, because I need it. Don't be so petty. The party got on the steel horse. They planned on traveling towards the nearest warp gate at full speed. They planned on heading straight towards the demon realm. Their final destination was the Demon King's castle, or where it used to be. The great magic would start there, and it would cover the entire demon realm. Then the magic will extend further to swallow the demons. This would be true if everything went according to Artpe's plan. He really had made all the preparations he could make. Currently, Artpe was asking himself as to whether more could have been done. Could there be something that he was missing? What if some other hidden demon king made an appearance? Were there any more secret dungeons he could visit? He had always traveled down the appointed path, although there were many unexpected and odd turns in the between. The thing that was killing him was the fact that he had to lure in and kill an unknown enemy. He didn't even know the level of this enemy. If it was the current Demon King, there was around an 80% chance that his party would win out against him. However, this was the previous Demon King, who was stronger than the current Demon King. What nonsense was this? Maybe he shouldn't have destroyed the Demon King's castle. Should he have ascertained the location of his enemies before doing that? No, if he did that, the already powerful previous Demon King would have received support from the Demon King's castle. The current outcome was better than the alternative. Fuck. I blame the previous hero. It is all his fault. He sat in the middle of the steel horse, which was taking off. He had a glum look on his face. Maetel suddenly grabbed his hand. You shouldn't worry too much, Artpe. What? I'm not worrying? Artpe can't know everything. You can't prepare everything beforehand. I think we are as prepared as we are going to be. At the very least, that is true in my opinion. Ha! Artpe wondered how she was able to time her words so perfectly. It was as if she already knew what was in his heart. It was quite odd. However, it felt as if she had taken a load off his mind. Yes, if his party was with him. Artpe wasn't suited for the role of a hero, yet he was starting to have cheesy thoughts that was unbecoming of him. Maetel continued to speak. Therefore, you shouldn't worry too much. It doesn't matter if it is the current Demon King or the previous Demon King. I'll destroy them all. I'll do it for our child, who will be born soon. You should revise your words. You make it sound as if you are already pregnant. It didn't work. You made my heart skip a beat. The war between his party members was about to restart. Artpe adeptly maneuvered through the situation as he mobilized the steel horse. Artpe, Maetel, Sienna, Regina, Vadanet, Elric and Etna were in their own thoughts as they watched the ground fall away. If they wanted to parse through all the thoughts in their mind, they would be up all night. Even then it wouldn't be enough time. The steel horse silently charged forward. When they reached the first warp gate, familiar figures were waiting for them. You guys are late. Did the Emperor cling on to you? Did he delay your travels? Silpenin? It wasn't just Silpenin. His guardian knight Lesity, Black Magician Deus, Holy Priestess Arya, and of course, Dungeon Merchant Mycenae was waiting there with Silpenin. Why are you guys here? This really feels like it'll be the final fight. At the very least, we should decorate the place as if it's the final stage. The fact that you are speaking such words makes me think the final page of this story is approaching us. It does make me feel nervous. What did you mean by that? When a hero's story comes to an end, every notable character usually mobilized. Artpe wondered if he was in a similar situation as that. Artpe suddenly became a bit sad when he realized the final battle was close at hand. Arya put on a bright smile as she tried to cheer him up. Since you are going to be facing the Demon King, I should step forward to offer my services as the Holy Priestess. Of course, your presence will be of help. No. A Holy Priestess should be present in the human realm. They still need you. There aren't many demons left in the human realm where I can earn my points. Mycenae had spoken. He had a rough idea as to what these points were. It seemed she planned on bankrupting him. They were insisting on coming along. It would be heartless to turn them down. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he nodded his head. All right. The whole demon realm will rush towards me once I start the spell. Silpenin's party was the strongest force in the human realm. Their absence would immediately bring hardship to the human realm, but their presence would increase the success rate of Artpe's plan. Okay. It seemed the Emperor will have to suffer a little bit more. Artpe had such irresponsible thoughts as he opened the door to the steel horse. The steel horse had gone through reinforcements, so there was plenty of space. Even after Silpenin's party entered the steel horse, there was enough space left. Let's go. We'll all go to kill the Demon King. You should have said that from the start. Silpenin grinned as he got on the steel horse. He flinched when he came face to face with Etna. Fortunately, both sides tolerated each other's presence. Lesity and Deus followed in afterwards. They had pretty determined expression on their faces. Deus. Let's completely erase your demonic energy before we enter into the demon realm. Kek. Don't be a baby. It won't hurt much. Maybe. Arya and Mycenae was the last to get on the steel horse. Mycenae's eyes flashed. Somehow, she was brimming over with enthusiasm. It was scary. Nah. We are going to upend their food bowl. Nya. Yes. At least, you are still in your normal mode. I guess that's a blessing. Nia. Artpe's party entered into the warp gate, which led to the demon realm. The final battle was approaching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186 Demon King 1. Chapter 186 Demon King 1. In the past, he had boasted about it to his party members. In terms of knowledge about the demon realm, no one could touch him. He had lived a long time before he was noticed by the Demon King. After he started working under the Demon King as a subordinate, he had been able to travel all over the demon realm as if it was his own backyard. He thoroughly searched the demon realm using his read all creation ability. The merfolks are doing well. If you bring her along, our success rate will increase further. It is as I've said to Cheryl. The demon race will return to the demon realm. I placed her in a position where she'll be able to rack up a high body count. As expected, a straight-on battle wasn't any fun. It was more fun to poke one's enemy at a weak point. Silpenin smirked at Artpe's words. We've created a very favorable situation for our side. It'll be difficult for them to lose this. They'll win this war. It is a given. However, that isn't important. If it was a world where magic and levels didn't exist, it might have been enough to just end the war. However, the world had monsters that could single-handedly slaughter millions of people. There were beings that could manipulate the hearts of humans. There were demonic beasts that could shake the foundation of existence. If these beings were left behind after the war, the race called humans will be defeated. They'll all disappear. The demonification of humans. Silpenin frowned as he thought about the envoy that had tried to entice him. It really was an unpleasant memory. Is the current Demon King similar to the past Demon King? Is he the type that can't stand the presence of humans on the face of this world? The current Demon King just wants control over everything. He truly wants to become the owner of this world. That's right. You described him perfectly. It was a very disgusting and cruel business. However, the hero's party was able to grow thanks to the current Demon King. On the other hand, Artpe had never met the past Demon King. If we had moved more conservatively, I think our enemy would have been a much scarier foe. However, the previous Demon King's goal is more clear than the current Demon King. His goal is to make all the humans into demons. He is a being from the previous hero's era. He might be working in the direct opposite direction as the current Demon King. I don't want to talk about that damn Subi. Artpe spoke in a sullen manner as he turned his head away. The steel horse had run straight through the waters where the merfolk were stationed. They were flying above the demon realm. When they first entered the demon realm, they had tried to avoid any attention as they charged straight towards the Demon King's castle. Now they wanted to be noticed. This was why they were overtly revealing their energy as they traveled. What if the previous Demon King shows up in the middle of everything? We'll have to fight him. At Artpe's words, Elric looked as if the world was crumbling around himself. Artpe cackled as he explained himself. We'll just continue to carry out our spell. Why do you think we gathered so much artifact? We have plenty of power to punch up. We can overcome the level difference. If the level difference is too large, it might be unreasonable. However, I don't think that'll happen. He was making a judgment based on their experience against the 4 heavenly kings. He was sure. Maybe. Basically, you have no countermeasures. Ah. Have you ever heard of a hero story where the demon king wipes the floor with the hero? There is no way that happens. The hero suffers until he is on the verge of death. At that time, his party member makes a costly sacrifice, and it barely allows the hero to stab the sword into the demon king's heart. That party member might be you, Elric. Heek. You can be at ease, Elric. I'll put your grave in a sunny place. Ouch. Artpe teased Elric. Etna flicked his forehead before he could scare Elric a little bit more. You have to think of a way where we win without losing anyone. I already know that's the best outcome, but... In the old stories, everyone pulled through, and as the curtain comes down, they all laughed with each other. However, that outcome was only possible in the old stories. In his past life, Artpe always experienced farewells alongside victories. He had been lucky in his current life. His ability had been strengthened, and Maetel's ability was too much of a cheat. This was why he hadn't experienced any farewells yet. I'll try my best to prevent any loss, but it can happen. I wanted to prepare everyone for that possibility, so they would be hurt less when the time comes. Who? You always had a very loving heart. It is like you are giving us the disease and the medicine at the same time. Etna extended both her arms, and she wrapped them around Artpe's head. Artpe pouted, but he didn't put up much of a fight. It might have something to do with her rank in their past lives. When it came to Etna, he was a bit docile towards her. She had been equally upset as Artpe when she faced the demons in the headquarters of the Syros Company. This was how she would soothe her party using Artpe. Ah. If she moved this close to him, she felt the need to escalate her skinship towards Artpe. However, Etna had quickly gotten used to how things worked in this party. This was why she had realized something. If she created a mood between the two of them. Why, you are cheating. You are using the allure of an older woman. It isn't something we can recreate. However, Artpe doesn't like older women. Isn't that right, Artpe? Agreed. Artpe likes younger women, who are barely legal. What the hell did you say? Everyone in the periphery stopped her from going any further. Etna laughed as she separated from Artpe. He was mobbed by the girls. In truth, she didn't mind it. Her life was no longer being threatened for liking someone. She was plenty happy with that fact. However, it looked plenty dangerous from the perspective of the outsiders. It mainly had to do with the risk to Artpe's life. If Artpe doesn't die by the Demon King, he'll one day be killed by one of these women. When you say it like that, it sounds quite serious. It has an ominous ring to it. You always misrepresent my words. Silpenin grumbled as he turned his gaze away. After Artpe used his reinforcement ability, the steel horse had become its best possible version of itself. It was no longer a normal existence. It traveled at a mind-boggling speed as it traveled above the demon realm. Of course, monsters could see them, so there were cases when the monsters tried to chase after them. However, they were rarely attacked by demons. It seemed most of the demons had been mobilized into the human realm. Maybe they'll arrive at the Demon King's castle, the ruins of the Demon King's castle, without being bothered by anyone. As anticipated, they were quickly closing the distance. At this rate, it might take them couple hours to arrive at their destination. The reinforcement had been used on top of the dwarven technology, so the impossible was made possible. Silpenin laughed at the thought. The Demon King's castle. Aren't you afraid, Mr. Silpenin? It was Aria's question. The rest of the women were all busy tormenting Artpe. She was the only one that continued to observe Silpenin. After regaining the memories from his past life, she had been the most sensitive to his change. Everyone realized that Silpenin had changed dramatically. Unlike everyone else, she was a bit afraid that Silpenin had changed at a fundamental level. Since she possessed the innate ability called assimilation, she might be much more empathetic compared to the others. Silpenin absent-mindedly thought about her abilities as he tilted his head. I'm not sure. It feels as if the fight is inevitable. I'm afraid, but that doesn't matter. There is no benefit in trying to avoid this foe. It didn't matter if their foe was the current Demon King or the past Demon King. Demon Kings were inherently at the extreme end of the power scale. In the end, it was an either/or situation. Either the human race or the demon race prevailed at the end. It wasn't something that can be avoided, so he was resigned to it. Arya wasn't able to do that. I am afraid. Of course, I am afraid of my own death. However, I am afraid of Mr. Silpenin dying. Silpenin became silent. This was basically a confession of love. She was completely devoted to him. If it was the previous Silpenin, he wouldn't have known this. However, he possessed the memories from his previous life. He had experienced his own anxious love towards Maetel. Silpenin could see it all in Arya's gesture and words. He could feel her deep love towards him. If anything, he became annoyed towards his previous self. How could he not notice something so obvious? I want to help the two heroes, but in truth, I didn't want to join this party. I wanted to stay in the human realm with Mr. Silpenin. If Mr. Silpenin dies, When Silpenin heard her words, he didn't look at Arya. He turned towards the others. It seemed everyone was still focused on Artpe. There seemed to be a wall of women around Artpe. It seemed they hadn't heard Arya's voice. He let out a sigh as he turned his penetrating gaze towards Arya. Arya, if I don't tell you this, I don't think I'll have another opportunity. Arya's cheeks turned red. At the very least, she knew what her words implied. It is as Artpe said before. The hero's story always ends with a sacrifice. Aside from the hero, it is very rare for comrades of the hero to come out unscathed in the end. If the hero doesn't have his comrades, he won't be able to kill the Demon King by himself. However, there is no need for Mr. Silpenin to be the comrade that'll be sacrificed. You will jinx me if you keep saying that. It seemed Artpe's story had scared Arya instead of Elric. Silpenin let out a sigh as he lightly grabbed her hand. Arya let out a little moan, and her already red cheeks turned redder. It is as Artpe had said. If one acts stronger before the final battle, one always dies at the final battle. That is why I won't act strong. I won't make any promise about the future, and I won't reminisce about some random past memories. So what should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? We are already holding hands, and will continue to hold hands until we arrive at the Demon King's castle. What is that? Strength exited Arya's shoulders. It seemed the tension within her dissipated. Silpenin was able to elicit the desired effect. Silpenin let out a light sigh as he sent a low amount of power towards her. It allowed the two of them to share each other's body temperature. Maybe, his feeling had been conveyed to her. He was sure it was conveyed to her when she added her power into her hand. There was a small smile on his face as he turned his head slightly away her. He was too embarrassed to meet her eyes right now. Damn it. What is it again? It always happened when a pleasant and affectionate moment arose between the two of them. It was quickly destroyed. It was always destroyed by Artpe. I want to never come across a new variable like this again. I want to throw it in the trash. I really want to throw you off the steel horse right now. He had made a promise with Arya, so he hadn't let go of Arya's hand. He just hid their entwined hands from Artpe as he complained. It was unknown as to whether Artpe knew what Silpenin was feeling. Artpe just let out a dejected smile as he pointed outside of the steel horse. Do you see that dungeon over there? Dungeon? Why is there another dungeon here right now? Maetel screamed out loud, and everyone agreed with her sentiment. Artpe felt the same way as her, but he couldn't just drive past it. He couldn't ignore the dungeon. The dungeon was placed on the road to the Demon King's castle, so it was obvious that the dungeon had been created not too long ago. There was something carved atop the entrance, and the letters were made using powerful demonic energy. Artpe was the only one that could see it with his Read All Creation ability. Final recipe. Shit. That bastard heard me talk behind his back. Artpe cursed in a very low voice. It was a dungeon made by the current Demon King. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187 Demon King, 2. Chapter 187 Demon King, 2. It is a trap. Etna made the assertion. The dungeon was made in a short amount of time, yet an unbelievable amount of work had been put into making it. Moreover, there is a message that only Artpe can see. It is clear who the Demon King is aiming for. That means the current Demon King has already. The Demon King had already awakened to the memories of his past life. Etna almost blurted those words out. She was barely able to swallow it. There were those in her present company that didn't know about this fact. She exchanged glances with Artpe as they nodded their heads. It might be like what happened to Etna. Some event might have triggered his awakening. It is a possibility. Or maybe, the current Demon King met one of the past 4 Heavenly Kings after he fought the previous Demon King. He might have regained his record through the innate ability called record keeping. This was very unlikely, but there was also the possibility that the current Demon King had regained his memories much faster than Artpe had realized. There was a scenario where the current Demon King had possessed his past life's memories from the moment Artpe's rewrite ability had activated. No, that doesn't make any sense. If the current Demon King remembered his past life, he wouldn't have been pushed back so easily by the past Demon King. If he lost knowing about his past life, does that mean that the previous Demon King was that powerful? The previous hero possessed powerful magical energy, yet he wasn't able to kill the past Demon King. He had been a powerful foe that had to be sealed. Maybe, the current Demon King couldn't do anything despite knowing about the seal being broken. It was possible. The conflict between the current Demon King's faction and the past Demon King's faction might have started from the beginning. However, the most important fact was that the current Demon King's personality had remained the same. It was the one that Artpe knew. That meant, let's head in. After thinking over it for a long time, Artpe made the declaration. For a brief moment, his party members couldn't process his words. They were frozen in place. Maetel let out a shout in dismay. Artpe. The bastard said it is the last recipe. It means we will become stronger if we enter that place. Isn't it a declaration saying that he'll eat us after cooking us? Elric's worry was well-founded, but Artpe snorted as he shook his head from side to side. The only thing I'm worried about is the previous Demon King, since he is an unknown foe. I'm not afraid of the current Demon King. At our power level, we can take on the current Demon King. It'll be a fair fight. At the very least, he wouldn't have to sacrifice anyone even if they were on the defensive. They would be able to run away without losing anyone at their current power level. Etna also nodded her head. The Demon King can't simply be judged using his level. Of course, that is true for this party too. Still, we shouldn't purposefully go into a trap prepared by an enemy. Usually, the hero charged towards danger. The hero was like a moth drawn to a flame. Up to that point, Artpe's party had done well in deftly maneuvering through danger. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he answered Etna's questioning words. I thought about what the Demon King is thinking right now. What do you mean? Isn't he thinking about destroying the heroes? No. He purposefully created the dungeon on the road to the Demon King's castle where only I could detect it. There is a barrier over it that won't allow even the previous Demon King to detect it. It makes me think that something else is going on. Wait a moment. Are you trying to say the current Demon King doesn't share the same goal as the past Demon King? Is that what you are trying to say? Yes. The ruling power of the demon realm had changed hand. Artpe had witnessed Petra working on behalf of the previous Demon King's faction. He assumed that all of the demon realm had fallen into the hands of previous Demon King. However, if he thought back on it, he couldn't find proof that the current Demon King was a follower of the past Demon King. Moreover, he had appeared in front of Artpe's party by himself right now. The current Demon King had cut all ties with the previous Demon King's faction, and he had deftly maneuvered to appear in front of Artpe's party. The current Demon King was trying to focus the spotlight on himself. If he just wanted to slaughter the heroes' party, he would have joined up with the previous Demon King. He went out of his way to make a splash by himself. He truly acted like the Demon King from Artpe's memories. The bastard is almost obsessed with the notion of controlling everything. That trait is oddly fused with the need to be an exhibitionist. Maybe, he. When Artpe was about to come to a conclusion, Silpenin suddenly spoke. Maybe, the current Demon King really doesn't like what has transpired right now. You took the words right out of my mouth. Silpenin had thought about his last moments. At the time, the Demon King had spoken these words. I never expected myself to be part of the stage. His voice had carried anger and annoyance that he couldn't fully dictate the situation. Silpenin clearly remembered it. I do not welcome this. I do not welcome this. This isn't fun at all. What else did he say? In Silpenin's head, he heard the Demon King's resolute declaration ring out once again. His words weren't directed at him. It hadn't been directed at Maetel either. Maybe, it was directed at himself. He might have been making a promise to himself. The degree of completion of this story is lacking. It's a failure. The fact that I had to watch all of this up until now had been boring. Now I have to dance to the tune of someone else? I refuse to do that. Silpenin raised his head. There was only one conclusion he could make. This thought exercise is based on the assumption that the current Demon King is a complete psycho. He is a complete psycho. He called it the final recipe. Does it mean that he'll sacrifice himself to make us stronger? If it was a holy priest or a holy priestess, one might be able to believe a being was capable of such self-sacrifice. However, they were talking about the Demon King right now. When the other party members heard Silpenin's words, they had an expression of slight disgust on their faces. Silpenin did his best to convince the others, who looked taken aback by his assertion. You should think hard on it. It is true that Artpe is such a cheat that everyone in this party grew at an unbelievably rate. However, you have to look at it from the perspective of the current Demon King. When the past Demon King and his forces appeared, the composition of the fight between the hero and the Demon King was flipped on its head. So what? His stage was destroyed before the match could end. Then to add insult to injury, the current Demon King was weaker than the past Demon King, so he was pushed into playing a minor role. In such a situation, the only choice he could make. Artpe spoke instead of Silpenin. He'll help us grow more, so we'll have a fighting chance against the previous Demon King? Is that what you want to say? Moreover, he'll even sacrifice himself to make this come true. It is an idea that only a psycho could come up with. In the process of this plan, he would have to voluntarily give himself up. That part was psychotic. However, Artpe was having the same thought as Silpenon. Etna also wasn't able to refute Silpenon's words. Why? He's just like that. That is why demons are dangerous. When the party members developed an understanding, they nodded their head. Artpe once again double-checked with his party members. If anyone wants to pull out right now, you can leave. However, I have to go in. Artpe had something he wanted to hear from the Demon King. If he was able to survive the meeting. If he comes out alive from this, he will no longer be able to hide the information about his past life. Artpe planted the seed of determination in himself as he let out a deep sigh. No one dropped out. There is an incredible amount of demonic energy here. I've never felt such pressure from a demon before. Artpe's party was sensitive to demonic energy, so their complexion turned pale as they got closer to the dungeon. Only the expression of Artpe and Etna remained unchanged. In fact, Artpe looked disappointed. His level is much lower than the past. That is to be expected. In his past life, the Demon King needed 6 years from this point on to reach his prime. Still, he probably awakened to his past life. How is it so low? This might be a bit troublesome. Artpe, isn't this a bit odd? I think so too. I can feel an excessive amount of strong beings in there. What? When Etna pointed it out, Artpe narrowed his eyes as he carefully looked over the dungeon. He couldn't see record of beings that wasn't in his field of vision. However, it was as Etna had said. He could sense numerous beings that were absurdly powerful. There were enough of them that they would be able to chew up and spit out all the demons that had been dispatched to the human realm. You said the previous Demon King's forces shouldn't be here. Right, Artpe? Yes, they aren't. Artpe was baffled as he spoke. They are just monsters. These are the demonic beasts that dwell at the heart of the demon realm. That is why we've never come across them before. Nya. Roa reacted. She was always energetic in the presence of demonic energy. Artpe spoke as he stroked her head. I think you are right. The lowest level demonic beasts are level 360. Yes, this bastard really did prepare the last recipe for us. Petra said he kept a low profile after losing to the previous Demon King. Maybe he wasn't with the previous Demon King that whole time. He might have traveled to the deepest part of the demon world to gather the demonic beasts. The hypothesis sounded plausible. Artpe was already sure it was true. Why are all demons so crazy? Vadinette was sincere when she asked her question. Artpe just kept his mouth shut as he put on a benevolent smile. At that point, the steel horse landed on the ground. Are you sure we should go in like this? It is like going into a region filled with trap, but you know the traps are there. Don't worry about it. How can I not worry when I hear such words? When he confirmed everyone got off the steel horse, he put away the steel horse inside his dimensional pouch. Then he extended his mana strings, and he created a small opening in the barrier covering the entrance to the dungeon. Maetel took the lead, and the rest of the party grumbled as they followed her into the entrance. The Demon King's presence. Far. He always positions himself at the deepest part. He likes to wait as he observes his prey's struggle. As expected of the Demon King, he has an evil hobby. When they all entered the dungeon, the reality started to set in. The Demon King was at the end of this dungeon. Some bit their lips, and others clenched their fists. Some in the party smacked their lips. Who? Kayak. Artpe used his mana strings to collapse the entrance. It would either be his party or the Demon King. The dungeon wouldn't open again unless one side was killed. On the other hand, Etna looked at the endless tunnel as she mumbled to herself. If he is the Demon King I know, he would have used a message spell as soon as we entered this place. He would have used that moment to try to show off. I've already cut him off using my barrier. I'm sure he wants to provoke me. As expected, Artpe is ready for everything. Artpe wordlessly bumped fists with Etna. The party looked at them oddly, but in the end, they gave up trying to decipher what was going on. At this point, they felt like idiots for being nervous. Let's head in. Okay. Maetel determinedly nodded her head as she unsheathed her sword. They had never fought together, but they were all experienced fighters that went through many dungeons and battles. Their formation was flawless as they slowly started their advance. It was the exploration of the last dungeon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188 Demon King, 3. Chapter 188 Demon King, 3. Hoo-ah-ha! Goo-oh-ha! The knight's fierce shout shook the ground. The intimidated monster roared as if it didn't want to lose to her. However, the magician's slow spell took effect at that moment. The monster froze in a vulnerable position. The knight had waited for this moment. She jumped high into the air. Her long sword was as long as her arm. She swung it several dozen times as she cut up the monster's face. Its face became a bloody mess. Ku-ku-gu-wah-huck. Cook. It's a poison fog. Purify. Whirlwind. Hoo-ha-a-hup. The archer quickly used a purification magic to neutralize the poison fog. The magician immediately used a wind spell. One spell flowed into the next like water. The knight received help from the archer and the magician, and in the end, she was able to land a killing strike on the body of the demonic beast. The white aura, which had been focused on the blade of the sword, raged as it coursed through the body of the demonic beast. Hoo-dot. Gya, jayaha. The demonic beast, which was several dozen meters long, let out a ghastly scream as it fell. It no longer moved. At that moment, the party was successful in killing the demonic beast. Hey! It seems Lesity has grown a lot too. I guess so. Nom nom. Artpe's party was eating lunch as they watched the three of them fight. You guys fought pretty well. I think you guys leveled up. I really liked it when I was at their level. The level ups were so quick. Wasn't it? You shouldn't idly stand by and chatter like that. The fierce female knight Lesity had just killed the demonic beast. She shouted out in anger, but the expression on Azel's party members remained unchanged. It didn't matter if the battle of the century was occurring in front of them. They acted as if they were watching a play occurring on a stage. It was to be expected. They were level 380. The rampage of a level 360 demonic beast was akin to a neighbor's dog doing cute tricks. Even if they tried to be on edge, they couldn't. We almost died. The poison entered into my lungs. It went away after one purification. Anyways, you guys did good. Do you want to eat some stew? You continue to make such a fragrant smell over the fire. That is why the demonic beasts are continuing to come towards us. At this point, Lesity's fantasy about Artpe had been broken. He kept pushing Deus, Mycenae, and her towards battle. He did so as his party rested in a leisurely manner. If someone else saw this, they would have thought Artpe's party was on a vacation. They were supposed to be hunting down the Demon King. Of course, she was angry. However, it can't be helped. The chef went out of his way to catch these demonic beasts. We can't let them go to waste. The fact that you simply see the demonic beast as EXP is wrong. I don't see them only as EXP. They also look like money to me. Oh aha! Lesity stamped her feet in frustration. However, no one sympathized with her anger. This only happened because Lesedi, Deus and Mycenae had fallen too far behind the main party in terms of level. The solution was simple. According to Artpe's assessment, the dungeon was filled with demonic beasts that were over level 360. Of course, there were higher level demonic beasts, but they were sorted in terms of level. As expected of the chef, he was fastidious in preparing his stage. Of course, Artpe's party couldn't level up killing monsters of such caliber. No matter which way you look at it, the Demon King miscalculated our levels. It seems so. Even if we kill all the demonic beasts here, we won't gain much EXP. Etna agreed with him. She was at level 388, and she possessed the highest level in Artpe's party. However, the rest weren't that far behind. Both Artpe and Roa were level 386. Maetel was level 385. The rest of the party was close to level 380. Of course, the Demon King was making his decisions based on the perspective he gained from his past life. It seemed this was why the Demon King had went through the trouble of gathering demonic beasts that were 10 levels higher than Artpe from his past life. It was based on the information that Artpe had been the weakest amongst the 4 heavenly king. However, Artpe's party had grown beyond the Demon King's expectation. They possessed very high level. You should give us time to rest a little bit. If I did that, it'll be hard to simulate a difficult situation. Anyways, there is no way you guys will die. Be at ease and rush those demonic beasts. Heek. They really are coming again. Again. Barrier. It covered everyone except Lesedi, Deus and Mycenae, who were from Silpenen's party. Quaha. I don't think the 3 of us can kill that monster. That monster wasn't born to be tamed by you. You have to kill it. You can package it all you want. In the end, you just want to go through with an unreasonable fight. He was always able to adeptly trick Maetel with his words, but he hadn't been able to trick Lesedi from the beginning. Artpe smacked his lips as he ladled another bowl of stew. Hi. Kaya huk. No way. It was Vadinet's specialty stew. The scent of the stew was making the demonic beasts go wild. One had charged straight towards the food. However, Regina had already placed a barrier beforehand, so it bounced off the barrier in graceless manner. Lesedi's party had to put their lives on the line to fight this demonic beast. In front of Regina, the demonic beast was like a neighborhood mutt. This is unreasonable, I can't accept this. Let's kill it first and think later. Since this one is big, I'm sure I'll be able to earn more payment. Ms. Lesedi, please move backwards a little bit. Lesedi shook from fear and indignation. However, she couldn't run away. Her honor as a guardian knight was on the line. Silpenen had decided to walk down this path. She couldn't back out, because she was afraid. In the end, she did as she always did. She complained as she bravely raised her sword, Don't make fun of Lesedi too much. Appearances aside, she is a loyal subject, and she is following me until the end. I'm not sure she is following you out of simple loyalty. Artpe spoke with a bright smile on his face. Silpenen snorted. It wasn't something Artpe had the right to point out. As he did so, Silpenen's gaze fell on Artpe's hand. It was the hand that wasn't holding a bowl of stew. Are you going to continue doing that? He'll break through if I become careless. Artpe's hand continued to move as he shot his mana strings into his surrounding. Countless mana strings were meshing with each other as it covered the entire region. Each mana string was emitting a signal that differed from each other. It interfered with anyone trying to search them out. Of course, it wasn't as if his opponent wasn't doing anything. Whenever the Demon King periodically disturbed his field of interference, Artpe used his Read All Creation to rebuild the part of his barrier that had fallen. He filled up the barrier with new mana strings. It was something that only Artpe could see. The fact that we are hiding our mana and location will make the Demon King suspicious. Our enemy is the Demon King. Such useless sleight of hand technique won't work against him. You are making a false assumption. I'm not trying to hide our presence. When the mana strings intersect with each other, it creates mana. I'm making up what our party is doing. The Demon King won't be able to have an accurate assessment of us. He'll think our levels aren't that far off from the demonic beasts, and that we are putting in a lot of effort in these fights. I made it so that it appears that way. Okay. I give up. Silpenin quickly announced his surrender. As always, he couldn't understand the words coming out from a magician. Yes, it had been the same in the past life. Artpe spoke similarly to Regina, who had been Silpenin's comrade in his past life. That man's gaze feels unpleasant. Please understand, Regina. He's acting that way because he is enamored by you. I realize I'm popular, but I'm already taken. However, I cannot hide my charm. I lament at making others commit sin. That isn't true. Silpenin had absent-mindedly looked at Regina in a pleased manner. However, he grinded his teeth when he heard the reaction that came from Artpe and Regina. Etna, who had been observing all of this, burst out laughing. It really is an entertaining sight. I never expected all of us to blend with each other like this. I never dreamed such a thing was possible. I guess so. It would be great if the two redheads made themselves scarce. Maetel replied in an apathetic manner. She was eating all the stew in her bowl. Even if it was made by Vadinet, Maetel had to acknowledge Vadinet's superior cooking skill. The smile on Etna's lips deepened. We can live together in harmony. I'm sure of it. I don't like it. You are trying to sneakily get in between Artpe and me. Hoo-hoo. Miss Hero always says such entertaining words. The first one to get in between a relationship was Maetel. Maetel snuck in between the relationship between Etna and Artpe. If Maetel had awakened to her past life, she would have known this. Maybe Etna had been wrong for assuming Maetel had awakened to her past life. She just put on a small smile. I can see that the quality of the monsters are increasing. We can no longer leave it all to Lesity's party. We should get ready to move. Artpe sensed a cloud of war starting to appear between the two women. He spoke as he quickly took the bowl from Maetel's hand. Maetel pouted as she backed down. All right. Let's hurry up and kill the Demon King. We'll kill that bastard called the previous Demon King too. I want to live in the countryside with Artpe as we raise cows. I look forward to the life of a dairy farmer. I want a goat. I predict the birth of a large farmhouse. Artpe's party got ready to leave. They joined up with Lesity's party. Lesity's party was trying to gather their breath after successfully defeating the demonic beast. There were unshed tears in Lesity's eyes as if she wanted to ask them what took them so long. Artpe ignored her gaze. He'll let her party handle everything for the near future. As they traveled further into the cave, the level of the demonic beast wasn't the only thing that was getting progressively higher. The Demon King was uncanny at setting up a stage. This was why he had put a decent amount of effort in placing traps. Since the Demon King had awakened to his past life, he knew about Artpe's ability. They weren't encountering normal traps. These traps were triggered no matter what if the traps were detected by Artpe's party. Cook! It is pouring out from above. Ah! A monster is coming from that direction. Hoo-ah-ha-hi! The traps were very vicious. It made one wonder if the Demon King had spent every spare moment of the past 10 years to make this dungeon. The traps had been held down by the Demon King's demonic energy. As soon as the traps were triggered, the monsters were released. The monsters attacked the party attack with uncanny timing. It was slowly getting to a point where Lecity's party couldn't handle everything. I've been waiting for this moment. Go, Reserver Party. We aren't the Reserve Party. Silpenin took charge as the party members around level 370 stepped forward. Artpe was still fighting a battle of the mind with the Demon King. As they traveled towards the heart of the dungeon, Artpe's battle with the Demon King was becoming more challenging. The demonic energy is getting thicker. Artpe? Shit. As expected, that bastard made preparations for us. Artpe had prioritized destroying the Demon King's castle. The reason being the Demon King's castle was able to amplify the Demon King's power. A high density of demonic energy was present in this space. It was so dense that it was pushing out all the mana. It was preventing Artpe from activating his innate ability. The Demon King was using this dungeon like the Demon King's castle. He had used the demonic beasts that had been placed within this dungeon to his advantage. The demonic beasts were emitting demonic energy, and he had used it to slowly dominate the dungeon. As the demonic energy manifested more and more, it was making it harder for Artpe to use his innate ability. Even if he tried to cut through the demonic energy using his mana strings, it wouldn't be an easy task. In such an eventuality, he would have to fight directly with the Demon King's demonic energy. Of course, the demonic energy had more uses than blocking Artpe's sight. In a region dominated entirely by demonic energy, the Demon King could freely activate his spells. He could also move anywhere within this space. He would be close to an all-powerful being in this space. This was possible because the Demon King possessed denser demonic energy than anyone else. Artpe, is he perhaps near us? No. Not yet. He won't reveal himself in front of us until we kill all the demonic beasts that had been prepared for us. Anyways, everyone should be prepared. Of course, Artpe had acquired a method that'll peel away the bastard's demonic energy. It was an ultimate technique that the Demon King from his previous life didn't know about. Artpe had gotten it from beings that the Demon King hadn't met in his previous life. However, Artpe thought it would be a waste to bring out these prepared weapons so early in the fight. You really became strong 4th ranked 4 Heavenly King, Artpe Hertana. It seems I'll have to fight a battle of wills before I can use those items. That was why he'll have to briefly take a step back in order to move forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189 Demon King 4. Chapter 189 Demon King 4. Lecity, get back. Let's get into the previous formation. Yes, Your Majesty. You have always been a minor character. That is all you are. According to your criteria, everyone that isn't you is a minor character. You are talking down to me. Again, this is new. This is quite fun. While his party members were fighting against the traps and monsters, he was having a face-to-face with the Demon King. It had been a long time since they've done this. Of course, there was a layer of demonic energy in the way, so it was hard to tell if the Demon King was truly present in front of him or not. It was as if the Demon King was beyond a veil. However, Artpe could vividly imagine what the Demon King looked like across the veil. Maetel, it seems you will have to dispatch the traps. It'll be cumbersome to tank all of the traps. Let's guide the monsters towards the traps. That level of contribution won't steal EXP from others. At time like this, you are really smart. Alright. Let's do that. Are you still clinging to your past life? The world has started anew. You are the main driving force behind this change. Isn't that right? Second hero? Ha ha. You really picked up a pretty good title. Artpe became silent when he heard those words. In truth, he was aware that the world had rewound thanks to his ability. However, he had no idea why his record had completely changed from his past life. This was why it had never truly sank in that he was the main instigator for causing these series of changes. However, it seemed the Demon King thought Artpe was the main instigator of all the change. Did you change Etna into an elemental with your power? Was it a trump card you kept hidden in order to free her from her bondage? She truly was the most entertaining clown on my stage. She performed the most interesting dances. However, I never expected her to face me as an enemy. It truly is interesting. It seems you don't know everything, unlike the previous Demon King's faction. They had information regarding me. However, they don't completely understand your personality, unlike me. I am here, yet they aren't. That is proof. Artpe, you are the clown that danced the longest by my side. I don't know everything, but I know you. That is why you cannot escape my grasp. The fact that you are here is proof. Ha! Artpe no longer fell for his empty bluster. It didn't matter how strong the Demon King was. It hadn't mattered that he had possessed an amazing innate ability. He was merely a supporting character that got swept up in the rewrite. There was no one in the world that could give Artpe answers to his questions. He would probably find his answers when he gained full control of the second stage of his innate ability. Yes, you got your ass kicked by the previous Demon King. Doesn't that mean you are no longer the Demon King? Am I right? Your treatment of your former boss is quite disrespectful. You immediately went for the throat. You want respect? That is the funniest joke I've heard recently. Artpe was blunt as he asked his questions. You lost your position and influence. Why are you running this operation by yourself? Are you an idiot? Did time rob you of your fear? Did it make you forget your experiences with me? Or did you become arrogant, because your level increased a little bit? You are helping us lessen our fear towards you. You shouldn't say such words in this current situation. While he competed against the Demon King with mana, Artpe's gaze landed on his party. When compared to Artpe, Maetel and Etna, his party members had been lacking. However, the party was going through the trial and tribulation prepared by the Demon King. Their power was rapidly increasing. I don't think we can take that on. Really? I'll ask Artpe about. Artpe shook his head. You guys are capable of killing it. Lies. I'm sure he is lying. Ooh-ah-ha. The Demon King wanted Artpe's party to reach him. This was why he had made sure that Artpe's party couldn't die even by mistake. This was why Artpe's party members were pushed toward to the brink of death, but the dungeon allowed them to recover before they fought again. This cycle repeated itself, and it allowed their skills and levels to grow. The Demon King was going out of his way to close the gap between his power and the power of the Heroes Party. I'll admit that all of you have grown beyond my imagination. You used one strike to destroy the Demon King's castle. You probably acquired that spell from Zestbar. Are you going to blame your loss on that? I couldn't overcome that dungeon. The existence of the Demon King's castle isn't that important. Ha? Was the Demon King pursuing a concept where he accepted his faults in a cool manner? Artpe furrowed his brows as he tried to bring out another strand of mana string. The Demon King kept talking into Artpe's ears. However, I want to personally thank you. When you rewound the Wheel of Time, I earned the chance to remake my stage. That is why you are a psycho. A psycho shouldn't be a ruler. I am a conqueror. I gave up on being a ruler. That is why you should come find me. You will be able to hear my next answer, second hero. Surprisingly, he no longer heard the voice of the Demon King. The conversation ended there. Artpe furrowed his brows, because he felt the demonic energy in the region become much denser. In his past life, he hated any actions taken by the Demon King did. That sentiment deepened at that moment. He has nothing, yet he likes to posture and put on airs. I hate that the most. Artpe, what about that? He quickly manipulated his mana to acquire control over this region. He ripped apart the veil of demonic energy. He let out a bright smile when he saw a giant running towards the party. He yelled out, "Level 380. I want you guys to fall back." Ooh ah! Silpenen's party backed off. Sienna wielded her sledgehammer as she shot into the air. Both Maetel and Etna were busy defusing the traps that were continuously being tripped like a gear spinning. Of course, the most reliable vanguard was Sienna. Ha ha hup. If I kill you guys, I'll gain my freedom. It is one of the 150 lines dropped by a pitiful baddie. I like it. Kuha. Sienna met the giant's enormous fist in the air with her hammer. The shockwave was enormous. Sienna had strengthened her body using a holy spell, so she wasn't hurt. However, the giant wasn't hurt either. At that moment, Artpe extended a mana string from the rear, and he restricted the movement of the giant. The rest of Artpe's party was able to move around the giant without being flattened. Hoo-oop! Ku-ah-ah! Sienna used her recoil to spin in the air, and she once again brought down her hammer. It was an acrobatic movement, yet the destructive power behind her strike was frightening. For a brief moment, the giant lost its ability move, and the hammer came down on its head with the weight of a mountain behind it. Half its head was caved in. Right now. Stomp him. I really can't hold back when you use those few well-chosen words. Artpe extended several hundred strands of mana strings, and they pierced through the body of the defenseless giant. The mana strings sliced through the giant's body every time it moved its body. Sienna safely landed on the ground. The whole party ruthlessly attacked the giant. At that point, Artpe had already retracted his mana strings, and he had sent it towards another direction. Appa? There is a trap on the left. One more monster will appear from that location. Alright. The party members followed Artpe's orders, and everything went according to plan. They were in a space that was being dominated by the Demon King's demonic energy. This was why Artpe's read all creation ability wasn't working perfectly. However, the current Artpe wasn't like the Artpe of the past. As his level grew, he had shared Maetel's record. In the process of his growth, his body had developed in many ways. If he couldn't gather information using mana, he just had to rely on his body. Unlike a regular magician, he possessed a powerful body. He just had to invest a little bit of mana to strengthen it. His read-all creation could be used to boost his 5 senses, and he could perfectly read what was going on in his surrounding. I always had magical energy that matched my level. However, my body was weaker than most human knights. That is the version of me that the Demon King remembers. He doesn't know about this. The Demon King was obsessed with making his stage, so he was slow to realize that characters could change dramatically over time. This would be the cause of his defeat. Of course, Artpe couldn't gain information regarding the Demon King right now. However, he just needed to catch sight of the Demon King for a brief moment to gain all he needed. Even if Artpe wanted to careless, he couldn't. If I can just peel back the demonic energy. Can't I just eat it? Nya. You can eat a little bit. You'll get a stomachache if you eat too much. That is why you have to be patient and wait for the crucial moment. Nah. Roa instinctively sensed that the quality of the Demon King's demonic energy was different. If she ate it without being careful, she might fall sick. She might suffer indigestion. If she wanted to digest the demonic energy without any problems, she had to defeat the owner of the demonic energy. As a greed beast, she was given the ability to fight with her body and mana for this very purpose. She sharpened her claws as her fighting spirit burned. It happened at that moment. I cleared the left. Right is clear. Artpe? All right. Everyone gather up. Maetel and Etna let out a sonorous shout. Artpe looked on with a benevolent expression on his face as he nodded his head. Let's go. The first group will join in the battle too. We'll start down the road that leads to the Demon King. Oh. My stomach suddenly hurts. Are we going to face the Demon King soon? Are you sure the Demon King will show up? It really is the time for the Demon King. As the demonic energy steadily grew thicker, some party members started to feel a bit of fear. Artpe just smirked when he saw this. They had originally been prepared to enter the Demon King's castle. The pressure being placed on them right now was less than what they would have felt storming the Demon King's castle. Maetel, are you ready? I'm always ready. I'm not so sure about the others. It wasn't as if they hadn't practiced for this moment. They had practiced for this moment when they entered the demon realm. Even when Silpenen's party joined up with them, they had continued to practice. They did so, while they kept a veil over the eyes of the Demon King. Despite doing all this, it was human nature to be worried. However, there was no reason to delay the inevitable. He was already having a hard time keeping the veil over the eyes of the Demon King. Alright, we'll move forward at full speed from now on. Demon King. Don't get too scared, Deus. Your body no longer holds any demonic energy. How did your majesty turn into such a wise man in such a short amount of time? Dude. Silpenen pounded on the back of the dejected Deus, who was pouting. In the end, they might be sacrificial lambs that were swept up in the same fate as everyone. Maybe, the fetters around their necks would come off when the black clouds hanging over the human realm was gone. We haven't killed all the demonic beasts yet. It is too early to be scared. The Demon King shows up only when the plate is completely set. However, it feels as if he'll show up at any moment. That's the vibe I'm getting. There was truth to what he was saying. Artpe grinned as he stepped forward. The mere contact with the Demon King's demonic energy caused an altered mental status. It left behind a faint curse that caused a nasty negative effect. Even Roa had a hard time eating such a demonic energy. Artpe opened his magic tome in one hand. He already determined that the Demon King didn't have any contact with the outside world right now. Basically, they just had to kill him as soon as possible. Reclamation. When he whispered the word, the magic tome let out a weak vibration as it revealed its power. Even the Demon King's demonic energy couldn't win against the power of reclamation. Do you have enough mana, Artpe? I have enough. At Maetel's question, he replied with a laugh. He pushed off the ground as he started running. The temporary Demon King's castle created by the Demon King started to crumble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190 Demon King 5. Chapter 190 Demon King 5. They could feel the ground shake. The dungeon's owner was the Demon King, and the dungeon was physically manifesting the unrest being felt by the Demon King. However, any physical manifestation of demonic energy was all swept up by the magic tome, and it started to revert back into pure mana. Hurry! Run faster! There is a monster overcook. It was a level 381 demonic beast. It was unknown as to where the Demon King had been able to find such a beast in the demon realm. It was growling from pain as it attacked the party. However, the demonic energy in the region had been instantly turned into mana. The confused demonic beast flinched. Maetel slashed its leg. The demonic beast fell to the ground. Etna! Yeah. Finish it, Regina. Understood. Etna and Regina bombarded the demonic beast with their power, and the demonic beast died. The other party members, who had struggled to fight level 370 demonic beasts, looked on with dumbfounded amazement. Artpe put the entire body into his dimensional pouch. He immediately resumed running. Ignore the traps. They'll be swept up by the reclamation magic. They'll all be disarmed. Move closer to Artpe's back. A much more dense demonic energy is pushing into the space where the demonic energy was purified into mana. It really hammers home the fact that we are really in a nasty place. The reclamation magic was turning the demonic energy back into mana. It was truly powerful. It consumed massive amount of mana, so he hadn't been able to use it from the start. Now he would be able to. Deus, give me your mana. I should have just killed myself by biting my tongue. Deus had grown much better than expected. All of Deus' mana was poured into the magic tome. If it wasn't enough, he would ask for mana from his other party members. Thankfully, that wasn't necessary. Are these the bastards I have to kill? Maybe not. UHT. Really? An opening. Afterwards, 3 demonic beasts appeared to bar the path of the party. They were over level 380, and they possessed overwhelming power and record. It really was a mystery as to where the Demon King had found these monsters. If the Demon King had these demonic beasts, why did he need the 4 heavenly kings? Moreover, why did he go through the useless process of sending the demons to the human realm? Why sacrifice them unnecessarily? It made him want to ask those questions when he confronted the Demon King. Despite the demonic beasts being powerful, Artpe could momentarily steal the atmosphere called the demonic energy. It wasn't too difficult for Artpe's party to kill the demonic beasts in their weakened state. Just push through. The path in front of us is open. There's nothing more? Of course there is. The Demon King is there. Kayak. In the end, it didn't take the party too long to reach the Demon King. The party dreaded the possibility of an unexpected surprise, but there was no turning back now. The Demon King was right in front of their eyes. He was sitting atop a pretty fancy chair. That magic tome. It has a remarkable power. Where and how did you acquire it? You are the one that is remarkable. You really are the same, Demon King. The Demon King was sitting in a space filled with demonic energy. It had been prepared by him. However, the reclamation power of the magic tome was eating away at the demonic energy. This created a phenomena where the hero's party was standing within a pocket of mana, and the Demon King was sitting within a pocket of demonic energy. At that moment, Artpe found the current situation to be hilarious. He hadn't planned for this, and he couldn't have planned for this either. However, the magic tome was the biggest variable that could influence the outcome of this fight. I've been weakened. I can no longer receive support from the Demon King's castle. I created this space. I should have absolute control over it, yet you were able to mess with this place. You are crafty. Despite all of that, you are surprised to see me. That's right. This is me. You are just a poor soul trying to escape your fate. You are a devil child trying to act pure and innocent. Oh, Artpe Hertana. You cannot easily offend someone as powerful as me. You still love your fucking long monologues. He kept throwing barbs as he talked to the Demon King, but he inwardly felt nervous. The current Demon King was pushed aside by the previous Demon King, yet that brought no solace to Artpe. It wasn't as if the current Demon King had his power stolen, because he had lost in a fight. He still looked imposing, and a thick cloud of demonic energy was surrounding him. It was hard to see his true form. Still, Artpe could tell that the Demon King's appearance hadn't changed from his past life, so he instinctively swallowed hard. He couldn't help it. The Demon King had refused to let go of Artpe's body and soul in his past life. Even if he had been able to escape the grasp of the Demon King, it didn't mean he had left behind all his wounds. Am I shaking? Yes. However, I think the Demon King is shaking too, so it is fine. In such moments, you should say no, Maetel. As if it was second nature, the Demon King looked confident as he had waited for Artpe's party. However, one could definitely see surprise and shock within his eyes. The reaction was to be expected when one considered that the Demon King had felt the power of the reclamation magic. You might be able to stand up against them. You possess the power that is the exact opposite of what they dream of. However, the scale of power is something the first researchers could have never imagined. It shouldn't be something a single magic tome could handle, yet you possess it. How? Why are you asking me that? The most compelling answer was that it was all through miracles and coincidences. Weren't all stories like this? It was like a game. There was always an unbelievably powerful final boss at the end. The main character's party goes through rough times as they grow in power, yet they aren't quite able to overcome the final boss. At that point, the main character gains some power through an unbelievably coincidental event, and the main character is able to defeat the final boss. At that point, the main character starts questioning everything. Why did he work so hard to gain power? The main character's party used the perfect plan as they were assigned the perfect roles. However, it hadn't been enough. The final boss fell to something they found through complete coincidence. It ends in the good guys winning, but somehow there was a lingering feeling of crappiness left over at the end. This was happening in real life now, so nothing could be done about it. If one really got down to it, was there something in this world that could truly be explained? There were those that quibbled over the probability and the unlikeliness of an event. They wondered if an event was too coincidental. However, those that thought like that were brats that hadn't lived a really complicated life that had twists and turns. That was what Artpe thought. Let's fight. We don't need to say much to each other. Kuhu, I am truly pleased with the light in your eyes. Your eyes. You lack nothing. You truly are the partner I seek for this dance. It's that look in your eyes. The Demon King stood up from his seat. The demonic energy, which was draped around his body, suddenly spread out in all directions. It rushed towards Artpe's party. Artpe held the magic tome open as he chanted a spell. He also started giving orders to his party members. Vadanet. Aria. We're ready. The Demon King was an excellent magician, and at the same time, he was toxic. Petra had used demonic energy to bring about extreme cold. The Demon King's demonic energy was poisonous, and he could move it at will. If one was below level 300, just being near the Demon King was life-threatening. A single puff of the poison could kill. In his past life, he didn't think the Holy Priestess could block the Demon King's poisonous demonic energy. However, there were 2 Holy Priestesses in his party now. On top of that. Hua hup. What? Sienna was an evil reflector. She was the first confirmation that demonic energy could be changed back into mana. What the hell is she? What kind of power HAHT? It was a type of mana that the Demon King had never seen before. Sienna charged head-on as she burst through the Demon King's demonic energy. The sight of her was more surprising than Artpe's reclamation magic. At that moment, Artpe had a thought. Huh? Wait a moment. Sienna's mana isn't demonic energy, but at the same time, it isn't pure mana either. However, she's the product of her demonic energy being changed into mana. I successfully reverted her demonic energy into mana, so she should possess pure mana. He was in a too dire of a situation to think too hard on this subject. Sienna was fearless as she swung her sledgehammer against the Demon King. In a flash, the Demon King created 3 layers of barrier to block the attack. Afterwards, Maetel shot through the path opened up by Sienna. She destroyed the barrier. Demon King. We meet again, hero. You've grown so much compared to before. You are almost unrecognizable. Will you be able to get past me to this time to reach the next stage? Stop saying things that I don't understand. Just fight me. Ko ha 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 ha. As he was fighting the two girls, the Demon King suddenly boosted his demonic energy. Artpe instinctually realized that this was the precursor to a great magic. Regina and Etna. I'm ready. Me too. Regina possessed the power of an ice elemental and Etna possessed the power of a fire elemental. Of course, both girls were strong enough to fight the Demon King. However, they couldn't avoid their powers from adversely affecting each other. Their powers were incompatible. This was why a middleman was needed for them to maximize their power. This was what Maetel's record divide accomplished. Their mana, power, and record was transferred to a third person. Of course, it was transferred to Artpe. Hoo-oo. Sienna. Maetel. Don't back down. I always believe in you, Appa. I've never backed down from an enemy. Even the Demon King couldn't hold back a groan as he felt the quality of mana being cultivated by Artpe. Artpe, who was handling the mana, was at ease. The mana overloaded his body a little bit, but it was a lovely feeling. Materialization. Both girls had reached the pinnacle of their power. One dealt with fire and the other dealt with ice. Even if they received mana through Maetel, the mana couldn't be completely purified. However, Artpe possessed the biggest legacy left behind by the previous hero. Even the previous hero hadn't expected the spell to be completed. Artpe used his unique spell called Materialization. All mana followed his command, and the image in his mind manifested within the world. This spell was being supported by a matrix formed by the reclamation magic. Artpe had seen the great magic being performed by the Demon King in his past life ad nauseum. He knew its structure. The only reason why Artpe hadn't been able to do this before was the fact that he had been lacking in mana and ability. He could do it now. I'll remove it all. Kook. Ha hap. The demonic energy swelled as if it was about to bring down the dungeon. However, a sharp spear of mana pushed through the demonic energy. The Demon King didn't back down as he increased the output of his demonic energy. Sienna and Maetel matched the Demon King's move. Sienna activated a holy spell using her own mana. Maetel borrowed Vadinette's power as she struck out with her longsword. Their presence made the Demon King delay the manifestation of his spell. You are going to defy my authority by attacking me straight on. Authority? You were born with that power, so you shouldn't put such a grandiose name on it. Artpe compressed his lips. The mana spear pierced through the wall of demonic energy. Artpe was successful in destroying it completely. He hadn't defeated the Demon King, but he had stopped the Demon King from using his spell. It made him feel an enormous amount of exhilaration. So this is what you are able to achieve with the mana you possess. Materialization. Artpe's materialization magic wasn't a one-off spell. If he maintained the mana, he could continue to change the shape of the spell without consuming additional mana. This was the reason why the materialization magic was a cheat. The mana spear had pierced through its target, and it had put a stop to what the Demon King had intended to accomplish. Afterwards, it changed its shape. The mana condensed within the mana spear exploded forth in an instant, and it reclaimed the demonic energy in the region into mana. Ka-ka-hoo-hoo. You are quite good, Artpe. The Demon King had been covered by the demonic energy up until that moment. His true form was finally revealed, and one could see a black collar on his neck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191 Demon King, 6. Chapter 191 Demon King, 6. What the hell is that? In a flash, Artpe became dumbfounded. He mumbled to himself. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, so he rubbed his eyes before he looked at the Demon King again. However, he could still see the shackles around the Demon King's neck. It was the absolute control, which had allowed the Demon King to subjugate his underlings. An already completed spell can once again change its shape. You got me this time. I admit it. The Demon King mumbled to himself as he rubbed at his neck. An amazing amount of demonic energy made the collar turn faint. In the end, the collar was gone. However, Artpe possessed the read all creation ability, and he could clearly see the trace left behind by the collar. The collar wasn't completely gone. It just spoke to the reality that the Demon King was resisting against the shackles placed on him. As expected, monsters over level 400 were able to resist against the power of absolute control. However, it wasn't the time to have such idle thoughts. There are constraints to using absolute control. I'm right, aren't I? Even the read all creation ability had a tough time seeing through to the true nature of an innate ability. However, clues had been presented in front of his eyes. If he couldn't figure this out, Artpe deserved to die. If you are able to win against your opponent, you are able to control them. However, if you lose, the opposite happens. You will become subjugated to the winner. You lost to the previous Demon King, so you are subjugated to him. You were able to discern everything in such a short amount of time. However, this is my innate ability. As you can see, it is merely an ability that I can control. The Demon King was lying. The absolute control was a peerless skill, but as a price, its owner couldn't control it. It was a dangerous ability. In short, it was a powerful magic, but it was like a nasty curse that can turn on its user if it wasn't successfully used against one's enemy. The Demon King was using his massive reservoir of demonic energy to resist against the innate ability. However, he could only loosen the shackles. He couldn't escape it. Of course, a huge portion of his power was tied up right now in order to resist against his shackles. The fact that he still had this much demonic energy left was frightening, but did he make this stage to orchestrate his own death? Artpe met eyes with the Demon King. Artpe wanted to read the Demon King's intent, but he once again realized that it was useless. He decided there was no reason to pussyfoot around this. The read all creation ability could read thoughts. Artpe just had to push a bit harder, and he was sure he'll be able to find out the Demon King's intent. He is in a weakened state right now. We have to defeat him right now. Okay. Understood. He didn't bother giving an explanation. He just delivered a correct assessment of an enemy that had to be defeated. The flustered Demon King once again poured out a fierce wave of demonic energy. However, Maetel and Sienna just shrugged off the demonic energy. They charged towards the Demon King. Maetel ran through the storm of demonic energy, and she raised her long sword high into the air. Bash! It was a simple bash skill, but there was a light encasing her sword. It was the advanced spell form of the hero's aura called the Hero Flash. All of the power within her spell was infused into a normal, yet high-quality bastard sword. It became akin to a holy word. The Demon King glared at her as he faced her. It seems level isn't the only thing you've improved on. The fight with you, I can finish it now. The light and the demonic energy ran amok as they covered the nearby premise. Sienna used this opportunity to bring down her hammer. The Demon King quickly teleported, and the Demon King's chair was destroyed instead. The fight will start for real now. I can hear his heartbeat quicken. I remember it, Huo. The only one that had an inherent advantage over the Demon King in terms of attribute was Etna. Aside from ice, her flame could burn everything. The Demon King's heart quickened, because it was the source of his existence. A fatally poisonous demonic energy was pumped out of his heart, and it dispersed from his back. It was as if he had wings made out of poisonous vapor. You think too much, my lovely puppet. It seems your magic is no longer as sharp when aiming for my neck. It seems your heart is moving before your hands. What a load of bullshit. If that is true, does your mouth move before your demonic energy? The reclamation magic was already on the rise. Part of the Demon King's demonic energy had already been purified. Artpe's party just had to push him. I'll block all of his demonic energy, so you guys should hurry up and just rush him. Hup. You can't defeat me just by rushing me. Artpe had slightly slowed down the use of his spell. He was worried about an unexpected situation. What if I purify him? What will happen if I change him back into a human? Artpe already had experience of reverting a demon into a human. He had done it with the lovely woman, who was using her fire, next to him. Etna was born with a power that was incompatible with her identity as a demon. It had been akin to her suffering from a disease. However, she was barely able to find her true self, and she had awakened to her innate ability. If that was true, what if he accidentally purified the Demon King? Would the Demon King's innate ability evolve in the worst possible direction? Artpe had this thought when he saw the collar around the Demon King's neck. He never heard of an ability that gave penalty to its user. That meant the Demon King's innate ability wasn't whole. Basically, the Demon King was in a similar situation as Etna. It seemed the Demon King had also realized this fact. He probably found out this defect in his ability when he lost to the previous Demon King. Since there was no way he would submit to the previous Demon King, he had to find a different method. According to Artpe's bank of knowledge, the only method that could accomplish this was the reclamation magic. Of course, the Demon King was currently weakened since he was resisting against his shackles. However, Artpe wondered if the Demon King was purposefully suffering under Artpe's magic. What if he was trying to escape the body of a demon? If it is him, it is possible. I have to weigh that possibility. Maybe he is trying to create something here that'll allow him to advance to the next stage. Artpe took a deep breath as he grabbed his magic tome. The wings made by demonic energy resolved into a black dragon. It was crawling through the air. However, this was why the Demon King was crafty. He used a flashy spell to look cool, and at the same time, he stealthily used other spells to put pressure on his enemy. Of course, Artpe knew all of this. This was why he couldn't let the Demon King escape being the target of the reclamation magic. Artpe kept canceling the Demon King's spell before it could manifest. It was as if the Demon King was only fighting with his body. This was also true with Artpe, since he was challenging the Demon King with his magic. The never-ending black demonic energy was being invaded and eaten away by the purple mana. It was like heat and cold fighting against each other. If one could see the power being used, one would come away impressed. From the perspective of those that were ignorant, it looked as if they were having a staring contest. What are you afraid of? What is stopping you? Look, Artpe. Look at your mana and my demonic energy mingling with each other. If you want to see a much more decorated stage, you better take a step back. Don't worry about that. When I write my autobiography, I'll set off couple fireworks in the description for you. In the old tales, I hate the stories where the magicians fight each other. They keep boasting about their great magic as if they are passing a baton back and forth between each other. Those scenes annoy me the most. Artpe, Etna and Regina played key roles as they fought a fierce magical battle that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. On the other hand, the other close combat party members rallied around Maetel and Sienna. They left behind their fear for the Demon King, and they bravely attacked the Demon King. Ha! You are hiding something that I don't know about. He keeps saying words I don't understand. It's scary. He isn't asking you out on a date. Be at ease and just stab him. The lowest leveled party member was Lesity, but she had grown a lot in the dungeon prepared by the Demon King. She was able to wound him now. However, the thing that helped her the most was the Holy Priestess blessing and the hero's flash that was infused at the end of her sword. It would have been impossible to seriously injure the Demon King without it. It is an ability that is supposed to be granted only to heroes. How is she using it? Interesting. This is getting much more interesting. It almost makes me wish this was the final chapter to this stage. It is regretful that this isn't the case. In the end, you aren't able to escape your normal pattern. In the regular order of the world, Hero's Flash was a spell that only heroes could use. However, Artpe and Maetel had bent this rule. Maetel had evolved her record master. In the end, she was able to share the Hero's Flash with any party members related to Artpe and her. Am I going to die here? If you do die, you should wish to be reborn in a world where there is no Demon King or hero. Moreover, it would be great if there were no kings. Humans. When Sienna and Maetel created openings, the rest of Artpe's party members rushed in to injure the Demon King. When the Demon King was about to counterattack, Sienna showed unrivaled bravery by charging the Demon King. The party was akin to an enormous revolving buzz saw. They were chipping away at the Demon King. In truth, this was possible, because the Demon King wasn't that talented at close combat. The Demon King realized that he was slowly losing. Etna! You threw away the peerless body of a demon for that? You reduced yourself to accomplish what? Did you truly gain what you wanted? Artpe, he is starting to put on that really annoying act. I think he's about to go into the third phase. Okay. The two of them had toiled under the Demon King for couple hundred years. Whenever the Demon King said something, they already knew what he was going to do, but... Of course, the Demon King knew that he had a habit of saying certain phrases. Despite him knowing this, he refused to change his behavior. He continued to be himself even though his pattern of movement was known by his foes. It truly was a behavior befitting a Demon King. I've been going easy on you. However, you won't have the time to relax from now on. Maetel, you have to use Accelerate as much as possible. If possible, I want you to share that ability with the others. Get close to him. Understood. Demonic energy exploded forth from where the throne had been. It seemed the Demon King had buried a reservoir of demonic energy beforehand. On top of that, the several traps that hadn't been activated were triggered all at once. In a flash, the mana purified by Artpe was turned back into demonic energy. Artpe could tell this was a technique used by the previous Demon King. As expected, you are following his orders. His intent isn't the same as mine. However, he believed that he had complete control over me, so he gave a portion of his power to me. He made mistake, and I was able to make this place with that power. The Demon King was once again going into a long monologue. This happened only when the Demon King thought his victory was assured. There is a limit to how much mana you can revert in a short amount of time. Well, show me. While you face my spell, will you be able to protect your comrades from the demonic energy? Artpe had to acknowledge it. Up until now, the Demon King had been measuring his magic against Artpe, and he had found the limit to the reclamation magic. Afterwards, the Demon King upped his power to a higher level, and he bragged about it. He really was like the traditional Demon King from the old stories. He relished in taking on the position of an absolute being. In a flash, the Demon King used his magic, and at the same time, the poisonous demonic energy assaulted Artpe's party. It was a desperate situation where someone would die by the attack, but Artpe had a biting smile on his lips. His hand went in and out of his dimensional pouch. He brought out a long staff. I knew this would happen. This is why I prepared this, Demite Staff Pippi. Artpe, that sounded really funny, Pippi had been storing mana up until now. In the next moment, the staff let out a powerful light as it resonated with the magic tome. The demonic energy and the spells filling the nearby region were all turned into mana. In a flash, the Demon King was suffocating. This is the moment I've been waiting for. It happened at that moment. The Demon King's eyes flashed as he accepted the mana into his body. At that moment, he was trying to become the subject of the reclamation magic. On the other hand, it was also the moment that Artpe had been waiting for. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192 Demon King 7. Chapter 192 Demon King 7. It seems I'm the main character that'll move on to the next stage. As expected, Artpe had guessed correctly on what the Demon King had wanted to do. The Demon King was trying to get rid of the collar around his neck. He was trying to use Artpe's reclamation magic for his own end. He was trying to shed the body of a demon. After he shed his demonhood, he planned on defeating Artpe's party and the previous Demon King. He probably wanted to become the ruler of the new world. No. I'm sending you off from this place. Of course, Artpe didn't care what the Demon King intended to do. He just shut his eyes as he swung his staff. Mana rose from Artpe, and he used the magic tome to complete a massive spell. The reclamation magic was turning the demonic energy within the Demon King into mana. The spell was drawn deep within the Demon King's body, and Artpe instantly took a hold of the spell. He used the materialization magic on top of the reclamation spell. Cook. The reclamation magic had already been completed, but it started to change. The spell, which had been changing the Demon King's soul and mana, stopped in its progress. It started to let out a light so bright that it could be described as being harsh. The light started to resonate with Artpe. This was none other than the light spell called Hero's Flash. It was a spell that only the hero was allowed to use. Koha. It was akin to being poisoned after taking a potion. The Demon King took on the attack head-on as he coughed out black blood from his mouth. Up until now, the Demon King hadn't shown any outward sign of pain when he was attacked. This was the first time he had received a critical wound. Kook. It was to be expected. The Demon King had willingly accepted the mana into his body, and at that moment, the mana had turned against him. How could one prepare for such an eventuality? How was he supposed to heal from this? The Demon King realized that what he had aimed for had turned out to be the ultimate trap. For the first time, the Demon King had to admit that he had lost in a battle of wits and craftiness. Artpe, are you perhaps? You don't have to go through the trouble of finishing that sentence. You probably want to say, are you perhaps able to change the nature of the spell on top of changing its structure, and what do you gain by taking control of a magic that I've already absorbed into my body? I'm fed up with you speaking. The Demon King didn't even have the time to point out anything since Artpe had already said everything the Demon King wanted to say. Artpe twisted his hand, and the power of the Hero's Flash condensed within the Demon King's body. The staff let out a fierce light as it heightened the energy of the spell. In layman's terms, the Demon King was an ice that had been swallowed up by fire. You acquired a very dangerous power. The Demon King spoke as he tried to expel the fatal and poisonous energy through his mouth. This was not the reclamation magic where the demonic energy was purified into mana. The demonic energy was treated as an absolute evil, and the Hero's Flash started extinguishing it in its entirety. The quality of his demonic energy degraded significantly. Moreover, the reclamation magic was stopped in mid-process. The demonic energy, which was in the midst of being purified into mana, was torn between becoming demonic energy and mana. It started to eat away at its owner from the inside. The Demon King was being destroyed so suddenly and thoroughly that he almost laughed. According to the knowledge and the power he possessed, he had no idea how to recover from this wound. Artpe continued to look at the Demon King. The Demon King spoke. Magic is nature. You guys tried to change magic at a fundamental level. You changed a blooming flower into a rock, and a cloud into a volcano. Soon, you will realize this. You started walking down the road traversed by gods. Are you able to handle that truth? That is none of my business. You still don't realize the weight of the power you have gained. If I had such power. Ha ha. I was always prideful of the fact that I was the strongest. I've fallen so far, and it happened when the new world is about to arrive. If I told this to my past self, he would have burst out laughing. The Demon King was still verbose. Artpe and Etna knew what that meant. The Demon King still had something up his sleeve. All the demonic energy. Obey me. The Demon King had realized that his plan had gone awry. He spoke those words quietly, and the entire dungeon started to shake. Artpe's party tried to regain their balance, so they lost sight of the Demon King for a brief moment. The Demon King took out an artifact from a pocket, and he stabbed it into his heart. It was an artifact that changed mana into demonic energy. The artifact quickly stuck to his heart as it sucked in all the Demon King's demonic energy. A dark light was emitted each time his heart beat, and it was a frightening sight. However, it isn't enough, Artpe. You were found lacking. You weren't able to optimize the use of your ability, and it'll be the reason for your loss. It'll be an albatross that'll hang around your neck. Overwhelming demonic energy kept overlapping each other. Hero's Flash and the reclamation magic needed mana as a foundation for it to work. As the Demon King synced with the artifact, everything became dyed with demonic energy. In the end, Artpe's spells lost their power. If the Demon King's power took shape again, this might really be the end. Artpe firmly bit his lips as he had this thought. It seemed he couldn't overcome the Demon King by himself. Of course, Artpe couldn't hide his disgust at this fact. However, in the end, a cool smile appeared on his lips. When are you going to realize that this isn't a one-on-one fight between the two of us? What? The Demon King was speaking when he staggered on his feet. The demonic energy had been under his control as it swelled up, yet it suddenly withered away. Even his consciousness was turning dim. You bastard. Goodbye. Someone was behind the Demon King. He had stabbed his dual daggers into the Demon King's chest from the back. In one fell swoop, the Demon King's heart and the artifact fused to it was destroyed. The young man moved his daggers back and forth as he destroyed the Demon King's internal organs. He was decisive and merciless. It was to be expected of someone that had stabbed Artpe to death in his past life. However, Silpenen's cold-blooded daggers were on Artpe's side now. As expected, you still didn't notice me. That is why you are a loser, you son of a bitch. Technically, it was all thanks to Silpenen's innate ability called plunder. For a short amount of time, he had stolen Aria's assimilation ability. He had been completely hidden, and he had ambushed the Demon King at the perfect moment. Silpenen unloaded the words he had wanted to drop on the Demon King. He was similar to Artpe in that aspect. He was a vicious person that wanted his enemies to feel bad. You were able to hide even from my eyes. You are merely a minor character, yet. Cook, cook. Ko ha 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 ha. In the midst of his speech, the Demon King fell to ground. There was laughter on his lips as he rolled around on the ground. This made him feel much better. Their attacks hadn't been flashy, but it had been very effective. In the end, the Demon King accepted the result. When he accepted this fact, he could accept someone else being the main character of this stage. He raised his head with difficulty. He met Artpe's challenging gaze. Ah. It seemed being a demon had been a shackle in itself. Artpe had shed this shackle, and he was glowing brighter than ever. He opened his mouth to speak. This was truly fun. I'm satisfied. At this moment, Artpe sensed that something was wrong. The Demon King's body was a mess, yet a hidden reservoir of demonic energy arose from within him. It quickly started to rev up. You fight dirty until the end. No, Silpenin. Damn it, come back. Hurry. What? Silpenin had been trying to apply additional attacks to the Demon King. Artpe desperately called him back with a sharp voice. You are the Demon King, yet you are thinking about blowing yourself up. I'm not going to do that. Both of us didn't subject ourselves to the restriction of time. Either you or I have to advance from this place. The Demon King had been hit with the hero's flash, reclamation spell, and Silpenin's strike. The Demon King's demonic energy had been extinguished. He had suffered a critical wound where he could no longer maintain his body and soul. Either he had to choose to accept his death or he had to consume the rest of his demonic energy to attack Artpe's party. He chose to do neither. He expelled both demonic energy and mana from his body. He pushed out the hero's flash, and the artifact piercing his heart. Blood poured out from his body. His blood started to create symbols. He was trying to activate a spell by using his body as a magic circle. Artpe, we have to attack now. No. He'll really blow up if you disturb him. That magic is something we can't interrupt until it is finished. You guys should retreat for now. Recover your health. A bigger mess would be created if the spell was intentionally shut down. This was a spell that couldn't be disturbed. As expected of the Demon King, he used a spell that was befitting his station. Artpe firmly bit into his lips as he gripped his magic tome. The Demon King continued to speak. Listen to me, Artpe. You were one of my 4 heavenly kings. You succeeded in being a traitor. You are the new god chosen by this era. I won't go easy on you, because you are suddenly talking about me in such high terms. It is time for me to go, yet I am like a bug that refuses to get off stage. I acknowledge my defeat. What? When Artpe heard those words, he felt a truly odd feeling. How should he describe what he was feeling? Was it a sense of accomplishment he was feeling? Or was it an empty feeling? For most of his life, Artpe had been beneath the Demon King. Now he was truly free from the Demon King's shadow. This might be a feeling of freedom. However, you cannot properly fight them in your current state. What? The Demon King immediately poured cold water over the feeling of freedom he was feeling. The magic you showcased against me won't work too well against them. Above all else, the level difference is too large. That is why you have to become much stronger. Are you perhaps trying to give me advice? The Demon King was giving advice to a hero? It was truly ironic. Artpe just laughed. Artpe thought he had known everything there was to know about the Demon King, but he had to admit it now. The Demon King was a psycho that no one could understand. I love seeing good fall in front of evil. They want to get rid of the distinction between good and evil. I cannot allow that. There is no evil unless there is good. Good without evil isn't good at all. The humans don't need demons, but demons need humans. That is why you have to stop them. Then we will be blessed with the birth of a new evil. In that moment, he truly was the Demon King. He was trying to help the hero for such a baffling reason. It was unpleasant, but Artpe couldn't reject the help. At this point, Artpe was flustered, yet the Demon King threw in another shocking piece of information towards him. You should be aware of this, Artpe. The demonic god exists. What? Do you know about the source that changes mana into demonic energy? Humans are not capable of creating such an item. They don't have the required ability. They were only successful in summoning it. It felt as if Artpe had taken a huge blow to his head. That's right. Why hadn't he figured this out? How did the humans create a rare item like the evil heart? Why hadn't he focused on this line of inquiry? Artpe was at a loss for words at his own actions. He kept his mouth shut. The Demon King continued his explanation. There is a source that changes mana into demonic energy. It is a monster called the demonic god. Everything in regards to the demonic race arose from the demonic god. Your goal isn't to overcome the demons and humans that return through time. You have to overcome the god that have always existed. It would be easy to call this a tactic used by the Demon King to confuse Artpe. However, Artpe couldn't easily dismiss the Demon King's words. He thought about what had occurred in the holy nation of Palladia. He thought about the horrors created by the demon Jariat. Was Jariat so weak that he preemptively joined the previous Demon King's faction? Why did he make the humans believe in the demonic god? Was it a ploy to shake the faith of the humans? Or maybe? What if the demonic god really existed, and the previous demonic king had a specific goal in mind in regards to Palladia? You have enough power to contend with them. However, the quality of your power is still low. That is why you should see it and experience it. Then you have to overcome it. The Demon King's body swelled. Artpe was finally able to discern the identity of the magic circle using his read all creation ability. Summoning circle? You have to overcome a part of the demonic god. Afterward, the Demon King's body exploded. The world acknowledged that the Demon King had fallen. The Demon King's record in mana was assigned to Artpe's party. Artpe felt his level explode upwards, yet he couldn't smile. The flesh, blood, and bones of the Demon King created an enormous circle in the air. A magic circle was completed. The door to hell was opened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Fragment of the Demonic God, 1. Chapter 193, Fragment of the Demonic God, 1. Goo Ga. I think it is still learning how to talk. Artpe told a small joke, but no one laughed. Their eyes were focused on the monster that was pushing through the gates of hell. Gak. The first thing to come out was an enormous black hand. The hand was covered with bumpy calluses, and its radius was 10 meters. 7 fingers moved tirelessly as demonic energy emanated out towards all directions. The toxicity of the demonic energy was greater than the Demon King. First, let's destroy that door. We have to somehow stop ourselves from being exposed to more demonic energy. No, Silpenin. Artpe stopped him. Silpenin's judgment would normally be absolutely correct, but that was also the reason why Artpe had to hold back Silpenin. There hadn't been any falsehood in the Demon King's words. The son of a bitch was always annoying, but he rarely said anything false. In that aspect, he wasn't like a demon. Artpe. Everyone was looking towards Artpe. They inevitably realized it when they fought against the Demon King. Artpe and the Demon King knew each other too well. If he was simply a young man that grew up in the countryside as a hero, there was no way this could be true. However, they didn't press for an answer. They loved Artpe too much to doubt him, and they relied on him. They believed Artpe would reveal all if they needed to know the information. They trusted him implicitly. Artpe decided to reward them for their trust in him. I'll tell you guys my story later. Anyways, let's leave it alone for now. Let it come out . I'm pretty sure you aren't trying to get us all killed. It was unexpected. The first one to follow Artpe's words was Silpenin. He injected mana into his daggers as he slowly retreated backwards. He stood ready as he asked Artpe a question. I think I know what you are trying to do. You really are a mad lad. It seems you aren't a king in name only. On the other hand, the other members of his party looked frightened by the large hand. Artpe was keeping an eye on them. At this point, the hand had come through, and the wrist was starting to come out. Artpe looked at the hand with his read all creation ability as he gave an explanation. Since we killed the Demon King, you probably felt your level go up. Right? My head still hurts. Lesity admitted it. Lesity and Deus had fallen behind in terms of level compared to the others in the party. They hadn't been able to participate in the battle against the Demon King, but the whole party was tethered together by Maetel's ability. The fact that they had helped manifest Maetel's record master skill was enough for them to experience an overwhelming increase in level. They developed in many ways after overcoming an overwhelming obstacle called the Demon King. There was no need to dwell on this topic. Artpe nodded his head as he spoke. However, the Demon King said we won't be able to win against the previous Demon King. I have to learn about the demonic god. That is what he recommended me to do. Didn't he summon that thing, because he wanted to kill us? We will merely face a portion of the demonic god. Artpe was sure of it. We have to grow by defeating that thing. The previous Demon King might call forth the power of the demonic god. The current Demon King thought this will give us a winning chance against such power. I'm of the same mind. If we defeat it, we'll be able to grow substantially. Once a chef, always a chef. Still, he was an asshole until the end. So you want us to suck on our thumbs until the thing comes out fully? Elric asked in fright. Artpe shook his head from side to side. I said we'll face only part of the demonic god. Even if we leave this spell alone, it'll terminate on its own. I have two pieces of information that might give us hope. First, they won't have to fight the whole demonic god. Secondly, they would be defeating a part of the demonic god right now. Even if the past Demon King made a play for using the demonic god's power, Artpe's party would be fighting a reduced version of it. You call that positive news? Ha! Mr. Silpenin, get a hold of yourself. We really have to fight that thing? Really? Artpe was taking a hard line, so the party had to grin and bear it. Up until now, Artpe had never made the wrong decision. He was probably right about this too. They were already tired from fighting the Demon King, yet they had to fight a monster that was summoned through the death of the Demon King. They felt frustrated, but no one complained. They couldn't do it. They knew who they will have to fight in the future. This was the hero's path. They chose to walk besides the hero, so they just had to endure it until the end. Wrist. Its wrist is coming out. The demonic energy. Artpe, are you able to block it? He looked down at the magic tome in his hand. It was letting out a faint light. He had activated it before the battle with Demon King started, so he was reaching the limit on how much mana he possessed. However, he had no plans on backing down now. It also didn't mean that he was going to use the magic stones and artifacts he confiscated from the merchant companies in all the nations. I'll regenerate the demonic energy into mana, and I'll let the magic tome consume it as soon as it become available. For a brief moment, his party had no idea what he was talking about. Despite being in a desperate situation, they froze in place. However, they started to comprehend what he was talking about. They started to jump up and down in order. That item is invincible. If it is capable of doing that, why did you bring the magic stones and artifacts? I need materials to purify the demon realm. I need it for the reclamation magic, or I'll turn this world back into its original form. If I consume the mana of this world in the process, this world will be turned into a place of death. Currently, demonic energy was being summoned from a different world. In order to eliminate that energy, he was going to consume it, and it would cause no harm to this world. Above all else, it was an energy that couldn't be controlled even by that thing of evil. There was no downside in stealing that energy. It didn't even have to be him. Pippi, I'll leave it to you. Soon, something happened that blew the mind of the party. Artpe had let go of the staff after lightly gripping it, then he let go of the magic tome. The staff started to revolve around the magic tome, and the reclamation magic continued to work. It is sucking in the terrifying bastard's demonic energy, and it is being changed into mana. The spell is being maintained by the mana. It is being done by the staff. Versatile Pippi. Why is Regina being so proud of it? At this point, everyone was dumbfounded that words were hard to come by. It meant Artpe had hidden this power even as he faced the horrifying Demon King, In other words, he had a backup plan against the Demon King's trump card. He had instructed Silpenin to borrow Aria's power, and Silpenin was put on standby. It seemed there had been another plan aside from that. His party members couldn't hold back their exclamation at Artpe's meticulous planning. The door is decreasing in size. Koguguguguguguk, kojiajiajiajiajiajiaga. The staff and the magic tome became the core of the reclamation magic, and they slowly moved to a safer location. As they did so, the door to hell kept shrinking. It was as Artpe had said. Ki heek. Kohuhukukujiajiagak. A truly large black arm had been slowly emerging from the door, and the door was closing in the middle of its emergence. It was unknown as to where the sound had originated, but a horrible scream could be heard. The arm and the hand started to twist and turn. Artpe coldly watched it with his red all-creation ability, and he spoke in a firm manner. Etna, Sienna, and Maetel will move to the front. Regina will defend. It meant he wanted everyone else to back out. Silpenin had delivered the critical blow to the Demon King, yet Artpe wanted him to stay out of this fight. In the end, you are going to do that. Hoo-oo. Everyone gather up. Hurry. However, no one in the party complained, including Silpenin. Artpe had already explained such a scenario to the party members beforehand. This wasn't a simple smokescreen. Maetel. If possible, I want you to stay back. However, this will be impossible without you. Are you able to control the skill and fight at the same time? You shouldn't ask something so obvious, Artpe. Maetel gripped her bastard sword harder as she slightly turned towards Artpe. She let out a light laughter. Her eyes were filled with love, and it was all focused on Artpe. It almost made one's skin crawl. If it is for Artpe, I'm willing to do anything you want. Anything. It would have been better if you said you were fighting for peace or camaraderie. However, I'll have to be satisfied with that answer for now. After the party members leveled up after killing the Demon King, Maetel had paused the record master skill. She started it up once again. Artpe didn't give any orders, yet everyone gathered up in one place. They sat down as if they had promised to do this. Regina was the only one standing. She stepped in front of the group as she raised her staff. Despite what Pippi and the magic tome was doing, the demonic energy wasn't fully purified. This was why Regina created a barrier of cold air, and the demonic energy couldn't encroach into it. Regina's role was to defend her party members. So why not just move them farther out? It all made sense when one saw Maetel and Sienna borrow magical energy, stamina, and strength from her party members through the record master. Artpe spoke quietly. Final battle mode. MMM. That name is embarrassing. All for one, one for all. It was a common phrase that everyone strived for, but it was something impossible to achieve. However, it was possible through Maetel's skill. She had a skill called Record Master that could manipulate records of others. This was embarrassing to voice out loud, but the members of Artpe's party had strong trust in each other. This allowed Maetel to move strength, stamina, and other physical abilities to the other members of her party. Until now, she hadn't really used this ability in a real battle. Even when she used it once or twice, it had been on the spur of the moment. However, Artpe thought this ability would be crucial when dealing with a stronger opponent. If the person she was borrowing the power was also strong, he surmised that the benefit would be that much greater. Artpe's party members had grown so much that they were considered to be the pinnacle of the human race. They were all sitting in one place, and they were lending their power to Maetel and Sienna. It is coming. Fortunately, the arm started to move when the party had safely made all their preparations. The door to hell was forcefully closed. As a result, the arm was severed before the shoulder joint. An enormous amount of blood was pouring out, yet the arm started to slowly advance. It was letting out demonic energy that was eating away at the cave's floor and the air. Despite its speed not being fast, the demonic energy was too powerful. The cave continued to be destroyed as the arm's zone of influence expanded. Naya Awaya. Roa let out a cry. She hadn't been able to do much in the fight against the Demon King. She let out a cry of joy when she saw the enormous arm. It seemed the sight had whetted her appetite. Yes, you are here too. If we win against it, I'll let you eat all of it. I'll leave it to you, Roa. Nah. I love you, Master. Nya Koja. Roa's three tails swayed as her fighting spirit peaked. It was still unknown as to where the sound was coming from, but the demonic god's arm let out a roar as it charged forward. The battle commenced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194 Fragment of the Demonic God, 2. Chapter 194 Fragment of the Demonic God, 2. Kugururujiegiegak. It was a bit late to mention this, but the Demon King had reached level 403. Even if the Demon King had lived for a very long time, it was hard to believe that he had reached that level. Moreover, he possessed demonic energy and skills befitting his high level. Fragment of the Demonic God. Level 408. This monster had appeared out of the summoning circle. Only its arm had escaped, yet it was at level 408. Its demonic energy is swelling. Back off. Nya. I can't eat it all. Was it because it had been summoned through the Demonic King's demonic energy? The demonic energy of the arm possessed similar toxicity to the Demon King. However, it was much more dense and foul. Roa's greed ability and the reclamation magic was getting rid of it whenever they could, yet it was still this bad. Sienna, don't overextend yourself fighting it. If we buy some time, we will win eventually. Yes, Uni. Fortunately, the Demon King had possessed much more intelligence than the arm. Although, the arm was as crazy as the Demon King. In comparison to the Demon King, the arm was basically a being without consciousness. It was provoked by the two strongest females in the party. It instinctually attacked Sienna and Maetel. The black hand was bumpy and rugged. Each large finger possessed 7 additional long demonic fingers. These demonic fingers clawed at the empty air as if it was a mouth. It was as if it was craving for its prey. If one was caught between those fingers, the result would be unimaginable. I understand it now. This is what the Demon King wanted us to experience. The magic tome with the reclamation magic was given to Pippi. He regained use of both his hands, and he was able to freely manipulate his mana. After a thorough examination of the demonic god's arm, he came to a conclusion. If such a monster descends into this world, it'll be the end of everything. If we don't want the world to end, we have to defeat our opposition before they summon the demonic god. Basically, that is what the Demon King wanted to point out. It would have been better if he had just told us that. Etna sounded sad as she mumbled to herself. She lightly swung her arm. A blade of fire arose from the arc drawn by her arm. The fire blade hit the monster's pinky finger. Instead of cutting off the finger, the attack left behind a very small flesh wound. Kuoha. However, it was enough to make the arm turn towards Etna. It was also what Etna had been aiming for. In the fight against Sienna and Maetel, the arm had been slowly inching closer to the party. Maetel said we'll win if we hold out for long enough. However, Artpe. As the arm approached her, Etna shot a cannonball made out of fire towards it. She put all her power into the attack as she asked a question. Will we be able to do it? It'll be possible if the reclamation magic is maintained until the end. Roa's greed ability has no limit. The problem lies with Maetel. Record Master was a cheat ability that gathered the record of many into one, and she was able to distribute it as she liked. Of course, such an ability would have a time limit. Even if mana was provided for her use, no one could help her with her mental strength. She had lasted this long through sheer willpower. Hup. Kuga-a-huck. Artpe and Etna continued to send spells towards the arm as they spoke to each other in a worried tone. At that moment, Sienna brought down her hammer. She had been given the strength of her entire party, and she was able to crush one finger with her fierce attack. As if she had been waiting for this, Maetel quickly snatched Sienna, and she retreated backwards with Sienna in tow. Afterwards, the enraged demonic god's arm grasped the space around it. While Artpe manifested his spells, he had been monitoring the arm's movement, form and energy. The arm kept repeating the same grasping gesture, and Artpe realized that nothing was left behind in the space grasped by the hand. Everything within the space was gone. Air, dust, mana, and even demonic energy. My god. Kuguro Ugua Huck. The power didn't differentiate between mana and demonic energy. It destroyed everything, and Artpe was sure that this was part of the arm's innate ability. It was the most simple and destructive innate ability that Artpe had run across up until now. Even as Artpe saw it with his two eyes, he was having a hard time believing it. How could so much power be given to such a creature? Its finger was crushed by Sienna when its demonic energy was consumed, but it recovered from the damage. In front of its innate ability, the regenerative ability of the arm looked like child's play. At that moment, dust settled atop Artpe's head. He had been monitoring the ceiling with sharp eyes. At long last, Artpe let out a shout. The cave is collapsing. Regina. Understood. The arm was letting out too much demonic energy. Even though the Demon King had put his heart and soul into creating this dungeon, it had reached its limit. Regina used her cold air to temporarily stop the collapse of the cave. Then she directed the large pieces of the ceiling to fall on top of the arm of the demonic god. She tried to damage it a little bit more. Kihaia. A surprising fact was revealed thanks to her actions. The rocks disappeared before they could get near the arm. It didn't have to make that grasping motion. It was a feint. Its innate ability can be activated without the hand making that grasping motion. If it wasn't for Regina. Shit. Sienna. Maetel. Don't approach it until I can suppress its ability. Artpe busily moved his hands. Several thousand strands of mana strings appeared from the tip of his fingers. The mana strings kept changing direction as they expanded to fill the cave. The mana strings stopped the charge of the arm. Cook. The arm had charged forward as if it was going to swallow up the party alongside the cave. However, the arm was stopped for now. Artpe frowned. This son of a bitch is sending its negative energy through my mana. When the arm's demonic energy made contact with Artpe's mana, a connection was formed. A frightening image appeared within Artpe's mind, and a curse flowed into his mind. It was intended to mess with Artpe's mind. It was trying to negate Artpe's spell. The arm possessed overwhelming record, so Artpe had guessed that it had possessed more than one innate ability. He had been right. As expected of a being called the demonic god, it had splendid abilities. Kugururu. Ha! However, the mana strings didn't melt under the assault of its innate ability. Artpe also wasn't lacking in terms of mental strength. At the very least, it wouldn't work when Artpe's eyes were letting out the bright purple light. It was truly an amazing attack that contaminated the mind of one's opponent. Unfortunately, the arm had used it against the wrong opponent. I'm immune to attacks on my mind, bitch. Artpe didn't buckle under its mental attack. He poured more mana into his mana strings. Dozen layers turned into hundreds of layers. The layers of mana strings stacked upon each other as it continued to stop the charge of the arm. When Etna took Artpe's hand, a bright fire ran along the strings, and the flame lit up the demonic god's arm. She had the blood of an elemental, so she was weak against mental attacks. However, she was just adding her power to Artpe's mana. She could accomplish this without succumbing to the mental attack. If we can't melee it. At this point, Maetel had correctly assessed the situation. She moved on to her next attack. She held her long sword instead of her bastard sword. The sword had the ability to compress and shoot out mana. Maetel preferred the bastard sword, so the long sword rarely got used now. Despite this fact, the long sword had a top-tier ability that allowed her to condense her mana. It was also possible to stop the sword from shooting out the condensed energy. The condensed mana became fixed to the sword. The demonic god's arm was trapped by Artpe's mana strings, so it was barely moving. She aimed for the weakest point on the arm. She used accelerate as she threw it towards the wrist joint. She put all the power of her innate ability, and the power granted to her by the record master into this deadly throw. The weapon was invaluable, yet she had basically used it as a one-off throwing weapon. The party was close to being wiped out. It was a desperate situation, so no one stopped her. Kugugugugaha. The arm of the demonic god sensed the weapon flying towards it. It tried to destroy the sword, but Artpe's mana strings desperately held back its ability. It resisted against the mana strings as it let out a massive amount of demonic energy. The nearby region was destroyed as demonic energy filled the cave. The reclamation magic and Roa's greed ability stopped the demonic energy from reaching the party. However, it couldn't stop the demonic energy from changing the course of the sword. When Maetel saw this, she tried to rush forward despite the risk of her mind becoming corrupted. Artpe stepped forward before she could do so. Materialization. In a flash, the long sword grew several dozen times larger. The massive sword extinguished the demonic energy in its vicinity, and it stabbed into the wrist joint. The hand was severed at the wrist. We did it. We aren't out of the woods yet. Gee, get rid of the arm. The severed arm and hand was in shock. However, it started moving again in short order. The handless arm was much larger than the hand, but Artpe didn't hesitate to attack it first. He determined the demonic energy of the demonic god was nested within the arm. The demonic god's abilities was concentrated in the hand. We can't get rid of that easily. First, we have to get rid of its arm since it supplies the hand with demonic energy. As he spoke, Artpe blocked the hand with his mana strings. A more dense demonic energy assaulted the ground and the ceiling. The ceiling continued to decay as it threatened to fall atop the whole party. Artpe's mana string deflected the debris with his mana strings. It wasn't just that. The giant long sword was still under the influence of the materialization magic. It slowly floated into the air, then it shot towards the hand again. The materialization had a special characteristic. It took a lot of mana to use it, but it barely used any mana when trying to change and maintain the spell. The demonic god's hand became preoccupied by the enormous sword infused with powerful mana. Maetel and Sienna had been waiting for that exact moment. They charged forward. Maetel gripped her bastard sword as she climbed atop the flailing arm. She started degloving the arm with her sword. Sienna ruthlessly pounded on the severed wrist with her hammer. It was as Artpe had said. The demonic god's abilities were focused within its hand. The arm was being directly attacked, yet the two girls didn't suffer from any mental attacks. Who? Maetel, just hold out a little longer. Little longer? I can do this all day. Boony, get out of there. Hoo-hup. Kogugu-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga. Everyone realized that Maetel was lying. She couldn't keep this up. Despite Regina's intervention, the underground cave was slowly collapsing. In the end, the demonic god's hand broke free from Artpe's mana strings, and it crumpled the enormous sword. Artpe bit his lips. At this point, it really looked like the Demon King had planned on killing them with the summoning. I thought it wouldn't be worse than the Demon King. He wanted to punch himself for having such thoughts. The mere existence of a creature with such massive energy and abilities was a calamity in itself. It was a terror, and it possessed the absolute power of the gods. It didn't need intelligence or consciousness to be a dangerous. Back off. The hand is coming. TSK. Regina, over there. Denied. It is impossible to use this spell multiple times all at once. AET. The party members were doing their best to resist against the fragment of the demonic god. At that moment, Artpe suddenly remembered the Demon King's last words. He told me to rise above the gods. He really was laughable until the end. Even a portion of the demonic god overwhelmed the heroes' party, yet the Demon King expected Artpe to overcome all of it by himself. He knew the Demon King was a psycho, but he had a renewed appreciation of this fact. Artpe grumbled as he raised one hand. Several 100,000 mana strings appeared from his hand. He once again restricted the movement of the hand. Despite the reclamation magic and Roa's greed ability, the hand's power couldn't be weakened. It started to suppress and break apart Artpe's mana. Artpe furrowed his brows as he sensed the hand's innate ability. How could such an innate ability exist? It was pure destruction. It truly was something. SSSSP. I have no choice. Artpe cleared his palate as he desperately gathered the mana that was being suppressed by the hand. Fortunately, there was a portion of the mana left over after it suffered under the demonic god's innate ability. It really showcased how much control Artpe had over his mana. He had reached the peak in terms of controlling mana. Record of destruction. Please work. Artpe? When Etna heard the words mumbled by Artpe, she looked at him in disbelief. Artpe didn't answer her questioning gaze. He put all his will and dearest wish into the spell he spoke. Materialization. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, Fragment of the Demonic God, 3. Chapter 195, Fragment of the Demonic God, 3. It was like watching a god create something. The mana was gathered in the air, and a bright light covered it. It slowly started to take on a concrete form. The demonic god's hand could feel the holy power within it, so it let out a scream. Its fingers clawed at the air, but it couldn't reach the light. To be precise, the light became ridiculously intense when the hand got close to the light. It burned the fingers of the demonic god's hand. Artpe. Arm, hurry up and get rid of it. Artpe had to concentrate on his spell, so he couldn't give detailed orders to his party. Sienna and Maetel did as he said. They frantically swung their bastard sword and hammer as they attacked the fallen arm of the demonic god. The demonic god's hand twitched every time the arm was attacked. However, it must have decided that stopping Artpe from creating the light was a more urgent matter. At this point, Regina and Etna could guess at the identity of Artpe's magic. They just stood there as they stared at him in a dumbfounded manner. Artpe, you. How? Etna, give me your mana. Why, yes. There was an urgency in his voice. Etna forgot that she had to provide her mana through Maetel. She let out her mana as is, but it was enough. In the past, Artpe and Maetel was able to use an innate ability called Mana Link to share each other's mana. The underlying reason for being able to do this was the fact that they were both heroes. For some reason, the same mana link had appeared between Artpe and Etna. In the end, the pool of light exploded. Kaya Huck. Was it a failure? No. The space around them was filled with light. The demonic god's hand and arm froze in place. Of course, Artpe's party also stopped moving for a brief moment. Etna knew that Artpe had been attempting something outrageous, so she let out a gasp of distress. However, Artpe was firm as he shook his head from side to side. It was a success. Kaya ha ha ha. The demonic god's hand let out a roar. It was in rage, and it was about to charge towards Artpe. In the next moment, something suddenly grabbed the hand. An enormous white hand had emerged from the exploding pool of light. You really made it. Cheat. Artpe is a cheat. Hoop. Etna and Regina looked on with wide eyes as they mumbled to themselves. Artpe had depleted all his energy, and he was about to fall over. He was barely able to keep himself upright. Etna instantly recognized this fact. She quickly moved up to his side, and she helped him stay upright. Are you able to control it? Just hold on to me like this. Why, yes. Etna heard the tired voice of Artpe, and she instantly felt her heart quicken. She inwardly asked for forgiveness for having such wayward thoughts, and she continued to support Artpe. Artpe was oblivious to the fact that Etna was having such shameful thoughts about him. He started to control the white hand in earnest. He was controlling it, yet he was no longer consuming any mana. The spell was already complete. The only thing left was to deliver his will to the hand. He had to order it as its rightful owner. He ordered it to drive out the rotten demonic energy. The white hand started to push back against the hand of the demonic god. The hand of the demonic god tried to use its innate ability to destroy the white hand, but the power possessed by white hand neutralized the power of destruction. In fact, the hand of the demonic god was being pushed backwards as time passed. This was happening because Maetel and Sienna was destroying the arm of the demonic god. They were destroying the source of the demonic energy. You really copied its innate ability. I learned a concept, and I materialized it. I was dubious as to whether it would work. Artpe's explanation was simple, but it sounded preposterous to those that heard it. He was able to see an innate ability as a concept, and he was able to learn it. First, one needed the read all creation ability to do this. Even if Artpe was able to learn it, there was the problem of materializing it. Basically, this was something only Artpe could do. As expected, I think I'm the main character. Don't say such nonsense with a straight face. I think I understand what the Demon King was talking about. The Demon King was well acquainted with Artpe's read all creation ability. In Artpe's lifetime, the Demon King had been most jealous of his ability. This was why the Demon King wanted Artpe to experience facing a part of the demonic god. The Demon King had a hunch that such an incident would help raise up Artpe. That damned chef. It really was frustrating, but in the end, the Demon King had finished his recipe. It was perfect. He had to acknowledge that fact. Yeah. Roa had been sucking up the demonic energy up until now. She finally stepped forward after it was confirmed that the demonic god's hand was being held in place by the hand made by Artpe. She quickly closed the distance. She bit the end of the demonic god's arm, which was being assaulted by Maetel and Sienna. Nya. She started to absorb its power with all her might. Kaya. Its screams suddenly became ragged. This wasn't a simple attack where it was being destroyed. It was being eaten. The sensation was entirely different. However, the arm didn't have any offensive capability. It could do nothing. Maetel. Sienna. You can attack the hand now. Nya. I can eat all of this, nya. Roa kept biting into the arm. Roa looked the happiest when she was eating. Maetel and Sienna attacked the hand of the demonic god. All of its attack and ability was focused on the white hand, so it was easier for them to attack the hand. Kaya ha. Kaya gugu gaga. Ki hee. Keep pushing. We can't give it any time to do something else. He was giving those orders to Maetel and Sienna, but he was also making assurances to himself. It was as if the white hand had a consciousness. At Artpe's words, it grew in size, and it started to attack the other hand more fiercely. It started to push the demonic god's hand with its own perfected destructive ability. It looked as if the god of the heavens was directly punishing the demonic god. It should feel familiar. I added Sienna's mana and the power of the hero's flash on top of the holy energy. You are able to tie all of those power into one. At this point, she gave up on being surprised. The god's hand was born through a miracle. Etna made a fervent wish that it wouldn't disappear before it defeated the demonic god's hand. How long did this persist? At some point, the demonic god's hand noticeably started to move slower. The demonic god's arm was no longer in existence. The black arm with the stump had been around 10 meters long, yet Roa had eaten it all. Nya. Main dish. Roa disregarded her swollen-up stomach as she balled up her fists. I can't fall over before I eat that thing, nya. Go, cat piggy. Eat it all. Nya. Kojiagagagagagagagagagagagag. As the predator got nearer, the demonic god's hand used up its remaining reservoir of power for its last struggle. Artpe firmly nodded his head as he used another spell. The demonic god's power, which had spread into the surrounding, started to thin out. Etna was by his side, so she immediately realized what he was doing. You added the power of the reclamation magic to it. Correct. The staff had finished its task. It slowly descended from the air, and it returned to Artpe's possession. The resonance between the staff and Artpe had ended. The magic tome was still letting out a faint light, and he had focused its power into the white hand. Kuha ki gugu gugujiagiagak. Nya naa. Roa bit the finger of the demonic god. The large finger let out an enormous amount of demonic energy as it tried to dislodge Roa. However, Roa remained unaffected. Roa was trying to eat as much demonic energy before the hand's demonic energy was converted to mana through the reclamation magic. She ramped up her attack. This is the end. Hup. Maetel brought down her bastard sword, and she severed 2 fingers. Roa immediately swallowed up the fingers. Sienna brought down fierce hammer strikes, so the hand couldn't resist any further. Nya. Roa opened her mouth wide. An incredible amount of suction pulled the entire hand into her. She swallowed everything. Look. I ate it all. Nya. She had an extremely satisfied expression on her face as she stretched out on the floor of the cave. Afterwards, every member of Artpe's party felt an extreme headache. They had defeated a record from a foreign dimension that shouldn't have been here in the first place. After they received the achievement from defeating the foreign entity, Artpe's party was able to grow. As always, the process was painful. Oh shit. We don't have the luxury of being able to sit here and work through this pain. The cave is collapsing. And the link. This will be painful, but everyone has to get up. Artpe. Gather around Artpe. Hurry. Artpe was in a desperate situation, yet he continued to move his hands as he gathered all the loot. There were some items left behind by the Demon King, but he didn't have the time to examine them. He just gathered everything. Everyone is gathered. Let's go. Blink. They were quite fortunate in the fact that none of them had died after the hard-fought battles. After defeating the Demon King, they had to fight the fragment of the demonic god. The fights had pretty much wrecked the cave, and it was collapsing on itself. At this point, the party was spent physically and mentally. The enormous level UPS couldn't heal their tired souls. Anyways, they had somehow won. They had survived. When the party recovered their senses, they were in the middle of the demon realm. The nearby region was packed with demons. What the hell is this? Ah. I see. The Demon King had used his full power, and the fragment of the demonic god had appeared in this place. Of course, the demons would react to such an event. It had been the mother of all aggro. Pretty much all the demons left in the demon realm had gathered at this location. If given a little more time, the demonic beasts and even some of the demons that were in the human realm might be drawn to this place. The most important thing right now was the previous Demon King. The previous Demon King probably felt the death of the current Demon King. It would be obvious as to who the culprits were. The previous Demon King would probably stop his conquest of the human realm. It was obvious as to who would be the biggest stumbling block to his demonification of the human realm would be. Suddenly, Sienna tilted her head in puzzlement. There were countless demons around them, but they weren't acknowledging the presence of Artpe's party. Why can't they see us? I'm using assimilation right now. The one to answer Sienna was Aria. She was still suffering under the aftereffects of the level-ups. Despite her pain, she had protected her party members with her innate ability. She had been able to increase the range of her assimilation ability. She was able to include her party members now. It really brought home the fact that she had developed into a fantastic party member. Aria, amazing. Let's move to a safe place. We have to carry out our plan in haste, but we desperately need to rest right now. Everyone nodded their heads at Artpe's words. He inwardly nodded his head as he observed his party members. He thought it was time for him to tell his party members everything about himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196 Artpe Hertana Keljuk 1. Chapter 196 Artpe Hertana Keljuk 1. The dungeon made by the Demon King had fallen, and an increasing number of demons were gathering around the ruin. Artpe's party walked away leisurely towards a peaceful location. The location was a dungeon. Artpe knew everything there was to know about the demon realm, so it was easy to find a dungeon. You consider a dungeon to be a safe place. I really respect Artpe's way of thinking. It really is a safe place in reality. At the very least, this dungeon had remained in existence for the past couple hundred years without being noticed by the demons. The goal was to find a place to rest in peace. The dungeon, it had 3 floors, was full of level 300 monsters. Artpe's party made quick work of all the monsters. They sat in the middle of the boss room as they sat around a campfire. Finally. This is great. I'm glad we came straight for this dungeon. I leveled up too much after we defeated the Demon King and the F fragment of the demonic god. I felt a bit awkward in my own body. I'm used to the change now. As expected, it was Maetel who was spouting such insane words. Artpe's 2 eyes took her in. Soon, familiar letters formed above her. Maetel. Level 401. He hadn't been sure if it would actually happen, but she really did surpass level 400. Afterwards, he checked his own level, and he found out that he had reached level 401. If he said any flippant remarks about her level, it would also be applied to him as well, so he held back. The Demon King had given them an enormous amount of EXP, but the arm of the demonic god had a bigger effect on their level. If it wasn't for the fragment of the demonic god, it would have been impossible for them to overcome the level 400 barrier. Maetel and I passed level 400. Sienna and Etna also. Lastly, there is Roa. Nya. I no longer need to eat any more demonic energy. Nya. Still, I want to eat more of that thing called the demonic god. Nya. Master, please summon it for me. Do you want me to hit you? Nah. Maybe he should have expected this. He probably should be stunned by this. Roa had reached level 405. She didn't contribute much in the fight. However, she had worked hard to eat all the demonic energy. As a result, she was able to acquire overwhelming amount of record in mana. Of course, he guessed this might occur, but he felt a bit empty when confronted with reality. If he knew this was possible, maybe he should have been born as a demonic beast instead of a human. In my eyes, you are the biggest monster. I was surprised when you fought against the Demon King, but when you fought against the fragment of the demonic god, you guys were formidable too. You fought against the arm of the demonic god. We all made big contributions. Even looking back on it, the mere thought of the demonic god's arm was terrifying. What if more parts had come out of the gate? If the shoulder had come out, the arm would have been able to swing a weapon. It would have put Artpe's party in precarious situation. At the very least, several in their party would have died. Of course, it also sounded implausible that the Demon King taken this fact into consideration. The Demon King had consumed too much demonic energy fighting against Artpe's party, so that was probably the most that the Demon King could summon. If you failed to manifest the last materialization, that hand is amazing. It won't disappear? In truth, I can't get rid of it. Above all else, the white hand was the biggest factor that had allowed them to destroy the arm of the demonic god. Surprisingly, the hand remained in existence. It had reduced its size, and it was as big as Artpe's hand now. However, it was impossible to unsummon it. This is a bit embarrassing to say, since I'm talking about myself. However, an enormous amount of power was concentrated in one place to create it. I consumed a lot of mana, but I also recreated an innate ability. Let's call it God's Hand. God's Hand. If Artpe didn't use his special will to control it, the God's Hand didn't react to outside stimulus. It wasn't particularly active. It simply let out a faint light as it followed behind Artpe. Artpe tried controlling it, and he tried putting it on his hand like a glove. It was possible to do that. Heek. Don't touch me with that. If my will is absent, its power of destruction won't activate. It is completely different from the hand of the demonic god. He smirked. As a response, he released the hand as he let it float in a different location. The only thing left was to check the items dropped by the Demon King in the fragment of the demonic god. Demon King. That bastard left only one behind. What is that? It looks odd. I think it is a bell. There were few miraculous items that could exist thanks to the mere presence of the Demon King. This was one of them. All the record amassed by the Demon King turned into nothing when he died, but there were some things that couldn't be swept away by the world. These traces of the Demon King remained behind in the world as artifacts. In this case, the only thing left behind was a small bell. It was a bell that could be rung with one hand. Summons to the demons. Everything that possesses demonic energy becomes weakened at the sound of the bell. They will also feel an odd sense of loyalty towards the possessor of the bell. The artifact's special characteristic is the same as that bastard's innate ability. It doesn't have a level restriction. Does that mean? That's right. Artpe grinned as he nodded his head. It means this will probably work on the previous Demon King. I think it'll also help in the reclamation magic. He shouldn't complain, because only one item was left behind. Even the loot left behind in his death had contributed in making the perfect recipe. It wasn't sure if he would be able to win against the previous Demon King. However, he was sure that it would at least be a fair fight. It was an artifact that put an end to all the uncertainty he had felt up until now. Let's ease into this. I'll use reinforcement 4 times. That's what you call easing into it? Artpe quickly used 4 reinforcement on the summons to the demons. The reinforcement skill didn't simply boost the ability of the artifact. It was a skill that utilized Artpe's abilities and record to strengthen the item. After going through 4 reinforcements, the item was reborn by taking on a similar nature to Artpe. Declaration of Demonic Extermination +4. As mana is consumed, a resonance that exterminate demonic energy forms. This looks like the weapon for the final battle. Nah. You can't ring it yet, nya. You have to ring it after I eat the demonic god. Nya ah ah. The bell turned white. It also has a similar energy signature to Artpe Nim. It is pure white. It isn't dirty at all. How can something be so clean? I want to dye myself with that color. Ho-oh. You still tell funny jokes, Vadanet. Maetel and Vadanet glared at each other. Artpe ignored them as he took out the loot items left behind by the fragment of the demonic god. They hadn't killed the demonic god, yet there were 7 dropped items. There was a bastard sword, shield, dagger, staff, hammer, glove, and a level 408 magic stone. As an experiment, he held up the dagger. A very terrifying description appeared in front of his eyes. Dagger of Destruction. The user's life energy and demonic energy is used as a price to imbue the dagger with a curse. Each stab from the dagger cuts away at the opponent's soul. If the opponent dies to the dagger, the soul has to follow the orders of the dagger's owner. However, if the owner of the dagger dies in battle, the owner's soul will be imprisoned within the dagger. It was a cursed item. It was an item that no one would pick up if they knew the story behind it. One would run away without looking back. Every one of these items are covered with dense demonic energy. They are unusable. The Demon King's dropped item turned pure white when I used reinforcement 4 times. It'll be okay. Artpe took out several magic stones he had gathered beforehand. They were supposed to be used when he reclaimed the demon realm. However, the sacrifice of few magic stones would allow them to use these weapons of war. It was a very profitable exchange. I just have to use reinforcement on all of these items. Wow. You are right. It is turning white. Artpe's plan didn't go awry. The weapons were terrifying tools of destruction. They had been more suitable for the 4 heavenly kings rather than the heroes' party. However, it really did turn white after going through 4 reinforcements. After checking the weapon options, he handed them out. The bastard sword was given to Maetel. Elric received the shield. The dagger was given to Silpenin. Regina received the staff. The hammer went to Sienna, and the glove was given to Mycenae. Artpe took the magic stone for himself. Artpe, what about me? Huh? Me? You aren't allowed to get too close to him. Excessive skinship is forbidden. I want to receive a present from you too. Artpe mulled over the problem for a brief moment. He pushed his hand out towards those that hadn't received any weapon. Give me one weapon each. I'll reinforce it 4 times. Woohoo! All the loots were distributed, and everyone was satisfied. Artpe let out a sigh as he checked his supply of magic stones. He had too many. He had no idea how many he had used in the reinforcement. Let's rest for real now. I have to sleep. Sleep, and Artpe's shoulder is calling out to me. No. There is something I have to do before we do that. Maetel was about to put her head on Artpe's shoulder. He put up one hand as if to stop her. I know everyone wants to rest right now, but I would like you to hear my story. Story? Maetel instinctively grabbed his arm. You don't have to, Artpe. No. I have to do it. But Maetel was looking at him with worried eyes. Artpe let out a bitter laughter when he saw this. He had suspected this for a while now. It seemed Maetel might have regained memories from her past life. At the very least, she had a vague idea as to what had occurred. I want to talk to you guys. You can call it a confession if you like. It might sound silly. Will you listen to me? The party realized that he wasn't joking. The party members looked at each other, and in the end, they nodded their heads. Silpenin and Etna had already awakened to their past lives. They didn't interrupt Artpe as they kept their silence. They really were good comrades. All right. So, you probably felt that something was off when I conversed with the Demon King. Yes. It isn't just that. Weren't there many incidents like that? I knew all the locations of dungeons in each nation. I moved as if I could predict the future. Of course, there were times where events didn't turn out as I had expected, but at the very least, I knew the starting point of each event. You probably all had this thought before. No one denied his words. They knew there were too many incidents where they hadn't asked too many questions. They glossed over everything by saying, "It's just Artpe." This had nothing to do with his ability to assess the present. Some in the party thought that he might have the ability of foresight. I have no choice but to know it all. It's because I've experienced it all once before. Artpe. Maetel extended her hand as if she was trying to stop him. He gently pushed her hand away as he made a declaration. In the past, I was a demon in a world that is no longer accessible to us now. I earned the title of the 4 Heavenly King, and I followed the orders of the Demon King. I died facing the heroes party led by Maetel. At the end, I awakened to my innate ability. The world. I rewound the world. That's quite the joke. Elric sounded as if he was punched in the solar plexus. However, no one laughed. Everyone present could tell that Artpe was being sincere. I have no idea where to start. Your story doesn't add up, Artpe. Vadinet replied to his words. Artpe let out a bitter laughter when he heard the confusion within her voice. He continued to speak. I didn't plan on ending my story there. All right. Let's slow things down. Let me see. I was born in the demon realm, and I had to follow the order of the Demon King when I lost a fight against him. I guess that's a good starting point. Everyone was shocked by his words. Artpe mumbled to himself an affirmation. He nodded his head as he started his explanation. It was the story of a man's life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Artpe Hertana Keljuk, 2. Chapter 197, Artpe Hertana Keljuk, 2. All the party members needed to rest right now. However, there would be plenty of time to rest after they conversed. He didn't want his party members to misunderstand any part of his story. He was slow and meticulous in telling his story. It was the record of a loser, so he didn't think it deserved to be listened so attentively. However, his party members thought differently. Artpe. Is that why you knew everything? You've already experienced it once before. In our past lives, many things went in favor of the demon king instead of the hero. Artpe's past life was the record of a loser, but at the same time, the hero's party had lost too. It was also the record of their defeat. He added nothing and he concealed nothing as he told the events. He told how the hero's party was formed. Everything was different from their current life. The Demon King's army had used a different strategy in attacking the human realm. The hero's party couldn't stop the corruption within Palladia. He told them about Vadinet's love for Silpenin, and the destruction that arose from that love. He spoke about the hero's relationship with the other human nations. He told them about the war, and the battle against Artpe. He told them about his demise. It really was a shit show. Yes, it was a shit show. I was the enemy of the human race, but even I could see how hopeless the humans could be as a race. That is the reason why I hid Maetel in the beginning. This is old news, but I'll make a shocking confession. In truth, the meal that we've had up until now was better than the meal that would have been provided by the palace. Artpe is a con artist. Maetel laughed as she spoke mischievously. There was also a faint smile on Artpe's lips. The fact that they were able to laugh together was quite amazing. That's my story. I don't have first-hand knowledge as to what happened to the world after I died. I guess it's my turn. Silpenin took up the baton. He told them about his encounter with one of the former 4 Heavenly King, and how he had recovered his memories. He told them about what had occurred up until the point of his death. He wondered if it would have been better if he hadn't told this story. It was a miserable story. Still, everything became clear now. Basically, a secret boss has to be killed after defeating the Demon King. However, the secret boss was able to operate from the beginning when Artpe rewound the history of the world. Basically, that's what happened. We defeated most of our enemies, but the previous Demon King remains to be defeated. That still remain the same. I see. That is why. I'm still having a hard time accepting it. Vadinet had a sour look on her face. How could I like such a man as him? I'll fight you later on. I won't go easy on you, because you are a woman. It is such a mysterious feeling. I wonder what I was like in that world. Sienna absent-mindedly thought about her other self in the previous world. In the end, she just nodded her head as she smiled. I'm thankful that Appa was born as a human. I don't think I can imagine a life without you, Appa. If it wasn't for Artpe, the world would have ended. Artpe just let out a bitter laughter when he saw Sienna and Maetel's reaction. He had been a 4 Heavenly King, and he had fought against Maetel, who had been the hero. Despite knowing all of this, their reaction was quite mild. It even made him question if he had been worried over nothing. Maybe he was the weird one. I'm fine since I'm able to love Artpe now. It is also fortunate that I avoided dying a dog's death in this life. Artpe, may I hit that woman once? Just once. You should be quiet. When he came to his senses, he realized Maetel was already holding his hand. Maetel was smiling at him as if she had accepted everything. Artpe was about to say something, but he gave up. He thought it was no longer important. Is that it? Is that all you feel? It is such a ridiculous story that I'm half in disbelief. Truthfully, even if the story is true, my attitude towards you won't change. Elric had spoken up. As one of the male members of the party, he was able to give the most objective opinion. It was also the reason why Artpe could trust his words the most. In the corner of Artpe's heart, there had always been a tight ball of worry, and he finally felt it loosen. If I heard that story before I met Artpe, I might have a different opinion. However, aren't we trying to return the demon realm into a human realm right now? If so, can't we just say that you were the first demon to be turned back into human? That is also the reason why you were given the power of the magic tome. If I think of it that way, I can accept it. Vadanet was completely in love with Artpe, so Artpe had expected her to spout some nonsense that would be in favor of Artpe. However, her words were pretty compelling. When he heard her words, an idea flashed in his mind. However, it went away quickly. There was one sure thing that had come out of this. The scenario that Artpe had been most worried about hadn't come to pass. Emotions washed over him. He didn't know if it was a sense of shame or relief. He just swept away all those emotions. I feel like an idiot for suffering under the weight of this burden for so long. Thank you for sharing your opinions. The fact that Artpe is capable of suffering is more surprising to me. Shut up, Ajumma. I'm not an Ajumma. He was grumbling, but he would be lying if he said that he wasn't deeply moved by all their words. His inner limit on how much embarrassment he could stand was surpassed. He immediately laid down on the floor, and he pushed his hood down over his face. I'm just saying. I thought you guys would be less upset hearing it from me rather than hearing it from the previous Demon King. It wasn't as if I thought your attitudes would change. It wasn't as if I didn't trust you all. I just want you guys to know this. Artpe has a really cute side. Shut up. Shocked. Regina's emotions were the most difficult to assess compared to the others. She was the last one to open her mouth. Artpe was older than me. I wondered why you weren't saying anything about it. I'm younger than you physically and mentally. I'm in a very dangerous situation. You are extremely safe. Extremely. All your odd actions in the past make sense now. From now on, I'll consider it a potential risk factor. Artpe wondered if he should play along with her. However, he gave up on that idea. He didn't need his relationship with women to get more complicated right now. Regina was a bit miffed when he didn't play along. She kept poking him with her staff, yet he ignored her until the end. I have to stop her from talking about me liking younger women. He thought about saying something, but in the end, Artpe just fell asleep. In truth, he had been the one that had been the most overextended in the battle against the Demon King and the fragment of the demonic god. Of course, he was the most tired than anyone in his party. He had told them everything about his previous life, and the fact that he had not collapsed afterwards from exhaustion was a miracle in itself. Artpe fell asleep. Maetel quickly moved to snipe the position beside Artpe. Sienna was as quick as Maetel. She positioned herself on the other side. Let's sleep too. You guys really have excellent timing. Artpe doesn't yield it up to us, so we have no choice but to take it from him. However, I now have some idea as to why he's like that. Maetel and Sienna guarded his sides. Vadanet pushed through the narrow space to position herself near Artpe's head. Artpe had fallen asleep, and he had a peaceful expression on his face. Vadanet was very careful as she put his head on her thighs, and she gently touched his hair. I'm sure this is why Artpe has been so hesitant. He inwardly felt that he was a different person from what we viewed him as. That is why he wasn't confident in being able to accept our feelings at face value. Normally, you sound like an ignoramus. You sounded somewhat like a holy priestess right now. Shut up. Vadanet sounded sullen when she gave her retort. However, the smile on her lips didn't fade. I now know why he's been holding back. Now I can be at ease. I can pursue him for real. You haven't been pursuing him for real until now. Her words were more surprising than the story told by Artpe today. Vadanet looked at her competitors with guarded eyes, but she remained in place. You plan on staying like that all night? I will do so if Artpe can rest in comfort. It is as Artpe had said. Tomorrow will be a long day. It was as if her words drained them of energy. The whole party came to a consensus without speaking a single word. They all sprawled out on the floor. They were all tired. For the next several hours, no one was bothered them. They were greeted by peace and silence. Artpe awoke the next day, and he felt unusually refreshed. He thought he had been lying on the floor, but his head was being supported by something soft and warm. He felt around, and he realized that he was touching someone's thighs. He became more surprised when he found out that the owner of the thighs was Vadanet. Despite having Artpe's head on her thighs, she didn't look uncomfortable. SSE was sleeping with a faint smile on her face. It bothered him that this was the most brightest and pure smile he had seen on her face. Why is she doing this? Until now, she never initiated contact until I gave her permission. He wondered if he had been worried about the wrong thing. After telling them his story yesterday, he wondered if he had called forth trouble from an entirely different direction. He had been worried about them rejecting him, but this change was worrying too. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he tried to get up. However, he couldn't move his body. Maetel and Sienna was stuck to his sides. Etna and Mycenae was holding onto his thighs. It was as if someone had casted an immobility spell on him. He couldn't move. Dangerous man. Regina was observing it all. Do something. Don't just stand there looking at me. The act of approaching you is dangerous. It is more beneficial to observe the pattern where the bugs fall into a trap. All right. I'm sorry for ignoring you yesterday. I fell asleep. It couldn't be helped. Accepted. Regina pouted as she swung her staff. She slowly separated the girls from him. He sat up, and he found out that everyone was still sound asleep. Is it okay not to wake them up? I would like to hasten the humanification of the demon realm. The faster it is done, the better it would be. It is more important for our party members to regain their normal physical and mental status. If we exit this place, we won't be able to rest for a while. Agreed. Regina quietly nodded her head as she approached him. She sat down next to him. He wondered why she was doing this. She spoke with a sincere voice. I want to hear about my past life. I want the details. I want to hear how you came to know about me in my past life. It isn't a happy story. Are you sure? If I want to be happy in the future, I have to go through with this. It was a wise answer to a stupid question. Artpe smirked as he opened his mouth. Okay. I'll tell you about it. Still, I hope you won't hate the humans too much after hearing this story. Even if some of the humans did me wrong, I won't be incredibly foolish in hating the whole human race. You are worrying over nothing. Yes, you really are like that. Geez. Even in her past life, Regina had stuck with Maetel until the end as a member of the Heroes Party. Maybe he had been worrying needlessly. Artpe nodded his head at her words, and he spoke. In my past life, the incident between the elves and the Magic Kingdom turned out much nastier. The conversation between the two of them ended when the other party members started to wake up. Regina had taken a step back yesterday, so the girls were shocked when they saw her next to Artpe. They never expected her to use such a high-level tactic. Regina stood her ground with an impassive face. This was how Artpe had revealed all the story he had kept hidden. He didn't leave any loose ends behind that could cause any confusions in the future. The Heroes Party headed towards the final battlefield. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Final Chapter, 1. Chapter 198, Final Chapter, 1. They had no idea where previous Demon King and the leader of his forces were located at. However, they had the trail left behind by Jariat, who had been one of the 4 heavenly kings. When one looked at the organization he had worked with, it wasn't far-fetched to assume that the previous Demon King was trying to pull something off in the human realm. We are trying to activate our spell within the demon realm. Maybe they are doing the same thing. They are probably carrying out a plan to turn the human realm into a demon realm. If the two magic clashes, it'll cause a big headache. Artpe had learned that the previous Demon King's forces were the products of the demonification experiment. When he became aware of this fact, he had been watching out for their moves. Artpe had gathered all the artifacts and magic stones for the purpose of purifying the demon realm. At the same time, it had been a move to impede the progress of the previous Demon King's plan. Of course, we might have been too late, but the current Demon King ran amok. For better or worse, everyone's plans were reset to zero. Whether it was activities carried out by Artpe's party in stealth or the plan being carried out by the previous Demon King, it all fell apart when the current Demon King went on his rampage. As a result, a fragment of the demonic god was called into this world. It didn't matter what preparations the previous Demon King had made. The previous Demon King's forces would have to come back to the demon realm. We have to be smart about this. We have to assume that we'll fight them directly when we initiate the reclamation spell. Life really doesn't go as planned. However, Artpe was pretty confident in his party. The current Demon King's recipe had given them the means to contend with the previous Demon King. He had the declaration of demonic extermination. It was stored away, and it would be used when the right opportunity presented itself. On top of that, he had the hand of destruction. It still was maintaining its form. All these factors gave him confidence. We'll go to the Demon King's castle. That place no longer exists. They no longer needed the steel horse. They were close to the site of the Demon King's castle, so couple blinks was all that was needed. The biggest problem was the fact that there were too many demons gathered there. It didn't matter which location they chose. The number of demons increased while we rested. I'm sorry, Arya. You'll have to overwork yourself for a little bit longer. I've grown a lot. No one will be able to find us unless they are above level 500. Arya spoke with confidence. She was unpretentious, and she told the truth. For a brief moment, Artpe wondered if Arya would become a much better holy priestess than Vadinet. It was as if Vadinet had somehow caught wind of his thoughts. She whipped her head around towards him. He was sure of it now. Maetel's ability of being able to read his thoughts was being shared between the girls. We've arrived. This is quite the sight. Since the Demon King had died, the demons were no longer subject to the absolute control. The absence of the Demon King had caused confusion, and the demons started a meticulous search operation where they searched for the being that had killed the Demon King. They have this much loyalty towards the Demon King. No. It isn't loyalty. They are just afraid of culprit that had killed the Demon King. They are afraid of being killed if they are on their own, so they are traveling in groups. If their joint efforts isn't enough to defeat their foe, they'll quickly lower their heads. They really are acting like extras, but these were beings that hadn't been able to live their own lives. Rare had always been a restriction on what they could do. They had lived under the rule of the Demon King for their whole lives. From their perspective, they valued their lives the most. It was the only commodity that they could call their own. However, that would change soon. Battle, blood and death had always been the final destination of a demon's life, but that would have to change now. In the beginning, Artpe had only wanted to turn Etna into a human. However, Artpe had reached this point, and he wondered if this might have been his goal all along. Yes, Vadanet was right. Artpe was the first demon to be turned back into a human. At the same time, he was a pioneer that will lead other demons down the road to humanification. I'll be using the spell soon. There will be demons that'll try to stop the process. Even if they'll soon be turned into humans, we can't hesitate. We have to kill them. It was unknown as to how many of these demons were affiliated with the previous Demon King's forces. An argument could be made that they should go easy on the demons since they were going to be turned back into humans. However, one would fail miserably if one held such pitiful sentiments. Artpe's words didn't allow his party members to feel any sentimental emotions. Everyone nodded their heads as they hardened their resolve. All right. Let's start. Artpe briefly took a deep breath, and he opened his magic tome. His staff and magic tome resonated with each other as they rose into the sky. This was obvious, but Arya had reached the limit of her assimilation ability. This was why the party was revealed, while floating in the air. Humans. The energy is digging into my skin. Holy power. He has holy power. It wasn't simple holy power. Artpe let out an evil smile as he earnestly unleashed his magic. The reclamation magic didn't discriminate between demons and demonic energy. It was a spell that restored everything that was twisted and out of place. Artpe used his staff to boost his mana, and his mana flowed into the magic tome. It spread into the twisted world called the Demon Realm. In a flash, he took out an artifact from his dimensional pouch, and it was consumed. It took mere seconds to change demons into humans in the nearby region. What? Stop. That human bastard is trying to. What the hell? Why are the humans? A high number of demons had no idea what was going on. However, some demons realized that they were being turned into humans. This was being done by the heroes party. Some demons had a dim idea as to what the implications was for this new development. Don't panic. We cannot win against them in the first place. Moreover, they are making us into humans. Humans. We are becoming humans. I can sense my existence being twisted. For some reason. Somehow, I feel my emotions calming down. Shit. Retreat. Retreat. We'll just die if we fight them. They aren't attacking us, but they are turning us into humans. The demons were confused, and they couldn't rashly attack Artpe's party. In fact, a fight broke out between the demons that picked up on the situation and the demons that were too slow to realize what was going on. Tens of thousands of demons were gathered at the site of the Demon King's castle. While an absolute pandemonium broke out between the demons, Artpe's party was successful in perfecting the magic circle. Artpe, you have to speed it up. It is easy for you to say. However, it really was that easy for him. Artpe didn't hesitate to use the artifacts and magic stones he had prepared in his dimensional pouch. He scattered them all over the place. As soon as the items were released into the air, they perished. All the mana was sucked into the magic tome. The site of the Demon King's castle was colored in gray and red. It had been filled with death and blood. In the next moment, the place regained its natural colors. As if breathing, the demonic energy within this space was being pushed out. The land, my god. This really is its original form. Look over there. The red clouds are dissipating. It is too beautiful. I never expected to see such a sight within the demon realm. At the same time, it was an extremely sad sight. The ones that were still demons looked at the demons that had shed their demonhood. In the end, a fight broke out. Then there was the land of the demon realm, and land that was reverted back to its original form. They started to adversely affect each other as they started to become diseased. Why are they fighting? They aren't aware of our presence. No, they are refusing to acknowledge our presence. They gave up on understanding our actions, and they aren't trying to stop us. This also means that they need an outlet for their frustration. It's the worst. Artpe opened up another dimensional pouch. At once, he expanded the range of his reclamation magic. Everything within his sight turned back into the natural world. It was the same for the demons within it. Good. They have no reason to fight anymore. This isn't merely a problem between the demons and the humans, Artpe. This might sound evil, but if I'm being truthful, this is quite entertaining. The demon race had no real reason to fight. They fought and killed, because they were alive. They killed others, because they were ordered to kill others. They had lost their ruler, who had given them orders. Now they were losing their demonhood. They were confused. They fought against each other, but they were lost. In the end, they sat on the ground. There was a good amount of bloodshed, and some were trying to run away. If they kept their distance, Artpe's party left them alone. Shall we move to a different location? No. When the ones that we really have to worry about shows up, these people will become a wall for us. I had no idea where Artpe's cheapness comes from. It isn't a character trait of a hero. It seems it arose from the experience you had in your past life. As expected, you are awesome. Hey. That sounded like an insult. It isn't, . He kept expanding his spell. It really was unbelievable that the Demon King's castle had existed here. The dense demonic energy was transformed into mana, and it helped Artpe's party regain their full power. It doesn't matter what happens after this. We've already weakened the demon race with this. Artpe, I can feel them coming. I can feel it. Soon. At that moment, Maetel gathered all the purified mana at the tip of her sword, and she shot it into her surrounding. She didn't give any consideration to the demons that were turned into humans. The violent attack blew up the entire region. Afterwards, a clearly different group of demons had appeared. They possessed a different type of aggressive demonic energy. They numbered in the several hundreds, and each of them looked extremely pissed. It was as if Artpe had spit on the food they had been eating. Kill them all. Understood. As expected of a former heavenly king, Artpe immediately ordered an attack whenever a stranger was located. The party quickly attacked the stranger. There was no mercy when one was determined to be their enemy. Maetel and the other party members reacted immediately as they attacked the demons that were over level 300. Half the demons lost their lives instantly, and the rest froze in place. They were taken aback by the might of the heroes' party. While they were frozen in place, they were turned back into humans through the reclamation magic. We have to stop them. We are about to attain our long-cherished desire, and they are trying to interfere with us. We have to stop them until our master can get here. The magic. No, you won't. The reclamation magic couldn't be stopped unless the previous Demon King took the matter into his own hands. This was the first time Artpe was using this magic at this scale, and he had a hard time initiating it. However, it became easier once he safely manifested the magic. He just had to be the source that provided the spell with continuous mana. It allowed the influence of the spell to grow as its record grew. The reclamation magic, which had been manifested by Artpe, was going through that process. A reclamation magic of this magnitude had never existed in the past. If one wanted to stop it, one had to kill Artpe, or the magic tome had to be destroyed. Those were the only two options. Soon, they'll attack me. It might be one of them, the previous Demon King, or die. Before Artpe could end his words, someone had come straight for his heart. Sienna's reaction speed was too fast. The attack couldn't get past her. The attack was stopped in the middle. I never expected you humans to start this before us. Moreover, it was done by someone who used to be a demon. The one who had attacked Artpe revealed himself. A spear made out of black metal had failed to pierce through Sienna's shield. It was stuck in the middle of the shield. A level 401 demon appeared a beat later, and he was holding onto the spear. He was a demon that Artpe hadn't seen in his past life. It is time. Everything our master wants has been gathered here. We'll take everything you have, and we will greet our master with it. This guy isn't that high level. Just focus your attacks on him. Kill him. Yes. What kuhak? The demon had overlooked one thing. Artpe's party didn't know everything about the previous Demon King's plan, but at the same time, the previous Demon King's faction didn't know about the rapid growth of Artpe's party. The price for such a mistake was his death. Artpe's party didn't know this, but this was the moment when the last 4 Heavenly King in the previous Demon King's force perished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Final Chapter, 2. Chapter 199, Final Chapter, 2. The surrounding was deadly quiet. In an instant, a level 400 plus high-ranked demon was killed. Of course, the reaction to such an event wouldn't be minor. The demons, who were under the command of the dead demon, came to a halt in fright. In the end, they were turned into humans by the power of the magic circle. My power is decreasing. It isn't just our power. The aggression that we use to violently attack our enemies can't be felt. That bastard is trying to shackle us by turning us into humans. Shackle? You guys have been wearing a mask up until now. Why can't you see that I'm just taking that mask off? When a firm idea took root within him, Artpe no longer hesitated over his actions. He didn't agonize over what he had to do. The reclamation magic existed to turn everything back into its original form. This wasn't Artpe's will. It was the will of the world, so there was no way this spell would be defeated. Can it be? The low voice of an old man could be heard. I never expected someone to complete that spell. He has overwhelming demonic energy. Regina. Etna. We are ready. This demonic energy. He let the staff use the reclamation magic. He had done this before when he fought against the arm of the demonic god. This allowed Artpe to participate in the battle. Of course, the reclamation magic expanded at a slower rate as a result. This was why he wanted his party to take care of the fighting, but... Wait a moment. As he induced the staff and the magic tome to resonate, he was able to gain momentary freedom. He put his mana into the Hand of Destruction, and in a flash, it grew in size. It regained its original size. When Artpe relayed his will to it, it spread its fingers, and it created an enormous barrier. Afterwards, the baptism of the demonic spear impacted on the middle of the barrier. The hand did well in blocking it, and it destroyed the spear. In the process, Artpe was able to assess his opponent. He scrunched up his face. I knew it didn't make sense. I should have known it would turn out like this, but... What is that hand? A life form such as this exists in this world? No. I asked the wrong question. It is type of golem made through magic. Interesting. A mere golem was able to block my attack. How is that possible? However, it won't be able to withstand my next attack. I already figured out the golem's special characteristic. Artpe, he's annoying. Don't worry. I feel the same way. The second attack came flying in. First, the enemy manifested a magical net to restrict the movement of the Hand of Destruction. Then he followed up with a barrage of powerful magic bombs. It was supposed to destroy the hand, but of course, the Hand of Destruction completely extinguished the attack. What? This is odd. It is the first time I've heard this voice, but his manner of speech is quite familiar. It is also annoying. Artpe's party members felt a weird sense of déjà vu as they raised their weapons. Artpe knew they were in a desperate situation, yet they couldn't suppress his laughter. His read all creation ability had already picked up on the presence of his enemy. Maybe, the demon was confident no one could pierce through his stealth magic. He continued to be in a defenseless position. Of course, his stealth magic was so great that it couldn't be penetrated unless one had the read all creation ability. Etna. Yes, he really is annoying in my opinion. Etna was sharing his read all creation ability, so she caught sight of the enemy. He was making every effort to destroy the hand of destruction with his magic, but the hand was blocking all his attempts. She could see that he was growing angry. We have to give up on the idea that we can kill him outright. Before he picks up on it, we have to focus on dealing as much damage to his body. He is a master that knows our magic better than anyone else. How do you know this? Never mind. I understand. I have to minimize my use of my magic, and I have to deal a fatal blow? However, their foe was too far for him to leave the battle to the close-range fighters of his party. Unfortunately, Mycenae was still lacking in terms of damage when it came to single-burst attacks. This was why the task fell onto Etna. Etna was the only one in the party that dealt with magic that wasn't truly magic. Alright. I'll show you how it is done. Etna activated her innate ability. If it was a simple spell, it would have been detected by her opponent. However, her innate ability was spirit transformation. It was an ability that hadn't existed hundreds of years ago when the previous demon king and the previous hero had run amok. At the very least, I'll take one arm. Kuhak? This was why the demon Nanaribhadra couldn't respond to the suddenly surging white flame. Etna had transformed into a fire spirit. As soon as he saw her, he immediately created a barrier. However, Etna had kept her words. She had already burned away his entire arm. He hadn't felt pain for a very long time. The demon screamed as he grabbed his shoulder. Artpe spoke as he watched the face, which had been distorted by pain. There was a cold smile on his lips. I believe this is the first time we've met directly, Sunbeam. Sunbeam? Ha! The rest of the party finally realized what had caused that sense of incongruity. From the moment he had appeared, the demon had spoken like a know-it-all asshole. He was Nanaribhadra. He was the previous hero that had periodically helped Artpe's party by leaving behind vestiges of his legacy. There was distinct pattern to his demonic energy, and he had overwhelming power. He also possessed an overwhelming presence and level. He had reached an absurdly high level of 403. Finally, the name that was being shown through Artpe's eyes proved his identity. Why? Why is he attacking us? Does he have dementia? Does he not know that we are heroes? No, he knows it. Artpe looked at the enraged demon, who was pointing his remaining arm towards them. However, everything else within his head might have rotted away. A party of two heroes. It is quite the familiar sight. It also makes me yearn for the good old days. I also fought for the humans once. Artpe let out a bitter laughter as he spoke. It isn't too late to return to our side. It is too late, young hero. My juniors. Do you know about the weight of time? Do you know about the weight of death? I've spent too long a time as a demon, and I am too used to it now. The demonic energy stole many things from me, but as a price, it breathed in new desires within me. At the old former hero's words, Artpe snorted. You and your party had enough power to kill the previous demon king. Despite that fact, you chose to seal the previous demon king. Am I wrong? No. At the time, our party didn't have the power to kill the demon king. We could only seal the demon king. You might have been able to convince your party members, but your lies won't work on me. I know that your ability is more geared towards attacking rather than sealing. Why did you do it? You don't like using your sealing ability since it is mundane. You prefer to use flashy attacks. Am I right? Artpe approached it from an angle that was unimaginable to a normal person. Narayabhadra flinched at Artpe's words, and he took a step backwards. How did you know? Ah. This asshole is an idiot. I see. He really is an idiot. Artpe didn't give him time to respond. He pushed ahead. I wondered why you sealed the Demon King instead of killing him. The reason was quite simple. At that point, you were already drawn towards the demonic energy. You were drawn towards becoming a demon. You said you turned yourself into a demon, and that it was for research. You planned on searching for a way to turn the demonic energy back into mana. However, you were merely trying to make an excuse. You tricked yourself into accepting your true nature. He was silent for a brief moment before he opened his mouth. It is truly a great deductive reasoning. Unfortunately, you are wrong, my junior. I'm wrong? His eyes let out a bright light. Demonic energy overflowed as it strengthened his old body. If Etna hadn't destroyed one arm, he might have been able to push the hero's party. That was how fierce his power was. As he raised his fighting spirit, he yelled out. The reason why I sealed her is simple. I was in love with her. I sealed her, and I dedicated my whole life in finding a way to revert her back into being a human. I was able to meet her again when the world was rewound. My way of thinking had been wrong from the start. The ones that were in the right were the demons. Artpe was struck dumb. He quietly nodded his head. The previous Demon King was a woman. It was a good information to know. The story he had heard from the elven elders from the Forest of Eternity came to mind. The previous hero had hit on many elven women, so this explanation was very direct. Maybe that story was foreshadowing this moment. It was an entirely believable explanation. He's an idiot that can't be cured. Yes, let's kill him. Everyone was in agreement. Narayabhadra was Maetel's ancestor, and at the same time, he had a big influence in allowing Artpe's party to grow so much. This was why they had decided to listen to his story a little bit more. However, they had found out that Narayabhadra didn't know his ass from his forehead. Moreover, Artpe suspected this when Narayabhadra had shown up as an ally to the previous Demon King. It seemed he had lost a significant portion of his memories throughout the long years. If he hadn't, he would have known about the power of the ruins he had created. He would have recovered the 3 evil hearts that he had put in safekeeping. He is unstable. The magic that turned humans into demons wasn't complete. This was quite evident. If it was complete, the previous Demon King's faction wouldn't be having such a difficult time turning humans into demon after being released from their seal. This also applied to Narayabhadra. I realized what the correct path was. Demonic energy isn't a twisted form of mana. It is an evolved form of mana, and it is the future we should strive for. I've been rejecting the existence of demons all my life. She fixed my way of thinking. The existence of the demonic god gives legitimacy to the demonic energy. It is superior to mana. The bastard was completely twisted in the mind. At the very least, he had wanted to pay his respects to his Sunbei, who had walked a much higher road in magic. However, that ship had sailed. Narayabhadra didn't care about the demonic energy or mana. He only cared about power and fear. Once he started worshipping the demonic god, his career as a mage had come to an end. Artpe was cold as he gave his orders. Etna, you'll be the main one to attack. I'll focus on weakening them. What about me, Artpe? You can take on the remaining group. Regina, may you protect the party? Artpe didn't need to say anything further. They knew what to do. The party's expression hardened all at once. Sai Nanaribhadra had come out. There was only one person left that had yet to make an appearance. You are quite the sensible kid. You are different from the previous hero. Moreover, you are cute. A slightly sweet voice could be heard from somewhere. Nanaribhadra's face glowed as he looked up. Artpe gritted his teeth. If you lay your hands on Artpe, I'll kill you. No, she just threw those words out there instead of greeting us. Don't be baited by her, Maetel. Hoo. As expected, this is fun. The twisted hero and the two heroes. This is the best stage that I can offer him. Artpe let out a low sigh as he raised his head. He saw a blindingly beautiful woman with black hair. The previous Demon King made her appearance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3. Chapter 200, Final Chapter 3. Chapter 200, Final Chapter 3. The previous Demon King had never became fully cognizant of Artpe. Not even for a moment. She had been released from her seal after Artpe had died. After the world started anew, she spent most of the time trying to fully free herself from the nasty seal that had been placed on her. She didn't have the time to pay attention to others. Her power had been weakened by the seal, so she was still recovering her power. This was why she hadn't stepped forward onto the stage. However, she could no longer delay in making an appearance. She had to act. Of course, the previous Demon King in Nanaribhadra was the core power of her faction. The two of them made up over 90% of the power possessed by her faction. I am the Demon King, who inherited the blood of the demonic god. My name is Reincarnated. I know you've killed my poor successor. However, I'm very lenient when it comes to a cute child. Did you say your name was Artpe? You don't have to be lost anymore. You should return to the demon race. I'll hold you in my bosom. Her gaze was fixed on Artpe. She knew that Artpe was the backbone of the heroes' party. She knew that Artpe was the one that had a hand in growing his party members to this extent. Above all else, he was manifesting a spell through his staff and magic tome. He was turning the demon realm into the human realm, and her demon underlings had been turned into humans. He was someone with overwhelming power. She had lost everyone that had acted as her hands and feet. Even as she surveyed her enemies, she was thinking about how to bring him under her as an underling. I'll tell you this now. It is meaningless to go against me. My existence is a miracle in itself. I am this world's first and the last. I am the proof that the demonic god exists. I am his daughter. I do not want to kill you. That is why you should walk towards me of your own volition. You should embrace me. I do not lie. Each word you speak is dripping with demonic energy. That means, Artpe maintained his spell as he took in the sight of her. His read-all creation ability did a great job in delivering her information to him. Reincarnated. Demon King. Level 419. Innate ability, Seduction. The mana of a whole race was used to complete the seal. Despite being freed from the seal, the aftereffects remains. Her full power hasn't been recovered yet. Artpe's party had acted too fast, so she had come out before she had regained her full power. Despite this fact, it was as she boasted. She was plenty strong. It burned for Artpe to admit this, but he had to acknowledge that the current Demon King had been right once again. Artpe's party had to go through the experience of fighting the current Demon King and the fragment of the demonic god. If they hadn't, they wouldn't have stood a chance against Reincarnated. She is level 419. However, she had been sealed. She's been weakened significantly after she was released from the seal. We just have to do the same thing we did against the current demon king and the fragment of the demonic god. Artpe always speaks as if it'll be easy. The previous demon king was a terrifying monster. However, he had already expected this when her existence was alluded to. The only thing his party needed right now was determination. Maetel and Sienna moved to the front. The rest of the party slowly moved backwards as they got in formation. Regina raised her staff in order to protect all of them. It'll be futile even if everyone attacks me all at once. Will it be okay sending out only the two of them? Moreover, you are maintaining the great magic. Don't listen to that woman's words. Her innate ability is called seduction. It is a technique that can make a hero into an idiot. In fact, that idiot is right over there. Oh my. You are quite the cold-hearted child. I haven't told you the name of my ability, yet you spoke it out loud. It feels as if you've undressed me. Aren't you progressing too fast and make a move on me? I'm killing that woman for sure. Since she is raising your fighting spirit, I won't say anything. Nanaribhadra was letting out a powerful demonic energy as he hovered near Garnet or Zodia. It was as if he was trying to protect her. His nose flared as he looked at her. It was a really pathetic sight, but his behavior was in line with his past image. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to unravel her seal. As the level and the quality of the subject being sealed increases, it becomes harder to break the seal. You are the one that had placed the seal, yet you weren't able to unseal it. It validates my idea that you've lost a significant portion of your memories. They no longer needed to listen to Nanaribhadra. Above all else, they had to stop Garnet or Zodia before she talked anymore. Did Etna share a hive mind with Artpe? Etna immediately attacked Nanaribhadra. I'm sorry, but you cannot kill this man until we achieve what we desire. Hoop. The previous demon king immediately moved to block Etna. However, Sienna had followed up behind Etna. She brought her hammer down, and the hammer crushed the spot where Garnet or Zodia had occupied. Sienna was also a heavy weight that was over level 400. Sienna wasn't the hero. Garnet or Zodia never expected someone in the hero's party other than the heroes to possess so much power, so she dodged in surprise. However, her surprise didn't end there. What's going on? You are a thorn in my side. When Nanarai saw Garnet's torment, he let out a shout in anger. His gaze was planted squarely on Artpe. To be precise, he was looking at the small white bell that was swinging slowly in Artpe's hand. I've never heard of such an artifact. All right. He took the bait, Etna. Roger. Artpe was successful in baiting the idiot. Flame coated Etna's entire body, and she charged straight towards Nanaribhadra. She possessed a peerless innate ability that was geared towards combat. Nanaribhadra was being weakened by the declaration of demonic extermination, so Etna was on par with him. Moreover, Nanarai was adept at dealing with magic. He was having a hard time countering attacks made through the power of a fire spirit. He could do nothing as he allowed Etna to damage his body. It can't be helped. Since you guys are being so violent and unreasonable. It'll hurt a little bit, but you should endure it. Afterwards, I'll have plenty of time to soothe your pain away. Garnet or Zodia gritted her teeth. The declaration of demonic extermination kept ringing, and it felt as if her head would be split open. However, it was merely an artifact. How could she be called the conqueror of the demonic realm if she couldn't even overcome a single artifact? Maetel and Sienna had raised their weapons as they glared at Garnet. Garnet raised her hand towards the two girls. Without any warning, magic missile erupted from Garnet's hand, and the spell attacked the two girls. The magic missiles were a light attack, yet it was too powerful to be ignored. If we dodge, Artpe will be hurt. This is gonna hurt more than a little bit. The profound power of acceleration was added to Maetel's sword strike. She quickly cut through the magic missiles. Sienna blocked the fragments of the magic missiles with her shield. Garnet had planned on moving in close after she had fired her magic missiles. However, Maetel's single sword strike continued to split through the air. The strike was infused with mana, and it flew straight towards Garnet. She quickly moved to dodge it. "Don't touch Artpe." As if it was inevitable, Garnet raised her arm to block Maetel's sword strike. "You aren't just a cute child. Since you are really old, I can see why you are looking for cute things." Ho-oh! Maetel's provocation was successful. Garnet moved in very close to Maetel as she detonated her demonic energy. She tried to attack Maetel, but it was too late. Sienna had gotten close, and she pushed Garnet with her shield. Sienna had given up on directly attacking Garnet. She was just trying to protect Maetel with her shield. She was trying to create an opportunity where Maetel would be able to attack Garnet. "Your magical energy is unique? Uni, I'll leave it to you." "Yes. I'll protect Artpe." Maetel took the mana of an evil reflector from Sienna. She infused it within her sword. In the nick of time, Vadinet's blessing was placed over the two girls. At the same time, Vadinet's curse hit Garnet. The tide of battle changed in an instant. This is an annoyingly familiar sight. In the past, Nanarai stressed the importance of his comrades in front of me. However, he is mine now. As Garnet moved, countless magic missiles formed in her wake. Garnet didn't have an innate ability like the dead current Demon King. However, she was able to mentally subjugate others using her seduction ability. On top of that, she possessed a massive reservoir of demonic energy. Simple plans didn't work against her. One couldn't simply attack her weak point. In many aspects, she really was the prototypical Demon King. The magic missiles are weakening. Hoo-ah-hup. Of course, even she was weakened in front of the declaration of demonic extermination being run by Artpe. "We have to destroy that bell." "You do it, Nanarai." I have to entertain these brats." Maetel started using her record master ability in earnest. She gathered the power of her party into herself. Maetel's skill had evolved in the process of fighting the Demon King and the fragment of the demonic god. Her ability had moved beyond gathering the abilities of her party members. The power maximized Maetel's attack, and as soon Sienna tried to defend and counter-attack, the power was transferred to her. Her skill was maximizing each other's abilities to the extreme. Garnet could see the record being transferred between the two girls, so she tried to attack at the exact moment when the transfer happened. Surprisingly, Maetel was too mobile, and she was aware of Garnet's intention. Maetel didn't give Garnet the chance to exploit the weakness in her skill. Garnet gritted her teeth as she met Maetel's flashing eyes. "You bitch. I'm sorry, but there will be no stage for you beyond this. Everything will end here." The bastard sword contained her indomitable will. It let out a white light. It was Hero's flash. "You'll have to exit this stage." On the other side, Nanarai Badra was in a worse situation than the Demon King. Etna was the only one in the party that was capable of going toe-to-toe with Artpe and Maetel. This was before she had gained her spirit transformation ability. Now she was a foe that couldn't be pushed around by Nanarai Badra. Is this perhaps the power of a spirit? Yes, my arm was. You are a cute woman, yet you are quite rough. Can you close your mouth, Grandpa? Your breath stinks. Or else. I'll shut it for you. Enta punched the air, and tens of thousands of firebirds erupted from her fist. In a flash, she created an area filled with lava. Nanarai tried to manifest his demonic energy into a spell, but it was burned away by the fire before he could do that. At that moment, Etna was as close to being the epitome of her fire attribute. If you think I'll continue to suffer under your attack, you're mistaken. Hoop. In multiple instances, Etna had prevented Nanaraibhadra from activating his spells. He had the body of a demon, yet he suffered from horrifying burns. He couldn't heal from these burns. In the end, he gave up on manifesting his spells through demonic energy. However, this was when the true battle started. He quickly swung his one remaining hand. It was similar to what the demon King Garnet had done. However, magic missiles of a fundamentally different nature started to pour out. The magic missiles couldn't be compared in the quantity of power they possessed, but surprisingly, magic circles had been nested within the magic missiles. When the flames touched the magic missiles, the magic circle within was activated. It ate the flames. I don't know how long you've been with the hero, but I've walked down the road of a magician before I became a demon. I was peerless. You were overtaken by Artpe in terms of magic. Etna snorted. She was a bit disheartened, since she couldn't read the spell that was nested within the magic circle. However, she couldn't outwardly display her disappointment. I have to be more wary of this man than the Demon King. The one that is working on the demonification of the human realm isn't the previous Demon King. It should be this man. Even as Nanaraibhadra fought against Etna, he kept glancing towards Artpe's reclamation magic. This might be a ridiculous idea, but he might be deciphering the reclamation magic in real time. I got you. Ooh, what? Even during a battle, Etna was focused on Artpe. Her attention was divided. Etna didn't see the magic missile coming towards her. She only realized its presence when it hit her body. Of course, she thought the flame coating her body would block the magic missile. Kuhak. Checkmate. Shall we end this game, my juniors? The flame around Etna's body disappeared. Etna's body shook as she fell to the ground. Artpe had been injecting his mana into the magic tome. He looked up in shock. At that moment, he saw something that he hadn't been able to see before. Innate ability, magic circle creation. I'm well aware of your innate ability. Nanaraibhadra was the asshole Sunbeam, who wouldn't let go of their ankles. Nanaraibhadra grinned as he spoke. I devised a magic circle that'll hide my record for a short amount of time. I guess it worked very well. You son of a bitch? Artpe grinded his teeth. It seemed his enemy had the ability to manifest materialization magic through his magic circles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 201, Final Chapter, 4. Chapter 201, Final Chapter, 4. He was a magic circle user. He was able to devise magic that was impossible to use with only mana. It was used when the caster wanted someone else to use a spell. It was also used when the structure of a spell couldn't be solved using a chant. Of course, there were advantages to using the magic circle, but it wasn't easy to use. A good amount of the caster's mana was consumed in creating one, and it was a time-consuming process. If one wanted to maintain the magic circle for an extended amount of time, one had to invest magic stones into it. These downsides existed. Can he create them without paying the requisite costs? Moreover, he is able to do it in such a short amount of time? It was an innate ability. Innate abilities were supposed to be ridiculous, so he couldn't disparage it. It explained how Nanaraibhadra was able to grow so quickly as a hero. Moreover, Artpe finally realized why Nanaraibhadra was successful in creating so many ruins. Basically, he doesn't know the fundamentals behind his magic. He is able to create and maintain magic circles because he desires it? Nanaraibhadra had seen the half-spirit Etna for the first time, yet he was able to create a magic circle that could consume her power. He did so by placing the magic circles within the magic missiles. It was as if he had skipped a step in creating his magic. He basically went from mana to a completed magic circle. You aren't a genius magician. You just had this innate ability. You made it look as if you are a genius. You are merely a hero in heat. You have it all wrong, my junior. From the moment we are born, all of our status is predetermined. I was chosen to be a hero. You were chosen to live a life that was full of ups and downs. It was all decided when we were born. One can use one's outstanding mind to learn and use magic, or one could use one's innate ability to use magic. Basically, the cause and effect is the same. His words couldn't be denied. A genius was merely a person born with a natural gift. Even if one achieved greatness through an innate ability, it still fell under the umbrella of the title called genius. We all have our own ways of gaining achievements as we live. In the end, I was able to rise to this position. I worked hard to reach this height, but that doesn't mean I'll willfully ignore the efforts made by others. Do you think you would have been able to reach your current position without your natural gifts? No. We are special. We are what people call geniuses. Nanaribhadra spoke as he started to move towards Etna. Afterwards, Etna's body faded away, and she appeared next to Artpe. It wasn't a physical phenomena. It was the power of a spirit, and it was something that couldn't be explained through mana. It seems she had enough power left to retreat, yet she remained on the battlefield. She moved next to you. It seems she really loves you, my junior. A bitter laughter appeared on the Sunbee's lips. It was assumed that he had turned into a complete idiot after falling under the seduction ability. It seemed that wasn't true. He was being played by Garnet, yet he was self-aware of his own situation. I'm not sure if you know this, but there is a bond between us. Since the ancient times, the Demon King's party went nuts when it was mentioned. Why aren't you reacting the same way? Bonds. I know about it. I once believed in that. However, when I chose to betray myself, I no longer believe it. The magic missiles flew towards Artpe. However, the Hand of Destruction stopped all of the magic missile. The Hand of Destruction was capable of vaporizing most of the magic circles before they could do anything. Powerful. It is powerful. What is that hand? I devised a magic circle should have stopped and destroyed that hand. Why isn't it working? It is quite mysterious. Of course, Artpe didn't let his guard down. In terms of innate ability, Nanaribhadra was a more fearsome foe than Garnet. Artpe had gone through the prepared dungeons, and he had gained the mana string. He was able to gain the materialization magic through the mana strings. It made Artpe wonder if Nanaribhadra's record had a part in everything he had gained. It is possible for me to resist him to a certain degree using my materialization magic. It'll be important for me to find out what angle he plans on taking with the magic circle creation. If so, I'll be able to counter. Artpe extended the Hand of Destruction outwards as he put it on defense. Then he emptied one-dimensional pouch. He filtered the magic stones through the reclamation magic, and he gave the portion of the mana to Etna. In a flash, she regained consciousness. Hook. Etna, you should rest. Kuu. I was able to find out what he was hiding thanks to you. I can win this, so you should relax. At Artpe's reliable words, she mutely nodded her head. Then she lost consciousness once again. He was able to recharge her mana, but it was up to Etna to turn the mana into spirit energy. He just had to hope that she would be able to recover from the shock. Artpe left Etna in the care of Regina, and he decided to directly confront Nanari. To be precise, no one other than him was capable of going against Nanari. Ho! Is that a Demite? Amazing! I heard a staff made out of Demite could conjure magic, but I never expected it to be able to maintain a great magic by itself. You talk too much. Pippi was given the possession of the reclamation magic tome. On top of that, Artpe had consumed artifacts and magic stones to expand the radius of the reclamation spell once again. This simple act had the effect of cutting away at the demonic energy available to Reincarnated. Artpe stepped forward, and a skein of mana strings letting out purple light swirled around both his hands. "Fight me, Sunbeam." "I see. In the end, we have to resort to violence." The magic missiles flooded forward. Hundreds of thousands of magic missiles erupted from Nanarai's body. There were so many that the only apt description was a flood of magic missiles. The more shocking part was that each magic missile held the power of a different spell. Nanarai was being weakened by the declaration of demonic extermination and the reclamation magic. Artpe had no idea where Nanarai's power was coming from. Wait a moment. An endless amount of demonic energy is surging out of him. He isn't generating this demonic energy, and he isn't getting it from this world either. Countless number of magic missiles struck Artpe and his party. Artpe didn't push the hand of destruction forward. He unraveled the mana strings from his skein, and he created a defensive magic. It blocked all the magic missiles, and the mana strings accelerated towards Nanarai. His body is unstable. He doesn't have any artifacts or potion. I'm turning the demon realm into the human realm right now. As a demon, he shouldn't be getting stronger. Where is his demonic energy coming from? Where? Artpe thought about the words written by the past Nanarai. 99% of his words had been boasts, and 1% had been the truth. He thought about the words recorded on the altar. What did the humans do when they were trying to change mana into demonic energy? What did they call forth, and where was it from? You bastard! Artpe felt chills run up his body. Artpe had unraveled the truth. He yelled out in disbelief. You are using the power of the demonic god. You were able to recognize that? It was a guess, yet it seems I was right. This bastard had lost his mind, but at one time, he knew about the dangers of being connected to the demonic god. That was why he had separated and sealed the evil heart. Artpe had never expected Nanarai to use his body to create an opening to the demonic god. Can you accept it now, my junior? There is no way you can win against me. I can bring whatever I desire into this reality. Your death and the demonification of the human realm. It will all occur as I desire. I just need the evil heart. Artpe had somewhat predicted this, but the evil heart must be essential to the process of turning the human realm into a demon realm. Even if Nanarai could borrow the demonic god's power, he couldn't indefinitely produce demonic energy like the evil heart. This was why they were searching for the sealed fragments of the evil hearts. It really was an ironic situation. The most dangerous thing we face right now is Garnet was fighting a fierce battle with Maetel and Sienna. Artpe was using his materialization magic to fight against Nanarai's magic. The danger wouldn't be coming from them. Naya aya iya. Hurry. I wanna eat. Nya ah. Roa had stayed behind to protect Regina and the rest of the party. Still, she was waiting for her turn to come. Wasn't she the greed beast, who ate all the evil hearts and the beings that possessed demonic energy? Your movements have slowed down, my junior. You haven't moved from your spot. Artpe realized something. Nanarai Badra and the demon King Garnet wasn't using their full might in this fight. They realized that Artpe was using the reclamation magic. It meant that Artpe's party possessed the evil heart, so they were biding their time in order to steal the evil heart. What shall we do, Artpe? It was Maetel's voice. Artpe was firm in his answer. We have to kill Nanarai first. Ice magic circles are too dangerous. Understood. I'll leave her to you for a brief moment, Sienna. Yes. In a flash, the three party members shared their intentions. Long words were unnecessary. Artpe consumed several magic stones, and in a flash, he increased the number of mana strings. Nanarai couldn't react properly to the suddenly fierce attack. He was defenseless as he retreated backwards. Die. That isn't a line that a hero should say. Ku-huk. Maetel immediately used her acceleration ability to move away from the Demon King. In a flash, she stabbed her bastard sword into Nanarai's chest. The mana strings had blocked all the magic missiles. The remaining mana strings stuck to Nanarai's body, and they nullified the magic circles placed on Nanarai's body. Nanarai hadn't expected this, so his eyes widened in shock. How? Nanarai. The Demon King didn't love him. However, he was her most perfect and only comrade. Garnet turned around in fright when Nanarai's life was threatened. In a flash, she saw Maetel. Garnet hadn't been able to prevent Maetel from moving away. She instantly saw Maetel getting ready to execute Nanarai. You dare turn your back towards me? At her gesture, an enormous whip made out of demonic energy appeared. It flew towards Artpe and Maetel. However, Sienna stepped in between to block the attack. The shield held the holy energy of Vadanet and Sienna's own mana. She was able to block and destroy the demonic whip. Garnet's mouth became distorted. From the beginning, I knew you were repugnant. You denied the blessing of the demon race. You degenerated into becoming a bizarre existence that goes against common sense. Unfortunately, I do not have a spot for you in the world I will open. Appa protected this body. Appa made this race for me. My mana is for Appa. As always, Sienna was calm and composed. Her ardor was small and quiet, yet it burned endlessly. I don't care what you think. I will stop you. You are trying to forcefully change humans into demons. I cannot forgive you. I get it now. Nanarai, who had sounded like he was about to die, shouted out. He really was cutting it close. He was able to assess the movements of Artpe, Maetel, and Sienna. He also found out the structure of the reclamation magic. Garnet. That cat. It's that cat. She hasn't stepped forward yet. Afterwards, Maetel's sword cut off Nanarai's head. Nanarai's favorite magic circle was a regeneration magic circle. Tens of thousands of strands erupted from the magic circle, but Artpe used his materialization magic to stop the regeneration. Nanarai couldn't do anything but greet his own death. She's a cat? Nya-aha? Nanarai's message was delivered to Garnet. Artpe clicked his tongue as he burned Nanarai's corpse. I see. Evil heart. Garnet yelled out. Roa didn't know what was going on. Nah. She let out another cute cry. Artpe and Maetel desperately charged forward. At that moment, a light erupted from something within Garnet's possession. It was a legacy left behind by Nanarai. He had left it behind for Garnet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, Final Chapter, 5. Chapter 202, Final Chapter, 5. Nia. Garnet moved. Artpe didn't even have the time to react. Sienna tried to stop her, but Garnet had dispersed her demonic energy in all directions. Sienna had no way of tracking Garnet's movement. In the end, Garnet was able to throw a magic stone towards Roa, and it hit her. This item had been used by Nanarai before. Artpe was able to discern that the item held a magic circle. It opened a tunnel to another world, but Artpe's read all creation ability couldn't see into this other world. Aside from the magic circle, there were too many spells placed on the magic stone. This was why he wasn't able to discern all of its function at a glance. You crazy bitch. Silpenin. Ha! Artpe shouldn't have bothered calling out for Silpenon. He was already moving. He used his innate ability to steal the magic stone that had impacted upon Roa. His ability was amazing. He was able to plunder even the magic that was already spreading within Roa. He was able to divert the power to a different direction. He directed it towards the reclamation magic, and the magic stone became strengthened by it. His decision-making was flawless. You've been hiding your ace in the hole. You got me. However. The smile on Garnet's lips wasn't erased. Magical energy fell from an item within her possession. Afterwards, she used her demonic energy to float into the air. Artpe let out a low moan when he saw this. Nanarai prepared for his eventual death. Did you really think he would make only one of his items? Maetel. She won't be able to do it on my watch. Since Nanarai Badra was dead, Garnet was the only enemy left. All the demons in this region had been turned into humans. Moreover, Garnet wasn't even the current demon king. They had no plans on getting involved with whatever Garnet was trying to do. Vadanet. Arya. There is no need to hide your powers. This is the moment. You have to use your full power. Oh God. There is a being here that rejects you. She is trying to bring evil into this world. Divine Hammer. The power of Artpe's party was focused solely on Garnet. This included the magic of Regina and Artpe. Maetel attacked with her sword, and Sienna struck out with her hammer. However, the demonic energy around Garnet's body blocked every one of their attacks. The declaration of demonic extermination and the reclamation magic was no longer effective. An endless amount of demonic energy erupted from within her. Nanarai, you did your part. It is my turn now. Everything will return to being demonic. Shit. It wasn't something only Nanarai could do. It seemed Garnet was also trying to establish a connection to the demonic god through her body. She had been weakened through the seal, but this battle had unintentionally knocked off all the rust from her. She was able to regain her true power. There was only one magic circle placed within each magic stone prepared by Nanarai. Each time Garnet released the power of the magic circle, the power of Artpe's party was rebuffed. Why do humans pursue evil? Why are the demon race stronger than the human race? It is because the demons are in the right. That should be the direction we should be moving towards. The gods spoken by humans do not interfere with our lives. They just observe. The demonic god willingly gives us his power. Bullshit. He could see why the current demon king had despised Garnet. Garnet was a lunatic. She was basically a representation of the group of humans that had dreamed about demonification of this world. Evil was capable of existing between humans. However, it was impossible for good to exist amongst the demons. The current demon king had loved the struggle between good and evil. He had taken this love to the extreme, but even so he was similar to humans in how he had acted. Nah. I'm into men. Nah. Cute child. Why don't you show me everything you are hiding? The evil hearts are noble treasures. It seems you've swallowed all of them. Right? Am I right? Naya. Roa realized that Garnet was aiming for her. She quickly dodged. Nah. I don't know what you are talking about. I digested it all, so I have nothing. The essence of that power can't disappear. Yes. You were chosen. Your body was chosen for the advent of the demonic god. Master, this woman is weird. Nya ha ha. Nya nya ah. Roa kept jumping away from the hands that was trying to catch her. However, Garnet was much faster than her. Roa was close to being caught. Maetel acted right on time as she used her acceleration ability. She roughly pushed aside Roa as she attacked Garnet. However, it was as if Garnet had been waiting for Maetel. She had a bewitching smile on her face as she broke the magic stone in her hand. "You should help me, child." "Cook." Maetel. The magic stone possessed a spell that strengthened her innate ability. In a flash, Maetel's body froze. In the next moment, Maetel was able to rebuff the demonic energy. However, it caused Maetel and her entire party to be knocked backwards. Garnet took a step forward in the air. In front of her eyes, she could see Roa. Roa's hackles were raised. Her body had frozen in place when she was confronted with the strengthened innate ability of Garnet. "You'll have to face me before you can do that." "MMM?" Garnet was trying to procure Roa. At that moment, Arya revealed herself. It seemed she had always been there. She was much weaker than Maetel, but Garnet's innate ability was based on demonic energy. Therefore, Arya didn't falter. "Holy Priestess? I see. You are the second Holy Priestess. Your ability to hide is peerless, but what can you do?" "I can protect those that I must protect. I was given the power of the Holy Priestess, and this power is for everyone." A golden light shone from Arya's eyes. Garnet gritted her teeth. Arya's power was overwhelming when compared to the Holy Priestess from her era. The power of the gods had been divided into two Holy Priestesses, yet she was unbelievably strong. "In the end, your demonic energy is a form of mana. Artpe and Maetel told us this. You won't be able to touch Roa until you destroy all of my soul, but it would have been impossible without the declaration of demonic extermination and the reclamation magic." Arya was able to use her innate ability assimilation to absorb Garnet's demonic energy. Garnet's boundless demonic energy was being turned into holy energy. Her eyes widened when the holy energy started to suppress her demonic energy. "All of your powers are considered to be so excessive that only one should exist in the world at a given time. However, all your powers have been gathered in one place." "Ah. The weak gods were afraid of the demonic god, so they sent all of them here. I feel pity for you. You are hanging on to an illusion called the demonic god." Arya was sucking in Garnet's demonic energy, and she was making it her own. This allowed Maetel to overcome Garnet's seduction ability. She was successful in moving again. She swung her bastard sword. Garnet had to use one of Nanarai's magic stones to block the attack. Garnet bared her teeth. "You saw the evidence of the demonic god's power, yet you are unable to recognize it. After several hundred years, we were able to create the demon realm. Now you are trying to turn it back into a human realm. You are metabolizing the demonic energy to return it to mana. Dodge, Maetel." Arc retrieved Roa using Blink. He yelled out in shock when he saw the amount of demonic energy surging forward from Garnet's body. Fortunately, he had given his warning in time. Maetel grabbed Arya, and she retreated. This is all the delusion of foolish children. In the next moment, the demonic energy detonated. Even Regina's barrier couldn't neutralize all of the attack. The shockwave washed over the region. In the middle of the crater, one could see the figure of Garnet once again. Her skin had been dyed black. Shit. It really feels as if the world is going to end. Isn't that woman basically the demonic god? How rotten. There is no sign of her own energy left within her body. Demonic energy, demonic energy, demonic energy. It was an enormous amount of demonic energy. It was at a point where her body might not be able to withstand the presence of so much demonic energy. If the demonic energy hadn't been reduced by the power of the reclamation magic and the declaration of demonic extermination, the demonic energy would have overwhelmed the whole world. You can try to revert everything, but there will always be the possibility of everything being turned back into demonic energy again. Isn't this what you have demonstrated with all of this? Demonic energy is one with the mana. Mana turning into demonic energy is part of the natural flow. Even the gods you follow and believe can't deny this fact. Humans seek to become stronger. All humans want a new order under the demonic god. Nya. That woman is crazy. Nya. Roa whispered her words as she remained in Artpe's arms. It was such a desperate situation that one had to wonder if her words were necessary. However, there is some truth to her words. Roa, you made the evil hearts your own by eating it. However, that woman has the magic stones that'll turn your mana into demonic energy. Nya. If my mana keeps changing into demonic energy, does that mean I can constantly eat it? Nya. She really was wired in a weird and happy-go-lucky way. After he told her that was not how it worked, he raised his head. The sight he had seen once before was unfolding in front of his eyes. You are the new owner of the evil heart. I pity you, beast. You should stay put. I gave you the opportunity to worship the demonic god, yet you refused it. All of you have rejected him. Oh no. Maetel. The demonic energy coming off from Garnet's body was arranged in a particular pattern. It looked extremely familiar, and in the next moment, Artpe realized that the current Demon King had activated a similar magic circle to what the current Demon King used. Artpe wondered if Nanarai-Badra had engraved the magic circle on the Demon King's body. Artpe was probably right. Until the end, Nanarai wanted to stop me from doing this. He was the one that opened the road to the demonic god, so I respected his wishes. I determined it wouldn't be too late to enact this plan after we recovered the evil heart. I no longer think that. I have no reason to hesitate anymore. I follow the demonic god's wishes. That is why the demonic energy obeys me. The past Demon King was adding the power of the magic stones. These magic stones were given to her by Nanarai-Badra. She was letting out an overwhelming amount of power as she activated the magic circle. I'll just host the demonic god in my body. Oh no, you don't. Maetel charged forward. She was borrowing half the strength and stamina of her party excluding Artpe. She gathered everyone's magical energy, and she strengthened it once more. At the end, she placed her innate ability over that power. It was as if lightning was falling from the sky. Hero, it is fate that I am sharing this moment with you. When the demonic god descends, everything will be changed into demonic energy. I'll use everything you've prepared to dye this world with demonic energy. Cook, this won't do. It isn't enough. Hup. Artpe infused the power of his reclamation and materialization magic into the mana strings. He shot the mana strings towards Garnet. He wanted to weaken her demonic energy even by a little bit. He somehow had to stop her from activating her spell. He had already seen the structure of the spell that Garnet was trying to manifest. There must be a way to mess up the spell without killing her. There must be a way to turn it into nothing. He was sure that he already knew this method. It must be possible. Artpe. At that moment, Silpenin threw a magic stone towards Artpe. Artpe desperately snatched it out of the air. When he checked what it was, he realized it was one of the magic stones plundered from Garnet by Silpenin. He could see the magic circle engraved within it. Silpenin, you are the best. Just hurry up and solve this mess. Stay still, my children. Just show reverence to the demonic god. Worship him. Was it caused by the flooding of the demonic energy? Her innate ability was being severely boosted. However, it didn't work on Artpe and Silpenin. Their feelings couldn't be shaken by an outside source. That time was long past. All right. Let's do this. Artpe held Nanarai-Badra's magic stone. It held the ability of strengthen innate ability. He followed Garnet's example. He crushed the magic stone with his hand. At that moment, he could hear a voice in his ears. He had no idea whose voice it was. The voice was soft, and it brought up sentimental feelings within him. Innate ability, read all creation ability second stage, rewrite, revision, has been completely released. Artpe finally understood it at that moment. He now knew why he was able to return to the past. He knew why he was able to turn into a human. He also realized why he was placed next to Maetel of all places. He realized why he was able to acquire the materialization magic. Shit! If he had been able to keep a clear mind during his death in his past life, he would have been able to awaken to his ability at a much earlier date. His only regret was the fact that he hadn't realized it sooner. However, it wasn't too late. Artpe held power within his hands. It was a power that couldn't be prepared by the Demon King's recipe. It was an absolute power that was beyond what the Demon King could imagine. Rewrite. Artpe quietly intoned his words as he opened his eyes. Wait a minute. This is... Oh, demonic god. Please show us your power. You are too late, previous Demon King. Artpe grinned as he spoke those words. His eyes let out a bright purple light. Everything within his sight was the subject to his power. His supreme innate ability of revision was implemented. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, End, Epilogue. Chapter 203, Epilogue. It had only taken 3 hours for Artpe's party to turn the whole demon realm into the human realm. However, Artpe didn't stop his reclamation magic there. Those that were twisted didn't only exist in the demon realm. There were beings in the human realm that had been twisted by the demon energy. Artpe kept using the reclamation magic until there was no reaction to the magic tome. He had used his innate ability rewrite, and he had resonated it with the reclamation magic. This was why the pool of mana available to him had diminished by a significant amount. Still, he was able to complete everything before he used up all the artifacts and magic stones he had prepared. Are you sure this place is the demon realm? It isn't anymore. Blood-colored clouds had always crowded the skies of the demon realm. There was not a single vestige left of these clouds. Moreover, it was meaningless to differentiate between the demon realm and the human realm now. In the past, the demon realm had merely been a continent that was part of the human realm. Now humanity would record this land as a continent once again. Artpe, at the end. What happened? How did you stop that? I just returned everything to its original form. Artpe was very calm as he answered her. He hugged the magic tome to his body, and it started to melt into Artpe's body. The magic tome joined with his soul, and it once again strengthened his innate ability. The party was struck dumb as they watched Artpe. Selpanon had passed the magic stone to Artpe. The magic stone merely strengthened Artpe's innate ability for a brief moment, but it acted as a spark plug. It had spurred on his awakening. His read all creation ability had already reached its second stage, but now he was conscious of his ability. It allowed him to freely use the second stage of his read all creation ability. He was able to use the rewrite ability. First, he combined his innate ability with the unique spell called materialization. Then he combined it with the reclamation magic. His ability had become whole. In the end, these were abilities that had been cultivated from Artpe in the first place. It was the natural consequence of everything combining into one. This appeared where the previous Demon King had died. Selpanon had retrieved a small magic stone. It had contained a massive amount of demonic energy, but it couldn't escape the influence of the reclamation magic. It was as if it had been bleached. Despite this fact, the magic stone contained an ominous power. Artpe let out a rotten smile as he looked at it. As expected, she left behind her ambition for the future generations. It really is an ending befitting a traditional hero's story. He used his red all-creation ability, and he could see a magic circle that could open a tunnel to the demonic god. Artpe had to acknowledge it. The previous demon king had been tenacious. If Artpe's party hadn't noticed it, some unsuspecting person might have picked it up. It probably would have happened after several hundred or thousand years from now. An unsuspecting person would call back the demonic energy back into this world. Or maybe, the surviving force of the previous demon king would continue their research. In the end, they would find this stone, and they would fulfill the dying wish of the previous demon king. Something dramatic might have happened. Of course, we've gained enormous power now. We can reverse the magic. It'll be possible for us to cross into the other world. Dungeon? It's a dungeon? Shit. In the end, we are going to go fight the demonic god? Really? She had been in high spirits up until now as she fought, and the thought of a new dungeon made Maetel feel excited. On the other hand, the other party members turned pale at his words. They had fought the current demon king, the fragment of the demonic god, and the previous demon king. Now he wanted them to go fight the demonic god. Artpe smirked when he saw the appalled expression on the faces of his party members. He gripped the magic stone, then he let it go. When he did this, the magic stone just turned into a regular magic stone containing overwhelming amount of mana. What did you do? It will be too annoying. Artpe's face scrunched up as he spoke. We finally got rid of all the enemies in this world, yet we have to go to a new world to fight a different enemy? Is this a joke? We aren't from some martial race. But if we don't get rid of the source of trouble, a new source of trouble always arises with time. If we try to eliminate each problem that arises, who is going to feed the cows? Artpe had completely wiped away the demonic energy, but he couldn't guarantee that humans in the future generations might research a similar energy as the demonic energy. This was just a hypothetical question. What would happen if Artpe's party went over to the other world, and they erased the demonic god from existence? Would all strife within the world come to an end? Would humanity find a happy ending? No way. For a different reason, a great villain would appear in the future, and there will come a time when this great villain would fight against humanity. Strife can arise at any moment in time. That is why we should leave this demonic god and the other world to the future hero. Your explanation sounds very plausible, but in the end, you just don't want to fight anymore. That was the correct answer. If left alone, it wasn't as if the other side could invade this world. There was no need to cross over to the other world. It was unnecessary. Still, his power of revision was able to block the tunnel heading towards the other world. If someone capable of breaking open the tunnel appeared, it meant the person would already have enough power to cause trouble even without the help of the demonic god. Artpe was fine if that happened. I have no idea if this is alright. I don't know. If anyone really wants to go, I can send them there. Do you guys want to go? He had just erased the record within the magic stone, yet Artpe declared in a confident manner. He had awakened to his second stage of the read all creation ability. He had reached a domain that couldn't be understood by his party members, and his party members were aware of this fact. If he said he could send them to the demonic god, they didn't doubt his words. This was why everyone turned pale, and they shook their head from side to side. The only one that looked a bit regretful was Roa. Nah. I'll go later if I start craving for it. What is this? There is this unbearable feeling of achiness. All heroes' story is like that. The story that comes afterwards always leaves a bad taste in one's mouth. If we don't leave behind a single seed of misfortune and uneasiness, our future generations will have nothing to do. It'll spice up their lives. Everyone gave up on arguing with Artpe at that point in time. Yes. This is like you, Artpe. So we really were successful in finding peace without sacrificing an ally. This will hold true until one of you stab each other in the back. The only thing left is to settle our balance with Artpe. As expected of Artpe's party members, they were going out of their way to plant the seed of uneasiness within him. He flicked the forehead of all his party members, then he received Etna from Regina. I protected all of them. It was tough. Yes. You worked hard. It seems she's in a critical state. Etna was able to uncover Nanarai's innate ability before it was too late. However, as a price, most of her spirit energy had been consumed. She was out cold right now. Artpe quickly filled up her mana, but she needed to be conscious to be able to turn the mana into spirit energy. If she was left alone, there was a possibility that she would never wake up. That damn Sunbay. He really is causing me trouble until the end. However, Etna was no longer in peril. The reclamation simply returned everything back to its original form. He had moved beyond that power. He could revise, to get anything he wanted. In Artpe's current state, he was able to convert mana into spirit energy. It was a task that was easier than killing the Demon King Gannet or Zodia. That power. Regina finally recognized the power awakened within Artpe. Her eyes had turned round. Artpe smirked as he brought a finger to his lips in a SHHH gesture. After the mana around Etna was turned into spirit energy, he filled Etna's body with it. Hook. Etna coughed as she opened her eyes. Her two eyes took in Artpe, who had a playful look on his face. Artpe, did we win? We won. Is it over? It is over. Good, amazing. You are the best. She had inwardly thought that she would never wake up again. However, it seemed Artpe had picked up her slack as he magnificently defeated their enemy. At Artpe's words, Etna put on a faint smile as she planted a short kiss on his lips. Maetel became apoplectic when she saw this. Wait a moment. I'm the one that's supposed to wrap things up with a kiss. I already did it. Ooh. I knew I should have killed you. Maetel raged, but everyone just smirked as they looked on. The fact that she was able to get mad at such a simple thing brought home the fact that there was peace now. Let's go. Where? Anywhere. Artpe's face was resolute as he answered the question. He spoke the dream he wanted as soon as he returned to the past. He truly looked determined. I'll go to a place where it is possible to set up a dairy farm. 20 years passed. The world was greeted with a tremendous upheaval. The demons had been changed back into humans. The demon realm and human realm was combined into one. The truth behind the demon race was revealed. The demons were in existence born through human greed. It really brought home the fact that it was good to trust no one but yourself. That was how everyone felt when they learned the truth of the matter. There were some portion of the demon-turned-humans that had refused to accept reality, so they had caused disturbances in various locations. However, the humans had grown stronger in the fight against the demon race. They were swift and ruthless in putting down such series of attacks. Peace had returned. If one actually looked closer, one would realize that not much had changed. At the very least, the Demon King and his underlings were all gone. They no longer appeared in this world. The King of Diaz Silpenin had applied himself in earnest to become a statesman. Through his first Queen Lesity, he was able to create an order of loyal knights. He was able to work with the holy nation of Palladia through his second Queen Aria. He was able to establish a state religion. As high as his level was, Silpenin received as much love and support from the populace. He had protected his nation, and he had protected his people. If one thought about his vocation as a thief, it was a truly ironic development. The empire of Zard was successful in becoming the top power of the continent. In truth, Zard had wanted to bring Diaz under his flag too. However, Silpenin had been a member of the Heroes Party, and he was one of the strongest people on this continent. Zard knew this truth, so he didn't dare mess with Silpenin. Of course, one couldn't predict what would happen after Silpenin's death. At the very least, the two nations would maintain a friendly relationship while Silpenin was alive. The Heroes Party was dismissed, and they went immediately into retirement. Those that were friendly or hostile towards the Heroes Party didn't search them out. Even if the Heroes Party could be found, they knew the Heroes Party couldn't be moved to any side. This was how Artpe finally achieved his 200-year-old dream. He was able to live the life of a dairy farmer. Husband. You are giving me goosebumps. In the morning, Artpe immediately jumped up from his bed when Maetel whispered in his ear. His reaction speed was almost miraculous. Maetel, who had called out to him, giggled. She took pleasure in his reaction. How can you still be so embarrassed? I told you not to call me by that title. But husband is husband. Did I deny that? I just don't like hearing it. If he went along with her antics by being sweet, he knew that a second round of strenuous activities would follow. It would be more intense than last night. His experience with her for the past 20 years made him aware as to what would happen, so he purposefully replied in a gruff manner. He got up from the bed. What about Sienna? She went along with Vadinette to see Oompa. Etna went to the field. I think Mycenae is still asleep. Oompa was the name of the dairy cow they were raising. Of course, they didn't have just one cow. It started out with Oompa. Then it went from Oompa 2 to Oompa Loompa. They were raising a total of 23 dairy cows. If Mycenae is asleep, it means there's no one else that'll bother me for a while. I can go back to sleep. Yes. Let's sleep together. We should start making our third child. No. I forgot. I really have to go to work right now. Usually, feelings change over time. He had assumed that her excessive and heavy love towards him would change to a different emotion after 20 years, but it seemed this didn't apply to Maetel. Maetel stated that she was half joking, but she was half serious about having another child. He flicked her forehead before he exited the house. No. Before he did that. Call the children. It is annoying, but they have to study magic today. We'll start the class as soon as I get done with the morning tasks. It was safe to assume that Artpe's children would be able to live a peaceful life. However, peace had to be protected with power. Artpe rotated with his wife to teach the children how to protect themselves. Yes, husband. Ooh-ah-ha. Goosebump appeared on his skin when he was confronted with her last ambush attack. Artpe exited the house as if he was running away. Maetel once again let out a warm laughter as she watched his back. She made a milkshake that she'll deliver to Artpe later on, then she made food for the children. After she placed the food on the table, she entered the room where all the children were sleeping. She planned on waking them up. It is time to get up, children. There were a total of 7 children. Maetel had born 2 children. One was male, and the other was female. Vadinette had born a cute daughter. A pair of energetic male twins were born by Etna. Mycenae had given birth to a half-elf son. Lastly, Sienna gave birth to a little princess. Of course, they didn't wake up just because she had called out to them once. Maetel put strength in her stomach as she let out a fierce shout. It was the former hero's war cry. Of course, the children would wake up. Mom! You used war cry again. The kids will cry. The firstborn was Hertiga. He represented the other children as he protested her method of waking them up. Maetel just let out a bright smile. It is time for you guys to eat, children. Today your father will teach you magic. Ooh. Dad is the hardest teacher. I just want to raise Oompa Loompa. I want to live my whole life on the farm. I'll be satisfied with that life. Daddy said we need strength to protect the peace, idiot Appa. The children forgot the complaints they had when getting up. They started talking loudly to each other as they walked past Mother Maetel into the living room. Maetel followed behind the children. There was a satisfied smile on her smile. Yes. This is it. I'm fine with this. There is no need to rewind it again. The past 20 years had been peaceful, and it had been picture perfect. In that span of time, she hadn't used the second stage of her innate ability. Not even once. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.